Chapter 75. Those soldiers have been doing it all the way to find a car, but they are not locals. Even if they are locals, they don't live in the area they are familiar with. Now that the whole city is so ruined, I'm afraid they can't tell where there is a 4S shop. Now, it is impossible to drive on the current road, but it will always be able to drive in the future. But when the car will resume production, then I don't know. So they are not only rushing along the way, but also observing the surroundings. Almost I have made records of the places I have walked, which stores are there, and which are worth looking for later, all of which are recorded in the notebook. There are many things to observe. When Chinhuari asked Shi Yuanfei whether they would go through the Greenway, and told them about cycling and tandem, Shi Yuanfei immediately changed the route temporarily. Although the route was changed slightly, it was only an extra detour. When the time comes, let people rectify and rest here in advance. I will bring 2 soldiers. One of you will know the way. Let's go and have a look first. It is too cumbersome to take the whole team. It is not as fast as few people. This distance point, a round trip can take up to 2 or 3 hours, whether it is harvested or not. You can come back before dawn. Here Jianchu is acquainted, so the person who goes there is naturally Jianchu. Although Yu Zaibai and Jianchu are in the same school, Yu Zaibai does not work around like Jianchu. The place he is familiar with is only the school. Outside of school, Jianchu really does not know. However, he was not at ease with Jianchu being alone, but he couldn't help much if there were too many people, so he could only stay. Because I'm going to the Greenway to try my luck, so the time to rest at the spot is relatively early today. I started looking for a place to rest before dawn. Others are eager to rest early. No one wants to take 2 more steps when they can rest. Before leaving, Jianchu prayed, "I hope good luck will be with me." Nan walked up to him, tapped himself a few times like a priest, and then put his hand on Jianchu's forehead. "Bless you, my child." Chinhuari patted Nan on the head. "Don't make trouble. Come here, take off the protective clothing and get some air." Yu Zaibai said, "Pay attention to safety on the road. When you come back for dinner, you have an early rest today. You can make burritos. Open a can of luncheon meat and a can of braised pork. Nan and the others have brought seasonings, and they will prepare them when the time comes." Jianchu took a deep breath, and immediately became full of energy. The departure of the soldiers did not attract any attention. Nan lay on the mat and sighed, "I hope I can find the car smoothly." Zuming wiped his body with a wet towel soaked in disinfectant, and said, "Yesterday, that person disappeared. According to the symptoms on his body, it is basically confirmed that it is the plague." Nan couldn't help but sit up when he heard the words, "Are there many people who died of the plague now?" Zuming nodded, "Many, more than those who died of malaria, and the plague is extremely contagious. Those who walked with that person are now taken to the isolation team behind." Zuming looked at them and said, "The way the plague spreads from person to person is not only droplets, but also feces, so in the future, if you want to go to the toilet, it's best to stay away from wherever there are mosquitoes around at dawn. It's too late to see clearly. I would rather hold back. How much disinfectant do you have?" "I still have a bottle of 500 milliliters left over here. If it is diluted and used, it can last for a few days." Chinhuari said, "We still have 2 1-liter bottles." Zuming nodded, "Remember to wipe your body with diluted disinfectant every day." Zuming checked the disinfectant that Chinhuari and the others brought. It was of medical protection level, the kind that could directly wash the wound, but now they don't know what to do. "How long have you been running on the road, and what is the situation after arriving at the destination?" "So you can only use it as diluted as possible to avoid too much contact with others, and you must clean up your personal hygiene, especially the food at the entrance, at least through secondary processing." Thinking about it this way, it's really fortunate that Chinhuari and the others brought a small fuel pot, otherwise they would only be able to eat canned food every day, and those foods that have been in contact with the air cannot be eaten directly, which is too dangerous. Nan was lying next to Chinhuari, with a small fan blowing beside him. The mask on his face was replaced with a new one. The one he wore before was soaked in sweat. Now he was outside. Even when he was sleeping, he had to wear a mask. Not good. Like some grasslands and the like, you have to wear protective clothing to sleep, and ordinary insect repellents can't get rid of the mosquitoes on the grasslands. In a line behind them, 2 days ago, a middle-aged man had diarrhea and fever, alternating hot and cold, obviously suffering from malaria. At this time, his body temperature was already high, and he was sweating profusely when he sat still. He also had a fever and diarrhea, and he died after 2 days. When the military doctor examined the body, he found some mosquito bites on his back. diagnosed, but the possibility of death from malaria due to mosquito bites is extremely high. Although before leaving, the army gave them a little popular science about the most likely infectious diseases in today's environment, and the way of infection, but every time someone in the team got sick or someone died, the officers leading each team would repeatedly emphasize that, let everyone pay attention, this is not something that you can make up for by neglecting others. A small omission may bring fatal results. In addition to taking care of yourself, others have no spare time to take care of one more person. Some of those who wore long-sleeved underwear each found something to tie the cuffs of their trouser legs tightly, put on dry clothes when they are wet, and change them to wet ones when they are dry. But I don't know if he got used to it every day. At least Mu Nan felt that the smell of these people who didn't know how long they hadn't showered was not as shocking as the first day when they went downstairs to gather. Anyway, try to hold your breath through the mask as much as possible. Now even when sleeping during the day, Chin Huari would order a moxibustion stick that is short, but can be burned for at least 8 hours, to repel mosquitoes and disperse the smell at the same time. When this thing was brought out, they also experienced a moral kidnapping. Some people said that there were at least 20 or 30 sticks in that box, and now they only have 8 teams. Even because many people died later, it has been shortened to almost 7. This one team, can guarantee the use of everyone for nearly 3 days, and even talk about the team that was isolated because of some fever, saying that in the spirit of humanitarianism, so many of their deworming equipment are disinfected. It should also be taken out to save people. As a result, the person who said this had several teeth knocked out by Chin Huari, and when he couldn't speak the words after the beating, Brother Zhu came late, pretended to stop him twice, and severely criticized the fights in the team, and those who criticized very severe, but no real punishment at all. The man who knocked out his teeth was even a little bit reluctant when he saw the soldiers coming, but Brother Zhu was not partial to his side. He just looked at him and said, well, I won't say much, let them take out their things, no problem. They take one, you take one, how fair it is. Don't say you don't have one. They take disinfectant moxibustion sticks, you can take food and water. They are all helping people, those who are isolated and sick. I will definitely thank you. It's okay to take other people's things, but it's absolutely not allowed to take your own things. The middle-aged man covered his mouth and mumbled, then why should he beat me? I'll be beaten for nothing? Chin Huari chuckled, and took a pack of individually wrapped biscuits from the bag, the kind in a small pack. There might only be 3 or 5 pieces in a pack, and threw a pack of biscuits directly on the man. Hey, medical bills. As he spoke, he glanced at the group of people who agreed with this man just now, and said directly, my medical bills are high here, whoever wants to can talk more nonsense. At that time, Mu Nan looked at Chin Huari and sighed, brother, you are becoming more and more rough now. Chin Huari, why don't you still reason with them? Mu Nan quickly smiled and said, the rough brother is also very handsome. Probably after seeing Chin Huari's attitude of attacking directly when he disagreed with him, some people didn't dare to join in, especially those who talked with the person who was beaten that day. People who have been in, let alone fight, and watching Chin Huari fight, the group of people with him just sat there watching the excitement without moving a single step, so you know that this group of people are not good at anything, knowing that if you provoke them, you will suffer. After a beating, why go for a beating? So try to stay as far away as possible. But I didn't talk to them that day, and I didn't even get close to them. Later, when I was sleeping during the day, I tried to lean towards them as much as possible. The moxibustion strips can be rubbed a little bit. They don't want to be bitten by mosquitoes in their sleep and die of illness like this. Anyway, as long as those people are not close enough to exceed a certain distance, Chin Huari will not drive them away. Before, some people who even wanted to sleep next to them were all driven away by Chin Huari. This precedent must not be set. Once opened, one by one they all gathered around. Who knows if those who look healthy and normal now are not in the incubation period of the disease. Even if it is some moxibustion sticks, they are placed in the middle of their sleep, and they will never be moved there just because those people look pitiful. Half a point. He didn't want to cause irreversible consequences just because of this half-point omission. Every time at this time, Wu Zheng would sigh and pat New New's head. It was New New's credit that they were able to sleep together and took advantage of each other's convenience but were not chased away. Seeing that Zhu Ming started wiping his scalpel again, Mu Nan felt that Chin Huari had a fight with others that day, but many people didn't come around them anymore, and the biggest contributor who was afraid to avoid them was that when Chin Huari was fighting, he sat on the Zhu Ming, who was wiping a scalpel leisurely on the ground and watching the excitement. If the scene was zoomed in for a close-up, the background music would definitely be that kind of perverted visual sense of gentle scum, killing people without blinking an eye. But seeing the scalpel, New Nan suddenly thought of the nail clippers, and then looked at his nails. They were already a little long, so he moved to the hanging light, cut the nails, finished cutting himself, and pulled Chinhuari come over to cut it for him. Chinhuari looked at him and smiled. "This is the first time I have enjoyed your service." New Nan said, "Then don't worry, it won't be the last time. I will push you out to bask in the sun when you are too old to move. Chinhuari, I will trouble you to take care of me in the future. Thank you very much." Yu Zaibai on the side kept busy, mixing the corn kernels with flour, and cooking a pot of mung bean soup in the small milk pot. It happened that they still had rock sugar. Although the rock sugar had melted, it was not bad to pour it in and boil it. Mung beans relieve heat and detoxify. After cooking, put them in the big lunch box to cool, and drink them before leaving tomorrow morning. It won't be too hot. Counting the time when Jianchu left, I thought that if the round trip went smoothly, it might only take 2 hours, and at most 3 hours should be able to return. After all, if we don't go back to the sun, it will be very hot, so it's almost time for Jianchu to come back. Do all the preparations well, so that when Jane comes back, she can start cooking immediately. And Jianchu's side went smoother than originally thought. Although that area also collapsed, he still found a few bicycles and tandem bicycles that can be continued to be used by pinching them. After trying it, I found that bicycles are better than double bicycles. People with less luggage can use bicycles. The double bicycles are the ones that ride side by side. There is a place to put things in the back, which can be used by people with more belongings. But because it is a bit big, it is not as light as a single-person car. In any case, I found some walking tools, but I don't know if they are enough, because the sky is already bright, and the sun is about to come out, and the few people will not delay any longer. One person chooses a bicycle and rides back first. At night bring the team over to rummage, as many as you can find. There is a car when I go back, but it is much faster than walking. I arrived at the temporary camp just before the sun was hot. Ji and Fear took the bicycle directly to the logistics side, so as not to let Jianchu ride back and be seen by others, although I will take it with me at night. The team went over to search, but it was better not to cause some commotion during the day. Seeing Jianchu coming back drenched in sweat, Yu Zaibai hurried up to greet him. "Is the journey going well?" Jianchu nodded. "Smooth, super smooth. Let me tell you, we will take a day tour to the Greenway to look through the ruins tonight. When we came back just now, we came back by bicycle. I even took a photo. Let's discuss it first. Which one should we choose? Now that no one else knows what to do at night, we can first determine the target. When the time comes, we don't know how many cars we can find. There must be someone who doesn't have one." New Nan thought the tandem bike was a tandem bike, but after seeing the photos on Jianchu's phone, he realized that it was a tandem bike with 4 wheels, riding side by side. "Is it possible to put a small car under this car? Just put the cart between 2 people, and you can put things in the small basket at the back." Jianchu said, "That's what I thought before, but I found that this kind of bike is a bit difficult on the road. It's too big, but it's really hard to put things on a bicycle, unless we give up everything." Chinhuari said, "First, try to get a bicycle for everyone, and get a double bicycle if there is time. Let's try to modify the bicycle first. For this kind of one with a rear seat, we can directly add a wooden board and tie the trailer to it. If it doesn't work, a double bicycle will also. It can hold 2 trailers, and you can take turns to ride it." What Chinhuari said was the most feasible method at present, and the discussion was completed in a few minutes. So Yu Zaibai began to put the canned braised pork into the pot, adding some seasoning and some work. Jianchu also specially told the 2 brothers who brought New to decide their targets in advance, wait for the big troops to pass, and act first before others reacted. Now they can have canned meat to eat, thanks to their New, so Nianyu's owner should take more care of her, especially if their trailer is broken. It's better to ride a tandem bike than to go on the road with a heavy load behind. Just talking for a while, their food came out of the pan with a strong aroma. It's been almost half a year since they had such a good bite of meat. They just opened up and ate it. I fell asleep satisfied after eating one by one until my stomach was full. Jianchu will also analyze the situation there with them. When I came back, Captain, she said that when the weather is hot, those people who lived here before and engaged in farmhouse entertainment will all go back to the village if possible. So the collapsed ruins over there don't look like they've been dug up much, as if there's no one there. New Nan asked, "All those cars in the warehouse? There must be a lot of houses over there that make money by cycling around the island, right? Are there cars altogether? Jianchu hummed. Actually, they belong to one family. It's the kind where a village is related to relatives. It's almost the kind where every family is connected to relatives. Anyway, the bicycles of several families are together, and there is a self-built secondary school. On the first floor, a shed was built behind my house, and the whole row was full of sheds and sheds. I went there early when I was working on weekends, and rode out the cars one by one. They are divided by color. I also have a little curious, when it was so hot later, I couldn't even see a shared bicycle outside, so it seems that the bikes here are still there, and they haven't been pried away or sold. New Nan said, maybe it's a bit remote here, there are too few people, and shared bicycles don't cost money, you can take them when you see them, but if you take them in someone's house, you are stealing, and you feel panicked if you spend money to buy them. Jianchu sighed, maybe, in fact, it would be good if it could be rebuilt in this area. A little further ahead, there is a very wide land, that kind of vastness and spaciousness. You don't know, I dragged it for the first time. When luggage came to the school to report, I saw an empty driveway beyond the school gate, and an endless construction site on the opposite side. I couldn't see a shop or an amusement facility store. I was desperate. I just didn't expect the back door of the school is the place where you can find everything you want to eat, drink and have fun, and luckily you have everything, otherwise I wouldn't be able to find a place to work. New Nan whispered to Jianchu, it's impossible for them to stop here, even if it's actually suitable for reconstruction. Jianchu approached him a little bit. Why? Do you know any news? New Nan said, my university military training was in the army, not in the school. The army I went to was the 713 base, and the base was inside district. I think they would choose to rebuild inside district. They are all universities. Before the earthquake, the schools were closed, so there were few people. Another reason is that the army base is there. The 713 base is our provincial base. A provincial base. How many weapons do you think there are in the base? How many high-tech things? When we were training before, the instructors took them into the tanks. Of course they were eliminated. It is impossible for us students to go up and see the latest tanks, but only those eliminated. Now this all roads are clear. Listening to Mu Nan's words, Jianchu was a little excited. The sense of security brought by this kind of armed force will make people feel that the home country is still there, but it is still a bit strange. If the base over there is still there, then the people in the base, why don't people come out to rescue? New Nan shook his head, maybe we have been rescued, but we haven't reached the city center yet. After all, our side is far away. It used to be a 2-hour drive, but now it takes half a month. Listening to their muttering and talking non-stop, Jinhuari scooped up New Nan with his hands, and rolled him directly to his side. Sleep. New Nan didn't struggle. Instead, he followed Jinhuari's pull and moved closer to his side, and asked in a very low voice, brother, are you full? Jinhuari fanned him with a fan. Your brother, I'm not a big eater. I don't know where this habit of always worrying about his lack of food came from. New Nan snorted, and asked after a while, do you want to eat some fruit? I even froze some pomelo before. Jinhuari covered his eyes, close and sleep. Because of the early rest today, many people got enough sleep, so when the sun went down and people woke up one after another, many of them were refreshed. I don't know if they will move the materials found in the hotel. Anyway, no movement has been revealed. Jinhuari thinks that they should have contacted the military headquarters, informed the specific location, and asked them to come and carry them. After all, there are dozens of boxes, not too many things, but not too little. Adding more load to a walking team like them will only make the road more difficult. When the heat outside became less scorching, the troops set sail again. Shi Yuan Fear didn't tell the crowd about the day tour, but the troops in the front followed wherever they went. After all, they were allowed to go by themselves, even if they had few people can correctly identify the direction on the map, so not many people know whether they took the shortcut or detoured. After walking for more than 2 hours, they finally reached the outer area of the greenway. Jianchu pointed to the area where green sheds could be vaguely seen on the ground ahead, and whispered to them, it's right there, press down. There are many benefits, but there are also many bad ones, and I don't know whether to let everyone move freely or how to arrange it from the army. Jinhuari said, no matter what you do, you are familiar with this place, and you will take us with you later. As he spoke, he glanced at Wu Zheng who was leading a dog not far away, and motioned to him. Wu Zheng pulled Nianyu's rope after handing it to Songjia. He came over. Jinhuari said, let's move together later. You leave the things to your brother to take care of. Let your brother take Niu, and wait with my brother at the same place. It will be easier for the others not to bring anything with them. Because Jianchu is familiar with this area, he can't let him stay and take care of things with Mu Nan. Originally, either he or Zhu Ming wanted to leave one to take care of things, but now that there are more brothers, his younger brother is very suitable to stay. And brought a dog. A dog can sometimes be much more lethal than a human, especially a loyal hunting dog like Xiaoxi. At least if there is any situation here, the dog will definitely bark, and they will immediately bark when they hear the sound. I can come here as soon as possible. Chapter 76. Free movement will definitely cause some chaos, but these people may not be able to organize it, and few people who have not received training will obey orders and prohibitions, especially when seeking their own interests. But they don't have so much time to wait for the soldiers to dig the vehicles out of the ruins before arranging distribution, so they directly take each team as a unit and ask the soldiers in charge of the team to explain the situation and give a time limit. They will not wait for others if they can find a vehicle suitable for the road and delay falling behind. After listening to the soldiers' words, many people's eyes lit up. If there is a bicycle, the road will not only speed up the journey, but it will be much easier. So as soon as the soldier finished speaking, many people rushed over, afraid of being slow. People can't find the car in one step. Jianchu said, let's go to the back. The front was slightly turned over yesterday, and most of them are broken. The speed of the few people was very fast, and they walked directly to the back of the ruins with a goal. Jianchu knew the area covered by the entire carport. Since the cars in front were still there, the ones behind might also be there. Not seeing them after a while, Mu Nan simply sat down, and those soldiers also searched in the ruins, and there was almost no one around them in an instant. Songjia at the side was still standing on a high place looking at the ruins, seeing Mu Nan sitting down and starting to drink water to wipe off his sweat and fan the wind. She couldn't help but ask, aren't you worried about them? Mu Nan looked up at Songjia, and said, don't worry, at most, a group of people will fight over a car. My brother and the others are so many. I don't know about Zhu Ming, but both Jianchu and Yu Zaibai know a little bit of Kung Fu. If it really starts to fight, my brother and the others will definitely not suffer. Songjia looked around for a long time, but couldn't see where his brother was, so she had to sit down with Mu Nan. Are you the kind of friends who have known each other for a long time? Like them, if Qin Huari hadn't told him to stay here with Mu Nan, his brother wouldn't have left him at the same place, and they would have taken New to rummage with things on their backs, and that would have been too slow. Mu Nan shook his head. No, we only got to know each other during the smog period, but we are neighbors, and we have known each other for a few years. Although this understanding is only because they know him, not because he knows them. Songjia sighed again. That's great. Mu Nan stretched out his hand to touch Nian. It is estimated that they are familiar with each other after getting along these few days. Nian did not resist his touch, and even slightly lowered her head to rub against his palm. Mu Nan smiled and said, this is the first time when I saw Niu. I thought it was so fierce, but now I think it is really gentle. Songjia also patted Niu's head, and took out a water bowl from their cloth pockets to feed it. Actually, big dogs are generally more docile than small dogs, but whenever a big dog bites someone, then see if it sounds like big news. It will be reported repeatedly. If you really want to count it, the puppy bites people much more than the big dog bites, but the lethality of the puppy is just the same, and the bite is only a little wound, and there is no press fee. This has caused many people who don't own dogs to think that big dogs are fierce and out of control. Speaking of this, Songjia's complaints were more than a little bit. It's just like it's normal for a man to drive a car accident, but it's normal for a woman to drive a car accident, and people will sigh and say, wow, female driver, TSK. Mu Nan sighed, I don't know when the next time I will see the news. Hearing this, Songjia also sighed. There was no one here, so they sat here and waited for a long time. Except for the noisy ruins in the distance, no one came to them. It was getting darker and darker. I can't see anything. Mu Nan looked at his watch. It's been almost 2 hours since they left. Why is it taking so long? Songjia, if everyone has a car, it may take some time to turn over. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Nan saw someone who looked like his brother approaching from a distance. He stood up and waved over there. Brother. Qin Huari rode the car to Mu Nan and stopped, and then put down the other car he was carrying. Only then did Mu Nan see that there was a basket in front of the car that Qin Huari rode back, and there were a few wooden boards in the basket. Songjia on the side quickly asked, where are my brother and the others? Have you found the car? Qin Huari nodded, I found them all, but I was just wasting some time looking for wooden boards. The two-person car is not good, it is not suitable for the road, so I can only modify it for a bicycle. New Nan quickly took down the wooden board. What should I do? Chin Huari, it's fine to use a rope or wire. Don't we have that kind of elastic binding rope in our bag? Go find it. New Nan quickly squatted in front of their trailer, flipped through the bags with his back to Songjia, and actually took out a bundle from the space. Although the kind of rope is very thin and has some elasticity, the rope is quite strong, and there are several bundles in one bundle. Rice, because it is elastic, can be held in one hand when coiled up, so it doesn't seem to take up much space. Jianchu and the others came back soon, saw Chin Huari binding the boards with ropes, and sighed again. You even have ropes. Just now I was thinking, how about tearing some rags in the ruins to tie them up? New Nan said, I brought it specially, because I'm afraid the small trailer won't work and needs to be bundled and packed. Wait a minute, this rope is a whole piece. Let's fix it first. Come one by one. If it's long, save a little, can be used. The boards Jianchu and the others were looking for were not as good as Chin Huari's, so they could only use the Swiss Army knife on the key to try to dismantle them. Wu Zheng and the others didn't need the boards, because there were also baskets in the front of the car and seats in the back. It would be much easier to carry things on your back and put them on the seat. The front basket is a bit small for Nianyu, but as long as you squeeze it obediently and don't move, it will still work. When they were trying to modify the car, the people who found the car came back one after another. Of course, those who came back in the front were lucky enough to find a transportable car, and there were still many people rummaging around the residential buildings behind. But I couldn't even find one that could be repaired a little bit and barely hit the road. When most of the people came back, their wooden planks had already been set up. Chin Huari and his team had quite a few scattered things in the trailer, just in case there was any problem with the trailer on the road. So those who packed 3 big backpacks, now take the backpacks. When it came out, the trailer suddenly became much lighter, and it didn't take much trouble to tie it to the wooden board behind it. Chin Huari put a backpack in the car basket in front of him, and carried one on his own, and put the rest in Mu Nan's car basket, and Mu Nan didn't argue with him. Their backpacks looked like they had a lot of things, but they were not really heavy. The heaviest things are in the trailer. After all the people were settled properly, they tried to ride on the ground. As long as it was not a ruin with a particularly high slope, it was still very easy in the past, but the problem now is that the tires are punctured. Now there are all kinds of construction debris on the road. If the tire is punctured, the bicycle is equivalent to a waste, because there is no replacement. As for going to the ruins to find some good tires, it is not realistic. The purpose of looking for a car is to make the road easier, so you need to prepare more one tire. That adds weight. The point is, there is no such tool. New Nan saw that there were still some people who didn't come back because they couldn't find them, and asked Chin Huari, then how do those with cars and those without cars go? Walk for a while and wait for a while? Chin Huari, there are 2 groups. You can see that Shi Yuan Fear brought the team directly. All those who have developed a fever or had close contact with people who died of illness are behind. New Nan instantly understood. Most of the people in front can find a car, as long as there is one under the ruins. When the people behind come over, basically all the cars that can be found have been found, so when the time comes, those who have cars will leave in batches. Those who are left on foot continue to walk slowly. Chin Huari nodded, and New Nan frowned. But is he willing to do this? Jianchu smiled and said, if you don't want to, what can you do? Could it be that you can grow wings and fly over there? Then you can't find a car, and this car wasn't provided by those soldiers. Who can be blamed? New Nan couldn't help but tsk twice. This calculation shows that the people in front of them take normal body temperature every day. Now that they have a car, they can keep a safe distance from those who are already sick or at risk of getting sick and arrive early. Destination, simply serve multiple purposes. But to be honest, it takes a bit of heart to make such a straightforward decision. Even if it is divided into 2 groups, some supplies and some soldiers will be left behind, but there is still the meaning of protecting healthy people and abandoning potential dangers, which is not decisive enough. People can't make such a decision at all, so it's good, they can arrive earlier, and they can relax a little bit along the way. Let alone him, even his brother is tired and skinny, and dark. Sure enough, those who failed to find the car had a lot of controversy about going first, and even shouted at Shi Yuan Fear that you would be responsible for us when you brought us out. Those who have found the car are happy to hurry up. The people who arrived at the destination were naturally unwilling to be held back by those who needed to walk, so the 2 sides began to argue. Shi Yuan Fear didn't care, and asked people to count the number of people directly. It is estimated that they would discuss it after finding the car and returning in the morning, and the logistics supplies were divided in half directly. It was determined who would stay and who would leave, so someone immediately stepped forward to appease those who needed to walk. As for those who had cars, they also directly counted the number of people and moved forward immediately. I just got used to the soreness of walking. Even though Mu Nan put thick insoles and soft sanitary napkins on the soles of my feet, I still got a lot of blisters. Those blisters are still not healed, and I have to start to adapt to the soreness of cycling. Okay, after so many days of walking, it can be regarded as exercise, and I can still keep up with the rhythm of the large army by gritting my teeth. But I have to say that after finding the tool, they moved forward not a little bit faster, and quickly shortened the distance to the destination, which was very exciting, and the surge of adrenaline could even shield part of the body's fatigue. Plus, the closer you are to Xi District, the easier the road will be. Xi District is considered to be the junction of the 3rd and 4th ring roads in their city. There are many universities and some vocational colleges here. Because there are many schools, if you ask for directions and ask Xi District, some people may not know where it is, but if you ask University City, we all know this area. But because it is a bit far from the city center, especially a few years ago, there was no direct bus to the downtown area. Even though the construction has come here, the population is still not large. Even with the opening of the subway and the opening of many bus lines in recent years, it still hasn't become prosperous. In fact, the number of people here has gradually increased in the past 2 years. The construction of some shopping malls and the construction of residential areas are increasing year by year. It is a pity that the development has not yet started, and we have encountered various natural disasters today, so this place can be regarded as a large population. It was sparse, without the collapse of houses, and even though the road surface was cracked a lot due to the earthquake, the flat and unobstructed road allowed them to move forward a lot faster. After riding for about 5 or 6 days, they finally stepped into the area of Xi District. Mu Nan counted the time. From the start to the present, it has been a full half a month, and after that, the speed was accelerated because of having a car. I'm afraid I have to walk for another half a month to walk on my legs. Looking at the wasteland in front of him, or the buildings that were generally collapsed or stopped, Jianchu couldn't help but said, "You don't really want us to build a house with bare hands?" Yu Zibo said, "It's not difficult to build a house. Maybe in the place where we live in the future, we don't need to build 2 tall buildings. There are fewer people and more land, and the high-rise buildings will probably be empty even after going through such a terrible experience." After the earthquake, I believe that many people have a psychological shadow on high-rise buildings. Shi Yuanfei looked at the map. His final destination was the base, but the military base doesn't know what's going on now, whether the left-behind personnel are still there. It's okay to bring ordinary people with a small number of people, but it's impossible to put everyone in the base, and they always want to rebuild a new city that can accommodate the survivors in the urban center, and it is impossible to let everyone stay in the epidemic-stricken area. After weighing in his mind for a moment, Shi Yuanfei said, "Go a little further today. According to the map, there is a vocational college in front of you. If you can't find a suitable place for placement, go to the vocational college and take a look. Take your time with the rest." Mu Nan pulled Chin Huari. The later urban area is on the side of the vocational college, but the vocational college collapsed very badly, and later it was bulldozed, and rows of low buildings were rebuilt, but that area is considered the center of the city, because the power supply and water supply facilities are complete, and they live in the city. It is said that all the people in the urban area have been vaccinated, so those who have not been vaccinated and those who newly arrived at the base are placed outside the city. After the quarantine period, they can enter the base, but only in the outer city inside the base. The people in the city are all dirty and have no family background. Some rely on labor to earn new currency and want to rent a house in the inner city, and some simply hang around in the outer city. Anyway, I don't know how long they can live. One day is one day. Pass. At that time, he came out of the ruined private base with people, only to know that the base on the government side already had the vaccine. I just entered the foundation, and after the quarantine period, I was temporarily resettled in the outer city inside the base. I haven't had time to vaccinate, and I haven't made a good plan. After that, there will be no future. It is also because of this that he actually does not know where the base is safe and where it was rebuilt later, because he has never entered the inner city at all, and he knows that some houses that were built before the end of the world are still there, and it is only because of there are not many tall buildings anymore, so the few tall buildings in the inner city are very conspicuous. Even if you look up from the outer city, you can see them. Unfortunately, before the end of the world, those tall buildings that were already habitable were still under construction at that time. Chin Huari nodded. he saw that this area was almost there. If it was farther away, it would really be necessary to build a house with bare hands. When everyone rode their bicycles and got closer and closer to the vocational college, their hearts became more and more excited. They could already see a few high-rise buildings intact from a distance, and they were not so intact, but at least there are not many high-rise buildings that can stand still. The buildings are still there, and they can at least temporarily have a resettlement place. If they really choose to rebuild here, they will not really have to build houses with bare hands. Therefore, the route that originally planned to go to the vocational college to temporarily settle down was changed immediately, and went directly to the building. Shi Yuanfei still had a little impression of the building over there. At the beginning, he said that because a solar power station was going to be built here, some of his own the building under construction was directly converted into a solar power supply line, and it seemed that the building here was going to be used as the test site for the first batch of sunshade houses. Unfortunately, they didn't know where the project was going. The earthquake came too suddenly. Not too much attention has been paid to this area. Now seeing that there are still houses that have not collapsed, they feel more relaxed. It is better to have a ready-made building than to rebuild it brick by brick. To everyone's surprise, apart from a few high-rise buildings, there is also a villa area, but this villa area is not the kind of single-family house, but a single-family house about 3 stories high. There are at least 2 or 3 households. Mu Nan's surprise when he saw this type of house instantly cooled down. I thought this kind of house was a single-family villa, so it's not. Qin Huai, how can this kind of community have the conditions to build single-family villas? They are either townhouses or stacked. After all, this place is still in the third ring area. If you really use the land on the third ring road to build a big villa, the rich may not be willing to buy it here. Those who don't have money can't afford it. However, after everyone approached, they found that the door lock between the high-rise area and the villa area was open, which was obviously the kind that was pinched off. It is low buildings, some of the damaged ones collapsed due to ground cracks, and some were only damaged at the corners, but now, it seems that there are people living inside, because there are even clothes hanging on the top floors of some houses. The number of their riders is not too many, and the integrated team is only 3 brigades. So the soldiers in charge of these brigades are asked to take people to the lobby of the building to settle down first. After all, the sun is about to come out, and Shi Yuanfei took a few soldiers rode their bikes, intending to check this generation a little bit, where there are already inhabited houses, and where the houses can be directly accommodated. All these must be checked. As for those who have already lived inside, of course Shi Yuanfei can't drive them away directly. Now that they have just arrived, they haven't figured out anything yet, so let's plan everything slowly. Finding a place that could not be exposed to the sun but could be slightly ventilated, and spread the worn or even torn mats, Mu Nan sighed heavily and sat down to massage his legs after a day of riding. Sitting next to him at the beginning, Jianchu looked at the tall building opposite and the villa area faintly visible behind the tall building, and couldn't help but said, "Where do you think we will be placed?" Zhu Ming said, "It must be settled in the single low building first. The low floors are more convenient for repairing or reinstalling equipment. As for the tall building, if you want to settle in it, I'm afraid you need to turn on the electricity first." Mu Nan looked at Qin Huai. "Brother, do we want to live in the tall one or the short one?" Qin Huai, "I prefer to live with the short ones." Mu Nan asked softly, "Why? Isn't it going to snow soon?" They don't have to worry about the snow if they live in a high place. They can choose to live on the top floor, but they don't know how many households there are on the top floor. Get up, so that others can't come up, safety is guaranteed, and solar energy can be installed on the top floor, and you don't have to worry about electricity consumption, and it's far away from the downstairs, so you don't have to worry about short living, dense population, and the spread of viruses. No matter how you look at it, it is best to live on the top floor. Qin Huai said, "Don't worry about the snow, it's nothing more than snow removal. Look at the villa area, the entire terrain is higher than the high-rise area. The current sewer system is not like before. As long as it is not blocked, there is no need to worry about water accumulation. As for the safety issue, there is not much difference between living upstairs or downstairs, and even a live anti-theft net can be installed downstairs. The convenience of living upstairs can always be achieved downstairs, but there is one thing that living upstairs cannot compare to." Mu Nan asked curiously, "What?" Qin Huai, "Flee." Qin Huai stroked Mu Nan's already long hair and said, "Extremely warm and extremely cold are the climate changes we know so far, but the other climate effects brought about by this climate change are still unknown. Earthquakes will still happen. We don't know if it will happen again. In addition to earthquakes, there are many other extreme problems, such as ice melting caused by extreme heat and sun exposure, seawater intrusion, and tsunamis caused by various problems. We don't need to worry about these if we live inland. Yes, when those things really happen, especially when they are caught off guard, how do you live upstairs? There may even be some disasters that we can't imagine, such as the previous smog. We never thought that the earth would be covered by such weird smog one day, so the difference between living upstairs and downstairs it's not big, and we try our best to stay behind closed doors for safety protection, but in the event of a disaster, a tall building and a low building are the fatal difference. If the weather conditions are like this in the future, people can live smoothly, where to live it's all the same, if not, we can at least escape immediately. Chapter 77. New Nan thinks that Chin Huari thinks things more comprehensively than him, and he's right. It's not that he doesn't have self-awareness, but that his innate IQ is poor. Some people are born smarter and good at observing and thinking. Doing things is very logical, not to mention that the decision made is absolutely correct, but the possibility of being wrong is much lower, so Mu Nan has developed the habit of obeying Chin Huari unconditionally since childhood. Jianchu is also asking Yu Zaibai about this question, but he prefers to live in a villa area. He thinks that if there are only a few households in a building, it seems safer. Anyway, doesn't every building have a fenced yard? It is converted into an anti-theft door, and you can grow a la carte in the yard. In the future, he can also do the maintenance of the windows by himself. The small single-family building is enclosed, and it looks very safe, but if you want to choose a villa area, they can't choose the side near the residential building, otherwise people can see their yard clearly at a glance when they look down from upstairs. Zhu Ming said, it's better to live lower, although there is a certain danger of door-to-door robbery, but in this case, the villa area is also convenient to run. Jumping from the window is only the height of the second or third floor. It's better than living on the upper floor. It's better to be trapped in the house with no way to escape. Yu Zaibai said, but the question is, can we decide where to live now? Now that we live in, everything has been settled, but the original owner came back. Who is the owner of the house? Zhu Ming smiled when he heard the words, it's definitely impossible to live for nothing. Since the army will make arrangements, the problem must also be their problem. I just don't know what the regulations are, whether they are rented or rented by, and our first batch of teams are trying their best to find the way for others, so it is impossible that there is no benefit. Jianchu frowned, if you buy it, it's worth it, but now you don't need money. The money can be bought from the ruins and can turn over a sack. It may be for food, but now there is too little food, and I can't even eat enough. TSK. Yu Zaibai, if you want to migrate here in the future, don't you have to walk the road we have traveled? The consumption on the road should be similar, but maybe the first batch of people have more room for choice. Chin Huai shook his head, not necessarily. Those who come later may have a car. Jianchu snorted, I see, it's the military base, isn't it? Chin Huari said, unless the whole base is cracked into a big pit and all fell into it, even if it collapses, some heavy vehicles won't break it. After all, there will be many empty training grounds in the base, and the buildings are generally not high-rise buildings. Clean up the base, come out and drive back, it won't cost you a night. Jianchu couldn't help but said, thinking about it this way, I suddenly feel that what are we doing so hard for? Why didn't we wait for the second batch? Zhu Ming, the second batch may not be able to choose the seat you want. The further you go, the less room you can choose, and there are not many intact houses here, not just us. After the base is cleared, I'm afraid they will start to move a large number of rescuers here. When there are too many people, I'm afraid they will have to build houses by themselves later, but it shouldn't be so fast. At least they have to set up another point. Quarantine the people for a period of time, otherwise the swarms will only transfer the plague. Yu Zaibai comforted him, although the journey was hard, we arrived safely. When the people behind are on the road, we may already be in our future home. I just hope that this kind of suffering of migration will never happen again in this life. Gone. New Nan suddenly turned to look at Yu Zaibai. Why do I suddenly feel like you have set a flag on me? Because almost everyone relaxed at the destination, and even because they were still alive to get here, they felt that they were lucky to survive the disaster and looked forward to the future. They felt that they had taken a big step away from the disaster. It is necessary to follow the government's reconstruction and live a stable life. With hope in my heart, even if I am tired, my eyes are shining, and I can even joke with the people around me. New Nan doesn't have the energy to look forward to the future. After riding for a long time, he knows that he doesn't need to go on such a high-intensity journey tomorrow. As soon as he relaxes, he wishes he could sleep for 10 days and a half months. He fell asleep next to Chin Huai. When most people started to rest, Shi Yuan Fear took a few soldiers to knock on the villa area first. They are from the countryside. After the hard times, those who have the conditions basically go back to their hometowns in the countryside. Some have no hometown to go back to, so they stay here. As a result, the house collapsed, and the school has some problems. The school building can still accommodate people, but they have lived in dilapidated tile-roofed houses all their lives. Now there are 3 big villas, so they can't live for nothing. During the interrogation by these soldiers, some of the people who lived in the house were a little guilty. After all, they also broke in through the door. Some were honest and said that the house had collapsed and there was no place to live. Some just said that the house was theirs. But Shi Yuan Fear can tell with a quick look inside the house that these are not the original owners. The house is a mess, and some of the renovated houses have been demolished beyond recognition. It is impossible for his own house to be so ruined. But he didn't say anything, just took a note and left. It is not up to him alone to decide the situation here with the military department Guatangjun, so investigate the situation first, and then plan a little bit later. On the second day, the leaders of the various teams who had already held a small meeting explained the vacant houses that have been counted so far. They must stop here temporarily. If there is no accident, they will start to rebuild around this area. Because not far from here, there is a solar power station that was almost completed at the beginning. The open space and some facilities are ready-made, and it needs manpower to clean and rebuild, but they are definitely not enough, so at present just need to find a place to temporarily settle down. At that time, we will definitely start to repair the surrounding living measures, supply water and electricity, and rebuild farmland. These are planned by the above, and you don't need to worry about them. So the question now is where to live and how to allocate some vacant houses. The houses that can be directly moved in have been counted, and a little drawing has been drawn. The villa area, the house type is a 2-family, small 3-story. The first floor is a garage, the second and third floors are duplexes for living, and the area is not counted. Large, more than 150 square meters, but because of the superimposition of duplexes, the actual living area is very large. It is recommended that people with a large number of families can choose high-rise apartments. There are small 1-bedroom apartments with more than 60 square meters, and 2-bedroom apartments with more than 90 square meters. A 3-bedroom apartment with an area of 120 square meters, you can choose according to your actual needs. After Brother Zhu finished speaking, he asked them to look at the simple drawing by themselves, and said after a while, everything is out of order now, and everyone is groping, but the order will always be established in the future, not which set you choose today. The house, which house is yours? I would like to remind you that I don't know whether to rent or buy the house in the future, and the price. What is certain is that money is worthless, and there may be new trading methods, such as points the system, the material exchange system, etc. You alone, choose a house of 1 or 200 square meters to live in, and if you can't afford it in the future, you can't afford it, and the house that has been sorted out with great difficulty will be given up, and everyone will decide after thinking about it. Someone suddenly complained, "Why are you asking them for money? They have worked hard all their lives to pay off the mortgage and the house collapsed." They asked who would go. Hearing these complaints, Brother Zhu laughed. In the past, the country would not pay for the collapse of the house in the earthquake, and the disaster of force majeure is exempt from liability. What's more, now, the upper level will provide you with water and electricity to clean up the surrounding environment, manpower and materials. It fell from the sky. There is no good in wanting to live in vain. Who is willing to contribute if you want to get something for nothing? When others were discussing, Mu Nan asked Chin Huari, "Are we going to have a small villa? Apart from the garage on the first floor, there is a small 2-story duplex upstairs. I don't know if it is a rough or a renovated one. If the rough has no windows, it's fine. What shall we do?" Jianchu also looked at Yu Zaibai hesitantly. "What about us?" He didn't think the two of them could afford a duplex. He felt that 1 bedroom and 1 living room would be enough. The house is too big and the burden is so tiring. Although we all know that living shorter is a better choice, but in reality, how to choose should be based on one's own ability. If you choose better now, if you can't afford it in the future, you still have to leave. Zhu Ming said, "Maybe we can share it." Jianchu turned to look at him. "Sharing?" Zhu Ming said, "I looked at the drawing just now. Although the drawing is very simple, I can see that there are 2 entrance gates. One is directly from the garage, and the other is on the first floor. There should be a door on the first floor. Large or small entrance. The second floor is the main living room with a kitchen and bathroom, and the third floor bedroom has a bathroom. If an additional door is installed on the second and third floors, the third floor will be separated, which is equivalent to living upstairs and downstairs, just sharing the same gate and garage. Of course, if you feel that this is too intimidating, you can choose an apartment building with 3 households on one floor, but Chinhuari and the others don't seem to plan to choose an apartment. Although Chinhuari seems to be a little younger than Yuzaibai, but I don't know if this person is too calm. Every decision is made, not to mention sure, after careful consideration in all aspects. So if they want to choose this kind of duplex house, Zuming had no doubts about their ability to afford it. Any choice he made people feel very confident. Perhaps this was the confidence brought by his own excellent ability. Jianchu and Yuzaibai, on the other hand, are more suitable for their age. They are at a loss for the future, all kinds of uneasiness and uncertainty, but Zuming thinks that even if they need to pay for renting a house in the future, the cost will definitely not be too high. Within a year, before work and production can be fully resumed, as long as the government does not collapse, people can still eat with their labor. After listening to Zuming's words, Jianchu looked at Yuzaibai. This was not a decision he could make alone. Yuzaibai looked at the drawing and weighed it for a while, then said, yes, the apartment is also upstairs and downstairs. Live here fewer people are safer, and if the two share it, the burden will not be too great. We can take a look at the actual situation first, but, Yuzaibai said and looked at Zuming, if we live in this way, it will be more convenient for the family to live in. Zuming laughed at his worry. You're thinking too far, don't you? Get married and refute Meng. I don't have any external pressure. If I don't meet someone I like, I've been single for the rest of my life, not to mention whether it's a long or short life, who knows, it couldn't be guaranteed before, let alone now. The few people agreed, and they must choose the same building, so that if they build a protective wall in the future, they can still share a small garden. For now, there is no conflict between them, and there are no intolerable shortcomings between them. At an appropriate and comfortable distance, if you think about it, you will either have a closer relationship in the future, and you will never make any enemies. Living together is much better than recontacting some strangers who don't know their temperament. At this moment, Wu Zheng came over and asked them, are you going to choose an apartment building or a villa? Jianchu, we choose a villa. How about you? Wu Zheng, we also choose a villa. Let's go together later. I'll choose the next door to you. Anyway, there are some people who get along well. Although he can't choose the next door on the other side, at least half of them can deal with it's better than living with some total strangers. If there's no new, they'll choose an apartment, but with new, it's not a good idea to live in an apartment. Seeing that the two brothers also want to choose a villa, Jianchu couldn't help but admire. Could it be that those who have brothers are so capable? I don't know how much the rent and prices will be in the future, so I just go to the big one. I don't have the confidence of. Wu Zheng said, it's impossible for it to be expensive. This house used to be rented, and it was only 10,000 to 20,000 a month. Now, maybe it's just a little food problem. We are in the military department. Well, dozens of boxes of canned rice and noodles, and even rock sugar. For a few points, it should be no problem to rent a house for a year. Jianchu was stunned, and then she was pleasantly surprised. That's right, we still have points. Why did I forget this one? New Nan turned to look at Chinhuari. I also forgot about this. Chinhuari smiled and said, you just need to remember to eat in your little brain. Some people are still struggling, some people have already made a decision, and those who have made a decision can choose by themselves. Some people live in some houses. Brother Zhu reminded them not to have disputes with the people who lived here before, so they choose from the empty houses. If there are many people fancy a set, gong. Someone asked, is there no way to negotiate a solution? Brother Zhu glanced at the person. Whoever wins will talk. After getting acquainted with Brother Zhu, many people understood his style and didn't take it too seriously. However, if someone really took a fancy to the same house and both parties refused to back down, I'm afraid it would really have to be resolved with fists. In the past, the greening in this area should have been done very well. The distance between the buildings is a little bit far, but it is a pity that it is bare now, without any shelter. Knock the blanks with a Shayu fader. Look in from the outside glass. The inside is bare. Some outside or inside are covered by some cloth. It should be someone living inside. And the surname of Xiangyu Mi Chinhuari, and they are not close. Knowing that there are people, there is no need to waste time. New Nan rode a bicycle and followed slowly. I think it's enough to find a clean rough house. There are some decorations, so I guess we won't be able to wait for us. People who live here, I'm afraid, get it all over here. Chin Huari, I'm looking at the terrain here, looking for someone who can easily leave when something happens, and if you live in a relatively fringe place, then you can build a wall to enclose the whole house. A group of people went around and found one near the river, but it was so dry that there was no water at all. There was a 4-lane road between the river and the residential area. There should have been a lot of green plants on both sides of the road, but unfortunately they were all sunburned to death. The dry dead trees fell on the ground and no one cleaned them up. It was so messy that even bicycles could not pass through. New Nan stepped on the fallen tree and looked down the river. Brother, if we live here, will it be flooded? Jianchu laughed out loud. Flooded? You think too well. Don't you think there is still water for you to flood now? If you can really flood it, life will not be so worrying. Chin Huai shook his head. It's unlikely that the water will come up. If the river is really overflowing, the water will flow towards the river. If it can be flooded, the low-lying area below will become a river. If it can really flood up here, it is estimated that the people here have already migrated to higher places. New Nan looked at the house they were optimistic about just now. This is the one we chose? Chin Huari nodded. That's it. There just happened to be a side door here, and the collapsed courtyard wall in front should be repaired by then, and the house is not damaged at all. Although the inside has not been renovated, it seems to have its own decoration, including ceiling and floor tiles. We don't need to build the walls ourselves for the rough ones, and then we'll see where we can get curtains and furniture, and we'll be done with a little installation. Jianchu is also quite satisfied with the Bayan sword I saw just now. When the time comes, they will add a wall outside the house to prevent theft, and they can also set up a shed in the yard to open a vegetable field. I just don't know how to supply water here. Can you afford a vegetable field? Although you didn't enter the house, you can see the inside through the window. Maybe the house is a bit out of the way. It looks like the owner may not even live in the house after handing over the house. There is nothing in the house. Some of the surrounding residents have never entered, and the windows and doors are all intact. But thinking of Ju New, Jianchu asked, how do we get in? Without a key, we can't break in. After all, the gate was damaged, and they had to find a good door to install it. Zhu Ming, climb up. Look at the top roof, which also has a glass door. If the door is locked, the glass door on the roof will be broken. I will try to change it later. As long as I can get in, open the door from the inside and reset the password. It's very simple. New Nan looked at them. Who is climbing? He was average in athleticism, and there were 3 floors in this building, and there was no place to support his feet around, so it was not easy to climb at all. Unexpectedly, Chin Huari hadn't spoken yet, and Wu Zheng, who had been walking with them, said, let my brother come. When everyone heard the words and looked over, Songjia chuckled. It's a small thing. After Songjia finished speaking, she took a few steps back, and Wu Zheng walked under the house, confirmed the seat, and then took a stride. Songjia made a run up, stepped on his brother's leg very lightly and kicked hard, almost like a trapeze person, stepped on the wall and borrowed a few times, and successfully poured onto the balcony on the 2nd floor. New Nan's mouth was so wide that he could stuff an egg into it. He had only seen this kind of scene on some video sites before. Songjia tried the balcony door on the 2nd floor, but the balcony door on the 2nd floor was locked. The balcony on the 2nd floor was directly connected to the living room. It was broken and there was no way to change it, so he had to turn aside from the balcony. He stepped on the handrails of the small terrace and continued to climb up. Although it took some effort and he had to hold a light in his mouth to illuminate it, he finally climbed up to the rooftop without any danger. Fortunately, the balcony door on the roof of the house that Chin Huari and the others had their eyes on was unlocked, so it was easily pushed open. So they went down to the 1st floor and opened the door for them. The rest is for zooming to change the password. Fortunately, the door lock still has electricity, but it doesn't matter if there is no electricity. New Nan has a mobile power supply. Zhu Ming pressed the built-in switch, only heard a long beep, and turned to Chin Huari said, just enter the new password. Jianchu's eyes widened from the side. That's all right. Anyone who climbs up and enters the house can change the lock. This looks too unsafe. It's better to live in a rooftop apartment. At least people climb not so high. Zhu Ming said, this should be a house that has not been handed over. The gates are installed uniformly and the password has not been changed, so the first built-in replacement is relatively simple. If you want to change the lock later, you have to enter the old password or remove the door lock. But if someone climbs in like this and leaves without stealing something, who will change the password for you on purpose? Yu Zibo said, it seems that the protective wall outside must be installed as soon as possible, and it can't be so big and empty. New Nan nodded. Yes, it's too unsafe. I can't sleep well at night. Chin Huari entered the password and fingerprints twice, tried to switch it on and off smoothly, and then Songjia went directly from the house to the roof, then flipped to the other side, and opened Jianchu's house as well. New Nan looked at the junction of the second and third floors, measured the width, and said, "It's too wide. Should this door be custom made?" Chin Huari knocked him on the head. "Stupid or not, just find some bricks and cement to build a wall here, and leave a door the size of it." Wu Zheng's house was chosen next door to them, separated from Chin Huari's house by an aisle that can be used by traffic, and one could even hear the louder voices when the windows on both sides were opened. After finishing the residence, the door locks were successfully changed, and the rest is naturally the rectification items of each house. Sitting in the living room on the second floor, New Nan looked at the bare house, and couldn't help but sighed. Where can I find some furniture? If nothing else, I must at least find a curtain. Chin Huari, let's rest today. Tomorrow we will take a look around the neighborhood. We need to find bricks and a security door. The courtyard walls outside need to be piled up earlier. Do you want to eat? New Nan glanced at the unobstructed balcony. Almost every room has windows. The house here is short, and it feels like there are no curtains to cover it. Anyone who passes by can see the inside of the house. How do I eat this? What if it's not good to be seen? Chin Huari pulled him and went straight into the storage room. The storage room wasn't too small, but it wasn't too big. There was a swimming pool, and there was a little space for a small dining table. The best thing was that there were no windows in the storage room. New Nan hurriedly took the food to the table, and put away the unfinished food, so it won't be wasted anyway. Enjoying the coolness brought by the ice cubes and eating delicious meals, New Nan sighed. This is the only way to be considered alive. Chin Huari smiled and said, when the time comes, the living room will be simpler. We don't need to put too many things. We will mainly live upstairs. Even if Jianchu and the others come over, they won't easily go upstairs, so don't worry about them dropping by. New Nan nodded repeatedly, thinking that this is very good, so as not to worry about neighbors coming over. There will be some inexplicable items in the house. Brother, how long do you think we will live here? Chin Huari wiped the ashes off his face with his hand, and said, I hope it's a lifetime. To be able to live in one place for the rest of my life without moving my home. Pan Melancholy. Chapter 78. Shi Yuanfei directly took the soldiers to resettle in the first townhouse at the entrance of the community, so that the people he brought could find them immediately if they needed anything. Anyway, the current situation is like this. It is enough to have a room to hide from the sun for a while, and the subsequent order plan will come slowly. At least wait until he takes people to the base to check the situation first. If the base is okay, start as soon as possible. Drive back to the camp where the military headquarters is located. I don't know how they've been away for so long, and what's going on in the camp. Although they can contact the military headquarters, the signal is unstable. Naturally, they can only focus on the most important thing. I just hope that the plague will slow down and the sick there are fewer people. Shi Yuanfei's departure was not noticed by many people. Anyway, there are still soldiers in the house over there. Chin Huari and the others noticed it. They even hoped that Shi Yuanfei's speed would be faster and the situation at the military base would be better. In this way, they can rebuild here faster, and it will only be a month before it snows. The supplies brought by the army's logistics can last for a while. Those who handed in the supplies to eat with the soldiers were given 3 days' worth of food at one time. The food was pancakes, plus a bottle of water every day. There was nothing else. And these 3 days are for them to rectify and rest, because the materials that Chin Huari and the others handed in later, and the relationship between Chin Huari and Shi Yuanfei is not bad. It seems that there is some kind of friendship, so Brother Zhu didn't hide it from them. 3 days later the side is about to start to rectify gradually. The dilapidated brick walls need to be repaired, the water and electricity facilities need to be checked for damage, and the situation of the previous solar power station must also be checked. So some people will be recruited at that time. You can only calculate the work points and exchange them for food. You can start to think about whether to earn this work points to eat, or to search around to resettle the empty house first. Brother Zhu reminded after finishing speaking, although there are few people here, it is not that there are no people there. There must be corpses in the ruins that have not been cleared out. If you are going to search for the ruins, I will not say more if you pay more attention. We will check every day before dawn, and if anyone has a fever or sickness, we will immediately take them to the vocational school behind for isolation, and we can no longer live here. Chin Huari nodded. Thank you for letting me know. We will be careful. Everyone took the distributed food back to their homes and put it away, and then gathered at the door to discuss. Everyone was more inclined to hurry up and take advantage of the fact that there are not many people here, and they can go to find some things and come back. When there are more and more people, it may not be easy to find something again. Jianchu calculated, in addition to food, there are also various supplies. We also need to find some electrical appliances that were troublesome and unusable before. Otherwise, there will be power supply here later, but we don't have air conditioners, electric fans, or even an induction cooker. It's all difficult, and I can't eat rice or noodles in my hand. Songjia sat beside Nu and said nothing. Wu Zheng said directly, I'm not familiar with this place, and I've hardly been here, but Nu can smell the food, but I'm afraid we have to find things like electrical appliances by ourselves. Let's act together, more people are safer. Yu Zaibai glanced at the crowd. Should we all go together, or should we leave someone to look after the house? Not to mention the house they had toiled so hard for. There was nothing left when they came back, and there was still some food in the house. Qin Huai shook his head. Don't worry about this, the houses here have been registered, and the people who came with the team have basically already chosen their residences, and those who are still walking in the back will probably be taken to the vocational school behind as soon as possible, settling down temporarily. There will be no problems with the house. Jianchu, then where are we going now? There is no ground at all, and it is safe to have a large area with few people, but it also means that there is nothing to overturn. Qin Huari spread out the map and pointed to one of the areas. We should be here now. This way is the solar power station, this side is the vocational school, this circle is basically all universities or vocational colleges, where there are students. The commercial district is absolutely indispensable, but now I don't know how to go. Zhu Ming pointed at a place on the map. This is the business district. We can try to go around here first. There may not be any food, but it would be good if we can bring back some furniture and electrical appliances. Jianchu couldn't help but said, then how do we tow it? Just our little trailer and bicycles? Qin Huai said, we can go this way. First go and see the situation. We can move if we can discuss the way if we can't, and come back from above when we come back. Zhu Ming looked at him. Do you want to visit the power station? Qin Huari nodded. Those large generators are not considered, but if the solar panels can be moved, they will always be used in the future. If it is not possible, these things can also be bartered with the government in the future. Qin Huari put the map away. That's it, let's go early and check more. Songjia carried Nianiu into the basket in front of Wu Zheng's bicycle. Although the basket was a bit small, even if Nianiu was sitting crowded, half of her body would be outside, but fortunately, the dog was a good boy and kept curled up as much as possible so as not to move around. When it fell, Niu Nan looked enviously. This is too obedient, so sensible. Songjia stroked the dog's head and sighed. The ignorant ones have become a meal on the plate. Animals are sensitive by nature. I'm afraid they also know that the world is not good, and they may be afraid of being abandoned, or they are also afraid that the master's life will be too difficult. Niu Nan rode on his bicycle and looked at Niu in front of him. It's lucky to have you as the masters. If it's someone else, no matter how smart you are, you may not have a good life. There was no load on the car, and the trailer was empty, so they rode their bicycles to the business district behind the school with ease. There was a commercial center built in the past 2 years, a large shopping mall with many office buildings under construction around it, but because it was built outside the third ring road, and the subway here just opened, before the end of the world, there were not many people shopping here. There are even more tourists. I don't know if this shopping mall has been confiscated as a cooling point. However, during the hot weather, the shopping mall is probably closed. There should be no one buried underneath. But even so, Qin Huai and the others are still very careful, wearing masks and gloves. There are a lot of protective clothing. It may take 10 minutes to drive, but they had to ride for nearly an hour to get there. There were not many roadblocks and construction debris along the way, and it was relatively smooth. Just looking at the houses and shopping malls that were no longer in shape in the distance, everyone sighed heavily. This kind of rummaging through a pile of ruins for usable things is really a big project that is tiring just thinking about it, but if they don't rummage through them, there is nothing to use. Zhu Ming said, well, let's split up. Everyone don't stay together. I think some shops are not completely collapsed. First look at the ones that are still there, but don't go too far. Make sure you can hear each other if you shout something. Everyone nodded. Niu Nan naturally followed Qin Huari, fearing that Zhu Ming was going to be alone, looked back and saw that Zhu Ming was acting with Yu Zaibai and the others, so he didn't say much. Seeing Qin Huari directly collapsed into the family, but half of them were still in the cake shop, Niu Nan said, even if there is still food in it, it will be spoiled after being exposed to the sun for so long. Chin Huari, look at the electrical appliances, maybe you can find some knives, pots and pans. New Nan glanced at the other people who had gone away to look for the target, and whispered, then when will our tricycle be brought out? They had discussed it at home before. They searched for things and explored the road by the way. If the road is easy to walk and can be passed by a tricycle, they will take a tricycle out. Otherwise, they do not have any means of transportation, even if they find large appliances. I can't resist going back. So they checked the road conditions along the way, and they thought it was easy to go. If they could take it, it would be better to take it out earlier. The tricycles are bought in the second-hand market, some are a little newer and some are old. Of course, the ones taken out at this time must be old, and some dust should be sprinkled on them, otherwise it will be a bit strange if they are too clean. Chin Huari said, don't worry, take a look first. New Nan pulled out an oven from the back kitchen. Brother, is this thing useful? Chin Huari, you put it at the door first. If it's useful, it's definitely useful. At that time, it's okay to use it as a second-hand home appliance for bartering, but we have to put the needs of life first. Although they have no shortage, they always have to carry some home. Okay, now there is no place where the government can exchange or buy things. It is impossible for things to appear out of thin air at home. New Nan rummaged inside. There was nothing edible, but there were a lot of plastic bags, and those small paper trays with maybe 8 or 10 cakes in a bag. New Nan found them all. These can be used as bowls in the future, and they can be thrown away after eating without washing. He even found a box of candles in the innermost part. The candles were also placed outside. The two turned the cake shop upside down, but unfortunately the freezer had a big hole in it from the collapsed thing. The only electrical appliances that seemed to be working were the oven and a few wiring boards. The two piled things up to the door. Chin Huari asked New Nan to take out the tricycle directly from the store, and sprinkled a little bit of broken bricks on the car, then asked New Nan to put the things on the tricycle first, and then pushed it out. There is no need to waste too much time on the ruins that need to be searched. First, we will search through the storefronts in the entire business district that have not yet collapsed or have not collapsed seriously. New Nan came out of the store here and saw Jianchu crawling out of a mobile phone store. The inside of the store was fine, but the door was blocked, so he had to crawl in and out. Is there nothing inside? Seeing them pushing a tricycle, Jianchu was startled. Fuck, you guys are so lucky. Can this car still be used? New Nan nodded, yes. Jianchu said, then wait a minute, I found a lot of mobile phones in it, all of which were unopened. I thought it was too tiring to carry the unusable and inedible ones. Now I have a tricycle, so take some back. In case the communication is restored someday, you don't even need to buy a mobile phone. New Nan said, that's right, I'll go with you. Do you have any computer or tablet? If you have any, take them away. It won't be long before the communication will be restored. I don't know how long it will take for the big network, but the local area network is still possible. At that time, these things can be sold for new currency. Before Chin Huari and the others came over, Yu Zaibai and Jianchu had found a trendy brand store, but there was nothing in the store. It should have been emptied and closed before, but that trendy brand store had curtains installed, so they put what they could down. All the curtains were removed, and it happened to be moved to the car at this moment. It is definitely not possible to cover the whole house with these. Let's cover the sleeping place first, and we can talk about it later if we can find it. Before they left, they removed all the membranes installed at home and handed them over to the military headquarters. They don't know if they can be returned after the military comes to settle here. Those membranes are very thick, comparable to these curtains that only slightly block out the light are much better. Seeing that there was an oven in the car, Yu Zaibo said, what can the oven do? Jianchu, who poked out a head from the door of the mobile phone shop, said, there's a lot we can do. Come and move this box of mobile phones over. New Nan is still turning over the tablet. I'll help him. Yu Zaibai and Chin Huari hurried over to help move. Tell Nan not to search too much. Let's clean up this place quickly today, so we don't need to empty all the stores we can get. Jianchu nodded, and went back into the hole. After a while, another box was pushed out from below, and then he and New Nan got out of the hole. New Nan patted the ashes on his body. There are still boxes in the warehouse behind that, but there is not much left. Anyway, I took so much. Hey, where is Zhu Ming? As soon as New Nan finished speaking, Zhu Ming walked over from the corner dragging a piece of cloth. Here, you also found a tricycle. Just in time, I found a home appliance store. Several people hurried over to help Zhu Ming get things. Although there was a lot of dust on the outer packaging boxes, the rice cookers and the like inside were still brand new. Zhu Ming said that there were still many in the store, but they were displayed at the counter outside. Everything on the table was dropped and smashed. Fortunately, there are still some stocks in those cabinets. In addition to the rice cooker and induction cooker, there are also some pots and utensils. Fortunately, they came early. If it is 2 days later, when the people here react, I'm afraid I might not even be able to find a spatula. Zhu Ming looked at the tricycle that was half full in no time, and said with emotion, "It's really lucky that you have a map in your hand, otherwise we would have found it by ourselves, and we don't know when we will go. If not, the map in Qin Huai's hand made them go straight here with a goal. It took an hour to ride the distance, and those who didn't have a goal to ***** around. These things really couldn't wait for them." Seeing that there was still room in the tricycle, Jianchu said, "Go ahead and look for it. What time is it and how long will it be before dawn?" Qin Huai glanced at his watch. "Hurry up, Zhu Ming, then we still have some time. We will go back at 3 o'clock. There are a lot of things on the road, and we will take turns to ride. We will prepare for 2 hours on the road, so we have a little more time." "Nan, then shall we still go to the power station?" Qin Huai shook his head. "I'm not going. There are too many things, and it's too tiring to ride around. If we go back early, we can ride there to have a look. We have a map, and we don't need to take too many detours if we follow the map. It is completely uninhabited, and the road should be very smooth, and it only takes half an hour to ride there. If you have enough time, you can search for it, and if you don't have enough time, you can get a general understanding of the situation." Nan nodded. "Hurry up, which way are we going? Do we have to act separately?" Yu Zibo said, "Let's act together. The more people there are, the faster the speed will be, and it will save effort to load directly." While they were talking, they saw Songjia running over with New, thinking that something had happened, but Songjia gasped and said, "Wow, where did you find it? It's too timely. New found it over there. I opened a sauerkraut shop. There are a lot of sauerkraut in sealed jars. We opened a jar just now. It's still good, but it's too heavy. I don't know if you want it." Jianchu hurriedly said, "Yes. How can you not want something to eat? Isn't it stupid not to eat at this time?" Several people pushed bicycles and rode tricycles towards the sauerkraut shop that Wu Zheng and the others found. The sauerkraut shop had completely collapsed. If it wasn't for New, they probably wouldn't have gone over there. Seeing them coming on tricycles, Wu Zheng was also pleasantly surprised. "There are still some inside, but I don't know if all of them are good or some are bad. The top of the sauerkraut is sealed. I don't know if it's glue or something. Just opened a jar for random inspection is good, but they can't open and inspect everything. After all, you have to eat it quickly, otherwise you will lose if the airtightness is lost. It is easy to break, especially in such a hot day." Jianchu said, "There is one jar that is good, and most of them are good. Let's move it up. Don't do too much today. If this porcelain jar is smashed on the road, it will lose money. Anyway, it will be pressed inside. Come back tomorrow." He said a little strangely, "These things seem to be quite durable even at high temperatures. Why didn't the owner of this store take them away?" When food was in short supply, this kind of sauerkraut was very valuable. Nan said, "The boss must still be there. It may be that it was gone before the extreme heat, or it may be that it was gone during the extreme heat. If the person is still there, it is indeed impossible to keep the food in the store like this." Thinking of those who died in the past year, the relaxed mood of picking up treasures also became heavier, and everyone stopped talking, and it was important to quickly move things into the car. A total of 5 jars were pulled out, and one jar was quite big, like the kind of round-bellied wine jar, which was probably quite full, but it was quite heavy to move anyway, and these 5 jars would fill the remaining half. The space in the car was taken up, and although some things could be piled on it, the car would be too heavy, and it would be very difficult for one person to ride. They thought they wouldn't have much to gain, but it turned out that they had only been here for a long time, and they hadn't even turned over 2 storefronts, and they had already harvested too much to hold. "Nan, let's go back. We won't be able to fit any more. Let's come early tomorrow and try to make 2 trips." Jianchu said, "I didn't expect the harvest to be so great. Many stores here are not seriously collapsed. Why didn't anyone come to look them up? There should be people living around here." Yu Zibai stuffed some things into his bag, trying to reduce the weight of the tricycle. In addition to food, the people living nearby probably don't need anything else. What are they doing with these rice cookers? There is no water or electricity. Yes, maybe they don't even have a place to live. What else can they find if they don't find food and drink? On the way back, carrying heavy happiness and harvest, everyone's heart is relaxed. The house has been built, furniture and appliances are being added little by little, and the anxiety of leaving a familiar place and coming to this strange place has dissipated. At least, Jianchu was still sighing to Yu Zaibai. It's a good thing we're here, otherwise we'd stay there. We don't know what's going on now. Qin Huari said, we won't all act together later, let's go to the three of you. Wu Zheng, does your family want solar panels? Wu Zheng nodded, if you can have it, it must be good. If you can use the materials to replace the solar generator in the future, you don't have to worry about power outages. Qin Huari said to Yu Zaibai and Zhu Ming again, then you are living together anyway, just go to one of them. Who will go? Yu Zaibo said, I'll go, I'm already a skilled worker. Compared with those who have never been in contact with these things, he is also considered a skilled worker. When they got home, they didn't take the main road in front of them. Although the side door was still locked, the courtyard wall on the side also collapsed. Parking the car at the door, everyone began to quickly move things down, and first put them in the yard of Jianchu Munan's house. As soon as the tricycle was vacated, the three of them immediately went to the solar power station, trying to go back as soon as possible. Jianchu said, let's move into the house first, otherwise it seems a little unsafe here to count things with the lights on. The things were placed at the door of Jianchu's garage, and as soon as the door was opened, the things were moved inside, so the four of them quickly moved the things into the house, and all of them were moved into the house. Then Mu Nan went home and took a rechargeable lighting light come over. The rice cooker takes up a lot of space. Zhu Ming paid special attention to it when he took it. He only took 4, which happened to be 1 for each family. The induction cooker did not take up as much space as the rice cooker. Look and took 7 directly. Let's go and see tomorrow. It's best for a family to stock up on 2. In case it seems to be good, there will be a replacement if it breaks during the earthquake. There is no power now. You can try it. Mu Nan nodded, okay, then your family will take 2 first. Anyway, there is no way to fire now, so my family will take 1 first. Jianchu looked at the pans that fell together on the ground. There are only 3 pans, are there any more in the store? Zhu Ming shook her head, I didn't pay attention, I thought I took a lot of things, and there were still places I didn't look carefully. Mu Nan, you guys take it first, we still have a small milk pot for cooking, don't worry. Jianchu was afraid that Mu Nan would suffer, so he hurriedly said, it's okay, we'll look for it tomorrow, if not, I'll give you this first. Anyway, Zhu Ming lives with us, let's eat together when the time comes. There are not many people now. The items are all things that were pulled out of the ruins together, and it's okay to have a meal with a partner. They removed a lot of curtains at the trendy brand store at that time. There were 5 or 6 yuan. The family first took 1 to cover the window. After all, they had to sleep during the day. In order not to be exposed to the sun, they slept in the corridor aisle at the door of the room during the day. Seeing that the room was empty yesterday, but it was successfully filled with something today, Jianchu looked at Mu Nan, it's lucky to have your brother. Mu Nan looked at him strangely, is there my brother? A map? Jianchu shook his head, no, at the time Captain she specifically asked your brother to tell him about this, otherwise we lived upstairs and would not have any information at all, although we will definitely come over in the end, after all the troops have all moved, but when we come over, I'm afraid there won't be such a good condition. Mu Nan smiled, lay back and fanned the wind with one hand, thinking in his heart, if it weren't for him and Qin Huari, Jianchu and the others might be the first batch. Without them, there would be no electricity, so Jianchu and the others might not be able to live. Go upstairs and close the door, maybe they are the first batch to come here. It was him, fortunately he had Qin Huari, otherwise his life would have been miserable. Chapter 79. Regrettably, the good luck did not last until the end. Although Qin Huari and the others did not come back empty-handed, it was not the solar panels that brought them back. Yu Zaibai sighed, that side has been occupied by people. It seems that some villagers have occupied it anyway, and all the solar energy equipment has been put away by them, and we were driven away before we approached. The people over there so many, we had no choice but to forget it, thinking that we could come back from the business circle by taking a detour. So we went there again, moved a few jars of sauerkraut, found a few more stores, and found a shoe storehouse. The size was also didn't. Look carefully, wait and see the minutes. Jianchu frowned, occupied? Why are they occupying those things? They can't eat or drink. Qin Huari said, they are all in the villages not far away. Those villages basically have some fields or food storage, and there are probably wells for water, so there is no need to worry about food and drink for the time being. I will occupy these things and generate electricity myself. Don't worry, someone will solve these. When we came back, we took a detour to the front and told about it. New Nan, then they will let the soldiers go? Zhu Ming laughed. If you don't let it go, let it go. When is it now? Let those people occupy the solar equipment to generate electricity, and then sell the electricity to earn water and food. Even if the higher authorities want to kill a few established models, they will never compromise. Give in, let this one go. The subsequent order will be difficult to manage. Our country is fine. There can only be one voice during a catastrophe, and the people are used to the sky falling, and the government will support it. Think about foreign countries, those states. Now I'm afraid I can't wait to support myself and declare independence, and there are some chaebols. At this time, I am afraid that they will also take part of the supplies to become the emperor. The premise is that they did not die in the earthquake, so no matter where it is at this time, can you come quietly? It's alright if the superiors find out about it, but if you don't let such a big guy occupy the state supplies, you're courting death. New Nan sighed. I thought I could find 2 more boards. Forget it. Tomorrow, I will concentrate on moving the business district and go out early. I can go back and forth twice. Do you want to do the rebuilding work in 3 days' time? Jianchu was a little uncertain. I still need it, and I can earn some points. Now I can't cook with a fire. There is no water or electricity. What can I do if I don't follow the big pot? Qin Huari said, the current food should be enough for a few days. Let's set up our home first. Even if the family doesn't need it, we can move back in time. We can hand it into exchange 4 points. When the big troops come over, we can take care of the supplies. Transfer over, we get back our own things. Some points may be exchanged for other things. This rebuilding is not temporary. Don't worry now. When we really can't find things later, there is still time to earn points for food. Yu Zaibai nodded. That's fine. I'm sure you won't die from starvation, and you might be able to save a part of your family fortune ahead of others. After Yu Zaibai finished speaking, he looked at Wu Zheng brothers. What about you? Are you going to earn points or act with us? Wu Zheng, let's go together. Maybe we can find some more food in the ruins. Food seems to be worth more points than these supplies. Although I don't know how to exchange those points for the price, I feel that they are more willing to charge some food. New Nan touch New has done meritorious service again. Next time I will give you meat as a reward, okay? Niu shook her tail, not sure if she understood the word Rora. Things are almost divided, so everyone went back to their respective homes. They made an appointment to go out early tomorrow, but the exact time has not been set. It depends on how hot the sun is. Anyway, it is estimated that they will go at 7 or 8 o'clock. As soon as he got home, New Nan took off his protective clothing. His body was covered with sweat, but because he was wearing the protective clothing, the dust was blocked, so his face and hands were dirty, and his body was not dirty. But looking at the protective clothing that was dripping with sweat, New Nan sighed heavily. I really want to take a bath. I feel like I've turned white again. Qin Huari, sweating from holding your hands like this every day is naturally white. If you want to wash it, you can wash it. Put the ice cubes in the storage room and let the temperature cool down first. We will eat after taking a shower. Yesterday they slept in the storage room. There were no windows to keep the sun from coming in. The cold air from the ice dissipated the heat in the room. The door was slightly open to let in air. There was barely a mattress on the floor. The two slept together, covered with a thin blanket, neither cold nor hot. It was the most comfortable night's sleep since I left home. New Nan poked around in the space, found a bottle of shower gel with a not-so-scented scent, and took a good shower from head to toe, not even sparing the sockets of his ears. After picking up several catties of mud, he returned to the storage room lightly and comfortably. He slumped on the mattress and didn't want to move anymore. When Qin Huari also took a shower and came back, New Nan lay on the mattress and looked at him with a smile. After washing, you are handsome again. Qin Huari sat next to New Nan and squeezed his muscular legs that had been riding a bicycle every day during this time. Are you tired? New Nan stretched, then got up and took out the small table. I'm not tired. It's the most tiring at the beginning, but I got used to it later. What do you want to eat today? Qin Huari rubbed his hair and said, just take what you want. New Nan thought for a while. Let's have a grilled fish. I haven't eaten fish for a long time. Let's have rice wine stewed elbows and stir-fried green beans. Do you want to eat or drink some beer? Qin Huari, drink some beer to cool off first. New Nan took everything out of the space. Thinking of Jianchu's nose, he couldn't help laughing. From now on, we will hide here to eat. The door is closed tightly, so Jianchu won't be able to smell it. Qin Huari smiled and said, although they are still next door to us, the larger the space, the farther away they will be. Unless you eat hot pot in the small garden outside, they shouldn't be able to smell it. New Nan shook his head. You still have to be careful, and there is a dog living next door to us. Hey, it feels like you are surrounded by a group of noses, and you have to sneak around to eat. While eating, the two discussed what to do upstairs. There are 2 rooms upstairs. The master bedroom has a bathroom, and the room is quite large. In the house, the protection of the windows is very important. It doesn't matter in winter. It's good to have the sun coming in to bask in the sun. In summer, the things that block the light and keep out the heat have to be consumed a lot, but there's no rush. Wait for the army. After they all migrated here, I would definitely be able to exchange some supplies with them. For the rest of the time, I would just sleep in the storage room every day. In addition, the air conditioner needs to be done well. I hope to find more. The room must be installed in his space. The downstairs should also be installed. In case the neighbors want to visit the house, they must be installed. The receptionist downstairs, thinking about the layout of the house little by little, and after eating a small pot of yellow rice wine with roasted elbows, he fell asleep with his head tilted in a short while. Chin Huari stretched out his hand to pass under his neck, and Mu Nan automatically rolled into his arms. During this period of time, he was on the road, tired and hot, and he didn't feel clingy when he slept. Sure enough, it's better to be cooler. When it's winter, he probably will better. Everyone was in a hurry and wanted to take care of the things that could be placed at home before people knew about the situation in the business district. I saw household appliances in that row of shops before, thinking that there must be a lot of people nearby. Also, it shouldn't be the only one. The next day, everyone searched around and finally found a seller of major appliances in the mall. Half of the shopping mall collapsed, and the electrical appliances were in a corner of the first floor. It was impossible to get in from the collapsed place. In the end, it crossed 2 shops and smashed 2 walls before getting in. Most of the things were damaged by the violent earthquake. They were shaken and fell to the ground. A few of them seemed to be still usable. At least they were still standing there without falling over, and there was no damage in appearance. There is no way to try it for a while. It's a good thing that the big men of them still have a little strength in their hands. The 3 of them worked together to lift a refrigerator. After all, the road is not easy to walk, and there are broken bricks everywhere. It's cold down there, so even if one person exerts a little effort, he can carry it back, but it's safer for 3 people to handle one. After going back and forth 4 times in 2 consecutive days, I finally moved back the things that are more needed at home, including the refrigerator, freezer, and air conditioner, because there was a lot of movement on their side. After all, it is impossible to get back the big appliances quietly. Even if they entered through the side door, they were seen, so someone came forward to ask, and everyone was not so secretive. Just hurry up. If someone sees this and asks about it, then that's it. So when they pass by again, there were more people rummaging over there. But it doesn't matter, they have already moved the major appliances back, and for the remaining bits and pieces, if you can find useful ones, you will gain, and if you can't find them, it's nothing. It should be said that they can be regarded as good people with good rewards. They dug out a pile of pots and pans this day, and were about to continue to search for the next storefront when they saw a man riding a bicycle with a roll of cloth dragged on it. The first time I saw that person was the eldest brother, who asked them where to get the big appliances, and quickly waved to him and asked, "Brother, where did you find this cloth?" Seeing that it was a few of them, the elder brother stopped and pointed to the back. Just behind that movie theater, there is a fried chicken shop next to it. Go around and see that the cloth is under pressure. Hurry up and take advantage of it. Not many people have discovered it yet. Jianchu said thanks, and asked Yu Zaibai and Zhu Ming to ride over slowly on a small 3-wheeler. They went over to search for it first. The fabric is still a complete roll. Very good. When they pass by, some people search here. Most of them were food stores, not looking for food. There were some electrical appliances in those food stores, such as microwave ovens, gas stoves, etc. Those who migrated from the city center, except for a little food and clothes, can say that they have to buy everything by themselves, and they will not let go if they see a shop that can be turned over. A few people quickly found the fried chicken shop, and there was a piles of waste beside it. They climbed up, rummaged down little by little, and soon found bundles of cloth. It is not so heavy that one person has to hold it and drag it on the ground, and at least 2 people need to lift it. In order not to waste their energy, they turned on the lights and turned on the lights, trying to find the thickest and most light-shielding ones. After flipping for a while, someone saw that they seemed to have dug out something and came over. Mu Nan said, "Take a few bundles home first. I think these are quite thick. If 1 layer is not enough, we can build 3 layers inside and out." Jianchu also felt that this method was feasible, so they pulled it from below, and Su Ming and Wu Zheng carried it down. As for the others, they naturally stood by the side of the car. People guarding it is certain that someone will take the opportunity to take it away. In the end, more than 10 bundles of cloth were placed on the small tricycle, and they also carried a bundle on their bicycles. They could only carry one roll, and if there were too many, they would be too heavy to ride. I got home exhausted, and after a while, I started to divide things. There were a lot of pots, pans, and everyone took them according to their own needs, so they didn't pay attention to dividing them equally. The cloth was disassembled every roll. Check the color style, the thickness is really thick. I don't know if it's because of the heat. The demand for this kind of thick fabric is high, the store specially buys it. Anyway, it's much thicker than the ordinary curtains I bought before. There are also many colors, blue, white, pink and purple. New Nan liked the blue one with irregular patterns, so he ordered the blue one. In order to unify the color, there was another blue roll with a different pattern, so he also wanted it. There are a lot of cloth. The family ordered 2 rolls and there are still more, and the more are temporarily stored in the garage of Jianchu's family, and they will come to get them later if there is a need. As soon as the cloth is in hand, it is natural to quickly block the light. The days when sleeping in the aisle are really a bit crowded. Jianchu and his family have curtains. The 3rd floor does not allow people to come up. Naturally, it is as convenient as possible, but the curtain cloth is still a complete piece of cloth, without processing, without trimming, and without iron rings. New Nan can only cut holes to pass through the curtain rods. Brother, I think the hole will be broken by then. After all, the curtains are so heavy, and they have been falling down like this. Without the layer of iron rings to fix them, they will be torn sooner or later. Qin Huai is installing the fixing rods on both sides. It's okay, when you can't stand the tearing, there may be curtains for sale outside. New Nan pulled the cloth apart, and compared the cut with the ruler according to the measured size before. I was afraid that the cut would be skewed and the length would be different. Fortunately, it fit just right when it was put on. Good. After finishing the inside, Qin Huai took the cloth and went directly to the roof, and set up a layer along the wall, covering the inside and outside, and the sun can be covered. With the outside covered, New Nan hastily pasted a layer of sunshade film on the windows inside the house, mainly to prevent light from spilling out, so that even if the lights inside the house are turned on, the outside cannot be seen at all. Blocking the view from the outside, New Nan took water and started mopping the floor. The room was slightly renovated, and the walls were covered with bricks, so it was easy to clean. Wipe the inside and outside of the disinfectant water, and then clean the bathroom again. No one has lived in this house before, but it should have been cleaned. Although it has been closed for so long, there is a lot of dust in the house, but it is just dust, and it is very easy to clean. Qin Huai came over to help clean the room after he had settled the cover outside, and it took the 2 of them an hour or so to clean up the bedroom. New Nan hurriedly took out the bed, because it was a place to sleep, so keep it away from the windows, seeing that there was still a lot of space, and took out a set of sofas, which were placed just right, and there was a cloakroom in the bedroom. Ready-made, New Nan took out the clothes of the 2 of them, thin and thick ones, as well as quilts and other necessities, and put them outside, so that Qin Huai could not find him when he needed it. The empty bedroom was quickly filled, and New Nan sighed. At this time, I feel the convenience of the space, and it's easy to put it away and put it away. Qin Huai said, tomorrow, install the air conditioner. Let's do it today. Put the ice cubes far away today. You can't be so greedy for cold air. Too much coldness is not good for your health. If it is really hot, turn the air conditioner on. Take out the fan and blow it in circles. New Nan took everything out. Compared to the small storage room that couldn't fit more things, it was better to sleep in the big bedroom, and the bed was the one he used to sleep at home, which was a familiar feeling to him. Although he changed houses, all the things and items were used by him, which gave him a lot of sense of security. When the new small home was slowly taking shape, Shi Yuan Fear drove back to the urban area overnight. The base did not collapse seriously, but the base was not manned enough. Most of the people in the 713 base were dispatched to maintain it. Order and distribution of materials were really short of manpower at the time, so only 2 shifts were left behind at the base to receive new news from above at any time. During the earthquake, in order to protect important military equipment, the squad in charge sacrificed 7 people, seriously injured 5 people, and left less than 10 people to guard the big base. The communicator was smashed at that time, because the entire control room is underground. It was directly subsided by the earthquake at that time. It is still buried and has not been dug out. There is no equipment to communicate with the outside world. 2 people were sent to drive around to check the situation and rescued a lot. But they can't stay too far away from the base. The things in the base are too important, and there are even weapons of mass destruction. They can only stay passively and wait for the surviving comrades to come back. Fortunately, they finally waited. The moment they saw Shi Yuanfei and a few soldiers, those soldiers who were bleeding but not crying were like children who suddenly saw their relatives. They knew how hard it was outside. It's like this everywhere. They don't dare to think about how the city center is going to be, but they can't do without them. The villagers who have been rescued still rely on them, and some people around them couldn't be rescued. Only a dozen or so people were injured. Yes, they can't leave at all. The situation at the base is considered good. Shi Yuanfei rested for a whole day, and as soon as the sun went down, he drove back to the camp with his people. At this moment, in the city center, the sky is gray, and the sun seems to be unable to penetrate the thick black smoke. The light came down, and under the black smoke, there were piles of burning corpses. Looking at the military heavy trucks driving into the camp, many people thought it was rescue from outside. Even now, some people still don't want to believe that this is a disaster of such a large scale that there is no rescue at all. They are waiting and looking forward to it. Hearing and suffering, seeing the car coming now, many people even broke down and rushed up crying. They wanted to leave here and return to the former civilization. 7 military heavy trucks, 2 with people in them, and the rest are material transfers, and the temperature of those transferred has been normal in the past few days, because the 2 sides have kept in touch and know that they are about to drive back, so the camp this side has also made preparations in advance. First, some healthy laborers and children will be transferred there. The other side needs to be rebuilt with manpower. The children's resistance is weak, and the risk of infection is high if they stay here. The old and weak women and children also specially arranged a car. Take it, but then they will be placed at the school for isolation. As for those who are already sick, there is really no way to take them away. If the plague is possible, it is best to stop it here. On the day Shi Yuanfei drove back, those who walked behind reached the destination. Because there were still sick people, they went directly to the school building to be quarantined for at least 7 days. Only those who were healthy and had no fever could come back here, and the first batch to arrive people still take their body temperature every day, but fortunately, no one is sick so far. After taking today's body temperature, Mu Nan returned to the house and said to Qin Huari, "People can only grow in adversity." Qin Huari wiped the sweat off his face with a smile. They installed the air conditioner in the room just now, so they were covered with sweat. What's wrong? Mu Nan, look at the people in the past. They were out of breath after going up 2 floors of stairs, and they had to find a place to sit after walking for 10 minutes, and they had a cold and fever with little resistance. Now, after walking for half a month persist in the same way, the environment is so bad, people can't eat enough to sleep well, people are not broken yet, each one is strong and still dare not get sick, so people's thoughts are really strong, so powerful that they can even control some of their own circumstances of force majeure. Qin Huari smiled and said, "The ancients have said that people are born in sorrow and die in peace. Well, it's almost dawn, go take a shower and go back to your room to sleep." Mu Nan walked upstairs and said, "Those sick people have been placed in the school, so do we have to search for things? After all, there are more and more people coming, and more people means that the environment is getting worse. In the past, when there were few people, it was good for them to rummage through things and not get in touch with too many people. Now that there are more people, it is not so safe. Qin Huari, let's discuss it with them tomorrow. Everything is pretty much the same. Let's wait and see when the water and electricity can be connected. Next, we should go find a brick fence. At least we need to build the fence before it snows." Mu Nan sighed, "I don't know if the floor heating here can be supplied when it snows. Does our house have floor heating?" Qin Huari, "Yes, it's okay if the supply is not up. Turn on the air conditioner and turn on the heater. Brother Zhu said just now that the supplies for the military department will be in place in the next 2 days. We can go and get the solar energy back, and then we will have electricity. This is also the reason why the fence should be erected quickly. Once the solar energy is installed, their house will be a little eye-catching." Chapter 80. Although there are ruins everywhere, the bricks are not easy to get. The bricks that can be reused are more difficult to turn over, but everyone knows that this is related to their own safety, and it is hard to find. As for the cement, I plan to exchange it with the army at that time. Since they are going to rebuild, they must have these reconstruction materials. At that time, they can exchange points for a little bit, but before that, enough bricks for the wall must be prepared. The place they chose was close to the wall, so it was enough to build the wall on 3 sides, but only to surround their own houses, or to surround Wu Zheng and his house together, which became a problem that everyone struggled with. The reason is that they don't know who Wu Zheng's neighbors will be in the future. If they don't get along well, it will cause trouble for both of them. Twice as many bricks, otherwise Wu Zheng would work with them to move the bricks, and in the end it would not be his own house, thank you. In the end, everyone decided to circle together first. If Wu Zheng and his neighbors in the future are troublesome, they can just knock down the fence and circle again. Looking at the piles of old bricks piled up against the wall, Songjia couldn't help but said, I hope our neighbors will be easy to get along with, otherwise we have to demolish it again, what a bother. New Nan comforted, there are still more good people than bad people in this world, don't worry. Although he died because of a bad person in his last life, but to be honest, the environment he grew up in is still very clean, without too much calculation, not too much malice, simple and comfortable interpersonal circle. Everyone is very polite is polite, but it's also possible that he's been living in his own world, doesn't talk to people very much, and has a shallow relationship with no conflict of interest, so the people he meets are relatively simple in his opinion. However, he felt that he was lucky in this regard. There were only 2 permanent neighbors on that floor, both of whom were good people. Wu Zheng and the others he met later were also pretty good people. What a complicated person. It took more than a week for the above to transfer the materials. This is because it took a lot of effort to flatten a road. After the road was cleared, it could go back and forth 3 times in one night. There are not many people, and you can fly all the way. It used to be almost 2 hours, but now it takes less than an hour. The higher-ups directly placed the camp where some soldiers of the army temporarily stationed in the power station. It is said that when they passed by, the villagers also drove away, and even confidently stated that no one would take care of them in such a big disaster. Now it is hard to save themselves. When I came out, I wanted to grab something. There is no such good thing in the world. Although those villagers made a fuss, they also knew that these things would definitely be taken away by the government in the future. They just wanted to gain some extra benefits by making such a fuss. They even fired warning shots at the soldiers, and they didn't take it seriously. The thoughts in my heart are still in the past, thinking that they didn't do anything wrong. You are just bluffing at most. I don't believe that you really dared to shoot and kill innocent people. And when the villagers saw them taking out their guns, one by one became more excited, shouting, and those who made the most noise were shot dead in the end. Sometimes it is really difficult to reason with a group of barbarians who are stubborn there, and because Chin Huari and the others reminded them before, they know that that place has been occupied by some villagers. They have investigated the situation there before and were beaten. The person who died was the leader of these villagers. He used to have a little money in his family, but after the bad weather, he saved a lot of food. After the earthquake, this person even exchanged food for women, all of whom were 15 or 16-year-old girls, not just one. It was originally for knocking mountains and shaking tigers. When encountering this kind of scum, if you don't knock it to death, it's hard to keep wasting food. After being so shocked, the other villagers panicked. In the end, the soldiers led people to search the entire village, uncovering all the solar energy equipment hidden in the house, and some women who were imprisoned in the house. He and the little girl were also brought out. Some people were not afraid of death and wanted to argue, saying that they exchanged rice for it, and they were voluntary. Soldiers shouldn't listen so much, and if there is a big disturbance, they will send you a bullet. This place is not so deep in the mountains and rivers, so they do this kind of thing. With cars and equipment, the speed of relocation from the epidemic area will be faster. All people who are not sick and in good health should be transferred out as soon as possible. Those who have passed the quarantine period and are not sick are also gradually going to the residential area is moved, and soon the houses here will be full, and the new policy will come down soon. At present, the points system is temporarily adopted, ranging from 5 points to 20 points a month for small apartments, and ranging from 15 points to 30 points a month for townhouses, and the most basic physical work here can be earned in a day 2 points. Such a cheap calculation is actually very cheap, but whether it is accommodation or food, unless you don't live here and don't eat government canteens, of course it doesn't matter. If you want to live here, you have to work hard to earn points regardless of food and lodging. This is also to mobilize everyone to join the reconstruction team. The more people mobilized, the faster the reconstruction will naturally be. New Nan remembered that when he came to the base in his last life, the new currency policy had already been implemented. It was a bit like going back to the last century. SGD can buy a corn tortilla weighing half a catty, that's the price. But at that time, ID cards were used, and all the money and personal information were bound together. Unlike now, the points are still issued with a small note stamped by the government. I don't know when the new currency policy was implemented, but it should be this winter. After the materials were transferred, Chin Huari bought some cement from them and surrounded the two townhouses. There were still many bricks they had rummaged through before, but not too many, because Jianchu and the others it was against the courtyard wall by the street, and the height of the courtyard wall was relatively average. For safety, the courtyard wall they were leaning against was raised a little higher, and it was also covered with a layer of glass slag. The number of people living here has gradually increased, because the rent system has come out, and the area like them is not large, and it is in a marginal area. 20 points a month is not much, even if there is one person in the family. It is also affordable for people to work, but it is said that there will be extra charges for water and electricity in the later stage. Anyway, as long as you are willing to work, you can definitely afford to support yourself. Seeing that the rent is not high, many people start to move to townhouses choice, and their neighbors also came from Wu Zheng's side. Those who come later don't choose their own houses. You can choose to live in a villa or an apartment at most, but you have to listen to the arrangement where you live. Chin Huari said hello to Brother Zhu before and asked them to allocate more housing for them. Be careful, find someone easy to get along with. On the way of migrating here, Brother Zhu also received a lot of benefits from them. Some sources were eaten by others. Naturally, he agreed to such a little thing. He also paid special attention when allocating the house, and then allocated for a college student, 4 girls. Standing on the balcony on the 3rd floor, Mu Nan watched a few girls chattering about moving things into the house. Thinking of the meaningful smile on Brother Zhu's face before, she felt, well, these girls are indeed quite safe. It's not lethal. This is because all 3 of their houses are men, so the extra care given to them is this kind of benefit. Chin Huari stood beside him and looked down together with him. Seeing Mu Nan staring there without blinking, his tone was slightly cold. So pretty, staring at it without getting too hot. Mu Nan sighed. You said that our small courtyard can still have peace. It's not that he dislikes girls, but that in the future, it will be really difficult for a girl, and she will attract many eyes. There are only 4 of them here, and those with dirty minds will be easily spotted. Enclosing the yard in this way has attracted a lot of attention. Hearing Mu Nan's exclamation, Chin Huari's complexion improved a little bit, and his first reaction was to complain, which didn't enlighten him, and it would be even more difficult to enlighten others. It's good to be so stupid. Chin Huari dragged him into the room. Wu, it's up to you whether there is peace or not. They just came here and don't know what kind of temperament they are. Anyway, stay away from them. Mu Nan didn't think much about it, and nodded in agreement, and even told Chin Huari, you too, I don't want to have to separate because of having an extra sister-in-law just after I settle down. Chin Huari just laughed when he heard this, and flicked his forehead. I told you that there is no sister-in-law. Followed Chin Huari back to the room. As soon as they entered the room, the cold air hit their faces. They went to get back their own things, the generator, and even the film cloth. As for the food that was taken away before, because Jianchu and the others it's not good if they don't want them at all. After all, they were together all the way, and they were also together when they turned things around. It can be said that they have knowledge. It seems a bit abnormal not to order food and put it at home, but it is necessary. Not much, enough for 10 days and half a month. Once the solar energy is installed, the air conditioner will be able to run quickly. Chin Huai knew that there will be heavy snow in the future, so he directly installed the solar panels on the roof, and did not directly spread them on the balcony of the top floor as Yuzaibai planned. Snow, it would be too difficult to clean up the balcony like that. As for their balcony on the top floor, Chin Huai plans to go to the military headquarters in 2 days to ask if there is any sunshade roof that can be replaced. In this way, snow will not accumulate on the roof and it will take trouble to shovel it. The solar energy is still shared by the 2 families at present, because they are all spread out, and the area to receive sunlight is larger. In addition, both Jianchu and Zhu Ming live in the room and use the off-hook, so it is not as difficult to drive as the cabinet machine. Therefore, the air conditioners of the 3 families can all be used, and some surplus electricity can even be saved. However, Jianchu and the others still want to change a generator by themselves. The 3 families share a generator, and they can only be consumed by the air conditioner. They didn't dare to open it easily. They asked the military department before, and it was indeed possible to change it, but it seemed that they had to connect all the circuits here to see if there was any spare room for replacement. According to Jianchu's words, once the air conditioner was turned on, he was instantly promoted from a poor peasant to a landlord. After returning to the room to cool off, Mu Nan was still thinking about the new neighbors who came to their small yard, and asked a little curiously, didn't the school not have classes later? It has been closed for a long time, why are they still together and haven't come back? Houses. Chin Huari, not everyone has a home to go back to. Well, don't think about them, go take a shower, you're covered in sweat. Mu Nan let out a cry, and walked to the bathroom with clean clothes. They have been completely free for the past 2 days, so they can wash cleanly every day without going out. The business district has been turned upside down. Anyway, they took the first opportunity to buy all the things that can be used. Afterwards, they really couldn't find many things that could be used, so they had to haul them. Wood that can be burned in a few days, Mu Nan told them. Prepare a little, if one day the power is cut off and you can still cook, they will stock up together, and when there are more and more people, they will not go any further. I went to the business district, it's not safe because there are too many people. There is no place to search. Yesterday, Jian Chu and the others directly joined the rebuilding team. The lack of food in their hands made them very uneasy, so they went straight to work without stopping, and they worked hard all day to get a free meal. And 3 points, that is, the food in the cafeteria is more oily than salt, the taste is really not good, but the staple food is a big portion. Anyway, at least 2 points can be saved after eating. As for Mu Nan, according to what he said, he was kept in captivity by Chin Huari, because Chin Huari also had to go out to work, but Chin Huari is not going to move bricks, and now all aspects of reconstruction need people, like house reconstruction, not just moving bricks, people who understand some construction aspects are needed to guide the planning. In addition to residential construction, the reoperation of the network naturally requires people to do it. Otherwise, where will the local area network come from in the future, and where will the new electronic ID card come from? It is quite suitable for this part, although I have never been in touch with this kind of software, but this thing is also composed of codes. It is not too difficult for Chin Huari to get started after reading a little book and exploring. It is estimated that Chin Huari had already expected this. When preparing supplies, he bought a lot of books on communication. When he was free at home, he would read books, and then make a few simple software to practice his hands. For this, Mu Nan admired Chin Huari very much. He really deserves to be his brother. Others take 1 step to see 10 steps, but his brother takes half a step to see 100 steps. Anyway, doing the internet is his brother's profession, and he is good at it. It does not need to be troubled outside, and it is a technical job for high-level talents. Although it is still an internship, it will depend on the ability to become a regular. After all, this is not a matter of making software well. There is an internship period in the job, and you will be made a regular after making sure that you are capable and not just come to make a living with a little understanding. The internship period is 3 points a day, but only 2 meals are taken care of. The canteen is not a big canteen for coolies outside. I eat with the messengers. The taste of the food is slightly stronger. There's a lot of leeway. After becoming a full-time employee, it is said that 5 points a day will take care of 2 meals, and there will be additional subsidies and benefits every week or every month. Although it is not much better than moving bricks outside, it is still very good, and the air conditioner is blowing. Just use your brain, and there are other welfare subsidies. The current materials and conditions can only be like this. This is only for ordinary employees. If the ability is improved, the salary will be better. Who would want to go out and do coolies when they can lie comfortably at home? As for the realization of self-worth, for Mu Nan, it is safe to stay at home and let his brother work outside without distractions, and then wait for his brother to come back. Eating delicious food comfortably is his greatest value. Anyway, his brother didn't let him go out to work, so he agreed without hesitation. For an otaku painter, he can paint leisurely at home. Painting is the greatest pursuit, but Hua still doesn't have the conditions to paint now. It is said that the water is flowing in the past 2 days. After the pipeline is repaired, the underground water supply will be dredged. When there is water, Mu Nan plans to return to his old business and grow vegetables at home. Even if the floor heating is not turned on in the house, they can still turn on the air conditioner. When the time comes, they will set up some soil pots, grow some small vegetables, and sell them when they are harvested. Generally, they will keep the harvest for themselves. Hearing Mu Nan's plan, Chin Huari expressed his support. I'm going to work tomorrow. You can turn on the air conditioner in the living room outside. Be careful when assembling those shelves, don't hurt yourself. I'll see if I can fix it in 2 days. Get some wooden slats, and then nail some shelves on the second floor to place a few pots of soil. When the power is turned on here, turn on the air conditioners upstairs and downstairs, and plant if you can. Open the door, if there is a situation, run out the back door as soon as possible. Do you know, although the courtyard wall is now surrounded, there are patrolling personnel in this area, but the morals of the world cannot be linked to the word safety for the time being, so there must be no less things that should be warned, just in case there is an emergency situation. Knew Nan he couldn't react well and didn't know what to do. The people next door had gone to work, and there was no one to help each other when something happened, so Chin Huari could only tell him several times a day, so that he could form an instinct, and the first reaction when encountering a problem was to run away. Nothing matters to anyone. New Nan didn't respond impatiently, and also told Chin Huari, you have to build a good relationship with the people around you. I plan to plant some tomatoes this time. If you can grow them successfully, you can bring them to the chief of your unit and eat them. You have a short mouth, and you are not lacking in ability, so you will definitely be able to become a regular. Chin Huari rubbed his hair. If you can't turn around, you'll just come back and you'll just raise me. What are you afraid of? New Nan nodded triumphantly. That is, don't worry, I will always be your strongest backing. The working hours are still at night, from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. It happens to go out at dark and return home at dawn. Before going out, New Nan brought out a table of meals for Chin Huari. This was the first time he sent his brother to work, and there was always a sense of ceremony. Although he didn't drive, he went out to work, so he stopped drinking. Chin Huari picked up a lot of dishes. Eat more. I also put some mung bean shortcakes for you, but they are sweet. I am afraid that the meat for you will go bad after a while. If the food in the cafeteria, if it's not tasty, you can just take 2 bites and eat something delicious when you come back. Chin Huari responded one by one, and he could eat whatever he gave. It's not that he never went out to work, and the projects that earned millions did not make him feel happy to earn a few points. It was time to go out after dawdling. Chin Huari didn't let him go downstairs, so as not to break out in a hot sweat, and once again told himself to be careful at home, and then went out with his bag on his back. There was Mu Nan in the bag for him to prepare food, water, and a small weapon. Their home is not too far from their place of work. It takes 20 minutes by bike to get there from the side door. It is in the office building of the power station. The office building has only 4 floors and is not high, so it is easy to clean up if a part of it collapses. The part that has not collapsed can be used directly after tidying up. Like they are now developing new software for the government, and even involving some communication repairs, it is natural to work with the information engineering soldiers in the government office building. The distance is not far, but you still need to pay attention to the safety on the road. After all, he is alone, so he always has some weapons at hand. After Chin Huari left, Mu Nan was not idle, and began to toss his earthen pots. The living room on the 3rd floor would not be seen by outsiders, so the shelves for those earthen pots were directly bought by him before the end of the world. Just put them together. The pots are still those soil pots that were collected in the house over there, and they were still hot when they were taken out. Mu Nan used someone else's recipe for him based on his online research and the strategy he made when he bought the seeds. He plans to plant some peppers first. After all, he has experience and is better at planting them. Then he will plant some tomatoes. Tomatoes are not easy to grow. They have higher requirements for temperature, soil and water, but always you have to try. Anyway, the heating will be turned on in the house in winter. It is said that they will provide floor heating. It seems that this place has been rebuilt at the beginning. The floor heating uses electricity to generate heat. I just don't know if the solar energy in winter can supply this area. Power consumption. Seeds are to be bred. They must be soaked in water first. Tomato seeds need to be soaked in cold water and then hot water. Mu Nan followed the guide step by step, set the alarm clock, and after soaking in the water, he began to loosen the soil. 1 pot. The soil in the pot needs to be loosened and mixed with nutrient soil. Peppers and tomatoes can mature in 2 to 3 months, but they seem to be annual plants, but it doesn't matter. As long as they can grow successfully, they can be planted when they are mature. Although there are many in his space, but he always has to learn to take seeds. Time flies quickly when he is busy with work. After he cleaned up all the soil pots in the room, it has been several hours. Although the air conditioner is on in the living room on the 3rd floor, he has been working, also sweated a lot. Mu Nan checked the seeds in the water, and it was still a few hours before the second hair soak, so he turned off the air conditioner in the living room, went back to the bedroom and took a shower. Even if solar power, it should save, so as not to consume too much power to move. After coming out refreshingly, I started to fiddle with the projector again. I was a little tired lying on the bed holding my laptop and watching, and there was no TV at home, so the projector came in handy at this time. But before he could understand the instruction manual, he heard a sound outside. Fearing that someone would come in while there was no one on their side, Nan hurried to the balcony on the second floor and opened some curtains to look out, and saw that it was Jane Wenchu and Wu Jing came back. They breathed a sigh of relief, so they opened the balcony door on the second floor, and they were shocked when they went out. "What are you doing?" Jian Chu waved at him. "Come down quickly. We have meat to eat." New next door was jumping up and down around its owner. If Nan read it correctly, Wu Zheng and Yu Zaibai had crooked their necks when they brought them in from the outside, and the animal whose neck was blood red was an alpaca. Chapter 81. Yu Zaibai is a finance major, and Jian Chu is his junior, so he is naturally in the same department as him, but now they don't understand civil engineering, and they don't understand software development and production like Qin Huai. Some of the skills they learned in school before, it doesn't help them much in today's world, so they can only follow others to rebuild and move bricks. Wu Zheng never went to college. He studied machine tools in college, but that was many years ago. After graduating from college, he didn't find a job directly. He first worked in insurance, then in sales, and was promoted to unfortunately, a smog that swept the world made him unemployed, and then, like Jian Chu, he did errands for a period of time. Anyway, he did whatever he wanted to make money, and he didn't have a high-tech skill to make ends meet. I can only work hard for a while. Wu Zheng's younger brother is even more amazing. He is a music student and knows a little about editing. Before he graduated from university, he made money by making small video clips for others. Now he is regretting it. Although he also wanted to go out to work with his brother, Wu Zheng didn't let him, and asked him to stay at home temporarily, and wait until they found out a little bit about the situation outside, and there was a dog at home. The nature of the house, as long as there is no one at home, it will bark when there is any movement at the door. At this time, the barking sound of the dog is almost like inviting people to eat, so Wu Zheng asked Songjia to find a way to train New so that she will not go out at home. They didn't go out for the time being. Anyway, they don't lack points for the time being, so it doesn't matter if one of them stays at home. Now there are two working modes to work outside. After all, it is a labor-intensive job. Even if there is no sun at night, the temperature is still high. Although many people seem to have adapted to the current temperature, if you add more physical work, there are still many people who can't bear it, so the set working hours are divided into morning and evening shifts. The morning shift is from 8:30 p.m. to 2:30 a.m., and the evening shift is from 12:30 a.m. to 6:30 a.m. The same 3 points plus a meal. It is up to you to choose whether to choose early or late. Wu Zheng and the others went to work together, so the time they chose was naturally the same. Songjia saw that it was almost time for them to get off work, and they happened to take New out to let the wind go, ******, and poop, so she simply took New going to pick them up. I just picked them up and were walking back together. Nianyu suddenly rushed out like an arrow from Li Chuan, and then there was a short cry from behind a half-collapsed broken house in the distance. After they yelled, they stopped. When they chased them to check, they saw that Nianyu had already killed an alpaca. Angry, looking at the things they brought back, Nan couldn't help but said, "Is this edible? Isn't an alpaca a pet? Eating someone's pet is almost the same as eating dog meat." Jian Chu said, "Anything can be a pet these days, and some people raise pigs, so they can eat whatever they want, and alpaca are edible livestock. The reason why alpaca were first introduced is that they can be eaten and taste good. But for some reason it has become the pet of many people. To be honest, there is no difference between alpaca and pig, cow and sheep, so eat it, don't worry about it." Nan was a little strange. How could there be an alpaca here? If someone keeps it as a pet, it's amazing that this alpaca can still live to this day. During the time in the circle, I have never seen a dog. An alpaca is so big, and it is not as flexible as a pet dog. If it is really seen, how can it be let go? Jian Chu shook his head. "I'm afraid this is not someone else's pet. Most of the people here are either students or some urban villages. There are many cats and dogs. Alpaca are really trendy things. I remember there is one here. Zoos, the semi-wild ones, there is a group of alpaca in the zoo, which probably escaped from the zoo." When Jian Chu said this, Nan also remembered that he knew about the zoo. They used to hold social activities before, and the venue they chose was the zoo. However, he was not interested in such activities, which were tiring and cumbersome. "It's better to stay at home and draw more manuscripts, so I didn't participate." But if it was an alpaca in the zoo, Nan looked at them and said, the alpaca have already escaped, so what about the lion and tiger? After finally surviving until now, but it is about to enter their mouths, it seems that they are going to be their fate. Everyone looked at each other. Songjia squatted on the ground and hugged Nianyu's dog's head tightly and looked at them. No way. Yu Zaibai, be careful, everyone. If we do meet, it will be our turn to become food. For animals that no one raises, hunger will release their wildness. Let's find a time to talk about this with those soldiers. The attention is all on reconstruction. I don't know if you will notice this, but don't wait until someone dies to notice. Everyone nodded when they heard the words, and they really need to report it. The lions and tigers really ran out, but they are not able to deal with them, and they have to count on soldiers with weapons, but this one also needs to be dealt with. Jianchu said, this is already dead. I can't let it go anymore, but will anyone kill it? It's okay to ask him to kill chickens, but he has nowhere to start with alpaca. Niu Nan shook his head. Now it's not a question of how to kill. Jianchu turned to look at him. What's the problem? Niu Nan said, if lions and tigers come out, the smell of blood will be the most attractive thing for them. So where to kill this alpaca? How to deal with the inedible fur and internal organs after killing them? There is so much water at home to wash all over the floor blood. Most importantly, we don't have bone knives. He has space for a bone cutter, but there is none outside. Some of the knives found in the ruins before can cut bones, and they don't know whether alpaca bones are good for cutting. Songjia poked the alpaca's hair. Then we can't eat it? We haven't eaten meat for a long time. Yu Zaibai said, send building number 1 to you. Building number 1 is the first townhouse resettled by the soldiers. It is said that the house will be vacated later and another office will be built on the vacant land of the community, but now they are still there. Building number 1, if you need anything, you can go directly to them. Hearing this, Songjia was even more reluctant. Hand it in. Then what we handed in, can we get back a bite of meat? Niu Nan said, it's possible, but you don't have to hand in all of them. Take it over. Although this one looks skinny, it should weigh more than 100 katis. Let them help you deal with it and kill it. Let's bring a go-over with a clean basin, bring some meat back directly, and exchange the rest 4 points, so you can eat more without trouble. Jianchu also thinks this is a good way to deal with the alpaca, but after all, Niu killed the alpaca. He was afraid that Wu Zheng would think they took advantage of them, so he said, all the points you exchanged belong to your family. Without Niu, we may not be able to discover this alpaca. Just eat some meat, and we don't want the points. Niu Nan also nodded. My house has a lot of seasonings. Let's set up a seasoning place at my house, ride the tricycle there later, find something to cover it up. I'll turn on the air conditioner on the 2nd floor first, and eat at my house later. Wait, after you're done, my brother and Zhu Ming can almost come back. Jianchu said with a smile, then they are really comfortable, and they will eat when they come back. Wu Zheng wasn't as polite as pushing them back and forth. I'm afraid they won't be able to exchange much points for some of the alpaca, and they'll ask for more points. There is no electricity at home, so I may have to borrow a neighbor's refrigerator to use it. After the work was assigned, everyone was busy with their own work. Jianchu also sighed. Fortunately, I brought back the staple food of that meal and didn't eat it. If I eat this, I won't be able to eat meat. Niu Nan reminded, if you haven't eaten meat for a long time, you will suddenly eat a lot, and you will have diarrhea. Jianchu patted her stomach. It's okay, steel can be digested. When Niu Nan returned home, he turned on the air conditioner on the 2nd floor, and took out some folded small stools that he had dug out from the ruins and set them up. There was no table, but he found it later in a furniture store. The available coffee table, electric board, induction cooker, pot and baking tray are all put away one by one, and there are even more seasonings. Anyway, Jianchu and the others know that they have a lot of sauces, and no one knows how many they have. Looking through his bag, I'm afraid I don't know the details, so the barbecue sauce must be available. The sauce for marinated meat can also be taken out, and the frozen corn kernels and canned fruits in the refrigerator are also ready. For meat, there must be something more. Niu Nan thought for a while, took out a stainless steel basin, and poured a lot of the iced milk tea he brewed at home before. Milk tea has powder packets, and those are more durable, so I can still take it now. It's not unusual to come out, at most it's rare, and it's very sincere to exchange milk tea for meat. After all, he didn't kill the alpaca, and he didn't bring it back. When his brother comes back, he will eat the ready-made alpaca directly. Let the people who give out the meat be a little more comfortable. Until his brother came back from get off work, the person who carried the alpaca to building number 1 hadn't come back yet. As soon as Chin Huari came up, he saw Munan sitting in the small living room on the second floor playing with his mobile phone. The small benches were set up, and the pots and tableware were well prepared. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here? A party?" Munan hurried over and took a pack of wet wipes from the space. "Is the first day hard at work? Are you tired? Are your colleagues easy to get along with?" Chin Huari, "It's not hard work, and it's not tiring. Sitting in an air-conditioned room and doing my old job, typing on the computer, is very easy, and my colleagues are easy to get along with. Don't worry, everything is going well. What are you planning to do?" Munan hurriedly told about Nianyu killing an alpaca. "So I'm going to come over to eat meat. I also prepared milk tea. It should be okay to take out the milk tea now. Doesn't the milk tea have that powder bag? Like, would it be very eye-catching if there are tea bags in our house?" Chin Huai shook his head. "No, just take it out if you want to drink it. Tea bags are provided there today. It's a pity that we don't drink much tea, but I also brought a few bags back. I'll make milk tea for you when the time comes." Chin Huari puts things upstairs and takes books with him to work every day. Although there are TV dramas where he can type out a string of codes with his eyes closed, there are a lot of exaggerations, so some things are sometimes I still have to flip through the books. These books are treasures now, and I can't keep them in the office. I have to carry them with me every day. When Chin Huari was putting things away, Munan followed behind him like a tail, recounting in detail what he did today, and it took a little effort to settle so many pots in the living room on the third floor, saying after that, he turned back to the alpaca. "The alpaca are all running over. I think lions and tigers must not be far away. Brother, you are so far away from work, I think it is very dangerous." Chin Huari said, "Don't worry, starting tomorrow I will go with others. There are also a few programmers here, but they live in the apartment building. Anyway, it's closer, it's safer to have a companion on the way." "No, it is a person, and it is said that after the entire road here is cleared in a few days, there will be buses coming and going. After all, not everyone has a bicycle, and those who don't have a car will be too far to walk there on foot." Hearing Chin Huari's words after saying that, Munan felt relieved. "Then you better be careful. Now that the zoo is gone, the animals in it are probably going crazy from hunger." Chin Huari didn't take a shower, but changed into a dry vest after wiping off the sweat on his body. Anyway, there is an air conditioner at home, so he won't go out again. It won't be too late to take a shower after dinner, so he changed his clothes and prepared to go downstairs. As soon as he turned around, he bumped into Munan, who was following closely behind him. Munan covered his sore nose and backed away. Chin Huari took his hand away amusedly. "Let me see if your nose is bumped crookedly. It has been bumped so many times and you don't have a long memory. Your nose bridge is not high. It must be bumped when you were a child of." Munan touched the bridge of his nose. "It's obviously very tall." Putting one hand on the back of his head, Chin Huari pushed him down the stairs. Seeing that he was still rubbing his nose, he took his hand away. "Don't be red if you rubbed red and then blame me." Munan glared at him. "Why don't you blame me? Why didn't you say hello when you turned around?" Chin Huari smiled and said, "It's better to install a receiver on you. I have a light in my hand. I will shoot it when I turn around, and then a small speaker will announce that your brother is going to turn around. Nanan, please pay attention." So, Munan jumped on Chin Huari's back and plucked his hair. She didn't act like this. As soon as the two of them reached the second floor, they heard voices in the yard. Munan hurried to the terrace to see that it was Wu Zheng and Yu Zaibai who came back on a tricycle, so he ran downstairs to open the door for them. Chin Huari followed him. They went downstairs together behind them, and they brought back a lot of meat, a big basin full of it, and it was not light. Chin Huari reached out to take it. Yu Zaibai parked the tricycle in. Wu Zheng went to call Songjia and Jianchu. Now Zuming was missing. Several people went up to the second floor. Jianchu was fine, she just came from home, and their house also turned on the air conditioner. But Songjia hadn't felt this kind of coolness for a long time. Even New found a friend as soon as she came up. "Lie down in the coolest place." Jianchu said to Songjia, "The electricity will be switched on soon, and some people have started repairing the circuit today." Songjia sighed comfortably. "It would be great to have electricity. Although I seem to have gotten used to the heat now, it's better to be able to comfortably blow on the air conditioner." Yu Zaibai and Chin Huari were cleaning up the meat they brought back, rinsed it with water, and started slicing it. The meat they brought back should have various parts. Some are fatter, some are thinner, and some are evenly fat and thin, but they are all pure meat. And a few internal organs, but not a single bone. Jianchu was on the sidelines to oversee the work. Seeing that they didn't bring any bones back, she felt a little regretful and said, "The alpaca ribs taste pretty good. and there is an oven at home, but it's a pity you didn't take them. Did you tell me about the zoo? Yu-Zibo said. I said it, they will pay attention to it. The alpaca is not easy to clean up. It took a lot of effort to break apart the bones. It took a long time to cut off the meat, the skinned and bled, in order to get it directly when you come back. The cleaning is more meticulous and clean. Some are good to eat. Let's see if you can buy ribs later. Jianchu looked at Wu Zheng. How many points did you exchange for the rest? Wu Zheng said, it's not counted yet, anyway, it's recorded, and the bones plus some leftover meat weigh a few dozen catis more. What we brought back here is only more than 20 catis. If you can't finish it, let's divide it up and freeze it. I don't have electricity over there, let you guys freeze together. New Nan said, no problem. When the first piece of meat was put into the pot, the roasted oil sizzled, and when it was covered with a little chili powder, it almost brought tears to the eyes of people eating it. How long has it been since I ate meat so comfortably, and it was still so fresh? A moment of enjoyment seems to be able to wipe out all the suffering that has been endured before. When Zhu Ming came back, as soon as he entered the yard, he saw Mu Nan waving at him on the second floor. Hurry up, you are the only one missing. Zhu Ming thought there was something wrong, so he entered Mu Nan's house without even returning to his own house. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled a strong smell of barbecue before going upstairs, and his expression was suddenly surprised. Mu Nan smiled and said, New hunted and caught an alpaca, and we just started eating it. After taking Zhu Ming upstairs, Mu Nan went to the kitchen and took out the milk tea. When Songjia and Jianchu saw the milk tea, they went crazy, screaming, your house still has milk tea. Mu Nan used a disposable cup to share a cup with each of them. The milk tea bags I bought before are not much left, so I will drink one less time. But his brother doesn't like to drink such sweet and greasy things, meaning he took a sip and gave him the rest. Zhu Ming looked at Nianyu who was being fed by Songjia, and couldn't help sighing, what a dog, it's a pity it's not a mother. Songjia smiled and said, even if it's a female, I can't find another male, but even if I can find another female, it's useless. My Nianyu has already been sterilized. Zhu Ming sighed, New eat more meat today, pure lean meat, give it a little scalding, don't bring fat, it is easy to get gastroenteritis. After eating and drinking enough, everyone was so full that they sat on the ground and didn't want to move. This meal was so satisfying that it was like Chinese New Year. There is still a lot of meat left. Even if one person can kill a catty of meat, there will be at least 10 catties left, which will be divided into 4 equal parts. Jianchu and the others have a refrigerator, so they take it away, and Wu Zheng and the others put it in Mu Nan. Here it is, anyway, if you want to eat, just shout at the opposite window. When dividing the meat, Songjia also asked, do you want to give some to our neighbor over there? Jianchu looked at him and raised his eyebrows, anyone you like? Songjia rolled her eyes, how can it be, isn't this thinking about the neighbors? Mu Nan said, then they may misunderstand who you are interested in. It's not that girls tend to think more, but that girls live among their group of men, and I'm afraid they are a little sensitive. In the past, now you can't even buy meat. You are so kind to people for no reason. Songjia immediately dismissed this idea, and after eating and drinking enough, the whole person began to feel sleepy. Seeing that everyone had almost eaten and hiccuped one by one, Zhu Ming said, let's end the show, rest early, and have to go to work tomorrow, but I'm afraid you should pay more attention when you go to work again. With alpaca, other animals may not be far away. Wu Zheng and the others nodded, and decided to talk about Songjia when I go back today. If I can go out without a dog in the future, I won't bring it. There are animals around, and I'm afraid it's easier to provoke some large beasts, so don't think that Nianyu is sometimes very useful. There are also many dangers. Jianchu helped Mu Nan tidy up a little bit, except for the pot, everything else was disposable, just pack it up and take it out and throw it away. After the place was cleaned up, they went back to their respective homes. Qin Huari closed the door and went straight up to the 3rd floor. Seeing that it was time for the seeds to soak, Mu Nan didn't want to leave the matter for tomorrow. He hadn't showered anyway, so he simply took the soaked seeds and planted them in pots. Qin Huari ready to help, Mu Nan waved at him, go take a shower, you've been working outside for a whole day, so go to sleep after washing, I'll just bury it in the soil, it's very fast. Qin Huari saw that he would not let him intervene, so he went into the room to take a shower. After taking a shower, he saw the uninstalled projector on the bed. After reading the manual for a while, he installed it for him. Mu Nan fixed all the seeds outside. After that, he entered the room and saw that Qin Huari was already lying on the bed holding the computer and flipping through movies, but the screen had already been projected onto the opposite wall. The screen was big and clear, so he rushed into the bathroom and rushed to after taking a shower. He threw himself on the bed as soon as he came out. Chin Huari wiped his hair with a towel. It grew a little longer, but he didn't plan to cut it. It will be winter soon, so keep some hair on his head to keep warm. New Nan sat on the bed and fumbled with his new toy. He hadn't used a projector before, so it was like watching a private movie theater. He found a brain-burning movie and leaned against Chin Huari's side together. Looking at it, I was thinking about the day. It will snow in a few days. How should we remind them to prepare winter things? It is still so hot, it seems a bit unclear to remind them suddenly. Chin Huari slightly turned his head to look at the head leaning on his shoulder, and smiled. Don't worry, everything has warning signs. We already know the result. As long as we pay attention to the warning signs, there is always a way to give a warning without exposing ourselves too much of. New Nan put his legs on Chin Huari's under the blanket. Chin Huari's body was warm in winter and cool in summer, so it was comfortable to be so close to cool. Chin Huari lowered his eyes to look at him, and raised his leg to press on his leg. New Nan immediately began to compete with him, insisting on suppressing him in turn. Laughing, I couldn't stop laughing very soon. When Chin Huari was pressed down on the bed, I couldn't help laughing anymore. You are so competitive. You have to respect the old and love the young. Every time the desire to gain the upper hand is too inappropriate. Chin Huari looked down at him amusedly, and every time he lost, he would babble and want to get back on the field. Seeing that he was planning to reprimand him all kinds of evil deeds from the beginning again, Chin Huari bowed his head and kissed him on the forehead. Take a sip. Well, I will love children well in the future. After Chin Huari finished speaking, he lay back on the bed. New Nan couldn't help turning his head to look at him, and touched his forehead. Although this was not the first time Chin Huari kissed his forehead, the kiss just now felt a little weird, so I couldn't help but look at him again. Chin Huari turned his face away. Watch your movie, watch what I do. New Nan snorted, turned his back to Chin Huari, and couldn't help touching the place where he was kissed. His brother was used to being close to him since childhood, or something else. There is no one who kisses so easily. Girls don't kiss like this, let alone men. New Nan's suspicious little eyes turned back carefully, but Chin Huari watched the movie with a frank face, and didn't feel at all that just now. What is wrong with his actions? New Nan couldn't help being confused again. What does his brother mean by this? Is it interesting or boring? Chapter 82. As Chin Huari said, there are signs of everything, but when things haven't happened, those subtle signs are easily overlooked by people, or even if they notice, they can't think of what kind of signs the signs will bring. Kind of result. The matter of the alpaca can be regarded as a reminder to the people in the military department. Although they know that there is a zoo here, there are too many things to be busy, and people's affairs have not been sorted out, so they can't care about the animals. But I have to say that when the cities where humans lived were destroyed by earthquakes, even if the plague raged, it became a paradise for animals. They ran wild and multiplied rapidly. To them, the piled-up ruins may be more important than the orderly steel cities are more suitable for their survival. I don't know if it's a zoo, or some wild beasts in the mountains in the distance after the earthquake. In short, when the whole world has no industrial noise, and there are no steel carriages and horses on the road, large beasts begin to appear in people's residential areas. Wandering. For several days in a row, many people were injured by these animals. They encountered wolves seriously and suffered heavy casualties. The point is that those wolves are not at all like those raised in zoos, wild growers and human captives. There is a big difference in the eyes, so some soldiers began to drive around every day to patrol, looking for these beasts that could hurt people. Although there was no necessary connection among them, when he met Shi Yuanfei at the power supply station, Chin Huari still expressed his hunch. It's not that Shi Yuanfei doesn't believe in Chin Huari, but he just analyzed it rationally. Even if it is really a pack of wild wolves, maybe it's just because of the lack of food that they come to the city. Our home is destroyed, and their home may not be able to survive. Chin Huari shook his head. If it was just a random incident, maybe I wouldn't think too much about it, but recently, there have been frequent incidents of animals hurting people, and I always feel that something will happen. Of course, I just guessed like this, especially now that the temperature is dropping. Human beings can always perceive nature better than human beings. Extreme heat is available, and extreme cold is not impossible. Of course, if the cooling is only to restore the climate to how it was before, that would be better. Shi Yuanfei nodded. We will pay close attention to the temperature. Speaking of which, how is your work? Do you need me to help you become a regular? Chin Huari smiled when he heard this. Such a trivial matter doesn't need to consume Captain Shi's favor. Many people have felt the drop in temperature. The difference between 50 degrees and 40 degrees can be said to be very large. When the temperature reached more than 40 degrees, which was unbearable for people who have survived such a long and scorching heat, I even feel that this is just like the coolness of autumn, and everything must be compared. And with the restoration of the circuit, everyone felt that everything was going in a good direction. Now that the new home has been settled, and the new environment is also under construction, their lives will one day be changed according to the government's planning and reconstruction. Back to the past. Clearing up supplies in the army is much faster than people rummaging through it with bare hands. Soon some furniture items can be exchanged for purchase, but the points for redemption are not small. An air conditioner costs at least 20 points. This is a townhouse area. The monthly rent is mainly because these things are not produced under the conditions at present, and the quantity that can be found is not much, so it is a little more expensive. But no matter how expensive it is, someone will change it. After all, although the temperature has dropped, it is still hovering above 40 degrees. Looking at the community that became lively due to the opening of the redemption point, Munan reminded Jianchu and the others, go and exchange some supplies for the winter. Their points were settled later. The biggest source of points came from the cans found on the way here. There were dozens of boxes of canned corn and meat, as well as some supplies of rock sugar and beans. You can have more than 700 points, and now the points you can earn from working for a month are only around 100. More than 700 is considered a very good family fortune. Because they have a lot of money, Munan said let them buy some. Jianchu looked at the sun-shading curtains that could not be removed outside. Winter? What kind of winter is this going to be? Munan said, the temperature has dropped, which means that winter will definitely come. It's just a matter of time. How cheap it is to buy off-season. Look at 20 points for air conditioning, 1 or 2 points for quilts, and not even a can of meat. Many, you can change them when the weather is cold. Don't say it's too late. It's hard to say whether you can get them at that time. Now there is no production factory, and those are the ones that are turned out. Anyway, my family has already changed them. You guys figure it out for yourself. Seeing that Jianchu was still hesitating, Munan was afraid that they would freeze to death at that time, and said again, if there is no accident, we will all live here in the future. Why don't we buy more of our belongings while it is still cheap, and we will be short in the future? If you want it, you may not have it. Jianchu looked at Yu Zaibai, a little moved, and said, then why don't you change it? Yu Zaibai felt that Qin Huari had the ability and foresight, and as Munan said, when the temperature drops, winter will come sooner or later. I got the supplies. After all, everyone migrated here with their pockets cleaner than their faces. On the third day after they rode their small three-wheeled bags to the military headquarters to exchange for those winter items that no one cares about, the bright sun was shining brightly, but it was suddenly covered by dark clouds when everyone was sleeping, and they didn't know for a while. Where did the cold snap blow away the dry heat that had lasted for more than a year, and the temperature continued to drop at an impossible speed? Some people woke up from the cold in their sleep, and some people were killed by the sharp drop in temperature in their sleep. When did this cold winter come? In fact, Munan doesn't remember the exact date. In the last life, this winter came very suddenly, and people had already passed by at that time and had no concept of time. Munan didn't know either. I will be reborn, so naturally I can't remember all the days so clearly. I only remember an approximate time is June. So when the temperature dropped, he was also caught off guard by the cold. Qin Huari was more vigilant. When he felt that the room temperature was too low, he woke up very sensitively. He opened the curtain and saw that the sky outside was gloomy. When the window is opened, the temperature inside the air-conditioned room is even slightly higher than the temperature outside. Qin Huari immediately adjusted the cooling of the air conditioner to heating, pulled out the quilt and covered Munan with it, then went downstairs to turn on the floor heating in the house, and called the neighbor next door through the intercom. The person next door was probably still soundly asleep, and he yelled several times before answering, thinking that something had happened. While checking the doors, windows and heating equipment in the house, Qin Huari said, the temperature has dropped, don't die from the cold, remember to see if Su Ming is awake. Yu Zaibo, who was holding the walkie-talkie, was stunned for a moment, then got up and opened the window to check the situation. As soon as he opened the window, the chilly temperature blew him away, and he was a little dazed. It's probably only a dozen degrees or so cold, and the cooling rate is too fast. Qin Huari went back upstairs, opened the window and threw 2 stones across from them. Soon there was a dog barking in the opposite room, and then someone opened the curtain and took a peek outside, so that it was Qin Huari who was opposite, and a little surprised, but they soon found out that the weather outside was different, so they opened the window and looked at it, only to be shaken by the cold wind. Chin Huai said, "It's okay, I remind you that the temperature has cooled." After finishing speaking, he closed the window and went back to the room. In such a short time, the outside temperature seemed to drop a little bit. The heating inside the house did not drop as fast as the outside temperature, and it felt like the room was getting colder and colder. Chin Huai added another quilt and covered it for a year. New Nan, who was not used to the weight of the blanket, was woken up by the quilt. She was still not awake, so she subconsciously stretched out her hand and pushed it. Chin Huai got under the blanket and hugged him. "The temperature has dropped. I turned on the heater in the house, but the temperature hasn't risen yet." New Nan fell asleep in a daze. "It's so heavy." Chin Huai touched his hands and feet, but luckily they were all warm. "If it's not heavy, it'll be cold to death." New Nan turned over in the quilt, as if he wanted to check the time with his mobile phone. Chin Huai pulled his hand out of the quilt and said, "Go to sleep, don't look, it's still daytime." New Nan groaned. It was still a bit difficult to wake up fully when she was fast asleep, but at least she remembered to remind others, so she went to touch the walkie-talkie again. Chin Huai had no choice but to pull him back under the quilt. "Go to sleep, I have notified everyone, even New News House smashed the windows and woke them up, they won't be frozen to death." Only then did New Nan feel relieved, and burrowed into Chin Huai's arms. The air outside was getting colder and colder, so he naturally rubbed wherever it was warm. But before he could fall asleep again, Chin Huai was woken up by the sound of gongs knocking on the door. Chin Huai put on a thick coat, walked outside to the balcony of the living room, opened the balcony door and looked out. There was a group of soldiers. Seeing someone coming out, the soldier who knocked on the door quickly said, "The temperature has dropped, please keep warm, don't fall asleep." The sound of knocking on the gong and knocking on the door was so loud that every household was woken up, and some people realized that the temperature outside had actually dropped, and this drop made them want to go straight into winter. When someone got up and responded, the soldiers made a record in the small book and wrote down the house number. Those who knocked for a long time and no one answered, they just tried to break in. The houses here are basically resettled by every household. It is full, there is no such thing as no one, and basically can't go out in broad daylight, so if no one responds, something must have happened. Chin Huai returned to the house, saw that New Nan had already sat up and rubbed his eyes, and said helplessly, "Are you still sleeping?" New Nan yawned and stretched, and when he saw that it was only 12 noon on his phone, he shook his head. "The dark days are about to come to an end, and we are about to usher in the light." Chin Huai laughed and said, "It's as if the disaster is over." New Nan, "Anyway, I can go out during the day. Sleeping during the day and sleeping at night still feel different. Even though day and night have been reversed for so long, I still feel that sleeping at night is more comfortable." Pulling back the cover, looking at the gloomy sky, everyone in the military department frowned. Shi Yu and Fear waited expressionlessly for the statistics of supplies from the logistics team. Before that, they were cooling supplies, but now they are cold-proof supplies. Fortunately, when Chin Huai told him, he paid attention to letting people sort out the things for the winter in advance, but he didn't expect his prediction to be fulfilled so soon. Looking at the gloomy sky outside and the ever-falling temperature, none of the people who returned to Base 713 had a good face. Some even couldn't help cursing, "Are you trying to kill us?" Veterans with a little longer seniority also looked exhausted, but still cheered up. "First put on the winter clothes, as many cars as can be dispatched, and find a way to make some noise. Driving in and out of the city, go wherever the car can go. There is no way to gather everyone together, so find a way to wake everyone up. Wake up at least to be able to live, it's better than freezing to death in sleep." A new round of rescue is about to start again, but many people's mentality is completely exhausted. One after another disaster, there is no room for people to breathe. Thoughts, so as not to live and suffer, but those who bear the responsibility do not allow themselves to be weak. If they don't work hard to stand up, their country will really be over. New Nan saw that the sky was very gloomy, and he didn't know when the sun would come out again. He was a little afraid that the battery would be overloaded, so he turned off the air conditioner on the second floor and turned on the heating for the whole house. The air conditioner on the third floor was still on. The heating doesn't come up so quickly, and there are soil pots that have sprouted and grown seedlings on the third floor, so they can't be frozen to death by the low temperature. The electricity used is the government's power supply, and the storage of our own solar energy is not used for the time being. In case of a power outage and no sun, at least it can still be used for a while. The snow hadn't started to fall yet, but the wind was very strong, Gusts of cold wind blew past, blowing the curtains used to protect the outside to the sky. Nan looked at it for a while, and decided to go upstairs to remove the curtains by himself. "Come down, lest you be blown away by the wind." He was just about to go upstairs when he saw Chin Huari coming back. He quickly leaned on the railing and looked down. "Brother." Chin Huari looked up. "Go back to the house, you won't be afraid of the cold if you wear so little." Nan took a look at the down jacket on her body. There were warm clothes inside and 2 sweaters. There was not much at all. When Chin Huari came upstairs, Nan asked, "Do you still have to go to work today?" Chin Huari shook his head. "I don't need it for now. The sudden drop in temperature has messed up a lot of people. Just wait for the notification from over there." He went to building number 1 just now, and number 1 building has equipment to communicate with the office building of the power station, so he asked if he was going to work as usual today, but he thought and guessed that he might not need to go to work for a day or 2. He probably was busy making a rescue plan there, so he moved slowly, and he didn't know how many people would freeze to death. Moreover, many people did not have time to prepare for the sudden drop in temperature. The family may not have thick clothes that can withstand the low temperature. At this time, it is difficult for people to go to work. Seeing that Nan was about to go upstairs, Chin Huari knew what he was going to do, so he pushed him back into the room. "I'll just go up and collect it, as the clothes haven't been taken off yet." Nan followed behind him. "I'm with you. I wear a lot. This is an Arctic down jacket, super thick." Chin Huari was afraid that he would catch a cold, so he took off his clothes without any explanation, and drove him back to the room. The external curtains on the upper floor are very easy to collect. Chin Huari originally installed them, so he knows where the ropes can be untied by pulling a slip knot. When he was collecting them, Yu Zaibai just happened to come up. The 2 sides of the roof can actually communicate with each other. The fence that was erected only reached the chest, so it was easy to turn over. Seeing that Chin Huari was there, Yu Zaibai leaned over wrapped in his clothes against the cold wind. "Have you turned on the floor heating?" Chin Huari nodded. "It's on, but the temperature hasn't warmed up yet, so it might take some time." Yu Zaibai said, "Thanks to your reminders before, we changed into some thick clothes and quilts, otherwise we might freeze to death right now. Those with air conditioners at home are fine, but those without air conditioners are waiting for the floor heating to heat up. It will be really cold. Death, I just hope that the power will not be cut off. The sun is blocked. Can it work at the power station?" Chin Huari shook his head. "I don't know, but solar energy is not the only way to generate electricity. Just in case, we have already started repairing other power stations." "Are you still working today?" Yu Zaibai covered his collar tightly. The wind was too strong. Even if he didn't cover it tightly, even if he was wearing a lot, he still poured it into it. "I probably won't go. Anyway, the salary is paid every day, and if you go, pay it every day. Stay home and check the situation." The 2 talked for a while, and then went to remove the curtains outside. It was so cold that the wind seemed to blow through the thick clothes and into the bones of people. Who would have thought that it was too hot to wear clothes yesterday? Today, I can stand outside wearing winter clothes in the cold and still have chattering teeth. Chin Huari placed the removed curtains directly on the corridor between the 3rd floor and the roof. After returning to the room, he took off his coat and stood under the air conditioner for a while, blowing away the cold air on his body. Just sitting on the sofa next to the bed, Nan was already sleepy and yawned hugging the pillow, but she still resisted to sleep. Now that the daytime is not hot, she has to adjust the day and night upside down. Chin Huari squeezed his face. "Go to sleep when you're sleepy. There's no need to hold on." Nan was iced by his hands, and woke up a little bit after dozing off. "No, I can't sleep. Now I can't fall asleep at night after sleeping. Eat something. You won't be sleepy after eating." Chin Huari laughed. It was only 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Usually, he would have to eat when he got up at 4 or 5 o'clock. You can go out during the day, and the 3 meals a day will return to the previous time. Don't eat now and then you will be unable to eat later. If you can't eat dinner, you must have supper later, and you can't control eating too much after supper. Sleeping at night will definitely cause stomach upset, so he has to keep Nan in check and not let him come casually. Nan took a small cake, piled a few packets of French fries and potato chips on the coffee table in front of the sofa, and brought out a bunch of fruits, and asked Chin Huari to move the projector over for him. "Movie, I want to refresh myself watching it." Chin Huari said, "Will you not be nervous or afraid watching this kind of film?" Nan clicked his tongue lightly. "You underestimate me too much. I'm someone who can watch chainsaw horror for dinner. This kind of heart-wrenching horror movie is just music and atmosphere. Even a ghost who shows his face can't know." "What are you afraid of?" Facts have proved that some big words are always slapped in the face. New Nan sat on the toilet and didn't dare to close the bathroom door. The reason was that the bathroom was too cold, so he had to open the door to go to the bathroom, so that he wouldn't be caught in the cold. As for calling Chin Huari twice from time to time, it was purely boring to squat on the toilet, chatting to pass the time. After a while, Chin Huari, who was chatting with him, suddenly fell silent. New Nan tried to stretch his head to look out, but the toilet was a little far away from the door, so he couldn't see outside at all, so he couldn't help but ask, "Brother, are you still there? Brother? What are you doing? Brother? Brother? Come back." Chin Huari didn't answer for a long time. New Nan couldn't sit on the toilet anymore. He felt that a white hand would come out of it at any moment. He was frightened by his own associations. He didn't want to go to the toilet anymore. Just as he was getting ready, Chin Huari he suddenly appeared at the door of the bathroom, and leaned against the door with his arms folded and smiled. "Is this not afraid?" New Nan quickly tightened his pants. "Why are you here? I didn't even close the door. You go out, don't stand at the door." Chin Huari smiled and said, "I haven't seen anything on your body." New Nan directly took out a pillow from the space and hit him. "Don't stand at the door, go away, I can't pull you out when you stand at the door." "Chin Huari, aren't you afraid? It's good that I'm here with you." New Nan tugged on his trousers. Chin Huari shrugged his shoulders with a smile, afraid that New Nan would really be teased by himself, so Chin Huari let him go, and returned to the sofa with a pillow in his hand, and found a lively variety show with a louder voice, so that there would be nothing wrong with it if it was lively. So scary. New Nan heaved a sigh of relief. This Chin Huari really won't change his bad nature no matter how old he grows up. The howling cold wind chilled the land thoroughly in just one day, and at night, snowflakes floated in the sky. Even though the higher authorities tried their best to keep the residential area uninterrupted, some people living in the house are still freezing. Those who didn't get the air conditioner before can only wait for the floor heating to heat up, but the floor heating can be heated up so quickly. This kind of central heating will take at least a day. As a result, many people didn't have winter clothes, and the temperature at home couldn't rise. They all ran to Building Number 1. Building Number 1 is the temporary settlement for soldiers here. Generally, if you need help, you can go directly to Building Number 1. Look for them. They don't need other help right now. They just need a warm place to resist the cold, at least until the temperature in the house rises, otherwise they will really die of cold. Building Number 1 is already full of people. Some of them are even wearing short-sleeved shorts. No one thought that the temperature would drop all of a sudden, without even a buffer period. Before, they were only rushing to fight the heat. When they found some thick clothes and bedding in the ruins, they even threw them away because they thought it was too hot and the distance was too troublesome. Now it was so cold that they were trembling all over and their brains were about to freeze, so they deeply regretted it. At that time, if he didn't dislike the trouble and moved back, how could he be frozen into a fool now? They are okay here. At least there is still a place to ask for help. Those who have been placed in the campus for isolation and have not been transferred have really died of cold. They were originally isolated here because of illness. They came here for rescue in a short time, but some people who were already sick with a fever couldn't carry it over, and it seemed that they were about to die. The sudden heavy snowfall at night escalated the cooling disaster again. Not everyone has cold-proof clothes. Those who have already settled in this residential area can still be woken up in their sleep. Those survivors in the distance have not yet. I don't know how many people can carry it. The vehicles that went out to patrol and rescue picked up the exposed survivors one after another, and placed them in the school auditorium that was slightly repaired and available later. The outside was responsible for finding people, and the inside was responsible for distinguishing and isolating people. Sick and not sick. Those who are infected must be isolated, otherwise they will infect each other when they are together, and none of them will be able to escape in the end. Too many people have been transferred, and there is no room for them in the auditorium. There is no choice but to use limited materials to continue to build resettlement sites, so we can only increase reward points to call on the public to actively participate in rescue operations. This rescue is just to build houses instead of following the soldiers to save people. There is no need to contact those who are sick, but there are not many people involved. The main reason is that they don't have thick clothes and they have the heart but not the strength. They all went at the beginning of June. They have clothes, and they won't be too cold if they wear more clothes. Now they give more points, which just happens to earn a little more. It's been a cold year, and it's so cold that I can't go out in the end, so I can only earn more points now to exchange for some food and hide in the house to avoid the winter. Wu Zheng and his brothers also went together, and they were worried about locking Niu Niu in the room alone, knowing that Qin Huari didn't intend to let Niu Nan go out to work, so Niu Niu was sent to Niu Nan's place. Niu Nan stroked Niu Niu's dog's head, sat by the window and watched the group of people who were wrapped in thick clothes leave, and sighed, "There are only 2 of us left." Niu Niu, wow. Niu Nan, we are all the same, we are all the ones raised in captivity. Niu Niu, Wang. Chapter 83. Niu Niu's body was quite clean, but Niu Nan still scrubbed Niu Niu with water, mainly on her feet. It is estimated that Wu Zheng and the others took good care of Niu Niu. After a little cleaning, I sprayed insect repellent spray on my body, and then I brought it into the room. The floor heating was turned on in the room. It has been on for 2 days, and the temperature has risen, but the air conditioner has not been turned off, and the room is still a little bit it's cool, and you need to wear thick sweaters, but if you wear too many clothes, you will feel uncomfortable, so the air conditioner is also turned on, and the whole room is warm, and you only need to wear a home jacket with fleece. As soon as Niu Niu entered the room, she obediently lay down on the carpet next to the sofa. Niu Nan put a bowl of water for it to drink when it was thirsty. Mouth, or put it in a bowl. Niu Niu would not eat it. Niu Nan teased for a while, seeing that Niu Niu was not lively when she was around her master. She lay down lazily and didn't play with him. The little interest in playing with dogs disappeared immediately, so she didn't care about Niu Niu anymore, just took the water bottle going outside to water his planting business. But as soon as he moved, Niu Niu got up and followed behind him. Niu Nan clicked his tongue lightly. If you play with you, you ignore me. If you don't play with you, you have to follow me. What do you want to do? Niu Niu looked at him innocently. Seeing that he would not leave, she sat down on her buttocks, and when Niu Nan moved, Niu Niu stood up accordingly. Niu Nan has never had a dog before, but she thinks Niu Niu's appearance is quite interesting, so she moves and stops to tease it. In the end, I don't know if it was annoyed by being teased, or because Niu Niu was smart enough to know that he wouldn't leave, so she just lay down on the door. Wherever Niu Nan was, her eyes would look there, but she didn't follow. Niu Nan carefully watered each pot. Those sprouts that have sprouted are so tender and green, it makes people feel comfortable to look at them. As long as the heating in the room is constant, the tomatoes and peppers in his pots will definitely grow. After returning to work, Qin Huari did not go with the few programmers who had made an appointment to go with him before. He didn't know if they would go or not, so he left first. Even if he had goggles, and all kinds of cold-proof hats and masks were strictly worn. To be honest, when he got to the office building, there were patches of icicles on his mask and hat. This is the first time for him, who grew up in the south and stayed in a relatively warm area even if he went abroad. This is the first time he has personally experienced this level of coldness. There is no floor heating in the office building. Although the air conditioner is turned on, the air conditioner can the increase in temperature is not much. As soon as he entered the room, he could feel a rush of heat, but after sitting for a while, his body was still cold. Fortunately, he wore a lot of clothes, and there was a set of Arctic winter clothes outside the down jacket, so after taking off the winter clothes, it is just right to wear a down jacket indoors. They recruited more than a dozen of them from the public before, but only 7 passed the basic assessment, and the other 6 lived in apartment buildings. Because they lived close together, they made an appointment to go together when they went to work. Today they all came separately, but only 3 came, and the other 3 did not come for some unknown reason. When they saw Qin Huari, they said, "We thought you weren't coming either. When we were at the intersection, we took a look around and didn't see you." Qin Huari just poured a cup of hot water and sat back in his seat. He smiled and said, "I don't know if you will come or not, so I left first." Where are the 3 of them? The person who talked to Qin Huari was Zhu Chuanhong, a northerner, who had just graduated from Hayes that year, and he probably had good abilities. He hadn't received his graduation certificate yet, and he had already entered the company as an intern in the last half of the semester, which resulted in one disaster after another. He was forced to stay here and couldn't go home. He didn't know how his family was doing, but he really couldn't go back, so he had to follow the government to rebuild first, and try to survive by himself first. He probably just walked out of the campus. He was more enthusiastic. He was the one who took the initiative to ask Qin Huari where he lived before and offered to go with him. Hearing Qin Huari's question, Zhu Chuanhong shrugged. "If you can't buy clothes, you can't come here." He looked at the clothes Qin Huari put aside, and couldn't help being a little envious. This is also bought by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. How many points does this get? Now many people call the redemption point a Supply and Marketing Cooperative. a word that has been used in people's daily life in the 1980s and 1990s, but as people's lives get better and better, this word has gradually withdrawn from people's lives. The model is a bit similar to the previous supply and marketing cooperatives, so it was called out again. Chin Huari said, "No, I found it when I was digging through the ruins before. It seems that there is no such Arctic winter clothing for sale at the trade-in point. People will know." The envy in Zhu Chuanghong's eyes was even worse. You must know that he also found a lot of thick clothes at the beginning, but it was too hot at the time, so he was busy looking for food and even furniture. No one thought that the temperature would cool down so quickly. It's all blue. The other two people who came with Zhu Chuanghong, one is Xu Bin and the other is Jiang Qi. The two stood in front of the air conditioner for a while to warm up before they became so stiff. When Chin Huari said that the clothes were turned out, they couldn't help but said, "Is there a lot? I can use points to buy from you." It's hard to find winter supplies at the redemption point now. Even some obvious old things, no one dislikes them. Now it's not easy to find something to wear on your body. Compared to freezing to death, wearing someone's old clothes is easier. It's nothing. Some can not go out, and even wrap the curtains that used to block the sun at home. In the past 2 days, the heating in the house has been turned up. It doesn't matter if you don't have cold clothes to stay in the house, but it's impossible for everyone to stay in the house. Someone has to come out to earn rations. The 3 who walked with them before were unable to go out because they couldn't find clothes and shoes that could keep out the cold. Otherwise, who would give up such a good job opportunity? Chin Huari sighed. "If I knew it would be today, I would have taken a little more of the things I dug out at the beginning. Now I don't know how much I can sell if I resell them. It's a pity that it was too hot and heavy at the time, so I thought about getting 1 or 2 sets of spare parts. Now, it came in handy, but it's a pity that it's only enough for me to wear." The others also sighed. Who knew that the temperature would drop suddenly? They also found some thermal underwear for winter. To carry more things, such as curtains, they threw away those clothes, so they believed Chin Huari's words, but they were still a little envious. Anyway, they still had a little foresight and knew to take 1 or 2 pieces home for preparation. Unlike them, they exchanged some of the points they had finally accumulated into clothes. But they were lucky. As soon as the temperature cooled down, they realized something was wrong, and ran to the redemption point against the cold wind that hadn't snowed yet, and immediately exchanged all the points in their hands for clothes, pants and shoes. Clothes that can go out can earn points. If you are trapped in the house, you really don't know what to do. A few people talked for a while, and started working after their bodies warmed up and their fingers were not so stiff. Before, because of the large number of people, everyone was assigned different tasks. Now that there are 3 people missing, those unfinished things will naturally be to share it among them. Even if the workload has increased, no one said anything. It is a good thing to have something to do, but I am afraid that there is nothing to do. There is a heating resettlement house to be built outside, but because there are not enough manpower, so many points are given, and the working hours are also long. Chin Huari comes back every day, and his neighbors have not yet returned. After the weather gets colder and the sun is not so harsh, the working time has also been changed. Chin Huari has to leave the house at 8 every day. Jian Chu and the others go earlier because they are rushing to work and it is 7 o'clock. After washing up, it was almost time to go to work. At that time, New Nan was still in the bed and did not wake up. After Wu Zheng and the others came back at about 90 o'clock in the evening, they would come to pick Nianyu home. When picking up the dog, they chatted occasionally, which was considered an exchange. Information. In these few days, Nianyu probably also knew that Mu Nan's house was only temporary, and she would return to her own home every night, so she did not feel unhappy at the beginning, and became a little more lively. At least after a few days of getting along, Mu Nan Nianyu will never refuse what it eats. When the first snow began to fall, the blizzard almost never stopped, and it was too hot for people to resist. As long as it is not a stove, avoiding the sun can always endure. But this low temperature is more fatal, especially if it is not excessive at all. When people are still wearing summer clothes and can't find shelter from the cold, many people can't wake up in the hallucination of hypothermia. The above even directly uses a car to transport the corpses. Most of the people living here are healthy people. After finally finding a clean place to rebuild, naturally the corpses can no longer be piled up. The corpse truck every day constantly going back and forth, a carload of corpses was piled up and transported to the place specially designated for burning corpses, while other vehicles continued to rescue the surviving people in the urban area, send the sick to the school, and those who were not sick or had no symptoms yet first send them to the resettlement room, take their temperature every day, take away those with a fever, and gradually provide clothes for those left behind. Of course, they are not provided for free, and they will be recorded. The credits owed now will have to be paid back by labor in the future. It is a very happy thing for many people that there is still a government taking the lead in disaster avoidance. At least the environment is not so bad that no one cares about life and death. Food, drink and housing are provided free of charge every day, and it is enough to provide for people like our ancestors. Faced with such a person who is still unclear at this time, the higher-ups will directly throw the person out of the heating and resettlement site, and they deserve to be frozen to death. It's not that their blood was drained by natural disasters, but that people are racing against time to save time. I wish everyone would move and build resettlement sites to rescue more people. There is no time to make trouble with you. At the same time, this behavior of killing chickens and monkeys is also telling everyone that today is different from the past, and it is impossible to hold on to the thoughts of serving the people in the past. In the face of natural disasters, if you don't work hard to survive, who else can you count on? And you, according to Chin Huari's words, now the top directly adopts a semi-military management policy. You can choose the way you want to live, that is your freedom, but if you want to rely on the government, you can only listen to the arrangements and never make trouble. Newnan thinks this is quite good. For saving people and rebuilding, those soldiers are already too tired. No one has ever experienced such a kind of physical exhaustion and psychological pressure. As long as the people work hard to survive, they have to try to keep others alive. At this time, there are still people who are disobedient or making trouble. Whoever has the energy to take care of them, it is better to be more straightforward. Either stay obedient or leave if disobedient. But these have nothing to do with Newnan. No matter whether the environment is good or bad, he must be the obedient part. When it was windy and snowy outside, the life between him and Chin Huari temporarily returned to calm. Chin Huari learns and absorbs quickly. At the beginning, he relied on the software he developed to make a fortune from nothing. If there hadn't been this disaster, his software would have continuously provided him with wealth in the next 10 years. The initial investment is exchanged for funds to prepare sufficient materials. Therefore, no matter when those who are capable do not say that their lives are better than others, at least they will try their best to seize the opportunity when it comes. While others are still doing the repair work explained above, Chin Huari has already produced a communication software that adapts to the current information equipment, and has directly developed many new modules based on the current environment, such as instant messaging, material exchange, and rescue, response to disasters and evacuation, and even opened the entertainment area, uploaded limited network resources, video games, etc. Although the number is not large, it can be gradually increased in the future. For convenience and simplicity, the app of each project is independent, just to facilitate later updates and operations. But it is obvious that he cannot complete all of these by himself, so Chin Huari submitted the plan, and even came up with the basic framework model, which only needs to be slowly expanded and filled by others. Company Commander Xia is in charge of their part, because communication is very important, to obtain information from the outside world, to transmit information, to maintain close contact with other provinces and the central government to upload and distribute. And now they can only rely on remote communication, so repairing communication is a top priority. Therefore, the officers in charge of the information department are also very high-ranking. Company Commander Xia is even Shi Yuanfei's superior. Now, Chin Huari is directly confronting Company Commander Xia because of repairing and rebuilding the communication template. Company Commander Xia looked at the plan submitted by Chin Huari, and asked directly, "How long will it take to complete the restoration and reconstruction you appealed to?" Chin Huari, 1 month. These things are not difficult. A slight modification of the existing software model does not require original research and development. It does not take too long. The only thing that takes time is the establishment of the information station and the docking of the port. Company Commander Xia nodded. These engineering departments will speed up the maintenance, and you will be in charge of the civil communication part for the time being. If you need any help in the future, please feel free to bring it up. Chin Huari nodded, and directly reassigned the work with the approved proposal. They can't touch military communications, and that's not what they should touch, so they can only find work in the field they are good at. At least set up a local area network in this area, not for other reasons. In order for him to be able to contact Munan at any time, it is better than cutting off contact with Munan all day outside, especially if he works overtime unexpectedly. But he has no way to tell Munan. Munan, who is passively waiting at home, will definitely anxious and scared. It is obvious that Chin Huari has been reused, and his ability is also obvious to all. Even if they can't touch the military communication, sometimes those information engineering soldiers will ask Chin Huari about some stuck problems, and Chin Huari can't solve those problems, solve it directly, and can also give some feasible ideas based on experience. They never hide their secrets when dealing with Zhu Chuanghong. Even if they were promoted to be team leaders, they never saw him become difficult to get along with. In addition, he is handsome and humorous. It's funny, at least the words and deeds are magnanimous, which makes people instinctively like them, and there are not many people on their side. It's good to be able to survive after the catastrophe. How can they have the strength to engage in intrigue? Son, so everyone gets along very well. There are more things to be responsible for, so I am naturally busy at work. Now it is no longer like before. I can't walk outside during the day, but if I go back late, the road is still a bit unsafe. Not to mention robbery, even some wandering animals. With lethality, so no matter how much work there is, try to let everyone go home before dark, but the temperature is getting lower and lower, and the wind and snow are getting bigger and bigger, so the previously planned commuting bus has been put on hold. You can only let them ride their bicycles to and from work carefully. Every day, no matter whether he was going or returning, Chin Huari's body could peel off a piece of ice. Munan felt distressed, and wiped his hands and face with a hot towel. Chin Huari knew what he wanted to say, so he tapped his nose twice with his cold fingers. You can hang an oil pot on your mouth, what a grown man. Munan threw the towel on him, turned around and walked upstairs. Chin Huari followed behind him. It will take about half a month to connect to the internet, and when you are at home, I will be able to contact you at work. Munan said, I won't contact you. Chin Huari smiled, it's pretty good now. How many people can eat according to their hobbies? Not only can I eat, but I can also support you. How wonderful. As for the weather, you posted so much for me. What a warm baby. Although the outside looks like ice and snow, but the inside of the clothes is hot, not cold at all. Munan turned his head slightly to look at him. Do you really like doing this? I already have experience in growing vegetables. When the time comes, I will make a few more pots on the second floor. There will already be quite a few upstairs and downstairs. The climate will be either cold or hot in the future. Even if we build an indoor field, food must be the most scarce, and we can grow vegetables to support ourselves, and we can grow vegetables at home without being exposed to heat or cold. What's more, isn't the painstaking preparation of those supplies just to live comfortably in the future? Chin Huari rubbed his hair. I really like it. Munan snorted, I haven't seen you like this before, and you still keep talking about me when I play games. Chin Huari, can it be the same? You were only young at that time, and the high school entrance examination is also very important. If you can't pass the high school entrance examination, you can only go to a technical secondary school. A technical secondary school is a small society. Do you think I can rest assured that you can go to a secondary school? Special, don't stare at you carefully. Munan murmured, you are always right. Having said that, Munan will not really forcefully ask Chin Huari not to go to work, although he knows that as long as he insists, Chin Huari will definitely agree. But everyone is different, although they do not have much pressure to survive, but Chin Huari may not be willing to stay at home like him. Maybe the sense of accomplishment in his career makes him happier, so Munan can only prepare a lot of meals every day to make Chin Huari eat well and add more calories to resist cold. The smell of hot pot is too strong. Even if it is windy and snowy outside, Munan can't guarantee that the people next door can't smell it, so he can only change to other pots. It is very suitable to eat mutton pot in such a cold day. Boiling some of his favorite dishes in the mutton pot, Munan also cut up some alpaca meat that he hadn't finished eating last time. In comparison, although they are all sheep, the taste of alpaca meat is indeed slightly better. Sure enough, there is a reason why you are expensive. This alpaca meat is much tenderer than mutton. Chin Huari, domestic is expensive because of transportation costs. Alpaca are daily meat in foreign countries, but I'm afraid they won't be able to eat them in the future. In such a cold day, many people freeze to death, and many animals freeze to death. No matter it's severe cold, it's still hot. It's not suitable for reproduction. But I don't know if animals can adapt to the current environment. If they can't adapt, more species may become extinct. New Nan warned. Anyway, you have to be careful on the way to and from get off work, because the weather is too cold, and those animals that don't hibernate have no food to eat, and they are specially targeting humans. Eat and drink enough, because the temperature in the house is high, probably because the government knows that some people have no winter supplies at all, so the floor heating is very warm. New Nan and his family have already turned off the air conditioner, but at present there are even it was so hot, so after eating and resting for a while, New Nan started to eat popsicles. Chinhuari was arranging his clothes. The clothes he wore in summer now had water. He washed a lot every day, and just hung them in the room for a while to dry. New Nan lay on the sofa and sighed. When I was in school, it was very cold in winter, and I still lived in the dormitory in high school. There was a student from the northeast in our class who complained that the south was too cold, so I slept all night. He can't even warm his bed at night, unlike his hometown where he eats ice cream and looks at the snow scene in winter. Chinhuari asked while folding the clothes. Then are your high school classmates easy to get along with? New Nan shook his foot. It's okay, there is no one who is not easy to get along with. There are many small groups of girls, but the boys are quite aggressive. They just play ball every day, copy homework, and complain about evening self-study. If you haven't woken up from playing, there is nothing difficult to get along with. Chinhuari, there is no such thing as campus bullying? New Nan took a bite of the popsicle. It doesn't seem to be. I'm too busy doing my homework and copying my homework. I don't have time to bully others. It's because the courses are not difficult enough or the homework is not enough. Anyway, I haven't bullied others, and no one has bullied me. After New Nan finished speaking, he turned to look at Chinhuari. What about you? Many people abroad look down on Asians and will bully yellow-skinned people. Chinhuari smiled. He took a detour and walked away after being beaten up. There are actually not many people with that sense of superiority. Most people get along very peacefully. The two chatted for a while, and suddenly there was a lot of movement outside. The cold wind was howling non-stop, but suddenly the wind seemed to pick up again. New Nan opened the curtains and looked outside. Although it was pitch black, it was still I can see heavy snow falling outside, and I don't know how thick the snow will be when I get up tomorrow. Chapter 84. The strong wind outside escalated, and New Nan hurriedly checked the windows inside and outside the house with a popsicle stick in his mouth, making sure they were closed tightly, before returning to the room. Chinhuari put the folded clothes on the bed, asked New Nan to put them into the space later, brought over the dirty clothes basket, and asked New Nan to bring out some more dirty clothes, wash another pile, while the water is still available. Yes, in a few days, even if the water is pumped from the ground, the water pipe will freeze, and it will not be so convenient to do laundry. There is heating in the house, but it is freezing outside, and the water pipe will be frozen for sure. New Nan took out a pile of dirty clothes from the space again. He had already washed a lot when Chinhuari was not at home during the day, and he didn't stop until the whole house couldn't dry them. When there was a little space left, Chinhuari seized the time to wash some more. Anyway, it was a matter of throwing it in the washing machine. Chinhuari put the clothes into the washing machine, tidied up the bathroom, and when he came out, he saw New Nan staring blankly at the unfinished mutton pot on the table, and said, "You just ate popsicles, don't let it be hot and cold for a while." New Nan turned to look at Chinhuari, thought for a while and then sighed. "Forget it, don't bring it, you can eat in the cafeteria. Such thick clothes may already make people jealous. If you bring your own rice and meat, I'm afraid you'll be ganged up to block the road and rob you. It doesn't matter if you grab some points. If your clothes are stripped off on the way, you'll freeze to death. If you haven't eaten well at noon, then come back to eat at night. Good things have to be eaten secretly." Chinhuari smiled when he heard the words. The food in the cafeteria is not that bad. The aunts in the small cafeteria are good at cooking. The ingredients are limited but the taste is not bad. The food is already good before going out in the morning. It's okay to mix it up at noon. You put this pot in the space, and tomorrow I will cook some carrots and vegetables, and I will have bibimbap for breakfast in the morning. When it's cold, people really need food to resist the cold, and New Nan is also worried that Chinhuari's food at work will not be good, so as long as he is at home, the food is very rich, and the breakfast is served directly with rice. Eat well and go to work. I don't know if it's too good to eat every day, or those warm babies are really useful. Although the wind can penetrate the mask when riding a bicycle, it hurts the face, but the body is warm. The The people who work with him every day, when they came, their faces turned blue from the cold. If it wasn't for the lack of conditions here, and there are many important equipments that can't let them stay overnight, like Ju Chuang Hong, they would have wished to take root here and not leave, so as not to suffer on the road. Not to mention the icy cold every day. Their hands and feet have already developed a pile of chilblains, and the cracks on their hands and feet are as deep as cut by a knife. Some of them are so swollen that they can't even type on the keyboard, can't even bend. But even so, they still insisted that compared to moving bricks outside to consume physical strength, they can still sit indoors and enjoy the air conditioning, which is really good. So they cherish the present opportunity in every possible way, and work hard to overcome no matter how difficult it is. And when he saw that Chin Huari had no chilblains on his hands, he still sighed. This handsome man is just different. Living in the same climate, his hands and feet are fine. Hearing their exclamation and envy, Chin Huari glanced at his hands. It is not for nothing to wipe the anti-crack cream every morning and evening, and it is not for nothing to wear such thick gloves. If he gets sores on his hands, it may be Nan I don't like him to come out to work. Just after checking the procedures done yesterday, Chin Huari saw Jiang Qi, who was sitting next to him, lying on the table for a long time, and then asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Qi hurriedly sat up, but kept covering his stomach with his hands. "I just have a stomachache. I'm not sick or have a fever. I'll be fine after a while." If you can't keep it, it's hard to say whether you will be infected during the isolation period. Ju Chuang Hong looked over and said, "Let's let the cold wind blow in. The scarf you are wearing is not densely woven at all. The big flowers are beautiful, but they don't block the wind. You must have caught a cold when you rode all the way here." Chin Huari got up and went to pour Jiang Qi a cup of hot water. "You go to rest first, and continue when you feel better later. It really hurts badly. I will help you later if you haven't finished." Jiang Qi took the hot water and said hastily, "No need, I can do it myself, thank you, I'll take it easy." Chin Huari didn't say much. He was not a very warm-hearted person, but when he saw Jiang Qi, he couldn't help but think of his own child. On the day when the weather just changed, Mu Nan had a stomach problem and rolled up on the bed. His little face turned pale with pain, and he had to comfort him by saying that it was okay, it would be fine after a while. So when he saw a boy who was not much older than Mu Nan in such a cold weather, he was uncomfortable and had to fight hard. My heart softened a bit. Around noon, the squad leader from the engineering department came over and said to them, "Today we are going to adjust the interface of the base station. You can arrange someone to go with us for the civil communication." Hearing this, Chin Huari frowned subconsciously. It was almost time to get off work, and temporarily added tasks, although he told Mu Nan that he was very busy recently and could work overtime at any time. But every time he returned home, Mu Nan would definitely be there. He was waiting for him at the stairs. Although the floor heating was turned on the 3 floors of the house, the heating on the first floor was not very strong. He went back late, so he didn't know how long Mu Nan would wait, and whether he would scare himself because he couldn't get in touch. Thinking about whether he would have an accident on the road and be frightened. But in this case, as the team leader, who else would go if he didn't go? The squad leader continued, "This is considered overtime. After all, I don't know how late it will be, so I will subsidize an extra dinner and 5 points of overtime pay. You can discuss who will go, and come and gather in half an hour." 5 points is not a small amount. Except for Chin Huari, none of them have formally become regulars yet, but because of the weather, the road to work is relatively difficult, so the daily salary of the internship has also been increased. 5 points a day, even if you want to work overtime. In just a few hours, a trip can earn an extra day's wages and an extra dinner, which is a good deal. If there is nothing to work overtime, then Chin Huari must have gone by himself. With the overtime pay, he naturally looked at the other 3 people and said, "Which one of you is willing to work overtime?" They looked at each other, although it was cold outside, but they could earn wages, 5 points, at least 1 week's worth of rations could be exchanged. Ju Chuang Hong was fine, he was enough to eat by himself, so his willingness to work overtime was not that strong. But both Jiang Qi and Xu Bin seemed to be supporting their families, and the attraction of earning an extra day's salary is quite attractive to them. But it was Jiang Qi who spoke first, and he took the initiative to say, "I want to go, can I?" Chin Huari weighed Jiang Qi's ability, and the ordinary port connection debugging is no problem, so he nodded, "That's fine, you can go." Jiang Qi smiled and thanked immediately when he heard the words. Xu Bin beside him pursed his lips and didn't say much. After deciding who to work overtime, Chin Huari began to pack his things and prepare to leave work. Ju Chuanghong smiled and said, Brother Qin is the most active at get off work every day. Jiang Qiyu, who can earn overtime pay, said relaxedly, if you are not active after get off work, you have a problem with your thinking. Qin Huari smiled when he heard the words, there are people waiting at home, so it's natural to be positive. The two people on his left and right looked at him instantly gossiping, Brother Qin, are you married? Qin Huari didn't deny it, just smiled. That family has always been there. When it will be successful, it depends on when his family Nan gets the hang of it. As for taking the initiative to tell the truth, Qin Huari has no such plan for the time being, and his life has not settled down, and because Mu Nan has been close to him since he was a child, he is a little uncertain about Mu Nan's thoughts. When his relationship has changed, he will resist and even feel disgusted. He does not have the perspective of God, so he can only speculate in fear. How afraid of losing. After returning home through the wind and snow, as soon as he entered the yard, the door of his house was opened, and two heads appeared inside, a human head and a dog's head, and the human head looked over with a smile, Brother, you are back, come in quickly to warm up. Once it's warm, the road will freeze. Looking at Mu Nan, who took off his hat and mask, and wiped his hands and face with a hot towel, Qin Huari smiled. He was happy enough now, and he wondered if he would be too greedy if he asked for more. The successful repair of the base station allowed the local area network to start operating smoothly. The network covers the entire community, but you need to enter the account password to connect to the network. No SIM card is required, but one account can only correspond to one mobile phone. The mobile phone network is opened in the form of a monthly subscription. The monthly rent is not expensive, 3 credits per month. It is just a local area network, and the existing network resources are not many, but it is enough for many people to communicate with each other in the entire coverage area. And the open software also has a community channel where many people communicate with each other. This has left many people alone after the earthquake. They have found some comfort and channels for expression. If a person is closed for a long time, his mentality will easily collapse, even if it is just with it's good for netizens who don't know each other to chat with each other, and to feel the excitement of the crowd on the internet. Mu Nan was the first to get the internal test account. As the operator and maintainer of the civil communication sector, Qin Huari and the others each have 3 internal test accounts, which can be regarded as the benefits of internal personnel. Once officially opened, these accounts are free. Monthly rental, that is, free to use, but the account limit is only to prevent insiders from taking advantage of the convenience of employees to resell. Of the 3 accounts, Qin Huari and Mu Nan used one each, and the other one is not good to sell, and it is not enough to give to friends, and it would be a waste to leave it unused. Finally, after being polite to each other, this account was given to Jian Chu. The few of them work together, they go in and out at the same time, and they don't need to be in touch with each other remotely. They can get in touch with all of them by contacting one Jian Chu. In addition, Mu Nan and Jian Chu usually chat more, so I gave it to Jian Chu. Now Mu Nan can contact Qin Huari at any time at home, and if Qin Huari has any job changes, he can tell Mu Nan as soon as possible, which makes Mu Nan feel more secure, and even regained a little bit because of the restoration of communication. Pre-apocalyptic feeling. For example, with his bare feet on the coffee table full of snacks, he took a background photo of a movie being projected and sent it to Qin Huari. My brother's hard work is to make my brother happy. Work hard, brother, you are the best. Looking at the photo, Qin Huari pursed his lips and replied with a smile, eat less snacks, iced drinks are not allowed, at least put it on the ground for half an hour before drinking. Mu Nan sent him a text with a bitter face, let it sit for half an hour and it will become hot water. After posting this paragraph, he posted another photo with a transparent teacup. I drink grapefruit tea, it's hot. Qin Huari looked at the hand holding the teacup on the photo, and then replied, good boy. Ju Chuanghong stretched his waist, and when he turned his head, he saw Qin Huari's unrestrained smile at the phone, and said, if you have a family and a mouth, you will torture a single dog to death. Xu Bin, who was sitting opposite him, tapped on the computer and said, you can find one too. Ju Chuanghong sighed, it's precarious. What are you looking for? It's not easy to support yourself. By the way, do you know that we have man-eating beasts here? Only then did Xu Bin look up at him, a man-eating beast? Ju Chuanghong nodded again and again. It happened at the school. A person was diagnosed with the plague. The symptoms of that person were not very serious. Anyway, he just couldn't accept it. He broke down and ran out of the school. Later, he was sent to quarantine for observation. Some people went to the military vehicle where the school was resettled, and on the road, they saw a corpse with half of its body missing and its entire stomach gutted, and that was the one who ran out. Maybe it's because too many people have died in the past year, or maybe the death and corpses he saw after the earthquake made people feel numb. When he heard this, Shubin's first thought was not to lament the death. Instead, he said, "The person who ate and got sick, will the beast be infected?" Ju Chuanhong shrugged, "Who knows, anyway, everyone should be careful, don't make it to today and die unjustly at the mouth of wild beasts." When they were talking about the beast, Munan was lying on the sofa watching a movie. The clothes had been washed, and while there was still water, Munan put a pool of water into the backyard. There was also a small open space behind their building. It was deliberately vacated when the fence was built, but the area is small and not as spacious as the front yard. There are not many things in it at present. Anyway, a swimming pool is enough. It is still snowing outside, and the swimming pool can be frozen in a day, it's so hard, and now I can only store ice secretly like this. I have to put the swimming pool filled with water into ice before I come back from the next door, and I will continue tomorrow. There are still a lot of ice cubes in his space, and they didn't consume much when the weather was hot, so Munan stored it slowly, one piece a day, and there could be hundreds of big ice cubes in the winter that lasted almost half a year. It's enough for summer. After finishing the busy work inside and outside the house, he just lay down on the sofa for a while and sent a message to Qin Huai, but he also knew that he should not disturb his work too much, so he put down his phone and planned to take a lunch break. After lying down for a while, Nu, who had been obediently lying on the cushion next to his sofa, shook her ears, then suddenly stood up, and made a low warning sound towards the window. Munan was startled, thought it was someone outside, and quickly covered Nianu's mouth, afraid that it would startle the people outside by its sudden cry. Munan led Nu carefully close to the window, preventing Nu from screaming, and opened the curtain to look out, but no one saw it, but saw a scene that almost made him feel heartbroken. Sniffing around the gate of the yard, at that moment, Munan's head went numb. The tiger, an animal that was only watched through the glass in the zoo, now walks around the door of their house. I don't know if it smells something. Dog, so some linger. Munan's first reaction was to look for Qin Huai, but he quickly calmed down. There are courtyard walls and iron gates outside, and there are several doors in this house. No matter how fierce the tiger is, it will take some time to get in through the door, and as long as he is careful not to disturb it with any movement, it may not attract its attention. Thinking of this, Munan finally calmed down a little, so he took out his phone and took several photos and sent them to Brother Zhu. The network has not been fully opened yet, but the people in the military department have already connected to the network for the convenience of receiving news. Just to prevent him from having any trouble at home, Qin Huai even asked for Brother Zhu's account and asked Munan to add one. My friend, after all, he is at the power station. If something happens at home, he can't come back immediately, and Brother Zhu, who is currently stationed in building number 1, is the best person to ask for help. Brother Zhu was also shocked when he received the photo. The tiger is a very lethal animal. The key is that this is a residential area. It's up, and I don't know how many people will die, so Brother Zhu hurriedly drove towards Munan's house with people and weapons. After receiving Brother Zhu's reply, Munan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is an internet connection, and he can still be contacted. If he cannot be contacted, he can only pray that the tiger will leave by himself. Munan hid behind the curtain, while observing the situation outside. He pinched Nianu's mouth firmly, in case Nianu would cry out suddenly. Fortunately, until the tiger left, Nianu was pinched tightly by him and did not make a sound, but even though he couldn't see the tiger at home, Munan didn't dare to let go of Nu, but waited for a long time and heard the sound of cars and guns hot outside, knowing that it was the brother's soldiers coming, so he was a little sitting weakly on the ground. Let go of Nianu, and patted the dog's head. Fortunately, you are at my house. If you were at your own house, you would have barked a long time ago. If you bark, the tiger will probably jump over the courtyard wall and come in to eat you. Nu didn't understand why she looked at Munan, raised her nose and tried to smell something in the air, but in the end she just wagged her tail and rubbed it against the hand that was touching its head. Knowing that someone has taken care of the tiger outside, Munan went to the balcony to look outside, but saw neither the car nor the tiger, so he returned to the house and sent a message to Qin Huai. There was a tiger just now. The tiger passed by our house, and I alerted Brother Zhu. The tiger was killed. Tell Qin Huai that the tiger was killed first, and then send the photo that was secretly taken just now, so that Qin Huai will not be scared to death when he sees the photo first. However, when Qin Huai saw the message from Munan, he was so frightened that he almost had a cardiac arrest, and quickly made an internet call. New Nan quickly got through. I'm fine. The family is very lively. The tiger just passed by and didn't come in. I notified Brother Zoo immediately, and Brother Zoo brought someone over immediately. I heard when the gunshots came, the tiger must have been killed. Don't worry, but you have to be careful when you come back, in case there are other beasts here. Hearing New Nan's voice, Chin Huari's heart dropped slightly. Are you scared? New Nan said, I was really startled when I first saw it, but I soon calmed down. Even without Brother Zoo, the tiger would not be able to get in just by the courtyard wall, and the tiger would not even be able to climb trees. I can climb over the courtyard wall. Don't worry, I'm fine at home. You work hard, pay attention to safety on the way back, you know. Chin Huari hummed, and told him to check the doors and windows of the house several times, and asked him to draw the curtains tightly. After confirming through New Nan's voice that he was really okay and not frightened, he ended the call. Chin Huari didn't avoid people on the phone, and the others didn't expect that just after they finished talking about the beast, a tiger appeared at the door of Brother Chin's house, but they felt relieved when they heard that it had been shot dead. There is a villa area and an apartment building, but the whole community is one. If there are ferocious beasts roaming around in that area, they will be worried when commuting to and from work. But what made them even more curious was that the person on the phone call, especially Chin Huari's obviously terrified expression just now, and his gentle and meticulous exhortation afterwards. If the other party was a woman, then he would definitely be the target, but the other party was a man, that may not be the target. So Ju Chuanghong asked curiously, Brother Chin, is that your family? Chin Huari hummed, glanced at them and said, recently, there have been a lot of animals coming from the zoo, so be careful when you commute to and from get off work. Ju Chuanghong and the others groaned, but they couldn't help sneaking a peek at Chin Huari. Although the society is very tolerant of homosexuality, they are a minority after all. They haven't come into contact with them in their lives. Inexplicably feeling, I don't know what kind of person can make such an excellent man's heart. Moreover, such an excellent man likes men, and the female compatriots have one less high-quality choice. After sending the message to Chin Huari, New Nan sent the photos to Jianchu again. Naturally, she was not as intimidating to Jianchu as she was to Chin Huari, so she sent a few photos first to wake them up. Jianchu, what's going on? New Nan, probably the smell of dog meat has attracted the tiger to linger, and he almost wants to come in as a guest. Jianchu, now, still at the door? New Nan, it's gone. I notified Brother Zoo immediately. Brother Zoo came over and shot the tiger dead. Jianchu over there breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly showed the photos to other people, which scared Yu Zaibai, Wu Zheng, and the others into a cold sweat. This is because they work full-time shifts to earn points. He was almost home, so he bumped into a tiger, and he felt lucky to survive the catastrophe. However, New Nan thought that he was killed only because he heard the gunshots. In fact, the tiger ran away, but he also injured one of the tiger's legs. Brother Zhu drove along the bloodstains with a few soldiers to chase after him. The tiger with one injured leg couldn't run very far. Originally, this matter could be solved without hurting anyone, but some people just wanted to die if they couldn't stand it. There is also a meal for the tiger before he dies. Chapter 85. Many people haven't eaten meat for more than a year. Although canned meat can be exchanged at the redemption point, it costs 5 points for a can of meat, and only 3 points for half a day's wages. Those who need to support their families are reluctant, and they don't need to support their families. I live every day as if it were my last, and I don't keep any property at all. In addition, the supplies are indeed scarce now, and the supply of those canned food is limited, and only a little is sold every day, because I am afraid that someone will hoard the goods and resell them. People who have never eaten meat saw a tiger that was injured and fell to the ground, and they wanted to die. No matter whether they ate the tiger themselves or handed it over, they could not lose anything. Thinking about how many people there are, the tiger was covered in blood and seemed to be seriously injured. During this period of time, wild beasts were roaming around. For safety, those who had conditions even carried knives to work, to guard against both beasts and people. With a knife, can't you kill a wounded tiger? The result was that he couldn't kill him, and even gave away his head. The tiger didn't know whether it was a clever camouflage or hunting nature. When the group of people approached it, it was dying and did not respond. However, as soon as it entered the hunting range, it immediately counterattacked. A group of people who had never even killed a live chicken were so frightened by the tiger's sudden violent attack that they dropped their knives and fled in all directions. When Brother Zhu chased after the sound, a person was already lying on the ground. Half of his stomach was bitten off, and his intestines were hanging out, but the person was still convulsing and convulsing. With the last breath left, let alone the present, such a severe injury would not be able to be saved before. Next to him was another one who fell to the ground. His back must have been scratched by a tiger. The scratches on the bones were deep and his thick clothes were scratched. Brother Zhu immediately raised his gun and killed the tiger completely. Go forward and drag the one who can be saved into the car, leaving 2 people to guard the other one who is completely hopeless, and go directly to the corpse truck to clean it up. This matter was directly reported to the police report on the internet. Now the only people who can access the internet are members of the military department. The internet has not been fully open to civilian use. The police report is also to let other soldiers pay more attention. Recently, there have been a lot of beasts running around. I don't know whether they were too hungry looking for people to gather here, or they were too cold looking for shelter from the cold. Anyway, in such a week, at least 10 people died at the mouth of the beast. They don't know if it was eaten by this tiger. It is estimated that there will be a later autopsy examination. In addition to tigers, a group of hyenas were killed 2 days ago, but a few were run away. Those hyenas were so fast that they could hide behind the walls of houses in the blink of an eye. Soldiers could only aim and shoot in the car. It's dangerous, but the car doesn't have the flexibility of these 4 legs, so the patrols around the area have been stepped up these days, which is why Munan can bring people over as soon as he sends a photo to Brother Zhu. Although Munan's voice sounded fine, Qin Huari came back early today. When there was movement at the door, Munan was startled. After all, it wasn't his brother and Jianchu's time to get off work. He opened the curtain seeing that it was Qin Huari who had entered the yard. He quickly ran downstairs and opened the door before Qin Huari opened it. It's so early today. Qin Huari pulled Munan to look back and forth, and then looked at Niu who was following Munan. Although he knew that the dog was innocent, he still felt a little bit of dissatisfaction in his heart. He didn't know why the tiger was at their door. Is it because of the smell of a dog? But when the two happen at the same time, the tiger stays and there is a dog at home, it is hard not to let people think about it. Fortunately, the internet was connected today, allowing Munan to contact the army as soon as possible. If there was no internet connection, who would Munan turn to for help? All kinds of possibilities. Even if everything is fine now, he was still afraid for a while. As soon as he saw Qin Huari's expression, Munan knew what he was thinking, afraid that he would blame Niu for this matter, and quickly said, "It's lucky to have Niu today. You don't know, I didn't notice any movement outside. I'm still watching a movie." Niu is super vigilant. She immediately becomes alert at the slightest movement. Maybe it's the sound of my movie that attracts the tigers, isn't it, because their sense of hearing is very powerful. Seeing Munan, who was so protective and wished he could hide Niu behind him, Qin Huari said helplessly, "I haven't said anything yet." Munan hung the heavy coat he took off on the clothes rack on the 2nd floor. "I can't talk about it. Niu is smart, she can understand. Hey, it's a pity that it's not my dog." Soon this matter was reported to the police by the military headquarters. Qin Huari had internal authority, so he naturally saw it, so he told Munan about the tiger's follow-up, and said, "So if you see a wounded beast outside, even if the injury is serious, you must never approach casually. Look at these people. It is a lesson for the past. If you see someone lying motionless in the snow, then you can't get close. We don't eat those who freeze to death. No, let's not mess with those who freeze to death. Look, these are all ***** examples." Munan glanced at it, but there were only words and no pictures on it, so she didn't bother to look at it. "I won't go out alone. I must be with you when I go out." Qin Huari said, "You need to have a certain understanding of this situation. What if you are as stupid as this group of people? But speaking of it, we also know this person who died." Munan was taken aback. "We know each other? The only people who can still recognize him now are those around the next door. Who is it? Did we migrate to a team?" Qin Huari shook his head. "Deng Yichuan, male, 24 years old, age and name match. It's your elementary school classmate, and you suspect that he cut the wires in the house of the sick and infected family, although whether he did it or not no one knows, but at that time he was the most powerful jumper. There is a half possibility. I didn't expect to get here with great difficulty, but he lost his life because of provoking a tiger." Munan thought it was him who cut it, although he had no evidence, but people were gone, so it was hard to say a word of retribution, so he could only sigh along with it. Fate is impermanent. Qin Huai would associate tigers with Niu, and Wu Zheng and the others would naturally think about it too. After all, keeping a dog is a very sensitive matter for the present. If his neighbors were to suffer any accident because of his dog, no, they won't forgive themselves for what will happen to Chin Huai. In addition, the weather is getting colder and colder. The lowest in the south before was about 10 degrees below zero. This is the first time they have felt more than 20 degrees below zero. The temperature was low, and the temperature seemed to be dropping every day, so Wu Zheng decided not to let Songjia work together. Anyway, they still had a lot of points, so they let Songjia and Nianiu stay at home, so as not to bother the neighbors all the time. Niu Nan still had some regrets. I just developed a relationship with Niu. Songjia said, anyway, it's just the two of us at home during the day, you can come and play with me anytime. Because the civilian channel has not been fully opened yet, Jianchu has an internal test account that can be used, but Songjia does not have one, so Jianchu gave Songjia the walkie-talkie, so that if there is any problem, the two can communicate with each other. After all, if someone really wants to come in over the wall, they can't stand upstairs and shout at each other. Niu Nan didn't get used to the loss of the tail behind him for a while. If it wasn't for this bad day, he should have raised a dog by now. He originally planned to raise a dog after graduation and when his life stabilized. Dogs. But soon Niu Nan didn't have that time to get used to it, because the government has already issued an announcement that the local area network will be officially opened next Monday, and the network account will be credited for 3 points for a month. At that time, there will be mobile phones on the shelves at the redemption point, 15 points for a mobile phone. The first month of network monthly rental fee can be waived. There is a statement at the back that it is a local area network, which can only be used for communication within the coverage area. There are certain entertainment resources, but there are not many resources. A poster is hung outside the redemption point, so that many people can see it. Niu Nan sighed to Chin Huari because of this. The salary you earn is just that little, and you need a lot of credits for rent, water and electricity, food and drink, and now you have set up a network to restore the use of mobile phones. Those modules should not be all free. Well, there must be a fee item. Chin Huari said, that's for sure. This kind of supply and demand relationship can't saturate the market. Only the demand can drive progress. Otherwise, you can get 3 points by doing half-time work every day. You don't care about the food, and the rent is not expensive. 10 points is about the same. Well, we only have 20 points a month, so the rest of our life is more than enough. Where the points are not spent, people will be satisfied on the spot, and the minimum food and clothing can be achieved, so who is willing to work hard? The restoration of the network, even if it is only a local area network, is a signal for many people that their lives are moving on the right track. For this reason, many people have ruined their intestines. They found some mobile phones and computers from the ruins. Some people didn't take them at all, just like winter clothes. They despised these things for being too heavy and useless. Now seeing someone make a fortune based on the original foresight, and then want to dig through the ruins, it's a fart there is none left. At the beginning, Niu Nan and Jianchu emptied the mobile phone shop. Cell phones, computers, notebooks, and boxes of brand new ones that hadn't been opened yet were piled up in Jianchu's garage. So Jianchu decided to take advantage of the opportunity to exchange those inedible and drinkable things into points to buy some supplies to stock up for the winter. At this time, it is definitely not worthwhile to hand it in. It is better to sell it yourself. Sometimes Jianchu and the others come back from work and see that someone has already set up a stall in the ice and snow. 20 points for the new mobile phone and 15 points for the old mobile phone, but this is not the case. Outside, I don't know if those old mobile phones can be used. The temperature is too low to turn on the phone, so many people prefer new mobile phones. And the redemption point is limited, and the daily quota is limited. They are a group of people who can't live without their mobile phones. My mobile phone was either broken in the earthquake, or it was lost in various chaotic situations later, and there are not many people who can save the unusable mobile phone to this day. Those who have a mobile phone can use it with monthly rent, and those who don't have a mobile phone will naturally have to buy it again, and even some mobile phones are the cheap low-end phones that used to be, and now they can't afford it before. There are tens of thousands of mobile phones, and there are only 20 points at a private stall outside, so I want to bite the bullet and buy one. No matter when, spiritual entertainment and satisfaction are always indispensable. Of course, Niu Nan and Jianchu can't be the only ones who sell mobile phones. They are too easy to be robbed, and it is impossible for Yu Saibai and Wu Zheng not to work, so they can only take a day off, and Chin Huari simply took a day off. He didn't worry about Niu Nan going out to set up a stall. A group of people found a place close to building number 1, and found an open space. The weather was good today, with only snow and no strong cold wind, so they built a simple shed. They put a pile of mobile phones, a pile of tablets, and computers. Put a bunch and choose according to your needs. The price they offer is not expensive but not cheap either. 18 points for a mobile phone, 25 points for a tablet, 30 points for a computer, all brand new and unopened. As soon as the price sign was released, many people who came home from work or wandered around this simple market gathered around. Jianchu hurriedly shouted, it's cheap, here you pay the points and you get the machine. The machine can be disassembled in public, and the screen can be replaced immediately if it is damaged, and it will not be sold once it leaves the booth. Someone yelled, this redemption point is only 15 points, plus a month's internet monthly rent, they want 18 points, which is too expensive. Jianchu said with a smile when he heard the words, there are still 20 points for one over there. You can also go over there and have a look. 18 points for a mobile phone, don't bother to bargain. Let's make a quick decision in the cold weather, is it okay? New Nan hid behind Chin Huari and smiled sullenly. Jianchu is really suitable for doing business. Chin Huari tightened the mask and scarf for him. Everyone has their own good side. New Nan asked, then what is my specialty? Chin Huari pretended to ponder for a moment and then said, eat. If it weren't for the clothes that were too thick, Mu Nan would have pinched Chin Huari hard to see if he could talk properly. No matter when, there are always people who are not short of money. In such a short period of time, Jianchu sold several mobile phones. He and Zhu Ming collected points. He and Wu Zheng stood behind and looked after the audience. After all, they were all dug out of the ruins. Who knows if the phone looks good on the outside and whether the phone inside is broken? Although their selling price is a little higher than the redemption point, they can't cheat people, so check it in person, and change it if there is a problem. Fortunately, the phones in Kaifeng are very good. The screen is not broken, but it is too cold to turn it on to check, but the surface is good, and there is little possibility of problems inside, so people who bought the phone are very happy to go directly to the exchange point, pay the monthly network rent and go home to connect to the network. After a busy day, a lot of mobile phones and tablets were sold, but no one bought the laptop. I don't know if it's too expensive or it's inconvenient to use, but it doesn't matter if no one buys it. More and more people will use mobile phones later. Just hang one on the material board, and let people in need contact them to buy it. The happiest thing in the past was counting money, but now the happiest thing is counting points. Jianchu looked at each point very carefully. They were stamped and there was absolutely no way to counterfeit them. They were equally divided among the 4 companies, Zhu Ming said. In the future, it will be divided according to the head. The 4 families will always share equally, and I will take advantage of it. Jianchu smiled and gave Zhu Ming's points to him. It's okay, this is a manifestation of our care for single dogs, we don't pay so much attention. Zhu Ming has a skill, and it is a skill that is absolutely popular in this troubled world, so after settling down here, Zhu Ming did not do hard work, but continued to be his surgeon, and the salary can be said to be the highest among them. Even higher than Chin Huai, so he doesn't really care about this point. So even if the points are given to him according to the family, he will buy some things that are scarce now to treat a guest on weekdays. Well, isn't it just that there are comings and goings like this, and the one who takes advantage of it is the one who suffers the most. The stall is only open for one day. It is not easy for Chin Huari and Zhu Ming to take time off, and they also sell a lot, so let's store the rest for the time being, and we will see if we sell them online or keep them for later use. Anyway, not in a hurry. After the points were distributed, everyone else went home. Chin Huari rode on the tricycle and asked Mu Nan to sit on it. Seeing how they were about to go out again, Jianchu asked, where are you going so late? It's almost dark. Chin Huari, if you earn points, go buy something and stock up on something. It's the most reassuring thing to exchange for real things. Jianchu said oh, and waved to them. He and Yu Zibo are going too, but wait for 2 days, I am too tired today, my voice is hoarse. Mu Nan hasn't been to the redemption point yet. He heard Chin Huari say what's in the redemption point before, and he's been thinking about what to change along the way. He has everything that is in the redemption point, and he has it in his space if there is no redemption point. But if the hard-earned money is not exchanged for supplies, I always feel panicked. I don't know if it is an addiction to hoarding, or I have no sense of security in the current world. I always feel that the so-called money can no longer make people feel at ease. It is reassuring to replace it with something that can be placed in the space. The redemption point is a small greenhouse built in the open space of the community. In front of it are several large blackboards, on which are written items and points that can be exchanged for purchase. Some items that are no longer available today are written with the word sold out, such as canned rice noodles and so on. Basically they are sold out as soon as the door opens in the morning. After the disaster, I feel flustered if I don't stock up on more food at home. Others, such as some soybeans and mung beans, are not bought by many people, so they are still available at night, and they are used in summer. The air conditioners and fans were snapped up before, but now no one cares about them. Apart from these, there are also TVs, refrigerators and washing machines. New Nan looked around, and it seemed that there was nothing to change. Why don't you change to mung beans and soybeans? I can process them at home if I have nothing to do, and I can eat what I can't sell. Chin Huari nodded. Let's change it. 2 points for 1 catty. We also exchanged 10 catties. What more do you want? New Nan circled around the big blackboard. There's still something to drink here. I like this cereal. He has it in his space. Chin Huari bought several boxes before, but it's hard to say if there will be any more in the future, so he can still buy it when he sees it. I feel that it is not a loss to exchange points. Chin Huari said, then change it. There are 15 small packets in a big bag, and the price is not cheap, but in such a cold day, a cup of sweet oatmeal can replenish sugar and calories when you are full. That's why it's a little expensive. New Nan ordered everything he wanted, and Chin Huari cleared the points at the counter to pick up the goods, while an older aunt next to her was holding a bag of cornmeal tightly in her hand with a look of disgust on her face. Young man, there is something in your hand. Money is made indiscriminately, and you can buy things that don't fill your stomach. Chin Huari usually doesn't pay attention to such sour words. Some people get addicted to such sour words. If they meet those who talk non-stop, they will seek to beat them. But there are not many such people, except for a few people who may have some brain problems, who would talk too much to meddle in other people's affairs. Even if they talk too much, most of them are just talking behind their backs. New Nan turned around and came back. There was nothing to change for the rest, but it felt like he didn't change much. Chin Huari said, another preserved chicken. Do you want to eat it? New Nan was a little hesitant. Will it be delicious? He has never liked cured meat very much, and he probably doesn't like this kind of mouthful by nature. Chin Huari, I'll make something delicious for you. Seeing that New Nan was a little moved, although he was a little hesitant, but he still felt dissatisfied without spending some points, he decided to change one. The soldiers at the counter moved the things they wanted to the 3 wheels outside. New Nan hurriedly stepped forward and covered the prepared cloth on it, and covered the things. New Nan was about to see if Chin Huari was done. Yu Gyuing, seeing someone approaching him, still very close, he instinctively yelled brother and ran forward, but the ground was too slippery. His foot slipped and he fell to the ground with a snap. Chin Huari ran out almost the moment Mu Nan called him, but he still couldn't fall as fast as Mu Nan. He stretched out his hand and couldn't catch it, and watched Mu Nan fall down helplessly. There was a bit of commotion outside, and the soldiers inside also came out to check the situation, so there must be no robbery at the door of the redemption point. Chin Huari helped Mu Nan up from the ground. Where did you fall? Use your hands and feet to see. New Nan looked back, and saw that it was the aunt who was in the store just now, but her head and face were tightly wrapped, and she couldn't see her face clearly, and she was so close, and she raised her hand, not knowing what she was going to do to him. Only then did he startle him. Seeing that Chin Huari was still pinching his hands and feet, he quickly said, I didn't fall, and I wore thick clothes. Only then did Chin Huari heave a sigh of relief. He turned his head to look at the person standing beside him, and said in a cold tone, Is there something wrong? The aunt didn't expect that she would scare people, so she yelled immediately, Young people are so timid. I just want to ask if the cereal you bought just now is for sale. I will buy this bag. There are too many. I just want to say that I will give you some points, and I will exchange a few small bags. Chin Huari helped Mu Nan get into the car, and directly refused. Sorry, you can buy something in exchange if you want. We can't drink enough by ourselves. After Chin Huari finished speaking, he stepped on the tricycle and left the redemption point without arguing with the aunt. It was freezing cold. Why waste time on unimportant people? And the aunt was still shouting that 1 point can be exchanged for 3 small packages. Sitting in the back, Mu Nan rolled her eyes. 1 bag is only 15 bags, and it costs 10 points. She wants to exchange 3 bags for every point, so I can give it to her for free. When the 2 arrived home, it was completely dark. Fortunately, the journey was safe and nothing happened. After returning, the snow gradually started to fall outside. Chin Huari parked the car at the door. Whatever you want in the future, I'll take a picture of it for you at the redemption point. You should just stay at home. New Nan muttered, who knew someone would approach suddenly. It's so dark outside. We're shopping again. I've been trained by you to instinctively run away, and you don't even praise me. While New Nan was talking, he was about to jump off the small three-wheeler, but suddenly he yelled, and Chinhuari was reaching out to support him. Although the snow was shoveled every day in the yard, it would not accumulate into ice, but at this moment the ground had a thin layer. It was snowing, and he was afraid that the ground would slip, so he stretched out his hands to support him, but when New Nan jumped, he suddenly lost his strength. Chinhuari hurriedly hugged him, for fear that he would fall to the ground. Hearing the commotion outside, Jianchu ran to the balcony on their floor to look out, then saw Chinhuari and New Nan hugging each other in the yard. She was startled, and then grabbed Yu Bai, who also came out to check the situation they were pushed in, although they knew they were not blood brothers. But this change of identity must make people feel overwhelmed. New Nan was hugged by Chinhuari so he didn't fall to the ground again, but when he landed, he couldn't help but help his waist. I seem to be twisted. Chinhuari once again firmly thought that going out to let the wind go will be avoided in the future. Parked the little 3 rounds in the garage, and saw Mu Nan holding onto the handrail of the stairs, moving up step by step like a turtle crawling up, stepped forward in 3 or 2 steps, took off 2 pieces of Mu Nan's coat, and threw them directly on the stairs. Go up, and then turn your back to him. Come up. I'm afraid you won't be able to get out of the bed tomorrow after you climb up. New Nan lay on his back directly. It is good to have a brother. It is not difficult to go up to the 3rd floor in one breath. Jianchu felt that it was necessary to discuss the issue of identity with his neighbors. If the two of them really had that kind of relationship, then he should avoid suspicion in the future, so he sent a message to Mu Nan early in the morning. Are you awake? You two are still in the same room yesterday. What to buy? Refer to it. Mu Nan lay on the bed, soybeans, mung beans, and a cured chicken. Have you ever eaten bean shreds? I found a wall breaker just before. I plan to soak some mung beans and do it myself. When the time comes, I can dry them. It can be stored for a long time and can be full. Jianchu, I've eaten it, but I haven't really done it. You teach me, and I'll go back for some mung beans. When will you make it? I'll come to you later. Mu Nan, in 2 days. I have to rest for 2 days. Jianchu, it takes 2 days to recover blood for a stall. Holding the phone, Mu Nan let out a long sigh, and replied, my back hurts, I have to lie down for 2 days. Jianchu took the mobile phone and groaned. It was just such a stone hammer, and he didn't even wait for him to knock around. Chapter 86. Chinhuari would give Mu Nan a massage with medicated oil every day before going out and before going to bed. The injury was not too serious, probably because of the fall before he twisted his waist, so Mu Nan massaged him with medicated oil for 2 days. It's almost fine. Walking doesn't have much impact, but it still hurts to bend over to pick up things, but it's not a big problem. I'm lucky that I didn't hurt my muscles and bones. So much so that Chinhuari has a smell of medicinal oil on his body at work these days. After all, the smell of medicinal oil is indeed a bit strong, and it is not easy to dissipate. Jiang Qi and the others thought that Chinhuari was injured, but they heard that it was just him. The man in the house froze, and then said, the snow hasn't stopped for the past few days, the road is too slippery, and now there is no such condition to sprinkle salt or lay straw mats. There are so many people wrestling, and my neighbor next door broke his bone. It's still a fracture of the tailbone. The family of 5 is counting on him. This fall may cause him to be unable to work for more than a month, and he looks sad every day, as if he can't even pay for next month's rent. Zhu Chuanhong clicked his tongue lightly. A family of 5 depends on only one person? Jiang Qi held hot tea and drank it. 3 old people, a daughter-in-law and a child who is only 7 or 8 years old, and he has a family of 6. This is a world of ice and snow, and a few old people in their 60s and 70s are going out to move bricks. Well, how can the rich old men and women in this city do it? There are not many things women can do now. The canteen cooks are all the family members of government employees. How can this kind of fat job be left to others? Even the cleaning was all scrambled for by others, and the repairers of the electric circuit barrels and pipes were all skilled workers. Even when they went to the small market to set up a stall, his house couldn't produce anything. If he was not expected to be alone, what else could he do? Zhu Chuanhong smiled and said, I have more experience than you southerners in this kind of weather. I slipped and fell when I went out in the morning. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. When I fell, I tried to lie flat without my buttocks on the ground. I go to and from work every day. I walk carefully, as if I have returned to my hometown in northeast China. but compared to others, I am more comfortable on my own, so I just need to take care of myself. Although I said so, my thoughts on my family must be quite a few, but there is another brother above him, and his parents are with him. If he can survive the earthquake and have his brother take care of his parents, he doesn't worry so much. It's hard to say whether I will have a chance to go back and take a look in this life, and I can only think less about pessimistic things. Let's just live every day. Jiang Qi said, it's not good to be alone, the road is too difficult to walk now. If you fall hard, there is no one to take care of you at home. How difficult it is. Zhu Chuanhong looked at Qin Huari. Brother Qin, is it okay for your family to be alone at home? Qin Huari said, it's okay, I'm sprained, it's not serious, it won't affect my actions. Zhu Chuanhong nodded, it's probably not serious. Otherwise, Brother Qin, you must have asked for leave. With your posture of sending a message to ask questions in half an hour, how could you be willing to let the injured person stay at home by yourself? Just as he was talking, Qin Huari's phone vibrated, and when he picked it up, he saw that Munan had sent a photo of the first piece of bin shreds, which was still steaming. Qin Huari replied, it's amazing, take it easy, don't sit or stand for a long time, walk around from time to time, and lie on the bed for a while. Munan sent a cute nodding emoji. Jiang Qi said, then does your family's work affect? They don't know the name of Qin Huari's family, and they feel that it's not good to ask rashly, so they always call your family that way. Qin Huari put down the phone. It's too cold, I asked him to stay at home. The two people around Qin Huari suddenly became a little envious. It would be great if they didn't have to go out to work in the cold and snow. It's a pity that they didn't have that condition. Xu Bin, who was sitting opposite them, just looked up. His eyes at that moment were instinctive from Qin Huari's. After sweeping across his body, he quickly lowered his head and stared at his computer seriously. At this moment, the weather station received the notification from the central government, and immediately submitted it to the upper level with a sad face. Looking at the data reported recently, it is not known whether their side can withstand the coming low temperature. When it was lunchtime, a few people tidied up their things and prepared to go to the cafeteria, but the squad leader in charge of their civil communication team came in first and said, a cold snap is coming, everyone is on vacation now. Before the heavy snow starts, go early, go home, the start time will be notified separately, remember to keep your mobile phone unblocked. Zhu Chuanhong couldn't help but said, the heavy snow will affect the communication, so what if the network is disconnected without our maintenance? The squad leader said, it's okay, there will be someone on duty. They were relieved when they heard this, but they were not the ones on duty, they should be the communication soldiers. They rushed to complete a few heating dormitories, but only the soldiers were able to live there. After finishing speaking, the squad leader said to Qin Huari, wait a minute, Captain Shi will come over later and say he has something to call on you. Qin Huari nodded, and Jiang Qi couldn't help raising his hand cautiously. Then can we still have lunch today? The squad leader smiled when he heard the words, yes, let's go, I told the cafeteria to say hello, and today's dinner is also distributed, remember to take it. The few people were immediately happy, but they planned to go back and buy something to stock up on the house. Fortunately, they paid a lot of wages, and it should be enough to stock up on food for a month. I only hope that the cold snap will pass sooner and I can come back to work sooner. Well, you can go to the construction site to move bricks before notifying work here, but I don't know if there will be a holiday because of the cold snap. Qin Huari waited for a while before waiting for Shi Yuanfei. When Shi Yuanfei saw him, he smiled and said, there is a good opportunity, it depends on whether you want it or not. Qin Huari didn't show much surprise, and asked calmly, what opportunity? Shi Yuanfei, as for the matter of transferring to an engineer, you will be responsible for the civil communication at that time, but you will have access to military communicators, and then you will be able to live in a warm building allocated by the military department. Responsibility. It is not important to Qin Huari whether he can eat the food of the country. Now the country has nothing to eat, but if he can get in touch with military communications, it will be a good thing for him. At least he can get in touch with other people before many people. News from provinces, cities, and even neighboring countries can even save lives at critical times, not only saving other people's lives, but also saving one's own life. But after Shi Yuanfei finished speaking, Qin Huari asked very soberly, what about the conditions? It's impossible to transfer to me suddenly for no reason. Not to mention his ability being valued by others, communication is very important. It can be said that second only to the weapons class, it is impossible to directly transfer ordinary people into it. Although there is no such condition as the third generation review, it is impossible to transfer just by saying it. Shi Yuanfei said, of course it's not about transfer, it's just that there is such an opportunity, basic review and inspection are required, and it will be fine if you pass it. It's just that this opportunity is based on the niece of our team leader, the orphan of a comrade in arms, Ju Peipei's place. Qin Huari laughed when he heard this, opportunities obtained through nepotism. If it's such a joke, then I'm afraid I won't have a good opinion of the current government. Shi Yuanfei clicked his tongue softly. How is that possible? It's just that Ju Peipei likes you, and then she begged her uncle for such an opportunity. It can be regarded as early conscription. As for whether you can pass the exam, it depends on yourself. How could it be so childish? After the reconstruction has reached a certain level, there will be a conscription, but it will take some time, although you can wait until then to apply for the exam. This time it is just an early opportunity. Who is Ju Peipei? Qin Huari knows that a military doctor will come to take their body temperature every day and take records. She is a pretty young and beautiful girl. Compared with other military doctors who look serious, Ju Peipei always smiles when she comes to take their temperature. Young girls, although they don't have the qualifications to dress up, but they are clean and fresh, and they smile when they see people, which really makes people have a lot of affection. At least the boys in their class have a good impression of Ju Peipei, but Ju Peipei really didn't realize that he liked himself. Qin Huari shook his head. Then I can only say sorry. Shi Yuanfei said, don't have any burdens in your heart, you don't have to get married, just get in touch more, love freely, no one can touch your head. Qin Huari, it's not that. There are two reasons. First, my biological father is Yao Xiankan. Shi Yuanfei looked at him unclearly. Who is he? Qin Huari. In 1995, Minxiu's real estate capital chain was broken, and the whereabouts of the funds were unknown. The construction site was unfinished and stopped working. Hundreds of buyers could not get the house or get their money back. It's a pity that in that era, communication was not as developed as it is today. Petitioning and censorship, a little negligence in manpower, was delayed year after year. In the end, 2 people were forced to jump off the building because they had no money and no house. Suicide at home. Shi Yuanfei murmured, if this is the case, the political review is indeed a bit difficult. Although it would not be easy to investigate the current situation if Qin Huari kept it secret, but if he didn't tell, then the biggest problem is his character. It's even more impossible for the higher-ups to ask for it. It's just that if you take the initiative to explain this situation, I don't know if you can be a little more flexible. Without waiting for Shi Yuanfei to speak, Qin Huari continued, my father is not the legal representative who committed suicide. He is the one who absconded with money, fled abroad to start again, and even made a fortune as a Chinese rich man. At least he was still alive before the earthquake. Happy abroad. Qin Huari only found out about this later when he started his own business. If he had known that his father had such a rich experience, when he came back from abroad and wanted to take him away, or even threatened him with Munan, he would have done nothing. No need to do anything, just call the police directly. But at that time he didn't know anything. He just thought that the rich man disliked his mother's lack of money at home and couldn't help him, so he abandoned his newly pregnant girlfriend and went abroad with a rich man white woman married. But he didn't expect that what he thought was the abandonment of the poor and the rich would actually carry such a ***** crime in it. But when he knew it, the prosecution period even passed. Shi Yuanfei's eyes widened in an instant. Well, it's useless to be flexible this time. Qin Huari looked at Shi Yuanfei, who was speechless, and said, the second reason is the really important one. Shi Yuanfei's heart is trembling. What is more important than having a father who committed a crime? He must not commit a crime himself. Qin Huari said, I have a lover, gender, male. Very good, the possibility of passing the political review is 0, and the possibility of trying to climb up through nepotism is even more 0. When there was movement in the yard, Munan, who was unable to move, could only open the window of his room and look down. Seeing that it was Qin Huari who had returned, she didn't dare to run downstairs to open the door for his brother like before, so she could only push. He opened the window and waved downstairs. Brother. Qin Huari raised his head and waved to him. Listening to the footsteps, Munan leaned on the railing of the stairs on the 3rd floor and looked down until he saw Qin Huari's figure before asking, why are you so early today? Have you eaten at noon? Qin Huari handed the backpack to Munan. I haven't eaten yet. There are some steamed buns and sweet tortillas in it. Last time you said that the aunt in the small cafeteria made delicious ones, so I took a few more. The cold snap is coming, so I have a holiday in advance, and I will wait for the notice when I go to work. New Nan immediately cheered happily. It's no longer necessary to go to work early in the wind and snow. It's winter, you should stay at home. You go wash your hands, wash your face and change your clothes. I'll bring you lunch, you just send me a message, so I will wait for you to come back and eat together. Chinhuari said, 3 meals must be fixed. New Nan said, then you don't have a set time, so go and change quickly. What do you want to eat at noon? Let's have a hot pot. I'm afraid the whole journey back will be chilly. Eat something warm, and eat something warm. How about the sheep scorpion? I'll take out any vegetables you want to eat, put them in the pot and boil them for you. Chinhuari nodded, bring some lettuce. New Nan took the pot out of the space, put some lettuce in it, and put some konjac and bean curd sticks in it. After a while, Chinhuari changed his clothes and came over. New Nan quickly served him the food and passed the chopsticks, and then he took a pair of chopsticks and pressed down the newly added things in the pot. You eat the meat first, these will need to be cooked for a while. Chinhuari said, tell Jianchu about the cold snap. If you want to stock up, go to the redemption shop as soon as possible. When the news of the cold snap is coming, the redemption shop will probably not be able to squeeze in. New Nan quickly ran to the bed to get his cell phone, and then sent a message in a small group of their neighbors. The cold snap is coming, you need to change things as soon as possible. If you are late, you will be blocked by the snowstorm and cannot go out. Already, Jianchu and the others all went to work, so they probably didn't have time to look at their mobile phones, and they were working outdoors. The temperature was too low, and the mobile phones basically turned off automatically, so they didn't reply for a long time. Songjia, who was at home next door, replied immediately, then if I wait for my brother to get off work before buying, will there be too late? New Nan looked at Chinhuari. Chinhuari nodded, and New Nan replied in the group, it should be in time. You should think about what you want to buy first, and go buy it directly. Chinhuari said, the water may be cut off, the temperature outside is getting lower and lower. No matter how warm and cold the water pipes are, I'm afraid they will freeze. New Nan sent another sentence to the group, hurry up and store water. If the water pipes are frozen, you will have to melt snow and drink water. After typing, New Nan put down his phone and ran to the bathroom to fetch water. There is a lot of water in his space, but he can save more if he can. Although there is no need to worry about water in winter and the snow on the ground is dirty, the water on the roof snow can be turned into water. Even if you can't eat it, it's okay to boil it for washing and washing. But there is clean groundwater that can be stored, so there's no need to bother with the snow. New Nan will go to the matter of turning snow into water. I have done too much in my life, now I can feel a little more comfortable, so I need to toss less. After New Nan put the inflatable swimming pool in the bathroom to catch the water, he came back and lay down on the table to watch Chinhuari eat. Chinhuari looked at him, does it still hurt today? New Nan shook her head, it doesn't hurt, it's really all gone, and I don't need any medicine. Chinhuari said, today we should knead again. New Nan sighed, the quilt smells like medicinal oil. After kneading today, just change the quilt, take off the quilt cover and wash it. New Nan said, that's okay. While there is still water, the washing machine can still be used. Let's wash the sheets and quilts. Will there be problems with the floor heating supply here because of the low temperature? Although if there is a problem, even solar energy they can't use it, but they can burn a stove at home, smokeless charcoal, and an oil-burning heating stove. Take it out, and it can also be boiled by burning oil for heating in an RV. He has space and supplies. As long as it is not a volcano and extremely low temperature, he can survive anything, but the neighbors don't seem to be able to do it. They don't even have a bed. Because of the floor heating, sleeping on the ground is quite comfortable. If there is a problem with the heating, just relying on the 2 quilts and a few thick clothes at home, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Chinhuari said, I don't know how low the temperature will be. If it exceeds the limit of human habitation, I'm afraid there is no other way but to light a fire for warmth. The low temperature limit for human living is -70 degrees, but this so-called limit is also under the normal supply of heating by the government, and even some assistance from other regions, as well as the accumulated experience of escaping from the cold for generations. If their current situation is as low as this temperature, they may have to find a way to make a snow house and live underground. Thinking of that degree of cold and heat, Chinhuari said, maybe the way out for people in the future will really be like those science fiction movies, to build a dungeon. New Nan said, so the movies are not all made up, right? Maybe they are really a way out for human beings, space immigrants, Noah's Ark, dungeons. Hey, I don't know what the future way out is. Brother, do you think our side will be like that movie, turning into a vast ocean? In that case, we don't even know where the boat tickets are, and we don't know if it's really like the one in the movie. Only the top richest people in the world can survive. Do you still remember that many well-known and unknown rich people at home and abroad suddenly donated a large sum of money to the domestic aviation industry? Bro, do you think those are actually boat tickets? Chin Huari shook his head. Who knows? Let's talk about living the life in front of us. There is no need to think so far ahead in the future. After eating, Chin Huari cleaned the upstairs and downstairs, sweeping and mopping the floor. Just set up the sweeping machine, and there is no need to do it yourself. So he flipped through Mu Nan's planting record book, and the record book it records the daily watering time and amount of watering, and draws a picture of the growth of peppers and tomatoes every once in a while. From a little sprout to the current green patch, it can be seen that Mu Nan takes care of it very meticulously. The temperature and water volume are strictly in accordance with the standards on the radars. Mu Nan leaned over to Chin Huari's side. I looked at the strategies I checked before. The peppers can be left alone, the tomatoes need to be supported, and they need to be manually pollinated, so the wood needs to be processed again and turned into wood strips. Chin Huari looked at the potatoes drawn on his second notebook, and said, "Is this going to plant potatoes on the second floor?" Mu Nan said, "That's the plan, but it seems that there are no potatoes for sale outside, and the seeds I bought for potatoes before are not available. They say that the potatoes can be sliced and germinated and planted. There is no need for seeds at all, so I just want to wait for potatoes outside. I'll buy seeds after I sell them." Although he has potatoes in his space, they are not available for sale outside, and he can't tell where they came from, so let's just wait. Chin Huai said, "Go to the second floor first, I'll set up the shelves for you. Anyway, we have time now, let's do it slowly. As for what to plant, we'll see when the time comes." In terms of hands-on ability, Chin Huari is still strong. In half an afternoon, Chin Huari has already built half of the wooden shelf on the second floor. The main purpose of building the wooden shelf is to keep it a little away from the ground, otherwise the ground will be so warm that the seeds in the soil will be cooked. When it was getting dark, Jianchu and the others came back, and then came to ask them to borrow a tricycle. Chin Huari went downstairs to open the garage door for them. Seeing that Yu Zaibai and Wu Zheng were going to go together, he asked, "Will Zhu Ming go with you?" Yu Zaibai said he hasn't left work yet. Recently, many people have broken bones and broken hands and feet due to slipping. He sometimes doesn't come back until early in the morning. Chin Huari said, "I also sent him news about the cold current. I don't know if he saw it or not." Jianchu stomped her feet coldly. "I don't think you have time to come back after seeing it. Have you bought everything? Won't you go together?" Chin Huari, "No, we've already bought it. Go ahead and leave the tricycle at your house. If Su Ming wants to buy it, you won't have to come to our house to get it." Jianchu nodded. The few people didn't delay any longer. It was already dark, and it would be even later if they delayed, although the four of them were not afraid of someone blocking the road and robbing them, but they were afraid of animals running away, which would be dangerous, even afraid of provoking animals. Even Nianyu shut up at home and didn't take it out. Mu Nan watched them leave from the balcony on the second floor, and when Chin Huari came up, he looked at him with bright eyes. "Brother, there is only one dog left in our neighbor who can't talk." Chin Huari, "So, Mu Nan, let's eat hot pot." Chin Huari laughed, "Then eat it. I don't know if they will stop working these few days. If they don't stop working, you can eat whenever you want." Mu Nan hurriedly jumped up to the third floor with happy steps. When he thought of eating hot pot, his waist didn't hurt, his muscles didn't twist, and he felt comfortable all over. The hot pot is ready cooked. It was cooked and put into the space before, but there are not many things in it. Mu Nan will prepare it like this so that he can eat 2 bites in a hurry when he is really hungry. Now that I have time, I can eat slowly, so I take out various dishes from the space one by one, and it is interesting to cook while eating. After such a long time, Mu Nan finally ate hot pot, and suddenly felt that life was perfect. It's snowing outside, and the pot is cooking at home, and you don't have to go to work, and you can sleep late. It's worth it in the world. Chin Huai was amused, who was wearing the protective clothing that couldn't be taken off at the beginning, and walked away almost crying, saying that the world is not worth it. Mu Nan clicked his tongue softly. "One moment and another moment," he said, and put a piece of freshly boiled fat beef on the Chin Huari flavor plate. "Eat quickly, eat more meat and store up some fat to survive the winter." Chin Huari smiled and picked up the fatty meat and put it in his mouth. Seeing Mu Nan licking his mouth and scooping up his favorite food in the pot, his eyes were full of tenderness. No matter how the world is, it is still worth it. Chapter 87. Chin Huari didn't have to go to work, and Mu Nan didn't have to get up early. In the morning, he lay on Chin Huari's body like an octopus, with one side of his face pressed against Chin Huari's chest, almost drooling, and his legs under the quilt were completely pressed on Chin Huari's lap. Chin Huari, a humanoid pillow, could only lie motionless and act as a tool for Mu Nan to sleep. The heating in the house is sufficient, and Mu Nan doesn't like to sleep with things on his body. He always says that he can't breathe under the weight of the quilt. Now he is still able to do so. Of course, it depends on how comfortable he is, so he wears loose clothes when he sleeps. He was wearing a fleece pajamas, and the quilt was covered with a light but very warm goose down quilt. It was warm inside the quilt at the moment, but his body was heavy, and his even breathing swept over his chest. Chin Huari raised his hand to gently stroke it. Mu Nan's soft hair. If it wasn't for the bad health of skipping breakfast, he would definitely be reluctant to wake Mu Nan up in such a leisurely and comfortable morning. But no matter how reluctant he was, he still had to get up when he should get up, and gently squeezed the back of Mu Nan's neck. Even though he was asleep, Mu Nan still shrank instinctively. This habit that hadn't changed since childhood made Chin Huari laugh. Get up. Mu Nan hummed twice and moved, wanting to turn over and get out of Chin Huari's control, but as soon as Chin Huari sat up, he pulled him up too. Get up, eat breakfast. After eating tomatoes and peppers, you still need to water well, the quilt still needs to be removed and washed, and if I haven't slept enough, I'll take a nap in the afternoon. Be obedient and get up quickly. Mu Nan frowned irritably. Chin Huari, stop humming, wake up yourself, or I'll wipe your face with a cold towel. Mu Nan rolled over under the quilt, kicking her feet. I don't have to go to work, so why wake up so early? Chin Huari, in order to develop a good habit, it's 9 o'clock, so it's not too early. Don't you still have to bake shredded beans today? You did so much yesterday. It took me half an hour to get up reluctantly, and I only woke up after washing my face, but it wasn't because I woke up naturally that I didn't feel enough sleep, and I was still yawning all the way out of the bathroom. Chin Huari said, let you wake up naturally. You can sleep until night. Take out a bowl of noodles, half of us, and a boiled egg, and milk. It's almost 10 o'clock. Eat a little to fill your stomach. I can't eat at noon after eating too much. Mu Nan is like a robot programmed by Chin Huari, with one command and one action, and after finishing, he looks at him blankly. Chin Huari funnily splits the powder into two, then peels the eggs and puts them in his bowl, then put the chopsticks into Mu Nan's hand. Eat quickly. Mu Nan took 2 bites, and then Chin Huari threw a few slices of beef into the bowl. Mu Nan picked up the beef and put it back into Chin Huari's bowl, and threw the slices from his own bowl. I don't want to eat it. This kind of beef is not tasty. Chin Huari chuckled lightly. Tricky mouth. Half a bowl of noodles is not much. The two of them ate it in a few mouthfuls. After breakfast, Mu Nan was completely refreshed, and then went to water his peppers and tomatoes, while Chin Huari set up a small table and started to chop Mu Nan's cooking yesterday. The method of bean shreds is very simple. Soak mung beans and rice in water, then squeeze them into juice, brush some oil on the pot, heat the juiced pulp into shapes, and cut the curly rolls into strips. It can be eaten immediately when it is ready, and it can also be dried and dehydrated into dried bean shreds. The dehydrated bean shreds can be stored for a long time. The shredded beans were dehydrated in the dryer. These machines were found in the shopping mall before, such as wall-breaking machines, juicers, dryers, various ovens, and too many of them were brought back. Yes, if the outer packaging or the body is damaged but still usable, they will use it by themselves. Those that still have the outer packaging and the machine looks good will be temporarily stored, and they can be exchanged for points when they are sold later. After cutting the bean shreds and letting Mu Nan take them to dry, Chin Huari started to use red beans as fillings again. This weather is most suitable for making sticky bean buns. After making them, put them outside for a while and they can be frozen. It was so rare that he wanted to get some frozen pears for Mu Nan. Southerners like them had never tasted this kind of pears frozen in the ice and snow. The sweeper is set to mop the floor automatically, and the water outside has been poured. Mu Nan, who has nothing to do, is lying on the sofa and playing with his mobile phone. Chin Huari is making red bean stuffing beside him. The flour has been kneaded, so just put it aside and wait. Let it ferment, and don't do anything else in the afternoon, just make sticky bean buns. Mu Nan was scrolling through the supply section, watching those people hanging up and selling some weird things online, when he received the official news of the cold current. The estimated time of the cold current would be around 6 p.m. Mu Nan said to Chin Huari, the temperature will drop to -30 degrees. It's -20 degrees now. A cold snap will drop 10 degrees. This is an official message. At least it gave people a notice. In his last life, he didn't know how low the temperature was. It was getting colder every day. If there was a sudden wind and heavy snow on a certain day, the temperature would drop suddenly. People froze to death in their sleep, but the private base inspected every day. But the ultimate goal was to clear out the people who froze to death as soon as possible and take away their supplies. Chin Huari, I'm afraid this is a conservative estimate. The temperature may be even lower. Newnan, then is this the arrival of the Little Ice Age? Chin Huari rubbed the red beans in his hands. Probably not. If it was the Little Ice Age, the summer would not be that hot. I'm afraid there is an unknown reason that caused the extreme climate change on the Earth. Newnan said loudly, it's so cold here, those people in cold areas may have to migrate to save their lives. Before summer, it was said that it was so hot that the glaciers would melt, but now it's so cold, the melting glaciers, can it be frozen? Chin Huari laughed. Thawing and freezing are not the same way, and it's more fatal to repeat it like this. At that time, the accumulated amount of the heavy snow will melt again in summer, and I don't know how many countries will be submerged. After reading the official feed, Newnan sent a message to Zhu Ming. He didn't know what time he came back yesterday. Anyway, they didn't hear any movement in the yard. Zhu Ming, as a person who suffered from various fractures and frostbite recently, veterinarian, but in human medicine, he is too busy to even have time to drink saliva, so I asked him if he had prepared supplies for winter protection. If he arrived late, he might not be able to buy anything. I don't know if Zhu Ming just took a break or just happened to see it, so I replied to him, buy it, you should be careful at home. The inspection result came out. The man-eating tiger is not the tiger that was killed last time. There is not much food in the tiger's belly. According to the autopsy of the previous deceased, the cannibal is most likely a black bear. Newnan quickly sent a screenshot of Zhu Ming's words to the small group. Jianchu and the others are still working outside today, so they still have to pay attention on the way back, and then looked at Chin Huari. Fortunately, you are on vacation, otherwise you would go to work. It's farther away from get off work. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist picking you up from get off work. Chin Huari, if you go to Zirong, will you avoid it? Newnan, I have an electric sled. I can take it out to save lives at critical times. Aren't bears hibernating animals? Why is it so cold and they are still moving outside? Chin Huari said, to hibernate, you need to store enough food to hibernate, and not all bears hibernate. Even if they hibernate, they maintain a high level of vigilance. They are not the ones who can't wake up. I'll be out looking for something to eat. Chin Huari glanced out of the window as he spoke. There was no wind at the moment, so the snow outside the window could be seen more clearly, or that bear is preparing for its hibernation. If it will be cold to a new limit in the future, well, I'm afraid this is the time for predation. Animals are always more sensitive than humans. Newnan sighed, then let's eat honestly at noon. I'm afraid the smell will attract the bears. Chin Huari said, eat fish, eat the spicy fish you like, add some fat beef and sheep, let's also add some green vegetables, eat some baby vegetables and spinach. Newnan got up slowly, took out a pot from the space, put it on the induction cooker, and put the cooked fish in it. The fish was Qingjiang fish with few spines. One weighed at least 3 kgs. Some side dishes are enough for 2 people. The fat beef and sheep are very crispy, and when it's spinach's turn, Newnan just dawdles. Chin Huari said, just eat 2, be obedient. Newnan sighed, but obediently took it out. Compared with others who didn't even have to chew on the bark, he had to be grateful and content, so even if he didn't like it, he couldn't dislike it. Newnan buried the spinach at the bottom. It is best to boil it until it is soft, so that you can swallow it directly without feeling the smell of earth. After eating fish, Newnan remembered, isn't the bear's favorite food fish? This is more attractive than hot pot. Chin Huari, don't worry, eat yours. The black bear is really coming. We're indoors, but it's outside. We have weapons, so what's so scary? Maybe we can even shoot them from a distance, and we'll get you points. Newnan quickly pooed, the bad ones don't work well, the good ones, I don't want this kind of points. Facts prove that they were not the chosen ones, so nothing so coincidental happened. Until the black bear was killed, Newnan didn't even see a single bear hair. The cold snap came a little earlier than the government had announced, and the sky was completely overcast at 5 o'clock. The wind and snow were getting stronger, and the windows were blown to make whining noises. It's only slightly stronger with the warm damper closed. When the snowstorm picked up, their neighbors hadn't come back yet, but it wasn't time to quit work. The sticky bean buns are already made, and they have been left outside for an hour or 2. They are now hard and frozen. New Nan divides the sticky bean buns into a family of 10, all of which are already packed, so sit down now on the bay window of the room. I opened the curtains a little bit to watch the movement outside, and couldn't help but sigh. They have worked too hard, the weather has changed, and they will not be released early. The road is snowy, it feels like people are going to be blown away. Chin Huari, no way, they are different from the unit I work for. We have finished the software system. We only need to pay attention to the background maintenance and the normal use of the hardware facilities. They work overtime for a day so that more people can work. We moved into the greenhouse one day earlier, and now there are still many people from the school who have not been transferred, and we don't know how many people have not been rescued from outside. In the whole city, it is impossible for us to have more than 100,000 people here. New Nan sat on the bay window for a while, and saw someone approaching slowly with a flashlight in the distance. But because the wind and snow were too heavy, it was a bit difficult to walk. When someone approached, he could recognize it just by looking at the shape. Jin Chu and Yu Zaibai came out, but they were the only two of them. Wu Zheng was not seen, but New Nan went downstairs with the sticky bean buns he had prepared. Chin Huai glanced at him and reminded him to put on his jacket. Even if he just stood at the door and said a few words, it would still be very cold. New Nan ran downstairs. Yu Zaibai and Jian Chu had just entered the yard. When they turned around, they saw Mu Nan poking his head out of the room. Jian Chu was covered in thick clothes, and even raised his hand to greet Mu Nan. Mu Nan waved to them. My brother made sticky bean buns. You take them to Zuming. Where is Wu Zheng? Didn't come back with you? Jian Chu shook his head, but his face was covered too tightly, or it was too cold. His teeth were chattering and his mouth was numb, and he couldn't even speak. So he had to make gestures with him, and waited until he got home to talk on his mobile phone. Explain. New Nan also gave Jian Chu Wu Zheng's share. Then you send it there for me, lest he run out in the wind and snow again. Yu Zaibai on the side reached out to take it, nodded at him, then waved his hand to let him go upstairs, turned around and walked towards Wu Zheng's house. New Nan closed the door and went upstairs, and sat next to Chin Huari on the carpet on the floor. The floor was warm. Although it was not as soft as the sofa, it was warmer and more comfortable. Wu Zheng didn't come back, and Jian Chu and the others couldn't tell if they were too cold. The words are coming. Tell me when you go home. I asked them to send Wu Zheng's sticky bean buns over. After a while, they probably got over it, and Jian Chu sent a voice message to Mu Nan. Today is bloody. We met Wu Zheng's father. Mu Nan remembered that Wu Zheng and his brother seemed to be of the same mother, so he quickly asked, and then, did he go home with his father? Jian Chu, let's just go and have a look. His father seems to be living a bad life. Today we will meet his father who wants to find a job, but his father looks very bad. They are all in one piece, the outer cotton coats are all tattered, and the whole person is so rickety that he doesn't even have the strength to walk. How could the higher-ups ask for such a person? So they asked him to leave his address. If they are really unable to work, the higher-ups will make other arrangements for this part of the elderly. New Nan, that's okay. So Wu Zheng sent his father home without worrying. Jian Chu said, there's nothing to worry about. It was Wu Zheng who recognized his father first, but he didn't intend to go forward to recognize him at all. Later, when his father saw him, he ran over and grabbed him and cried miserably. New Nan said, and then? A person who can take care of even a dog and will never leave him, if there is no reason, it is impossible to ignore his own father. At least the Wu Zheng he came into contact with is not like that kind of person. Jian Chu said, then Wu Zheng didn't want to make it too ugly. After all, there are still many workers watching, so he told his dad to wait until he finishes work and pays today's salary. I guess he heard the salary. His dad really didn't make any more trouble, but stared at Wu Zheng closely, as if he was afraid that he would run away, and followed after work. Maybe his father didn't want his father to know where they lived, so Wu Zheng didn't go home. I came back to talk to Songjia, but I didn't even mention Songjia's name, as if I was avoiding it on purpose, and I don't know what the inside story is. I just hope his father is not the kind who ****** blood. When it comes to blood-sucking relatives, it's almost impossible to live. New Nan was also a little embarrassed when he heard the words. His parents left early, but in his memory, his parents loved him, just like the kind of love in the world who wish to give all good things to their children. But I also know that not all parents love their children. For example, his brother's own father. Fortunately, his brother also grew up surrounded by love. Otherwise, as others said, an unfortunate childhood may require a lifetime to heal. For dinner, the two of them ate a little casually, 2 dishes and 1 soup, and Mu Nan specially reserved some stomach. He wanted to eat barbecue, but unfortunately the plan could never keep up with the changes, until almost 9 o'clock. Songjia didn't wait for his brother. The whole person was in a hurry at home, and because of the cold snap, the temperature dropped sharply. Finally, Songjia couldn't wait anymore, and went to look for his brother with her clothes on and her dog with her. But the snow on the ground was a bit thick. He was afraid that New would not be able to walk, and the dog had no clothes, and his paws were still stepping directly on the snow, afraid of frostbite. So he wanted to ask Chinhuari to borrow a car, but Chinhuari and his family little son Lun was placed at Jianchu's house, and when Songjia asked, they all knew that Wu Zheng hadn't come back yet. Jianchu looked at Songjia, who was already dressed tightly and was about to go out, and said, "But you don't know where your brother is. We do know which direction your brother is going, but we only know one direction. So, your brother and his father let him stay for one night." Songjia shook her head. "Impossible. If I stay with him for one night, it is impossible for my brother not to reply to my message, and even if the world returns to normal tomorrow, it is more likely than that my brother will stay with him for one night." Jianchu looked back at Yu Zaibai, and Songjia said, "I'll go out and look for it by myself. I know the direction you mentioned, and I'm taking New with me. New has the ability to find people now, and I also brought the walkie-talkie with me. I just don't know if the walkie-talkie can still work if the temperature is too low. Let's try it and go in." Chinhuari and Munan also came over. They went directly from the garage. They knocked on a door in the garages of the two families before, because they were afraid that when it was too cold or too hot outside, the two families would not be able to communicate with each other. Opening a door in the garage does not affect the privacy of the two families, it is just right. Seeing that Songjia was planning to go out and look for it by herself, Munan looked at Chinhuari, hesitated and said, "Otherwise, let's go together. If something really happens, you may not be able to handle it alone." Jianchu nodded, "Yes, wait, let's go change clothes. Your small flashlight may not be enough, you need a big light." Zuming said, "Songjia, does your bathroom have a bathtub?" Songjia shook her head. These houses were not very well decorated. Although bathtubs were dug out of the ruins before, this thing is really redundant. Who would bother to make this? Zuming said, "In this way, Munan and Jianchu will stay at home. Songjia, you open the door of your house, and find some containers to prepare some hot water. The more the better. Be prepared, Songjia. No matter how much, take a quilt and put it on the car." Chinhuai Zaibo, let's go out with Songjia to find someone. Deciding to go out to find someone, the clothes should naturally be thick. While Chinhuari was putting on the clothes, Munan put warm baby on his body, covering his whole body, not even the inner cover of the shoes. Chinhuari's shoes were still heated shoes, but he was still afraid that Chinhuari would get frostbite, so he stuck one on each sole of his feet, even the inside of his gloves. Chinhuari said, "You and Jianchu have to be careful at home, and try to use the walkie-talkie if you have something to do." Munan nodded, "You too, if you can't find anyone for a while, come back first, don't make us wait at home." After the group went out, Jianchu and Munan went to Songjia's house. Songjia and the others lived on the second floor, and the third floor was empty, but there was no water. Munan was about to go home and bring a slightly smaller inflatable swimming pool from the space. Jianchu found an inflatable bathing pool for pets at Songjia's house. It's not that big, but it's not too small, and there's no way for an adult to lie flat and sleep in it, but it can still be rolled up. They found this in the ruins, but it was too small for people to use, so Songjia said they wanted it, and it could be used for New's bath, but now it is in use. Jianchu took out that thing, breathed into his mouth, and Munan started to boil water. Songjia and his family only had one kettle, so Munan ran home and got 2 and 3 kettles to boil together. Pour the boiled water into the bucket first. I just hope they can come back soon. These preparations are superfluous. The person was finally found, and thanks to New, she jumped off the car all the way and pulled a snowdrift. Chinhuari and the others hurried over. The snowdrift was Wu Zheng, who was already covered in snow. It was as cold as a popsicle, but the palms were still warm, which proved that there was still room for breath. Several people were strong enough to break Wu Zheng's curled-up body, so he directly lifted him into the car and covered him half with the prepared quilt. Half-wrapped, Songjia hugged Wu Zheng tightly. The tears on his face were frozen into icicles. The place where they found Wu Zheng was not on the only way home, but rather close to building number 1, and Wu Zheng's coat and cotton jacket were gone, and they didn't know what happened, but it was obvious. When Wu Zheng came back, he was very cold, knowing that he might not be able to resist going home, so he wanted to go to building number 1 first, but he lost consciousness without even reaching building number 1. they are a bit far away from the medical station built later, so it is better to go home. This is why Zhu Ming asked Jianchu and the others to prepare hot water at home. If there is a traumatic attack from a wild beast, they can be sent directly to the medical station. No matter how far away it must be sent there. If it is hypothermia and frostbite, first go home to warm up the body temperature, continue the hot air that has not dissipated, and then send it to the medical station depending on the situation. Seeing that the person was being carried back, Mu Nan felt a thump in his heart, and hurried over to help with Jianchu, but Songjia was so frightened that his legs went limp, and the stairs at home were empty twice. If it wasn't for Jianchu's help he pulled back, and his whole body wanted to roll down. Mu Nan also quickly put Songjia up. It's okay, don't be afraid, we have prepared hot water, and Zhu Ming is here, don't panic. What will your brother do if you panic? He still has to count on it and you. Songjia wiped away his tears indiscriminately, but with too much strength, the frozen icicles directly scratched his face, and the blood beads mixed with the melted snow water dripped down. It was scary to watch. Mu Nan quickly wipe him with a tissue. Seeing that Qin Huari and the others began to help Wu Zheng take off his clothes, but the clothes on his body were too hard from the cold, and Wu Zheng was curled up unconscious, making it even more difficult to take off, so he wanted to go to bed. Go and help. Jianchu pulled Mu Nan back. Don't go over there. Mu Nan looked back at him suspiciously. What's wrong? Jianchu said, the three of them are enough. If you squeeze over to help, it will get in the way. Let's boil the water. The hot water will probably keep burning. Even if the house is warm, the water will get cold quickly. Walk around and burn the water. Water to go. Mu Nan didn't think much about it. He said yes, and after talking to Qin Huari, he followed Jianchu to boil water. Chapter 88. This kind of person with hypothermia cannot be soaked directly in the water. You have to take off the cold clothes on your body first. There is enough heating in the room. You have to warm him up first. In warm water at body temperature, if you put it directly into hot water in order to warm up quickly, the person will immediately suffer from cardiac arrest and become cold. Fortunately, Zhu Ming was at home. He had also dealt with many people with hypothermia caused by hypothermia at the medical station during this period, so he was quite experienced. Seeing that Songjia's face turned pale with fright, even though the room was so warm, she was trembling and sweating. Zhu Ming comforted her and said, it's okay, the person was found in time. You can feel his body temperature is recovering. As long as the body temperature can warm up, people will be fine. Mu Nan and Jianchu brought over 2 buckets of hot water and asked, do you want hot water? Zhu Ming said, I don't need it for the time being. The water doesn't get cold so quickly. Wait a minute, don't overheat it all at once. Mu Nan sat next to Qin Huari, looked at Wu Zheng, whose face was blue and his lips were black, and asked, did he get robbed when he came back alone, and took his clothes away? Qin Huari shook his head. I don't know. We won't know what happened until he wakes up. Today is a cold snap, even if it was yesterday, even though the temperature was low, but there wasn't such a strong wind. The clothes he was wearing were enough to keep him warm and carry him home. Today's snowstorm is too heavy, causing the body temperature to lose quickly. That's why it's so serious. Mu Nan leaned on Qin Huari's body. Fortunately, it's good that he can be rescued, said, and looked at Songjia with red eyes. Don't worry too much, your brother will be fine. By the way, Zhu Ming, can Wu Zheng eat or drink? Zhu Ming said, okay, feed him some sugar water. It wasn't until dawn that Wu Zheng's body temperature slowly recovered, although he hadn't woken up yet. Change the water all night. When the body temperature slowly rises, rub the body to help recover and warm up. Take the body temperature from time to time, and finally maintain the body temperature, but it is too cold, and the blood is circulating now. His hands and feet were all black, and he looked a little scary. Mu Nan had never seen such severe frostbite before. Most of the people he saw were people who had already frozen to death. Seeing Wu Zheng like this, he asked worriedly, can his hands and feet be healed in the future? It feels like a serious amputation. Zhu Ming nodded. Yes, you can raise it back slowly, but you can't freeze it anymore during this period. You have to raise it well. After finishing speaking, he looked at Songjia. Is there enough food for your family? Wait until the wind and snow die down. If the food is not enough, we will accompany you to change it. I don't know if it's because when I met Mu Nan, he was still a high school student wearing a high school uniform, and he had already started working to make money. Even though he is an adult now, Zhu Ming treats Mu Nan with a kind of mentality. Children's. Songjia is about the same age as Mu Nan, and their situation is very similar. They both have an elder brother. Now that his elder brother has an accident, Zuming instinctively divides Songjia and Mu Nan into equals, thinking that the other party is also a child. It is inevitable to worry a little more. Songjia said, "That's enough, I changed a lot of food and stocked it at home." Jianchu exercised his muscles and bones, tossed and tossed all night, and he was really tired after working all day. Now his condition has stabilized. You should pay attention to keep him warm. Add some sugar water and light salt water in time. Let's go to building number 1 later to see if we can get someone to look at him. He can't go out and suffer from the cold in this situation. He is so cold, he should still need some medicine for treatment. Zuming said, "I'm going to work too. If I have something to do, send me a message. I'll see if I can bring some medicine back today." Mu Nan said, "I have frostbite ointment at home, can I use it?" Zuming said, "Yes, just wipe his hands and feet, it will heal faster." After exhorting everyone who could be exhorted, Mu Nan delivered another frostbite ointment, then took a shower and lay down on the bed exhausted. Chin Huari rubbed his arm. "Are you tired?" Mu Nan turned over and said, "Not really, you went out to find someone, and you're even more tired. Let's go to bed after we eat, just sleep for a while, don't sleep for too long, or we won't be able to fall asleep at night." Chin Huari, "Then eat whatever you want, don't eat too greasy, or your stomach will feel uncomfortable. Eat a bowl of red bean porridge with some side dishes. If you think it's not enough, eat 2 more pancakes." Mu Nan got up from the bed. Although his sleepy eyelids could hardly be opened, he insisted on finishing his breakfast, and lay down on the bed without waiting to digest. When Chin Huari also went to bed, Mu Nan curled up under the quilt, moved to Chin Huari's side, and said in a low voice, "I saw Songjia today, and I think he is so pitiful. If his brother has something to do, what will he do?" Chin Huari knew that he saw Songjia thinking of him, so he spread his hands and let Mu Nan rest on his arm. "What else can I do? Take Nu with me." Mu Nan groaned, thought for a while, and muttered, "I can't make it through." Chin Huari looked down at him. He knew that Mu Nan was very dependent on him, but was there something else in this dependence? He couldn't live without Mu Nan. It was because of love. He loved him in his arms. This person. What about Mu Nan? Is there some love that he doesn't know about in his dependence? Seeing Chin Huari staring at him with an unpredictable expression, Mu Nan, who was inexplicably flustered, looked up at him. "Brother." Chin Huari sighed softly, and kissed him lightly on the forehead. "I'm here." Mu Nan buried her face in Chin Huari's chest, rubbed her forehead on his pajamas, and then sat up suddenly. "Brother, you can't do this." Chin Huari followed him and sat up. "What about me?" Mu Nan pointed to her forehead. "Kiss me every now and then." Chin Huari saw that he didn't show the slightest disgust, so he asked with a smile, "Why not?" Mu Nan grabbed the hair on his forehead. His expression was tangled. "It's kind of weird." Chin Huari continued to ask, "What's wrong?" Mu Nan, "It's strange everywhere. It's itchy all over." Chin Huari said, "According to your idea of drawing comics, what kind of development idea will the next plot have?" Mu Nan thought nothing of it. "Of course it's first. Chin Huari, "What first?" Mu Nan turned her head away. "Of course she kisses first and then loves. It's so obvious. If she doesn't go to bed, she'll feel sorry for the audience. If she doesn't understand, she will delay the plot and grind the script, and she will be smashed. But how can real life be the same as comics?" Chin Huari turned his head around. "What are you thinking?" Mu Nan patted his hand away, and hid under the blanket. "I didn't think about anything." Chin Huari lifted the quilt and touched his ear that was about to be cooked. "Nan Nan." Mu Nan pulled the quilt to cover her face, only showing a pair of eyes to look at him. Chin Huari said, "I kiss you, do you hate it?" Mu Nan shook his head slightly. After being kissed last time, he had a very shameful dream. He was so ashamed that he couldn't face Chin Huari anymore. Chin Huari pulled down the quilt covering his face little by little. "There is one thing that I wanted to do a long time ago, but I was afraid that you would hate me because of it." When the pair of reddish lips under the quilt were gradually exposed, Chin Huari lowered his body a little bit, so low that the breathing of the two of them began to become entangled. Mu Nan's instinctive reaction was to close his eyes, and his whole body was as stiff as a log. Similarly, he has drawn all the ***** and charming scenes, but for real swords and guns, he only dreamed once like last time. Seeing his reaction, Chin Huari couldn't help but smile. Mu Nan felt Chin Huari was smiling, and just about to open his eyes to see if he was teasing her, a pair of slightly cold lips covered it. Mu Nan's eyes widened in an instant. At that moment, he forgot to breathe, his heart almost jumped into his throat, and Chin Huari was so close that he could even see the slight trembling of the other's eyelashes. He kissed. It was his first kiss with his brother. Until now, except for the confusion of shock, there was no thought of them being wrong in his mind. Nan felt a little dizzy, until Chin Huari let go of him and tapped his nose to let him breathe. Nan couldn't recover from the dizziness. Looking at Chin Huari, Nan's own strong heartbeat could be heard next to Nan's ears, and all the shy, sophisticated, coquettish, or innocent reactions that he had imagined in his pen all disappeared. Being numb is still numb, and the whole body is still stiff except for being stiff. Chin Huari said, "How about this, do you hate it?" Nan stared at him blankly. His mind was buzzing. He could see and hear Chin Huari, but his thinking seemed to be short-circuit, so he couldn't react to what Chin Huari was saying. Until Chin Huari pressed down again and reminded him to take a breath, another long kiss overturned him. After waking up, Nan felt as if he had run a marathon, and his whole body was sore as if he had been crushed. Usually, in his Danmere paintings, it was after getting on a car, but the problem it was he who kissed Chin Huari without doing anything. As expected, there was a gap between fiction and reality. Nan couldn't help but wonder, if he got on the same train, would his life still be alive? Realizing that he was awake, Chin Huari turned over and hugged him, and whispered in his ear, "Nan Nan." Nan suddenly felt numb all over, and trembled uncontrollably. Chin Huari smirked. His Nanan's reaction was really cute, so cute that people wanted to rub it into their own bones. After confirming that Nan had woken up, Chin Huari pulled him up from the bed. "Wash up, you can eat a little, but not too much, it's time for dinner." After a while, this sleep went straight from 8 o'clock in the morning until it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but after this sleep, Chin Huari who slept was more satisfied and at ease than ever before. Nan was pulled up by Chin Huari, and she didn't stay in bed as usual, but hurriedly hid in the bathroom. She always felt that when she was in the same space as Chin Huari, her whole body was burning. People cool down. Brushing her teeth at an unprecedentedly slow speed. While brushing, Nan saw herself smiling in the mirror, and subconsciously touched her face, trying to put on a normal expressionless face, but the muscles on her face just didn't work. Pulling back under control, Nan couldn't help but wash his face with cold water to cool down. But the cold water was only icy cold for a while, and after a while it was even hotter. Nan felt that he was finished, completely out of order, and he didn't know how to face Chin Huari. Seeing him tossing around in the bathroom for a long time, Chin Huari couldn't help knocking on the door. Nan. Nan hurriedly opened the door, said that I had run out, and ran away in a hurry. Chin Huari turned his head to look at him. Nan's reaction was somewhat unexpected, but obviously, it was good. Nan didn't dislike him, and even shyly showed the shyness of his first love, which made Chin Huari's always restless heart settle down quite a lot. He was afraid of Nan's resentment. He was also afraid that Nan would get used to his closeness. He was afraid if he was enlightened, and he was afraid if he was not enlightened. Now all the tulle that obscured his eyes was lifted, and the gloomy and continuous wind and snow outside could not cover his sunny mood. You can't disrupt the rhythm of the whole time just because you stayed up all night. So after waking up, the two ate a roasted sweet potato. Chin Huari didn't like sweet food so much, so he ate an extra corn, while Nan hugged the double-skinned milk. After eating a bowl, the main reason is that the whole person feels a little hot and dry, and wants to eat something cool to cool down. Chin Huari said, "I'll go over to check on Wu Zheng's situation later, and you stay at home." Nan nodded. Chin Huari deliberately looked at him and said, "You haven't looked at me since you got up." Nan gnawed sweet potatoes and stared at the movie on the wall. "What's so interesting about you? Isn't it just a nose and two eyes?" Chin Huari said, "How does your sweet potato taste? Is it sweet?" Nan hummed, "It's okay." Chin Huari said, "I'll try it." Nan turned to look at him strangely. Just as he was about to say that you just ate one, Chin Huari kissed him and even bit his lips lightly. Nan's face burned up again in an instant. In broad daylight, he still kissed. His mouth was almost swollen. Chin Huari smiled lightly and rubbed Nan's hair. "Be good at home, I'll be back soon." As soon as Chin Huari left, Nan buried himself in the quilt. Did he and his brother change identities like this? I don't want people to overdo it a little bit. It's too sudden. Then, when I go to bed at night, isn't it? Is it going to? Nan subconsciously looked at that and that in the space, and after realizing what he was doing, he almost couldn't help but explode on the spot. Nan even couldn't help but think about it. When did he start to have such bad intentions towards his brother, or why did he take it for granted all at once? Jumping from brother to boyfriend is more awkward than awkward. More of it turned out to be shyness, an uncontrollable blushing and heartbeat. Wu Zheng's condition is much better today. He woke up, and Songjia fed him half a bowl of hot porridge, but when Chin Huari passed by, Wu Zheng fell asleep again, sleeping on the floor with a quilt on the floor, without a bed. I can only sleep like this, but fortunately, the supply of floor heating is normal now, so sleeping like this is actually warmer and more comfortable. Chin Huari looked at it for a while, then asked Songjia, did he say what happened after he woke up? Songjia shook her head, I still can't speak, but I probably didn't get robbed on the road. Chin Huari immediately understood that this matter might have something to do with Wu Zheng's real father. Songjia didn't hide anything, and said directly, my brother and his father used to be quite nice, they were kind of caring for the family, but they were working on construction sites, and they were too busy, so they might not be able to go back once a year. My mother couldn't bear this. This kind of marriage is derailed. Chin Huari looked at Songjia, and Songjia shrugged and said, cheating on my dad, anyway, they say it's true love, I don't know, they were caught and raped by my brother's dad, I heard it almost killed them, after that the man changed. My brother told me these things, but I also saw him treat my brother badly. My brother's father got married later and gave birth to a son. He still loved my brother very much. Yes, but I don't know if it's because my mother gave him a cuckold, which made him feel a thorn in his heart. He felt that my brother was not his son. Anyway, he started to treat my brother badly after he was caught. My mother wanted to go with my dad, and don't want my brother. My brother was young at the time, and my mother didn't want him. He could only follow his father. Before his father got married, my brother suffered from cold violence. I gave birth to a son, which is a combination of cold violence, hot violence. His father, he can't wait to give all the good things to his youngest son, because he thinks that the youngest son is his own, and he takes the tuition earned by my brother's part-time job to his youngest son. My son bought a game console, but my brother refused to let me take the college entrance examination. The day before the college entrance examination, my brother was so beaten that he couldn't get up. His hand was shaking when he was holding a pen. I hoped that my brother could go directly to work in the factory, so it's so cold taking off my brother's clothes is too much for that man to do. He doesn't care about my brother's life or death, and even wishes for him to die to feel at ease. The grievances and resentments of the previous generation are too complicated. Songjia can understand, but she can't understand, is it her son to test one, to vent this hatred on his own flesh and blood? Could it be that the love of the first few years' feelings are not feelings, but his parents are not good things? What makes him a little better than his brother is that he didn't live in cold, hot and violent childhood. Chin Huari didn't stay at Wu Zheng's house for a long time, and went back after checking the situation for a while. There was no other way. Zhu Ming had to go to work. Although Jianchu and Yu Zaibai didn't sleep last night, after getting some sleep in the morning, they went to work in the afternoon. Right now, he and Mu Nan are at home, afraid that if there is something wrong with Songjia, he would be embarrassed to go to him, so he took the initiative to come and have a look. After Chin Huai returned home, he saw Mu Nan eating shrimp chips in his arms, and reminded him, eat less. Mu Nan replied humbly, otherwise I won't be able to eat later. I know, I'll eat a little. When Chin Huari walked over, Mu Nan shrank back suddenly, avoiding Chin Huari, and handed out the shrimp crackers in his hand. If you want to taste it, eat it yourself. Kissing or something, just say goodbye. He still has a little. I'm not used to it. My mother and child have been single for 2 lifetimes, and suddenly I got out of the single, and it was still in the hands of his brother. There must be a process of adaptation. Chin Huari pulled him over. Seeing Mu Nan covering his mouth and glaring at him, he smiled and said, should we have a chat? Seeing that Chin Huari didn't show any animal behavior, Mu Nan let go of his hand and took the shrimp slices back. What are you talking about? Chin Huari said, who am I to you? Mu Nan felt that it would be embarrassing to say that directly, but seeing Chin Huari's serious question, he bit the prawn and said vaguely, just, boyfriend. Chin Huari laughed directly when he heard this, and praised, very good, the cognition is very clear. After speaking, he got up and stood up. Mu Nan looked up at him. Is this the end of the chat? Chin Huari smiled and said, I have such a clear understanding. Of course we're done talking. What else do you want to talk about? Mu Nan tentatively asked, when did you think that way about me? Chin Huari remembered it clearly. It should be my sophomore year abroad. Mu Nan looked at him. The time is so clear. Chin Huari smiled, maybe earlier, but the time when I became clear about what I was thinking was in my sophomore year. At that time, a schoolgirl confessed to me that I didn't have time to fall in love. At that time, you just entered college, and you still, for those who study art, the tuition fee for studying art is actually not expensive. I know that the money left by your uncles and aunts is enough for you to finish college, but there are too many rich people in art schools. If I am by your side, then I will be too worried, but I am not by your side, so I am always worried that you will not be able to eat enough and wear well. Although the school is a little simpler and cleaner than the society, there are many comparisons in it. I am afraid that you will be bullied and afraid of you. I live frugally and don't want to spend money to be looked down upon by others, so I spend all my time making money and saving for life when I return to China. The school girl asked me, when I have time, if I want to fall in love, will you think of her? The first person that popped up in my mind was you. New Nan gnawed on the prawn crackers, and then said, then there should be quite a lot of people who have confessed to you, right? Chin Huari smiled and said, that's quite a lot, but after I lost that rich father, I lost none of them. New Nan clicked his tongue twice, it's really real. Chin Huari sighed, in this world, my Nanan is the only one who doesn't think I'm rich, and doesn't dislike me for being poor. New Nan hummed and gnawed more vigorously on the shrimp crackers. If he had money, he would spend it. If he had no money, he would raise it. What a big deal. After dinner, the house was cleaned inside and out. After the neighbor came back, Chin Huari and Yuzai Bai cleaned up the snow in the yard. The roof of their building was fine, and they built a roof. Just shake it with a stick. The snow on the roof of Yuzai Bai's building was so deep that it was almost as high as the wall on the roof. It took a lot of work to clean it up. Jianchu also sighed, if I had known today, we would have changed the roof back then. Isn't it just a matter of 10 points? New Nan wrapped up like a bear and helped them shovel the snow off the top floor. Let's wait until next year. There may not be a roof replacement this year. Jianchu picked up the snow downstairs with a shovel, and then took a breath. What else is this year and next year? I don't know what time it is now. It's almost August, right? Yuzai Bai, it's almost there. After a while, we've lived here for almost 2 months, and the days go by pretty quickly. Several people cleaned up the upstairs for a long time, and shoveled all the snow upstairs into the yard on the first floor, and then a group of people went downstairs to shovel the snow out of the yard. After a while, Songjia also came out. After all, it was the yard where everyone lived together. His brother was lying down and couldn't get up, so he was the only one who came. As for the girls who lived in the other building, they hadn't met yet. Anyway, these big men move very fast, so they don't care too much about such a small matter. Jianchu asked Songjia with concern, how is your brother? Songjia nodded, fortunately, I can already eat. Jianchu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, it's fine. The few people didn't talk anymore. The wind and snow finally stopped for a while, and they had to clean up the yard before the wind and snow got bigger again. After working for an hour, they finally piled up the snow outside the yard and leveled it. A small road that can walk. Everyone went back to their homes. New Nan originally wanted to eat late at night, but when Chin Huari asked him, he hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Don't eat today, do you want to eat? Chin Huari said, it's rare that you don't want to eat supper, and I don't want to eat it, so as not to tempt you. You are tired, go to wipe off and go to bed. New Nan hummed, and then went into the bathroom with the changed pajamas in his arms. Of course, it was impossible to simply wipe it off. He took a hot bath directly, and even used a special scented body wash. Smelling hot and fragrant, he got into bed, and anxiously waited for Chin Huari to take a shower, then went to bed, and turned off the light. In the darkness, New Nan looked forward to it for a while, and thought about those things with a little resistance for a while. After thinking about it for a long time, Chin Huari, who was lying next to him, remained motionless. New Nan couldn't help turning his body slightly, and seeing that Chin Huari seemed to be asleep, his full of anticipation was instantly chilled. This was not the direction of his script at all. New Nan was inexplicably sulking and kicked the air twice under the quilt. Chin Huari turned over and reached out to hug him. What's wrong? New Nan turned her back to him. Sleep. Chin Huari didn't understand. So what happened? Chapter 89. New Nan found that Chin Huari liked to be in close contact with him, but it was limited to kissing and hugging. When the two of them were watching movies on the sofa or in bed, Chin Huari liked to hug him. Close relatives are used to it, but this kind of intimacy with changed identities is always uncomfortable at first. However, New Nan got used to it very quickly. He and Chin Huari had been very close since they were young. He had been accustomed to some intimate contacts that exceeded the normal level before. At the beginning, she was a little embarrassed after changing her identity, but now New Nan was able to find the Chin Huari card for backing very naturally. But other than that, Chin Huari didn't seem to have that intention at all, and he just hugged him when he slept at night, just hugged him. Judging from Mu Nan's experience in drawing Xiao Wangman for so many years, isn't it that when you like someone, the first thing that comes to your mind is the sauce and stuffing? How come Qin Huari is indifferent to him? Qin Huari didn't react at all as he lay beside him with the fragrance of washing every day. The question extended from this. Mu Nan has raised the question whether Qin Huari likes him, or is he just used to him. If he is a straight man, it seems that he really can't do that kind of thing, but if he doesn't like that kind of thing, how can he always I want to kiss him? If there is still internet available now, Mu Nan will definitely ask the majority of netizens for help, but the problem is that there is only LAN now, and the person in charge of this LAN is still Qin Huari. Order wine? Maybe it's okay to use alcohol to mess around. Damn it, Qin Huari was the one who broke the relationship first, so why is it that he is a little anxious now? Mu Nan, who had nowhere to go, held the phone, and opened the dialogue box with Jianchu in a tangled state. The only person around him who could contact him now was Jianchu, but how to ask such a thing? Mu Nan, who couldn't ask the question, stared at the phone for a long time, but couldn't help but put it down, then peeked at Qin Huari who was watering the seedlings, gritted his teeth and said, "Brother." Qin Huari turned to look at him. "What's wrong?" Mu Nan said, "Do you want a drink? Shall we have some wine today?" Qin Huari turned back indifferently. "Don't even think about it." Mu Nan suddenly dissatisfied. "Why don't you even think about it, then? We are together, so we can't celebrate?" Qin Huari smiled when he heard the words. "What do you want to eat? Tell me first, let me listen to it. Let's forget about wine, and don't drink beer in such a cold day." Mu Nan, how can you call a celebration without drinking? Qin Huari gave him a warning look. "Stomach ulcer and drinking. I haven't had a few stomach pains recently, so I think it's okay." Mu Nan immediately fell on the bed, feeling hopeless. The meat brought to his mouth was not eaten by others, and he was scolded instead. Is he in love with Tang Seng? He finished his meal in low spirits, took a shower casually, and lay down lazily on the bed. Mu Nan had long since lost the anticipation and anxiety of the previous few days. He was sleeping. No matter how much he slept, it was nothing more than being hugged. It was just a change of posture, so he took the mobile phone and swiped the game very calmly. He only played more than 1,000 levels of standalone match 3, and there are more difficulties waiting for him later. He wants to make an addictive game. Unintentionally charming cup. However, when Qin Huari also lay on the bed, he hugged him sideways. Mu Nan was already used to being hugged, so he only moved a little. "I'll play 2 more levels before going to sleep." When he was speaking, Qin Huari hugged him in his arms, stroking his waist with his hands. Mu Nan trembled violently, and accidentally pressed the exit button. Qin Huari threw his phone aside, chuckled and bit his earlobe, and sprayed warm breath around his ear. "I originally wanted to give you it's a slow process of acceptance. From brother to boyfriend, you have to get used to it. I'm afraid you only accept this relationship because it's me, but you can't accept it for a while, and you'll be fine in the end." Qin Huari gently kissed his lips. "God knows how hard it is for me to endure what you have been tossing these days. Since I can't bear it, then I can't bear it. Nan Nan, are you ready? I will gently, no hurt you." Mu Nan's hands and feet were numb, and his nervous toes curled up, but he was the one who didn't think about it, but he was the one who couldn't back down when it happened, so his heart sank, and his eyes closed. "Anyway, sooner or later I want them all," a nod as if death is at home. Qin Huari kissed his eyes. "Take out the small white medicine box that I put in the space for you later." Mu Nan's nervous mind was a little messed up, and when he heard Qin Huari's words, he instinctively followed suit. The moment the voice fell, a small medicine box appeared on the bed of the two of them. Qin Huari kissed Mu Nan's blushing face, and praised, "You are so good." This medicine box was specially prepared by Qin Huari, and all the necessary things were placed in it. He opened it casually, and after confirming that it was the one he had prepared, he took out the fragrant oil bottle inside first, and opened the two people's eyes. The quilt on her body. "Nan Nan, look at me." Mu Nan turned her head subconsciously. "No, you, hurry up if you want it." Seeing his shy look, Qin Huari smiled lightly and bit the delicious sweet cake in his bosom. The sweet cake that has been waiting for so long has been marinated by time. It is delicious and addictive. Qin Huari ate mouthful after mouthful until he ate any more. His little sweet cake is about to lose his temper. That's it. Mu Nan was so tired that she couldn't even lift a finger, and she still accused Qin Huari with her eyes. "Sure enough, I shouldn't have believed you. Just once. What a fart. Woo, sore and tired." Qin Huari smiled and put him on the sofa, pointing to the scratches on his body. "Look, these are all your medals. Mu Nan glanced at Chin Huari, and immediately covered his face with a small blanket in embarrassment. It hurt too much, he had endured enough. Chin Huari had to stop evil-heartedly, insisting on calling him brother. He couldn't be brother, it must be the elder brother. Grabbing the bamboo shoots, he must have snatched all the bamboo shoots on the mountain, and looking at Chin Huari again, Mu Nan gave him 2 words without feeling sorry for him: "You deserve it." Chin Huari couldn't help laughing out loud. "I'll give you medicine. Lie down and don't move. I'll go and change the bed sheet." Mu Nan enjoyed Chin Huari's service with peace of mind, but she was so tired that she fell asleep after lying down for a while. After tidying up the bed, Chin Huari saw Mu Nan, who was already sound asleep when he came back. He glanced at the sky and saw that there was a faint light in the sky outside. He picked her up with a chuckle and gently put him on the bed. He fell asleep in his arms. It is a bit exaggerated to describe it as being crushed, but after Mu Nan woke up, the unspeakable pain made him a little suspicious of life. Chin Huari gently rubbed his waist for him. "Is it uncomfortable? I read some posts before, and many people it is said that there will be diarrhea afterwards. Do you have any stomach discomfort?" Mu Nan turned over with difficulty, and complained, "I said no. It was terrible once, and he was guilty if he came a second time. Retribution." Chin Huari smiled softly. "But I've endured it for so long, I really can't help it. Okay, don't be angry anymore. Does it hurt? Can I give you some medicine?" Mu Nan was covered under the quilt, and said in a low voice, "I'll do it myself." Knowing that he was embarrassed, Chin Huari put the ointment in his hand. "Then I'll go outside to water the vegetables. Slow down when you get out of bed. If you feel really uncomfortable, you should call me. There's nothing embarrassing about it. Yesterday I watched you carefully." Mu Nan turned her head towards Chin Huari and said fiercely, "You are not allowed to say, I don't want to listen to the afterthoughts." This is fierce, because she didn't sleep well. The redness in the corners of her eyes still hasn't dissipated. She's so innocent and grievous. She's so cute. Chin Huari held back his smile and left. "Such a cute Nan Nan. It's because the conditions don't allow it. If the conditions allow, he wants to eat it again." Walking wasn't too difficult, but the presence of certain parts suddenly became very obvious. After applying the medicine to herself, Mu Nan lay back on the bed again. Chin Huari came in just in time, pulled the quilt up for him, touched his head and said, "Eat lightly these 2 days." Mu Nan buried her face on the bed and sobbed, "It's so unfair. Chin Huari is the most happy person. He is the one who suffers. Chin Huari is the one who doesn't have to keep his mouth shut, and he is the one who wants to eat lightly. Oh, it's so unfair." Chin Huari felt distressed and funny at the same time. Full of resentment, "I finished a serving of braised noodles. It is impossible to be bland if it is completely bland. At most, I don't want to eat spicy food." As the culprit, Chin Huari certainly couldn't eat and drink in front of Mu Nan. He would eat whatever Mu Nan ate, otherwise Mu Nan's resentment would be even worse. After eating, Chin Huari consciously cleaned up the housework. Seeing that Mu Nan didn't want to sleep, he spread a small blanket on the sofa and adjusted the small pillows to a comfortable angle. The projector was placed, and hot grapefruit tea was at hand. There are not too many small snacks placed in the place where I arrived. The snacks that Mu Nan likes to eat are all puffed ones. It's better to eat less these 2 days, so I put some dried plums to serve people well. Only then did Chin Huari go to dry the wash sheets and duvet covers. Mu Nan was leaning on the sofa with a plum in his mouth, and suddenly wanted to share with someone. The joy of being in love had an inexplicable feeling that he wanted to announce it to the whole world, but he couldn't be too direct. After all, he and Chin Huari were brothers before, and they shouted at each other, but this suddenly changed their relationship. What if they find it difficult to accept? After thinking about it, I first sent a message to Jianchu. "What are you doing?" Jianchu and the others didn't go to work today. They weren't that short of points, plus it was windy and snowy outside. There was really no need to suffer this crime. Zhu Ming had a sense of mission and couldn't do anything about it, so when the temperature dropped after the temperature was -30 degrees, they were also afraid of what might happen outside, so they started to stay at home for the winter. When receiving the message from Mu Nan, Jianchu was grinding soy milk, so he took a photo and sent it to him, and replied, "I'll send you soy milk when it's ready." Mu Nan, "We'll see when Zhu Ming is on vacation. Let's have a meal together. My family treats you." Jianchu smiled and replied, "Okay, is this the official announcement meal?" Mu Nan was startled immediately, and sent a shocked emoji. "How do you know?" Jianchu laughed loudly at home. "Is there anything I don't know? Do you think you can hide it from me by hiding it? Are you asleep?" Mu Nan was even more surprised this time. How did Jianchu know this? They haven't met each other yet. Shocked, Mu Nan couldn't help calling Chin Huari. Chin Huari just finished drying the sheets, and when he opened the door, he saw Mu Nan holding up his mobile phone. Look quickly. How did he know? It's too scary. No, it couldn't be that I was too loud yesterday, right? Thinking of this possibility, Mu Nan's face instantly became bloodshot, so red that he wanted to burn. Chin Huari said, "Don't worry, the sound insulation effect on both sides is very good. I probably guessed it. I guessed that the official dinner was announced. Maybe I guessed that we decided to invite them to dinner after our relationship was completely settled. Don't be too surprised. It just so happened. I just guessed it." And for the first time last night, Mu Nan couldn't let go at all, and didn't make any sound at all. Mu Nan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and then sent Jianchu an emoji of you winning, which must be a very accurate guess. Jianchu was overjoyed at home. One could imagine Mu Nan's shocked expression at home. How do you know? It's so funny. When Jianchu wanted to have an in-depth exchange with Mu Nan about how it feels for her brother to become a boyfriend, the big iron gate outside the yard was knocked suddenly, and the two of them put down their phones in a tacit understanding. Chin Huari walked to the window and looked out. I could see a person standing outside the yard, but he was wearing a lot of clothes and his face was completely covered, and the wind and snow were still blowing, so he couldn't see who it was. Mu Nan also looked through the window. Who is this? Is it a soldier? Chin Huari said, no. Although now, as long as he can wear it, he wraps it around his body, and there is no uniform winter military uniform, but it can be seen from his figure that he is not a soldier, but looks a little stooped. Chin Huari speculated, it might be Wu Zheng's father. Although he had never seen him before, he could easily think of it from what Jianchu and the others had mentioned before, and compared with the people standing outside now. After all, he is not there now. Some stranger will come to them. Mu Nan said aloud, didn't it mean that Wu Zheng's clothes were taken by his father? His father didn't care about his life, so how dare you find them? Although Wu Zheng didn't say anything about it, Wu Zheng has recovered a little these 2 days, but he is still more lethargic and less awake. When Songjia asked him if he was robbed on the way back, Wu Zheng didn't speak. There was no need to ask, it was obvious that Wu Zheng's deadly father did it, just as guessed. Mu Nan and Jianchu discussed this matter in private, criticizing Wu Zheng's deadly father, and even taking Wu Zheng to criticize it. When is this? Your father doesn't care whether you live or die. You are in your prime, big man. If you are tougher, can a bad old man on the other side beat you? Whether it's the clothes or the points, it must have been taken out by Wu Zheng himself. It's time now, facing this kind of father. If you want to talk about blood filial piety, you are stupid. If you risk your life, they may not shed a tear for you, but they really care about you and depend on you. The younger brother is sad and uncomfortable, and he has to face all this alone. Although every family has scriptures that are difficult to recite, many things are not generalized in black and white, but we should do what we can to distinguish between close and distant. Jianchu also said before that if Wu Zheng is so confused about the family relationship, if he still wants to bring his father here to live, then they will tear down the courtyard wall and enclose their own house. Don't partner with that side. Anyway, the few of them here are not dragged down by bad relatives, just live their own lives. Mu Nan also agreed to this proposal. Life is bad enough. If there are bad neighbors, it will be even more difficult. Although he likes Mu very much and has a good impression of Wu Zheng and Songjia, he does not mean that, by the way, they can accept the superb family members that come with them. But it's too early to say these things now. No one knows what Wu Zheng's attitude is or what happened that day, so they plan to talk to them after Wu Zheng recovers. Unexpectedly, before the in-depth interviews with the neighbors were done, the best family members of the family came to the door. Mu Nan looked at Chin Huari. Are we going down? Chin Huari shook his head. No need. Just watch upstairs. I'll go and change first. Mu Nan thought in his heart that he didn't even need to go down and change into some clothes, but after Chin Huari put on his thick coat, he took a crossbow from the cabinet in the cloakroom. It was the kind of crossbow that could really kill people. Mu Nan hurriedly took his coat. Chin Huari glanced at him. I'm not going downstairs. You go back and lie down on your sofa. Mu Nan, no, I want to follow you. With this dry fighting posture, it's impossible not to follow. Chin Huari smiled helplessly, then opened the curtains of the balcony on the 3rd floor, and looked out from inside the house without going out. Songjia was the first to go down. He probably saw only one person outside when he was upstairs, so he went forward and opened the iron door. The man didn't recognize Songjia all at once. When he saw Songjia, he was still young, a junior high school student. Now that he's grown up and wears a lot of clothes, he didn't recognize him because he was someone he didn't know. still politely said, "Hi, I'm here to find Wu Zheng." This person didn't know him, but Song Jik knew him. Hearing this, he sneered and said directly, "Wu Zheng, he did live here before, but he's gone now." The man glanced into the house, and squinted at one of the buildings. "I asked the construction site, and the registration is here." Songjia said, "I told you, he used to live here, but he is gone now. A few days ago, I don't know which wicked ghost stripped off his clothes. It was windy and snowy, and he was directly frozen. Dead. It's miserable. Everyone has become a popsicle." The man's face, wrapped in his clothes, changed instantly. At this time, Jianchu also rushed over with his coat wrapped around the wind and snow. "Who is it?" There's a bang. Songjia didn't speak, and the two of them didn't string together words. He was afraid that Jianchu would tell the truth all at once, and he was also afraid that he couldn't help giving the man a fist. His brother is so miserable, now his hands and feet are black, and he can't even walk. He doesn't understand, how can someone who has been called dad for so many years be so ruthless? The man looked at Jianchu and said again, I'm looking for Wu Zheng." Jianchu snorted, "Are you looking for Wu Zheng? Then you came late. Maybe you could see someone a few days earlier. Now, TSK, it's a pity that there was no monitoring on that road at that time, otherwise we would have robbed him of him. The man in the clothes was caught, and this is considered murder. You said that the world has not yet reached its level, and it is not expensive to earn points to buy thick clothes. This wicked person is smoking, snatching people, killing people's lives. This kind of people will definitely have retribution. Killing people, beware of being killed in the middle of the night. There must be a lot of retribution when he is alive, such as the separation of his wife and children, the death of his children and grandchildren, and his serious illness. Sooner or later he will find him," said and looked at Songjia. "Right." Songjia nodded, "That's for sure. Those who do bad things will have retribution sooner or later." Every time they said a word, the man's face became terrified, and he didn't know whether he was frightened or cold, and he began to tremble. Jianchu didn't think it was enough, and asked the man, "Who are you to Wu Zheng? Relatives and friends?" The man shook his head subconsciously, probably because he was a little guilty of being squeezed out by them, and subconsciously wanted to leave. Without waiting for the man to move, Jianchu grabbed the man and said, "It's not what you are looking for him for. I think Wu Zheng is alone on weekdays. I think people are so miserable, so I can only forget it. You must come to him. I don't care if I know him, he still owes me 20 points. And if you know him, you have to pay it back for him." As soon as he heard that the points were owed, the man's reaction became even stronger. He wanted to pull Jianchu's hand away several times, but his strength was not as strong as that of a young man who could eat enough every day, and he couldn't break free after a few attempts. The more he struggled, Jianchu held on tighter as if he was afraid that he would run away. "Don't try to run away. I finally met someone who knew him. I don't care. You have to pay back the money he owes. Don't think about it." As he spoke, he looked at Songjia. "You search for his points, and we will divide the points equally if you find them." Songjia immediately stepped forward, as if to search the body. When the man heard that they were going to grab his points, he struggled even harder. I have nothing to do with him. Let me go. This is robbery." Jianchu said fiercely, "It's only natural to pay off debts." "What kind of robbery? You know him, you come to him, that's the relationship. But if you say it's okay, you are his friend, I don't care, you have to put my points, give me back." The man was really frightened, and he struggled even harder. Jianchu originally wanted to scare him so that he would never dare to come again. Seeing the man struggling desperately, he let go of his hand, and the man fell to the ground. Hurriedly got up and ran, running like being chased by a ghost, not daring to look back. Jianchu stood at the door and didn't chase after her, but she shouted, "Don't run, stop, and give me back my points." When the people disappeared without a trace, Jianchu clapped his hands and looked at Songjia. "It's done. I don't think he will dare to come again." Songjia RKO. Jianchu gave a thumbs up. "Excellent, thank you very much." Jianchu folded her arms and stomped her feet. "What's the matter? It's trivial, go in quickly, it's freezing to death." Qin Huari and Mu Nan upstairs also watched the whole process. The weapons in their hands were not used, and they were directly repelled by Jianchu's words, which was considered easy. Mu Nan sent an emoji of likes to Jianchu in the small group. "It's amazing, I thought there was going to be a scene." Back in the house, Jianchu, who just took off his heavy coat, took a look at his mobile phone, and replied with a smile, "That's right, it doesn't matter who I am, I have experience dealing with such people." Mu Nan took a photo of Jiang Xiaoyu in the group. They came all the way before, and saw that crossbow in their car, so they all knew that his family had weapons. My brother is planning to shoot from a long range when the situation is wrong. Jianchu immediately backhanded with praise. In terms of ruthlessness, your brother is still ruthless. It can't be compared. Chapter 90. Wu Zheng's father is Wu Huizong. He is a native of the city, but when it comes to city people, sometimes they may not be as rich as rural people. They have nothing but a city yucca, and the houses they live in are dilapidated. I haven't studied much, and I have relied on working for others all my life, and I didn't have that vision at the beginning, so I made my life worse. Wu Huizong's parents sold their dilapidated house for 2,000 yuan, and a family in the countryside sold breakfast, and they consciously made a profit. In their day, renting a small house didn't even cost 10 yuan a month. WA's house can sell for 2,000 yuan, so I woke up laughing from a dream. As a result, within a few years, it was demolished there, the broken tile house was replaced with an elevator room, and 2 houses were replaced, and the demolition fee was paid. The one that sold breakfast was rebuilt with the demolition fee, and the family had 2 suites, one for living rent-a set, continued to do early business on the faked, and become richer and richer. As for Wu Huizong's family, renting houses everywhere, tossing and tossing, they were already poor, and the tossing and tossing made them even poorer. Wu Huizong grew up in such a poor family. He was better than his parents. At least he went to school. Although he only went to junior high school, he was at least literate. Narrow, not very capable of making money, so I followed the way my family found and entered the factory. After entering the factory, I met Wu Zheng's mother. His mother is from the countryside, and Wu Huizong is from the city. Although he is poor, he at least has an urban yucca. At that time, his mother didn't know if she married Wu Huizong for the purpose of household registration, but they were together anyway. As a result, in the 2nd year of marriage, when his mother was pregnant with Wu Zheng, the factory collapsed, and Wu Huizong had no choice but to follow the laid-off people to work on the construction site. I was able to go back home, but later the project got farther and farther away, and the expenses after the birth of the child increased. In the end, Wu Huizong was so frugal that he wished he could only go home once a year, but once a year he could earn tens of thousands. At that time, housing prices began to soar, but a very good house could be bought for 100,000 yuan. In order to earn a house of his own for his son in the future, Wu Huizong had no other way out except to work hard. I didn't expect his wife to put such a big green hat on him. He worked so hard to make his wife and children happy. This irritated this honest man in the first half of his life so much that he almost used a knife to kill the adulterer and adulteress. Then came the divorce, and the woman who was the child was gone. As soon as he saw Wu Zheng, he thought of the disgusting picture of his wife being crushed by another man. In an instant, it became a thorn in Wu Huizong's heart, and even after he vented his dissatisfaction in life and the humiliation of being cuckolded by his wife on the child born to that woman, the distorted pleasure made him addicted for a while. Wu Zheng is his son. Wu Huizong has always known this, but it does not prevent him from venting all his hatred on the innocent Wu Zheng, until he remarried and had a younger son. This so-called eldest son became even more so. Grass is still cheap, and sometimes he deliberately stimulates the elder son by loving the younger son, as if he can return the humiliation back then to that woman. But no matter what, he never thought of Wu Zheng's death. It was only natural for him to ask for everything from Wu Zheng, and it was even more natural for him to ask Wu Zheng to support him. After meeting Wu Zheng by accident that day, he even felt at ease that he no longer had to worry about life. His younger brother, even though his youngest son is already an adult who has graduated from college, but with Wu Zheng around, it is the right thing to support their family. Even seeing Wu Zheng wearing such a thick padded jacket, he was unceremonious and insisted on coming. But he never thought that Wu Zheng would freeze to death because of this. He was obviously wearing so many clothes, and he was wearing a down jacket, so how could he freeze to death? Wu Huizong returned home in a daze. The so-called home was just a temporary heating room. It was just a place for people to sleep. The bathroom was outside and it was public. He was rescued after the cold weather. They are full, and they have no other place to go except to stay in such a heated room. But just such a heating room requires 3 points a month, and points are required to buy food and drink every day. At the time of the earthquake, his remarried wife was unable to escape from home. He took his young son for a walk on the street, trying to pry open a store and steal something to sell, but he survived by luck and struggled till the end of the day. When he was about to freeze to death, he came here with the rescue, and finally got resettled and met his eldest son. Wu Huizong originally thought that this would be a turn of events, and good times were coming, but why did he die? As soon as he opened the door, he saw his younger son sleeping wrapped in his older son's padded jacket. Wu Huizong felt dizzy. It was because of this dress that his eldest son disappeared. Before he could immerse himself in the self-blame and the horror of killing his son, Wu Huizong noticed that his younger son was shaking while sleeping wrapped in a cotton jacket. His consciousness was blurred, and he remembered that he went to Wu Zheng today just to get points. His youngest son was sick, but he couldn't let someone take him away, so he wanted to buy antipyretics privately, but the points are not claimed, and the eldest son is gone. These people who were brought back later, because they were placed in central heating rooms, had better temperature checks than those living in apartments or villas, and because of the dense living, they had their temperatures checked twice a day, and those who had a fever were taken away. Not long after Wu Huizong came back, it was time to check his temperature. He hid his youngest son behind the door, intending to tell the person who took the temperature check that he had gone out and hadn't returned yet. Check the house, and at this glance, I saw a burnt-out person, so I took it away without saying a word. Wu Huizong hurriedly rushed forward. He just has a cold. We don't have thick clothes. It's too cold, so he's freezing. It's not the plague. If it's the plague, then I will definitely be infected, but I'm fine. He just has a cold. The inspector saw a cold-proof coat on the ground, and said, "Is this what you call having no thick clothes? Take it away, not only him, but also you." Then he said to the person who recorded the data, "Put a seal on the door, arrange for someone to disinfect." Wu Huizong firmly believed that his youngest son was not sick, but just had a cold and a fever. Anyway, he had to be quarantined, so he must stay with his youngest son. Now he was the only son left, and he must not let his youngest son have an accident. The isolated place is a large cabin, which is also a heating room built later, but it is not like a living place, where each room is isolated, but a large cabin, with floor heating under the floor, but no bed or bedding, sleep directly on the ground. The whole large cabin is divided into several areas, and those who are sent here basically have a fever, but have no other symptoms, and there are mild and severe fevers. In the room, it is surrounded by a transparent isolation cloth. In this way, under the condition of space utilization, the cross-infection of mild and severe diseases should be prevented as much as possible. As for whether you can go out after entering, it depends on fate. No matter how much Wu Huizong insisted on emphasizing that his youngest son just had a common cold and fever, the higher-ups sent him directly to the intensive care unit. Wu Huizong insisted on accompanying and taking care of him. They have seen this kind of family members a lot, and they would persuade him before. After all, if you can live, you are one. But now, those who want to live don't need to be persuaded, and those who want to die can't be persuaded, so they sent them together. There is no injection. It was so hot before, and it is so cold now. For now, there is no condition for transporting liquid medicines, so the only medicines available are swallowed medicines. If they are sent to this kind of intensive care circle, at least they can be treated. A fever-reducing ***** plug is issued, but whether the fever can subside depends on oneself. Wu Huizong hugged the elder son's clothes and guarded the younger son. The younger son was still in a daze with fever, and he didn't wake up after being stuffed with medicine. Sweating, people are fine, but when he saw the clothes, he seemed to see the curse of the dead eldest son, looked at the whole person as if possessed by a demon, threw the clothes away suddenly, and couldn't let him. The youngest son wore this dress, maybe it was this dress, and brought his elder son's resentment to claim his life. Songjia, who didn't know what happened in the distance, cleaned the house. Now there is a patient with frostbite and a dog in the house. If the environment is not cleaned up, it will be more likely to get sick. After scrubbing the house, he came to the room to check on Wu Zheng's situation, and Wu Zheng was awake at this time. Songjia hurriedly said, "Why didn't you call me when you woke up? Do you want to drink water? Do you want to go to the bathroom? I made porridge, but it's not ready yet. I have to wait a while. Are you hungry?" Wu Zheng shook his head. He was still very weak, his face was pale and he had no strength, but at least his mind was clear. There is no bed in their room, but fortunately they exchanged it in time before, and changed a few quilts before the cold weather, so they are lying on the ground with the quilt at the moment. Songjia squatted next to Wu Zheng, and said, "Today your dad came, but he didn't recognize me. I was afraid he would pester me, so I said you were freezing to death, and Jianchu came to help, saying that you owed him points, and that your dad must be a relative or friend you knew when he came to look for you. He helped you return it, and then that guy ran away like running for his life, saying that it had nothing to do with you." Songjia lowered her head, and tears fell on the ground. Newnan and the others also helped. Newnan said that his brother had prepared the crossbow, and he was watching upstairs. "As long as your father dares to come in and pester you, they will kill you. Shoot the arrow." Nianyu, who was lying beside Wu Zheng's bed, got up and licked the tears on Songjia's face with a low whimper. Songjia wiped the tears. They are all good people. It was so cold that day, and the temperature suddenly dropped. It was windy and snowy. Don't worry, I was alone, and even helped me go out to find you. You were so cold that you lost consciousness. They worked hard all night and didn't sleep. Wu Zheng looked at Songjia sideways, and was silent for a while before saying hoarsely, I'm sorry. Songjia sniffed and turned to look at him. Let's just live our own lives. Those who treat us badly, we don't care about them, okay? Wu Zheng nodded, and said yes, he would go with that man that day, not because he was soft-hearted, but because he didn't want the other party's entanglement, and didn't want him to know where he lived. Well, cut off the last trace of the so-called blood relationship, and become a passerby completely from now on. As a result, when he left, his father asked him to leave his clothes behind, saying that they had nothing, and now the points could not be exchanged for supplies to avoid the cold. He also said that his younger brother was frozen to death, and that younger brother was fine when he was a child. Yes, he would secretly hide pocket money for him, and would save his own snacks for him, but when he grew up, influenced by his parents, he gradually became far away from him, but it was also the only one in the so-called family who had ever loved him. He has freed people of goodwill. He also underestimated the coldness outside, thinking that he was wearing several sweaters and a down jacket, which was just a set of cold-proof cotton jackets, so he gave them away. As a result, he almost froze to death in the snowy night at -30 degrees. That's fine, let them treat themselves as dead, and they'll be clean in the future, without any involvement. After 2 days of recuperation, Mu Nan's first meal after lifting the ban was dried meat, sizzling barbecue, served with his favorite dipping sauce, small fat beef, small fat lamb, tough beef tongue, burnt pork belly, tender wagyu beef, wrapped with lettuce and kimchi, and a radish stewed beef clear soup. The satisfaction of life is nothing more than this. When Chin Huari was grilling meat for him, Mu Nan sighed, I eat it again and again, but the meat is the best. Pray, the wind and snow will take away all the scents. Don't let the neighbors smell it. Chin Huari said, eat it with confidence, you won't smell it. The wind outside can blow people away, and the smell will be gone in an instant. Mu Nan sighed, when will I be able to eat generously? Eating at home is like being a thief. Chin Huari said with a smile, that's how we cherish every meal. It is said that the higher-ups are going to re-register their identities and get vaccinated. Mu Nan was taken aback, is there a vaccine now? Chin Huari nodded, hospitals can't withstand an earthquake of this magnitude, but the virus research institutes in our country can withstand it. There are enough instruments in them to develop plague vaccines. As long as the production conditions are met, the speed is still very fast. After all, the current plague it's not an unknown virus. The two biggest infectious diseases are plague and malaria. The death of such a serious epidemic is only caused by the collapse of medical conditions. Now that it is gradually recovering, it is natural to vaccinate as soon as possible to save as many people as possible. Mu Nan nodded when he heard the words, then the vaccine given now is a mature vaccine? Should we wait? Chin Huari said, the ones who can be released must be mature. Even if you want to fight, I'm afraid you have to wait. The first batch must be doctors, nurses and soldiers. They have contact with many patients, and their safety must be guaranteed first. Hearing this, Mu Nan immediately felt relieved. He hadn't been vaccinated in his last life, so he will try to get it in this life. Since that cold snap came, the wind and snow outside have not stopped, and the temperature is dropping by an average of 1 degree every day. There are fewer and fewer people who can carry this low temperature to work outside, so the the construction of the house is almost at a standstill, but the rescue outside has not stopped. As long as you encounter survivors, try to bring them back, so that the population gathered here is increasing, and the supplies in the redemption point are starting to be tight. The wind and snow were too strong, and some winter clothes were not warm enough to even go out, let alone buy food, and eventually the redemption point was temporarily closed. All development is forced by life. When people have needs, some things will naturally come out. It may be after the earthquake. After the planning of various provinces, a new currency situation has been formulated. As for the exchange rate of the new currency in the world, the problem is that there is no international anymore, and there are not many countries left like them that can still remain intact. When the new ID card needs to be re-registered, the new currency will also start to be promoted. 1 point can be directly exchanged for 1 new currency. However, the new currency is no longer paper-based. It is said that it will be bound to the identity information at that time, and the consumption can be directly made with the identity. After the mobile phone is bound to the identity information, you can purchase goods through the official purchase channel. The specific estimate will not be known until the official implementation, but at least now the above has given the masses a signal that even if the weather is extreme today, life is on the way again. Signal on track. Now the most important job every day is to clear the snow. If you don't clear the snow from the roof and the yard, the whole house will be covered by snow and you can't go out. They go out from the side door to the road, and cross the road to the embankment. A few people directly shoveled a road leading to the river embankment, and they were able to pile up some snow in and around the yard on the tricycle, and then dumped it into the river. The previous river channel had been sunburned to the ground, and there was no water at all. Even with the continuous wind and snow, the entire river channel was only piled up to 1/3 of the height, so it was very suitable for them to go into the river, dump the snow. The 4 girls who have never had any contact with them, and seem to have disappeared since they moved in, do not know if they feel a little sorry for letting them clean up the snow in the yard, and slowly began to come out to cooperate with them. Anyway, as long as I see them coming out to clean the yard, they will come out in turn to help with it. These big men will not let the girls do heavy work, just let them shovel the snow in the yard together, and the others get tricycles and ride outside, so they don't need girls. After several contacts, Jian-Chu, their communication expert, also chatted with those 4 girls. The 4 are from the same university, but they are not from the same department. They just met because they rented a house outside. The kind of house is not the kind of 1 bedroom and 1 living room. It is a big house. It has been remodeled and made into small single rooms with bathrooms. The living room area is compressed to a small size, but it has a kitchen. They were originally from the same school, they were about the same age, and they all had good personalities, so they got along well. They rented a house outside since their sophomore year and lived there until they graduated from university. But the houses at the university are mainly for students, and this kind of single room is also very cheap. If you change the place, the rent will be expensive, so even after graduation, before they have a certain amount of savings and a good job that can change the status quo, they a few simply continued to maintain the state of shared renting. Anyway, there were no major conflicts, and the living was quite comfortable. When the smog came suddenly, they could only stay in the house and suffer. At that time, the 4 of them could be regarded as watching and helping each other. It was just a simple co-tenancy relationship, but it was unexpectedly maintained because of this. As for why Ri Cheng didn't go home after that, the girl who was chatting with Jian-Chu shrugged. Then there must be a home to go back to. When Jian-Chu heard the words, he let out a sigh, and if he asked more deeply, he would be spying on people's privacy. Although he was quite curious, he still didn't continue to ask. However, Sun Sai didn't think there was anything he couldn't say, and said directly, Xuan, the girl who came down with me, she has to get married as soon as she comes home. Before the college entrance examination, her family showed her a class. Parents, can you believe that this kind of thing can happen in this age? So when it is so hot, there is no job, and you can only receive government relief food, and you are determined not to go home, who knows that there will be an earthquake later. Seeing that this girl didn't care much about such things, Jian-Chu casually asked, then why don't you go home? Sun Sai smiled and said, I don't have a home either. My parents divorced and remarried, and each started a family. Which one can I go back to? Jian-Chu let out a cry, and helped Sun Sai shovel the snow that had accumulated on the ground onto the tricycle. After Yu Zaibai rode the bike away, Sun Sai bumped into Jian-Chu with his arm, and moved closer to him. You guys have known each other for a long time. Friend? Jian-Chu said, some have known each other for several years, and some have just met halfway. What's wrong? Sun Sai pointed at Qin Huari. Then do you know if that handsome guy over there has a date? Jian-Chu looked up subconsciously, and then her eyes fell on Sun Sai again. The package is so tight, you can tell that he is a handsome guy. They are not as equipped as Qin Huari, and their eyes are still exposed. The windshield glasses are all on, and you can't even see your eyes, so you can see the handsome guy. Sun Sai clicked her tongue softly. Don't underestimate the radar that women have for handsome guys. With this height, there is absolutely no difference. Is there a partner? Now in this situation, if there is a partner, there is no one. Girls. Jian-Chu pointed to Mu Nan on the other side. Did you see him? Sun Sai hummed. What's the matter? Just now I heard this person call that handsome guy brother, and the voice is quite pleasant, but not as magnetic as that handsome guy, a little milky. Maybe those who like little milk dogs will like that one. Jian-Chu, he has a date. Sun Saisai was silent for a second, and said, "It's okay to consume internally. Hey, it's too difficult for women these days. Compete with women for men, and men for men." Seeing Sun Saisai looking at Yu Zaibai again, before she could say anything, Jianchu said directly, "Don't look, that's my partner. Sun Saisai. This domestic product really has no way out." Chapter 91. When the low temperature fell below -40 degrees, Zhu Ming also came back to escape the winter. Before the low temperature, he could run on both sides, but now, even if he wears a lot of clothes, he can't bear it outside. When the weather is good, it's okay, there's a little sun, although you don't feel warm at all in the sun, but at least there is no wind. When it's snowy, it's not something that clothes can hold. The key is the wind and snow more than sunny weather. Many people lost consciousness from the cold during the process of going to work or leaving work, and were stiff when they were discovered. Some doctors have already been stationed in the hospital, where housing is provided. Now that the temperature is low, many people cannot go out without going out. Those who have to go out are mostly soldiers. Few ordinary people can be sent to the hospital. During the treatment, most of the people are already dying, so it is enough to stay with a few doctors there. More medical resources are still leaning towards the isolation area, where people are sent in batches and dragged out batch by batch, but Zhu Ming is not good at epidemic diseases, although he can also help with inject irons and so on, but Zhu Ming feels that he has not sublimated to that point. After the previous rescue in the central camp in the urban area, even if Zhu Ming was born with low empathy ability, he still couldn't face and accept the many deaths that he could not save. This kind of suffocating despair is too heavy, so when only some doctors and nurses were left on duty at the hospital, he went home directly. Jianchu comforted him, "It's nothing. You are just a veterinarian. In terms of technical skills, you are not up to that level. It's enough to work hard for so long." Zhu Ming looked at Jianchu helplessly. "Is this a comfort or a blow?" Jianchu laughed. "Comfort, comfort, of course. It's good if you are free now. Yunnan always said that when you are free, let's have a meal together, and the landlord treats you." Zhu Ming, "Who is the landlord?" Jianchu, "As far as our family is from the poor class, who do you think the landlord is?" Zhu Ming said, "Why do you suddenly want to treat guests to dinner?" Jianchu laughed and said, "You can think of this meal as a farewell meal, an official announcement meal, or a wedding meal." It took Zhu Ming 2 seconds to sort out the relationship, with an expression that was as expected, and then turned to look at Jianchu. "Then when will you invite the official announcement meal?" Jianchu lost his temper in an instant, and he was still a little embarrassed to be ridiculed. Yu Zaibai, who was cleaning at home, suddenly popped up. "Eat the big family first, and then come to our porridge and side dishes after eating the big family." His relationship with Jianchu, the change of the party, did not directly announce to the world like Munan and the others, it just happened so naturally, but with the precedent of Munan and the others, Yu Zaibo felt that they should also invite a meal, which would be more formal. Zhu Ming sat on the stairs and chatted with them for a while, because there is floor heating upstairs and downstairs, the room is warm, so Jianchu usually did not close the door on their second floor. But Zhu Ming will not running to someone's house, occasionally sitting on the stairs chatting with Jianchu. Usually Jianchu is tossing food, although the only ones that can be eaten, but still trying to get it in different ways. Now the food is left out for an hour or so. It can be frozen well, even without a refrigerator, and it is very durable, so it doesn't matter if you make more, but Yu Zaibai cleans the inside and outside. Some time ago, Jianchu said that he wanted to grow a la carte at home. It seemed that Munan had seeds. Munan planted some at home, and the planting was successful, so Jianchu was also ready to move, but the soil is really not easy to toss. The ground was as frozen as a concrete pavement, and Yu Zaibai took a lot of effort to dig some of it back. He needed to fertilize the soil, and make wooden boxes to store the soil. At home, he couldn't be idle for a single day. Zhu Ming looked at the two families who could live a happy life under the current living conditions, and felt a little envious in his heart. It would be fine if he was alone, but he lived in the middle of such two families. The happiness of others will inevitably be affected. Seeing the silent communication between Jianchu and Yu Zaibai, who could understand each other's meaning with just one look, Zhu Ming asked Jianchu after Yu Zaibai took the mop to change the water, "Is this how two people live?" Jianchu was rubbing bean dregs balls. Bean dregs are squeezed out of soybean milk and are edible. Naturally, they should not be wasted. Hearing this, he raised his head and looked at Zhu Ming. "This is not always the case. The two of you do everything together, and someone will share the housework. Troubles are discussed with others, and I have the confidence to live in the future." Zhu Ming is used to relying on himself, and he can't imagine what it would be like to find the confidence to face the future from another person, but he has to admit that when he saw too many trivial things before, he thought it was better to be alone. But seeing other people happy at that time, I felt that the two of them were really good. After chatting for a while, Zhu Ming went upstairs, chatting with neighbors like this every day, and surfing the internet when he was at home alone. It was considered leisurely and relaxing. Zhu Ming even opened a special veterinary section to answer questions about various animals for free, not limited to pets. Unfortunately, the most commented ones are, who can afford pets at this time, and there are not many people asking. But Zhu Ming is also idle when he is idle, occasionally going up to post some beast science, such as how to save his life when encountering some more lethal animals, probably because there have been wild beasts here. His science popularization is it got a little lively, and there were a lot of interactions. Zhu Ming found some things to do in his spare time. Knowing that Zhu Ming opened such a section, Mu Nan was immediately inspired. Can I also open a comic section? Chin Huari was sitting on the sofa, leaning on the armrest with one hand to support his head, and Mu Nan, who was leaning on him with the other arm, was watching a movie. Hearing this, he looked down at Mu Nan. Yes, if you want to draw, you can open a comic channel, or you draw first, and I will open a website for you when the time comes. Mu Nan said, I still need to open a dedicated website. It feels so troublesome. Just like Zhu Ming, it's fine to open a section like a forum. Chin Huari said, when the ID card is updated and the points are converted into new currency, everything in the future will be electronic transactions. At that time, some things on the internet will start to be charged. Just like before, you watch movies, read novels, and read what you need. A copyright thing has to pay a corresponding fee. If you open a platform of this kind separately, you can charge a uniform fee. If you register a cartoonist account, others will also register. The more people draw on it, the more people will naturally see it. You can continue to make money by painting at home. Mu Nan looked at Chin Huari with some surprise. It can still be like this, then a server is needed to run this kind of website? Chin Huari said with a smile, it is estimated that our life will not be able to return to the previous model for a long time, so many things have to rely on the state. Such charging items, of course, also have to be affiliated with the state, and the server is naturally provided by the military server, and they also need to make money. It's not that they provide points, provide currency conversion, and how much money they need to operate on the background. If these can bring them additional income, I think they will be willing to open one such entertainment section. Mu Nan shook his feet, a little wanting to start painting immediately, thinking that he could make money without going out in the future, and felt that although this winter passed, he would no longer have a profit of the future. But the future didn't seem to be how terrible. It would be better if he could get better a little bit in this environment. Brother, what do you think I want to draw? If I want to make money, I must draw a series, but now I draw some love stories. Will anyone read it? Chin Huari smiled and said, then I don't understand. This is your field of expertise, but you don't have to rush to make money, just paint what you want, and I can support you without making money. Mu Nan thought for a while and said, otherwise, I'll draw a theme of disaster. How resonant it is, but comics, of course, have to be refreshing, and can't be as bitter as reality. Then draw a world reconstruction in the future. We will develop a high-tech floating city. We will live in a sky city supported by a levitator. There must be a huge energy cover on it. The scorching high temperature is the energy source of the entire energy cover. Summer is not hot anymore. It's not cold in winter, and the air city is warm all year round like spring, and you can also take a sightseeing car to travel in mid-air to see the natural landscape outside in the scorching heat and cold winter. How about this direction? Chin Huari praised, very good, Nan is awesome. He built a new world all at once. Mu Nan was a little happy to be praised, but felt that Chin Huari was boasting without thinking, so he clicked lightly, you are just like coaxing a child. Chin Huari smiled and said, you are my child. Mu Nan sat up all of a sudden, you really are kidding me, right? Chin Huari put one hand on Mu Nan's back, pushed him towards him, and immediately hugged him into his arms. Whoever said I coax you? In my eyes, no matter what you do, it is the best. Mu Nan still can't stand such sweet talk now, and feels a little embarrassed to be told, so he wants to push Chin Huari away and sit up, but Chin Huari grabs his waist first, looks at him and chuckles. Then, may I ask you, the whole world best Nan, can I kiss you now? Mu Nan covered Chin Huari's mouth with his hands, even if there were only the two of them in the house and there were no outsiders, but there were some things you wanted to do, and why did you ask them out? Chin Huari hugged Mu Nan and turned over. The two of them switched seats in an instant. Before Mu Nan kicked him, Chin Huari gently bit Mu Nan's lips. There was no reason not to eat the candy cake in his arms. In the middle of the night, Mu Nan huddled in Chin Huari's arms exhaustedly and hummed, "I'm going to die of exhaustion. Why am I tired even when I lie still?" Chin Huari was satisfied with a smile, hugged the person in his arms, and gently rubbed his waist. "Thank you for your hard work, baby." Mu Nan was enjoying Chin Huari's massage, but he was not polite at all. "It's been hard work." Chin Huari bit his earlobe. "You are so coquettish, it will make me want to do it again." Mu Nan shrunk into a ball in an instant, turned his back to Chin Huari. This is a day when he is shameless, restrained, and he still doesn't forget to attack Chin Huari with a heavy tone. "Brother, you have changed." Chin Huari hugged him tightly, and kissed his shoulder. He liked the feeling of kissing, hugging and embracing his skin. "Why have I changed?" Mu Nan scolded him for his crimes. "In the past, you didn't let me sleep in any way, but now for your own happiness, you actually broke the rule of not letting me sleep in. TSK, man." Chin Huari pinched him on the waist. "My own happiness? When have I never served you happy? You are a little heartless." Mu Nan was pinched by him and laughed loudly. "Brother, take it easy. It hurts, ha 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 ha." Just when the two were playing around wrapped in blankets, they suddenly heard a super violent dog barking. The excited roar startled Mu Nan. Chin Huari pulled the blanket over to cover Mu Nan, and pulled the clothes beside him. He put it on his body. "I'll go and have a look. You stay here obediently." This Mu Nan couldn't stay still. In case something happened, it would be difficult for him to run naked, so he quickly got up and put on his clothes. And Chin Huari had already wrapped up a thick coat and walked to the balcony. It was very dark outside and there were no street lights. In addition, almost every household had shielded the windows. It used to be to block the sun, but now it is to block the low temperature and the sight of outsiders, so it was getting darker and darker outside. Chin Huari, who had already arrived and something might happen, installed a row of spotlights on the eaves of their third floor not long after staying here. As soon as he came out, he turned on the spotlights. The few people obviously didn't expect that this kind of large lighting was installed in the yard. One foot slipped due to the sudden light, and one fell halfway up the climb, but two of them had already entered the yard. The barking of the dog naturally woke up everyone in the yard, and soon Zhu Ming, who lived next door to Chin Huari and the others, also came out wearing clothes. Zhu Ming lived on the third floor, and the balcony on the third floor was next to Chin Huari and the others together. The balcony is not closed, so you can see each other when you poke your head and subconsciously ask what happened. But before Chin Huari could reply, Zhu Ming had already seen the people who had turned into their yard. Two of them entered the yard, and they were not at all afraid of being illuminated by the light. They even looked at them upstairs and wiped their necks with a knife. After a provocative move, he directly opened the iron gate of the courtyard from the inside, and let in several companions outside. And the other raised the knife in his hand, raised his head towards them and said, "I advise you to open the door automatically. We will ask for money and not hurt others. If you cooperate, we will not kill them all. I will save some for you. If you don't cooperate, then don't blame the knife in my hand for being too fast." Chin Huari looked coldly at the unscrupulous people who entered the room downstairs, and said to Zhu Ming, "Wait." Chin Huari entered the house, took two crossbows that had been kept in the living room, handed one of them directly to Zhu Ming, and aimed at the one who was holding a knife and uttering cruel words, and shot the arrow neatly. This group of people who climbed over the wall and planned to come in to rob them must have explored the situation here first. They knew that there was a dog in this house, so they were not surprised at the dog barking. He rushed directly to several gates, but before they got close, the leader was shot in the shoulder. The man hadn't reacted at the time, and was even stunned for a moment. He looked at his shoulder subconsciously, and then screamed. The man's accomplice was also taken aback when he saw this, because the spotlight really illuminated the entire courtyard too brightly, and the arrow pierced on the shoulder, as well as the blood that had soaked out of his clothes, could be clearly seen too. A total of 7 people entered the yard. Chin Huari fired the second arrow without hesitation. Zhu Ming, who was beside him, had never used a crossbow before, but it was not difficult. It was very simple to pull a bow and shoot. The person probably didn't realize it and stood there in a daze until the second person was shot through the leg, then he realized and ran out. The one who said harsh words before ran back and looked at them fiercely. "You wait. I can't kill you." However, before the man finished speaking, his heart was pierced directly from the back. Chin Huari looked at Zhu Ming, and Zhu Ming shrugged. "It seems quite simple. Red is good." At this time, Mu Nan came out wrapped in clothes, and was shocked when he saw the situation in the yard. Chin Huari glanced at him and saw that he was wearing thick clothes, so he didn't let him in. Although he hoped that Mu Nan would never go through some situations in his life, but the reality never goes as one wishes. He will not intentionally force Mu Nan's growth, but when something happens, he will not hinder Mu Nan's growth either. When the fourth person fell down, a white figure sprang out next to them. That white figure ran quickly on the snow, and its sharp canine teeth bit the calf of the person who was running out. There is also the knife. He raised the knife while screaming and was about to slash at Nu. Chin Huari directly shot an arrow through his arm. The man was in pain, and as soon as he let go of his hand, the knife fell into the snow. The person who was hit on the shoulder by Chin Huari at the beginning really didn't expect to suffer such a big loss. This person is probably also a ruthless person. After getting up from the ground, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn, you wait for me, I will never let you go." Chin Huari chuckled, and shot an arrow through his kneecap. What he gave Zhu Ming was a basic crossbow, the kind that needs to be drawn to shoot. And what he holds in his own hand is a mechanical model, which can penetrate a human skull with lethality, not worse than a bullet at all. Zhu Ming also slowly found the hand feeling, mainly because Nu is very strong. The few people who came in from downstairs climbed over the wall. Whoever ran Nu ran and bit them. It was too frightening to move. Jianchu and Yu Saibai, who had been hiding in the room to watch the situation, ran out quickly when they saw the wounded and disabled outside. The first thing they did was to kick the knives they were carrying aside, and hand over the opponent's weapon first. But they didn't dare to get close to the people on the ground. The machete fell on the ground. If they still had a small knife with them, they would have already crushed the opponent. So I was very careful not to get close to those burglars. There were 7 people in the group, none of them ran away, and Nu was still guarding with a dog on the side. The canine teeth that were exposed during the fierce warning were scary to look at. Just bite the calf to death, so that there are 2 people who have no injuries at all, but lie on the ground tightly and dare not move. There is a dog in front and a shooter in the back. They really didn't expect to kick such a hard stubble. The first reason why they want to rob this place is the dog, that is meat. How long have they not eaten meat, aside from dog meat? If they can still afford a dog at this time, the family must have a lot of supplies. Because there is a dog here, they squatted down to investigate. There are also a few girls living in this yard, a group of big men, and a few young and beautiful girls. They live in such a surrounded yard. Can imagine how happy the people who live here are. They were still full of thoughts, waiting to get rid of the man in the yard, and then have fun with those women. They don't know the situation of other people, but they know that there is a doctor here. How many points do you earn for the profession of a doctor? Just by robbing that doctor, they don't have to worry about food for a long time. So although this yard there are a lot of men in the house, but wealth is in danger, and such a yard can be surrounded at this time, so there must be a lot of good things in their house. Anyway, this is not the first time they have done this kind of thing. Some people saw them, the knives in their hands were scared, and few dared to stand up to resist, and those who could resist were also sent to see the King of Hads. However, this is also the first time they have started towards a big goal. They did not count the specific number so carefully. There are about 5 or 6 men, but there are quite a few of them. Even if they are one-on-one, others may not be opponents, but unexpectedly, they have knives in their hands, and they have long-range shooting things in their hands. This is really a terrible injury. There were 2 uninjured ones, and I was afraid that they would call the police. Although I don't know what the rules are for dealing with their crimes at this time, they will definitely not treat them lightly, so they trembled like a sieve and begged them. I was fascinated by ghosts for a while. Please do me a favor and let us go. We will never dare again in the future. At this time, Chin Huari, who had already come downstairs, kicked the man's face. Blood was all over the ground in an instant, and it seemed that he had lost 2 white teeth. He handed the rope in his hand to Yu Zaibai, tie it up and drag it outside. And he directly pulled out the arrow that pierced those people without any politeness. Song Jia on the side quickly turned pale and stepped forward to help Yu Zaibai tie people up with shaking hands. His brother is still lying on the bed and can't move. If this group of people broke into the house today, then he and his brother are equal to each other. The meat on the chopping board was gone, so even though it was the first time he saw blood to this extent, he still tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart. The moment of piercing into the flesh is so fast that people can't react. Although it hurts, it is definitely not as painful as pulling it out like this, and anyone with a little common sense knows that even if it is pierced, it can still be done. But if you pull it out, it's definitely a bad thing. Several people rolled and screamed in pain. Chin Huari stomped the rolling people under their feet, the ones on their hands, legs, and back. They were pulled out without any softness at all. Zuming also came down at this time, shaking his head with his arms folded and sighing, "In such a cold day, the wound will solidify quickly, and it won't die from excessive blood loss, but the body temperature will be lost faster, coupled with the cold sweat and blood. Once you cover your body, it will only get colder, and whether you can see the sun tomorrow depends on your fate." Although Jianchu had never seen this battle before, he accepted it very well. He knew that if today's bloodbath did not suppress these people, they would be the ones lying on the ground waiting to die. To die, or to be starved to death after being robbed of all the food and points. The end will not be good after all, so seeing them in such a miserable state, there is no sympathy at all. When Yu Zaibai and Songjia were tying them up, a person who was scared by Nianyu before and kept lying on the ground without moving, so he was not injured, suddenly took out something from his pocket, but the person hadn't even taken it out yet. The sound of Dao Pokong passing by, followed by a fierce scream. Zuming quickly stepped forward and kicked away the hand pierced by the arrow. A small dagger fell into the snow in an instant. Under the source of the arrow was their gate. Niu Nan breathed a sigh of relief holding the crossbow. Fortunately, he practiced well at home with good accuracy. Chin Huai turned to look at Niu Nan, saw that he didn't have the slightest fear or discomfort of hurting others, and even made a decisive move, so he waved to him. Niu Nan hurried over. Chin Huai praised, "It's not in vain." Niu Nan proudly raised her head, "That must be done." All the arrows were put away. This thing is not disposable, it can be used repeatedly after washing. As for those few people, they were all tied together and thrown outside. Before dawn, they turned on the lights in the yard. Niu Nan and Jianchu started to shovel the snow together, piled it on the tricycle and backed it out, otherwise it would be too disgusting to just pile up in the yard like this. After finishing all this, Chin Huari looked at them. "Did you call the police?" Several people immediately looked at each other in blank dismay. Obviously, none of them called the police. Songjia, who had regained his composure, said, "Yes, can you call the police? There is no law in their country that burglary, robbery and murder are not illegal, nor is it allowed to hide such prohibited weapons. So instinctively, there is still some turning around, and the mind is even thinking about how to cover it up." Chin Huari smiled when he heard the words, "Why not? They broke into the house and robbed us. We are on the defensive. Call the police, and wait for them to come and drag them away. As for the people from the military headquarters, are they alive or frozen to death? It depends on whether their lives are hard enough." Chapter 92. It is indeed difficult to dispatch the police in the middle of the night, especially when it is windy and snowy, but with the online report and a photo of a group of people and thrown on the side of the road, the speed of dispatching the police is much faster. After all, if you don't hurry, these people will be frozen to death. Seeing that Chin Huari also sent the photos, Niu Nan asked worriedly, "Is there any problem? Will they confiscate our weapons?" Chin Huari pulled Niu Nan to sit next to him. "Don't worry, it's fine. I'm sorry if the salary is confiscated, we still have it. If you find the materials, you can still do it yourself. What are you afraid of?" Niu Nan covered her heart. "I'm so scared, my heartbeat hasn't slowed down yet." Chin Huari hugged him into his arms. "I thought you weren't afraid. You performed so well. If you didn't react quickly, one of us might be injured today." Niu Nan said, "I'm still a little scared. There are so many people overturning our yard. If we didn't have weapons, the close combat would be so dangerous. But I didn't think about it so much at the time, but now I'm a little scared. Our courtyard wall, it has been stacked high enough, and there are still glass shards on it. Can this be turned over?" Chin Huari said, "Winter clothes are thick. If there is a ladder, then of course." Niu Nan was a little worried. "Then what will we do in the future? If there is a first time, there will definitely be a second time. Besides, in our neighborhood, we seem to be the only ones who have enclosed the courtyard wall. The target is too conspicuous." Chin Huai reassured, "This kind of situation is bound to happen. Now that the redemption point is closed, it is so cold that many people can't go out to work, and the current environmental conditions are that if you don't work, you can't earn food. If you have no food at all, you can still ask the government for help, such as arranging some jobs that can still be done, or credit, but some people are unwilling and want to get quick money. The burglary was stolen in the middle of the night, let alone now, so it is actually better for us to choose such a yard. Standing upstairs, we can shoot from a long distance. If we live upstairs and are blocked by people cutting the door, we will have close contact when the door is opened. Yes, that's dangerous. After such a thing, there is definitely no way to sleep. There are still a group of people in the yard outside, and when the soldiers come over, they must enter the house to inquire, so they twisted their beards and twisted their hands. One had some fear after he came here, not because of the fear of hurting someone, but because if there was no Nianiu, they might not be discovered until someone broke into the house, and even these people still carried ladders. Standing up this ladder, you can climb to the second floor. Breaking the glass door of the balcony on the second floor and rushing in directly is even more cool. The soldiers came quite quickly, and they drove over with a snowmobile. Seeing that the group of people on the ground was frozen and dying, 2 people were left behind, and the other 2 took them back first. No matter what, they couldn't let people freeze to death before the matter is investigated clearly, and the 2 people left can just enter the house to inquire about the situation, and then wait for someone to drive over to pick them up. When there was movement outside, several people in the room heard it. Nianiu next door yelled, but she was quickly calmed down. She didn't keep yelling like when someone climbed over the wall before. Obviously, Songjia didn't stop it just now. Nianiu's yelling was to remind them that someone had entered the yard, which was much faster than making a phone call. Yu Zaibai and Zhu Ming came out to open the door, and after they left, they brought the 2 soldiers into the yard, pointed to the machetes they had piled up just now and said, this is the weapon they carried with them. And a ladder. One of the soldiers asked, what did you use to hurt them? Zhu Ming said, a self-made crossbow. As they spoke, they brought the 2 soldiers into the house. Although the first floor was a garage, there was still a small living room. The floor heating was not turned on the first floor, but it was turned on upstairs, and the heating would be too much, at least 4 degrees below zero. More than 10 degrees is warmer, so it's not easy for people to stand in the yard and ask questions, and go in under the gusset. Jin Huari asked Mu Nan to stay at home and went to the next door to have a look by himself. He was the main force to attack. It is impossible to ask the neighbors to do the interrogation now. Mu Nan snorted, and warned, then be careful, if they want to confiscate it, or punish us for hurting others, don't be angry, communicate well, if it doesn't work, just fine. Jin Huari didn't want him to worry, so naturally he answered everything, put on his clothes, and went directly from the garage to the garage next door. Jianchu came to open the door, and then entered their small living room on the first floor, where the 2 soldiers were checking the homemade crossbow. Zhu Ming said to the soldiers, now it's not the same as before. It shouldn't be a problem for us to prepare some protective weapons at home. Otherwise, the door was broken into today, and we would be the ones who died. You can also see those machetes. Here we are, bringing such a big guy here, we don't intend to keep alive at all. The soldier put down the crossbow. We need to report the weapon in your house to the higher authorities, but we will take it away tonight. If we can keep it for ourselves, we will send it to you at that time. These are the only people in your yard. I just heard it's the dog barking. Jianchu said, in the building next door, there is a family living in 4 girls, and the other family is 2 brothers and a dog, but my brother suffered from frostbite a while ago, and he can't get out of bed at all right now. Brother is still young, only in his 20s, I'm afraid he might be scared, but there's only one dog that has a bit of fighting power and knows how to protect his master. After a little questioning about what happened, the stiff body that had been frozen outside warmed up a bit. The soldier took out a notebook and asked them about their names and occupations. Seeing that one of them was a doctor and the other was from the communications department, he immediately had a bad impression. There is a slight bias, and although other people are not in the technical department, they have also worked for a long time, which proves that they are not idlers. Make a record and ask them to close the doors and windows tightly today, and they have to go to the next building to inquire. The 2 brothers next door are all right. They went upstairs to have a look, and saw that the elder brother was indeed lying on the bed and couldn't move. The frostbite hadn't healed yet, and the exhausted Chefen didn't look like a pastoral dog. It's not like a breed dog either. Ugly is a little bit ugly, but it's more obedient and loyal. When he sees them approaching his big master, he keeps staring at them. Although he doesn't have any aggressive gestures, he is obviously on guard. The soldier couldn't bear it. He said, this dog is really nice. Songjia stroked Nianiu's hair and comforted her, but it's also very attractive. He even wondered whether today's disaster was caused by Nianiu again. Thinking of the current situation, the soldiers didn't say much, and told them to close the doors and windows and keep an eye on the dogs, and went next door to them. As soon as they entered, the 2 of them immediately had the feeling that Tang Monk had entered the Pansy cave. Although the girls hid in the house and did not go out, the dog next door was barking so loudly that it was impossible not to hear them, so they hid in the house and looked out. When I was there, I was so frightened that I lost my soul. As soon as I saw the soldiers, I started crying. The two young soldiers were a little overwhelmed by crying, and they didn't know how to comfort them. Just at this time, there was a sound of beeps outside. It was the car that came to pick them up, and quickly retreated from the homes of several girls. As soon as the soldiers left, the girls who were crying stopped crying immediately. Sun Saisai was still a little worried and said, "They won't punish those next door for being too harsh, right?" A girl with a slightly quieter appearance said, "No, no, when is this? And there will be punishment for self-protection, then let people live." Yang Jing, who cried the loudest before, wiped away his tears calmly. "When I allocated the house before, I also said that we were put into this yard, and it was a group of big men, and it was too scary. Now I really want to thank you for allocating the house. Brother Bing, Cheng M, it's better not to have this kind of thing happen in the future. I almost didn't scare to death." Sun Saisai sighed, "It's a pity that they are sold domestically, otherwise I would be willing to be any handsome guy." A girl with shorter hair and neater hair rolled her eyes at Sun Saisai. "If you are willing, others may not be willing." The crossbow that was taken away was returned to them on the third day, and he didn't say much else, but Chin Huari, as the maintainer of the land, has an internal account, which means he can see the channel used by the soldiers. According to the internal report, their house was not the first to be attacked that night. There was a family of 6 in front of it. It seemed that the residents who lived here originally occupied a house. I rummaged through a lot of things here earlier. Of course there wasn't much food, but all kinds of electrical appliances, clothes, and everything I could find were dragged home and stocked. Later, after the military department began to rebuild here, they took the extra things, all of them were exchanged for points, and a lot of food was exchanged with points. The rent, water and electricity expenses, and food for the winter were obtained, so they began to stay behind closed doors. I don't know how those gangsters targeted that family. There were 2 old people and a couple in that family. The eldest son was only 20 years old and the youngest daughter was less than 10 years old. When the soldiers were patrolling the entire residential area, they saw an open door. When they went in, a family of 6 turned out to be a little girl hiding in a closet. After questioning, the soldiers found the lair of the gangsters. It was in a farmyard behind the vocational school. Although there was no floor heating in the yard, there was a kang and a cellar. The cellar was full of clothes and food looted from outside. All kinds of valuable things. I don't know how many houses this group of people robbed. They piled up a whole cellar. Seeing that Chin Huari was reading the bulletin, Mu Nan asked curiously, "Did the above say what to do with those people?" Chin Huari poured him a cup of hot water. "I want to talk and send me a message. My throat doesn't hurt. After exercising that day, my body was hot and dry, and then I saw blood. I was frightened and caught cold, and I caught a cold as expected. Fortunately, my tonsils were inflamed, and he didn't have a fever, otherwise he would not be able to pass the temperature measurement every day, and he might have to be taken away." Right now his voice is hoarse, so Chin Huari said less. Mu Nan held the water cup and drank water. Chin Huari said, 2 were not rescued. Zhu Ming's arrow probably injured his lungs. The leader's shoulders and legs were so frozen in the snow, dragged back at that time. People will die, and the other few failed to resist the scrutiny, confessed some past crimes, killed people, and now there is no trial procedure, and the conviction will be lifeless. Mu Nan was surprised, and just about to open his mouth to speak, but his throat was itchy, and he couldn't help coughing immediately. Chin Huari patted him on the back, and after recovering, he put the phone in his hand. "Stop talking. Wait a minute, let me drink some Chuan Bi Sydney water." Mu Nan typed and sent him a message. "Is there still a deadline?" Chin Huari, the present indefinite period is of course not in prison to wait for death. They are all thrown to the construction site to do coolies. In such a cold day, even those who have a little condition can't handle such a low temperature to work, but whether it is a warm house or a resettlement house, there is no way to stop for the time being. All of these require manpower, and those who have committed crimes have no freedom to choose whether to do it or not, and if they don't do it, they will die, but if they do it, they can live on their food. After Chin Huari finished speaking, he saw that Jian Chu and the others had sent him a message. They probably had lingering fears about what happened last time, so they wanted to make a crossbow, but with what they can find now, it is too difficult to make one. It's better to take a step back and make bows and arrows. Chin Huari thinks it is feasible. Bows and arrows are much easier to make than crossbows. He can't provide other materials. After all, how many things they brought before, Jian Chu and they all know everything. but I still know a little about big objects, so I can take out the scales and let them out. A group of bow ropes is simply divided into one family. As for whether they can succeed, it depends on their own ability. Taking out the bow rope that had been prepared earlier, Chinhuari said to Munan, I'll send it down for them. If your throat is itchy, drink water. If you can't drink plain water, take out the Sydney water. Munan responded humbly, hugged the pillow and fell on the bed, wrapping herself into a ball. Yu Zaibai was waiting in the garage. After Chinhuari came down, he gave Zhu Ming's share as well, that's all, and there are no blueprints. You can do it yourself. Yu Zaibai nodded, okay, let's try it first. If it doesn't work, just grind the wood that we picked up into arrows. It won't hurt to have more. When the neighbor next door was thinking about weapons, Munan was recuperating at home and even stopped running every day. They had medicines, anti-inflammatory, cough-relieving, lung-nourishing, and food supplements, and they took them non-stop every day, but this shot still the cough is severe, every day the cough is heart-piercing, the throat is so sore that I can't eat anything, and I will vomit when the cough is severe, and the little meat that has grown up can be seen by the naked eye. Chinhuari put a hot towel on his back 3 times a day. Seeing Munan's cough made him feel distressed. Every time at this time, he regrets a little, why didn't he learn more medicine at the beginning? If he can learn how to dispense medicine and give inject irons, it's fine. He had asked someone to prepare some basic medicines, but those medicines need to be proportioned. Now there are medicines in Munan's space, but he doesn't understand them, and it's not something that can be learned by reading books. If the proportion of medicines is wrong, it will cause accidents if it enters the human body. Chinhuari took the information he had checked before and asked Munan to take out some of the medicines he had classified before. Munan looked at him suspiciously, and Chinhuari said, I'll ask Zhu Ming if he understands. If he understands, ask him to come over and give you an injection. Coughing like this will hurt your lungs too much. If you cough into pneumonia, you will be in trouble. Munan frowned, took out his mobile phone and wanted to type something to Chinhuari. Chinhuari pressed his mobile phone and stuffed him under the quilt. It's okay, Zhu Ming may not ask about the source of the medicine, and they know that I am with the military department. People who are more familiar with them may automatically think of the source of private purchases. Don't be afraid, you take out the medicine first, and I will see what you need. There are medicines such as cephalosporins outside, but the medicines are mainly for the severe side. Plus the small amount, it is relatively scarce, and it is difficult for ordinary people to find a medicine, but if there is a channel, it is not impossible to get it. Munanj took the risk to chat talking about Mao Falcon and Chinhuari, one drug name and one drug name. I asked a doctor to classify some basic configurations, and the approximate amount needed, such as penicillin and cephalosporin antibiotics. He took out some and put them outside, and asked Munan to put in the others that weren't quite right. Munan sighed. Others have a cold and cough for 2 days, but his cold is too terrible. It hurts so much that his chest hurts from coughing, and it hurts even to breathe, not to mention that his throat is so swollen that even drinking water is difficult. Just when Chinhuari was about to contact Zhu Ming, the downstairs doorbell rang. Chinhuari frowned slightly. He was focused on looking at the medicine just now and didn't notice that someone entered the yard. Now he can ring the doorbell of his house. The neighbor must have let the person in. Chinhuari glanced at the phone and saw that it was time to take the temperature, so he pulled Munan up from the bed. It's time to take the temperature. You wait on the 2nd floor, I'll let them come up. At this time Munan must not be allowed to go down to see the wind, otherwise it will be more serious. Munan nodded, waved to Chinhuari, and told him to go to the 1st floor to open the door, but he coughed a little bit, so he couldn't even walk. Chinhuari went down to the 1st floor, and when he opened the door, he saw a man who was obviously too petite. As soon as he opened the door, the person who rang the bell came in immediately, and then pulled down the cover on his face. Group leader Chin, good evening. Chinhuari didn't react much when he saw Ju Pei Pei. After closing the door, he said in a businesslike manner, take your temperature. Ju Pei Pei thought that Chinhuari would have a special reaction when he saw her, so he couldn't help being a little disappointed. Well, I'm in charge of your area today. As he spoke, he took out his forehead gun, swept it at Chinhuari, and then recorded the body temperature. I see you also have a younger brother registered here. Chinhuari nodded. He's on the 2nd floor, or you can wait here, I'll measure it for you. Ju Pei Pei said, you don't even invite me to go up, or do you still mind what Shi Yuanfei told you last time? Chinhuari said, no, it's better to hide and cook at home to avoid suspicion. knowing that the other party had a good impression of him, and did something that might cause misunderstanding. He would rather act affectionate and indifferent than show a serious attitude. He hangs people continuously. Ju Pei looked at him with a look of refusal, and said, I applied here on purpose today. I didn't need to go out at first. It's so cold, so I'm timid. Ask him face to face. Chin Huari said, sorry, I'm still busy right now. Can I trouble you to take my temperature as soon as possible? If there's anything else, we can contact you by phone. In order not to cause trouble, Mu Nan would try his best not to cough when taking his temperature every day. If he stays here for a while, Mu Nan will feel uncomfortable for a while. Ju Pei said, just a moment. Chin Huari felt helpless. What do you want to say? Ju Pei, it's an opportunity for me to transfer to the military. You don't have to think it's because of me. Before Ju Pei finished speaking, Chin Huari heard Mu Nan's muffled cough and frowned slightly. Mr. Ju, if this is what you want to talk about, then I am very grateful for your kindness, but I am very sorry for there are plans for the future, so I'm sorry. Chin Huari heard it, and Ju Pei naturally heard it too, and said directly, is your brother sick? Chin Huari glanced at her firmly. Well, I have a cough, so you need to take your temperature. Please hurry up. After speaking, he said directly, he is not my brother, but my lover. Ju Pei's eyes widened immediately. When she heard what Shi Yuanfei said before, she actually didn't believe it. She thought it was Chin Huari's excuse. When Chin Huari said that, he still didn't believe it, so he went straight to the second floor. Because they were delayed downstairs for a while, Mu Nan didn't know what Chin Huari was doing downstairs, so he wrapped himself in a thick blanket and went to the stairs, and then saw a girl coming up aggressively. Chin Huari walked over in 2 or 3 steps. Didn't I tell you to wait on the sofa? Mu Nan looked at the girl in the thick padded jacket. She was holding a notebook and a forehead thermometer in her hand. She didn't think much of it, and then waited for the girl to take her temperature. The girl in Keahuan kept looking at him and didn't move. Mu Nan's eyes were full of doubts, but he couldn't speak. He was afraid that he would cough uncontrollably. Seeing that Ju Pei wasn't moving, Chin Huari directly took the forehead gun and pointed it at Mu Nan, and then said to Ju Pei, please, Dr. Ju. Then he wrapped Mu Nan's neckline tightly and told him to go to the sofa. Go up. The temperature here on the stairs is lower than inside the house. He is afraid that Mu Nan will catch cold again. Mu Nan nodded, and then saw the girl who was taking her temperature standing at the stairs, still looking at him, not leaving, and looked at Chin Huari with more and more puzzled eyes. What's the situation? Ju Pei looked at Chin Huari. Is he the reason why you rejected me? When Mu Nan heard this, his eyes widened immediately. There is something wrong with asking this question. Seeing Mu Nan's reaction, Chin Huari's tone turned cold for an instant. Dr. Ju. He doesn't need other people's likes to increase his own charm, and he doesn't need to let Mu Nan know that others like him to feel Mu Nan's jealousy. All the existences that make Mu Nan feel unhappy, he can't wait to block them all. So Ju Pei's face-to-face provocative inquiry has already touched his bottom line. What's more, Mu Nan is already suffering from illness at the moment, and emotions have a great impact on the body. Ju Pei didn't understand at all, just asked this question, why is Chin Huari so angry? But she could feel from Chin Huari's anger and instant cold tone that Chin Huari cared more about his little lover than she thought, just as she had imagined, to be liked by Chin Huari. How happy is that kind of unique focus? Ju Pei also had self-respect. He couldn't stand being warned by Chin Huari's cold words, so he turned around and went downstairs. Chin Huari rubbed Mu Nan's hair, and turned his face to look at Ju Pei. Don't get me wrong, she was a military doctor who used to be in charge of our communications department. Although she knew her, she wasn't familiar with her. Maybe she had a good impression of me, but I told her that I already have a lover, and she was probably curious, so I came up to take a look, and I made it very clear to her. Mu Nan pointed to the downstairs and pushed Chin Huari, meaning to let him give it off. No matter what, a girl should at least be a gentleman. Chin Huari said, she will close the door by herself, don't need to send it away, and lie down on the sofa. I will send Zooming a message and ask him if he will get an injection. Seeing that Chin Huari didn't even send him off, Ju Pei left more and more angrily, but when she got home, her anger subsided again inexplicably, and she began to feel a little unbearable. She didn't have much medicine, but she was a military doctor after all, so she always had more channels than others, so she couldn't help but send Chin Huari a message, if you need medicine, I can help you find a way. Although she knew that the other party had someone she liked, the one I like is still a man, but I still can't bear to see him worrying and worrying, even if it's worrying and worrying about others. Chin Huari guarded Mu Nan, who was getting an injection, and replied to Ju Pei, "Thank you for your kindness, but there is no need." Ju Pei slammed his phone, and he was so mad. Chapter 93. The injection was done on the second floor. Mu Nan was lying on the sofa with a hanger to hang the bottle beside. Zhu Ming naturally understood the dispensing of medicines. Some aspects of basic fever and cold are actually interlinked, not you. If you study veterinary medicine, you can only see a doctor for animals. You still have some basic medical knowledge for humans. However, in the past, the management was strict, and the veterinary certificate could not practice medicine for humans. If you are a veterinarian, you can be fined or jailed, but now you have a little understanding of the environment. It's better than someone who doesn't understand at all, and Zhu Ming is still very responsible, not the kind of unscrupulous doctor, so he is conservative in administering Mu Nan's medicine, and would rather take a few more injections than overdo it. After setting up the hanging bottle and putting water on Mu Nan, Zhu Ming said to Chin Huari, "There are cephalosporins in it. Although there is no such condition now, I still remind you not to touch any alcohol, it will be fatal. Pulling out the needle is very simple, just press lightly on the eye of the needle and pull it out." Chin Huari nodded, "Thank you." Zhu Ming smiled and said, "It's not easy to get these medicines at this time. You can still get 2 injections with the remaining amount. Let's see his condition first, but the tonsils are really inflamed." As for where Chin Huari got these medicines, Zhu Ming was not very curious. The medical station he was in before also had these medicines, but they were in short supply, and their use had to go through layers of approval. After all, the current conditions for transportation, it is difficult to grow liquid medicines, and the output after the earthquake cannot be too large, so it is so scarce. I heard that the military doctor just came to Chin Huari on purpose. Anyway, those who are capable have more channels than ordinary people. Chin Huari said, "It's been like this since I was a child, and my tonsils are prone to inflammation. When I was a child, I got inflamed too often. I also said that I would need an operation to cut off my tonsils, but the doctor said that I would have to eat liquid food for more than 100 days. His parents couldn't bear it. If you hesitate, you don't cut it." Zhu Ming said, "It's thanks to his parents that they couldn't bear to have them cut. Although cutting the tonsils can prevent this kind of inflammation, it also lacks a layer of protection. It's not easy for him to resist himself. Respiratory diseases will only get worse." "Okay, can you pull it out yourself after the injection?" Chin Huari nodded, "Yes, thank you." Zhu Ming smiled, "There's nothing to be thankful for. This injection should reduce the swelling a bit. I can barely eat some liquid food. I'll go there first, and I'll contact me if I have anything to do." After Chin Huari sent Zhu Ming downstairs, he went back to the second floor and picked up Mu Nan's hanging bottle. "Go upstairs and lie on the bed comfortably." Mu Nan sighed, couldn't help coughing a few times, and slowly followed Chin Huari up to the 3rd floor. He definitely couldn't fall asleep, so Chin Huari simply put on his favorite anime, It Would Be Good to distract him, and adjusted the pillow so that he leaned on the bed, and the two of them were close together. So Chin Huari's phone, when it rang, Mu Nan turned her head and saw it, then picked up the phone and typed with him. "You don't feel sorry for you now." This is not the first time he has seen others confess their love to Chin Huari. In the past, some senior sisters gave him love letters and asked him to pass them on to Chin Huari. But no matter what, Chin Huari was always expressing gratitude for the other party's liking in a polite manner, and politely refusing, unlike now, can be described as indifferent. Chin Huari glanced at him. "If you have a family and a mouth, what kind of beauty do you pity for?" He looked at Mu Nan with a gloomy expression. "You want me to pity the fragrance and cherish the jade?" Mu Nan shook his head hastily. It's good not to be jealous. How could he still hope that his brother would be sympathetic to others? Chin Huari then said, "If you encounter this kind of situation in the future, you have to reject it mercilessly and indifferently. You can't have an ambiguous attitude that makes people know it's impossible but can't give up. The rejection is only temporary. Hurt, the so-called unbearable to hurt, is the greatest cruelty to others." Mu Nan curled her lips and stamped with her mobile phone. "Everyone who confessed to you has to queue up since I was a child. I have never felt what it feels like to be confessed." Chin Huari saw the words he sent, smiled and hugged him in his arms. "If I confess my love to you, it's not considered a confession?" Mu Nan turned his head to stare at him, and poked ***** the phone. "You didn't confess, you just came up and kissed." Chin Huari was delighted. "Want to hear an earthy love story?" Mu Nan raised an eyebrow at Chin Huari. Chin Huari said, "Accompanying you is the longest confession. I will spend my whole life to confess to you." Mu Nan shook exaggeratedly, really got goosebumps from Chin Huari's soil. Chin Huai tightly hugged the person who was trying to stay away from him, and said, "Besides, there are many things you don't know." New Nan turned to look at him, and asked silently if there was anything else he didn't know. Chin Huai held his injection hand to warm him, and said with some memories, "When you were young, there was a girl in your class, I don't remember her name, she was the one with the ponytail and the bow tie on her head forever. One day she came to me and asked me if she could marry my younger brother when she grew up, and I said no, so she ran away crying." New Nan was shocked immediately. Chin Huari continued, "In the past, there were always female classmates who invited you to eat fried chicken tenders and drink milk tea after school. You are the only one who doesn't know what they mean. You only care about food. One time, you had diarrhea for 2 days. I will warn her don't drag you to eat these things again. If the parents come forward, those female classmates won't play with you anymore, right?" New Nan remembers this incident. At that time, because he was greedy and ate spicy iced food recklessly, he ate himself off. Chin Huari warned his classmates who often ate with him after school. The group disbanded. He was guilty at the time and didn't dare to resist. Speaking of those years, Chin Huari really remembered everything clearly. "When you were in junior high school, didn't you preside over the flag-raising ceremony with another female classmate, and you hosted a cultural performance together, and that female classmate trying to put a love letter in your school bag? I bumped into it, and I confiscated it, and told her that I hope she will not use this kind of thing to affect your study." This time Mu Nan became angry, and looked at Chin Huari with dissatisfaction, eyes full of accusations, and sent a message accusing, "How can you do this? Adolescence without receiving a love letter is not perfect. You deprived me of my perfect youth." He also thought that he is not bad looking. When he was in high school and college, he himself became withdrawn and didn't want to get in touch with people, but he was quite active before. It's impossible to say that he didn't get enlightened. There are not many couples who are in love, and all his romantic feelings are blocked by Chin Huari. Chin Huari comforted him with a smile, "I'll be with you from birth to growth until death. Isn't that more perfect?" New Nan snorted, still a little unhappy. Chin Huari coaxed, "That's why you are much more popular than me. There are always people who want to ***** you away from me. I have to hide you, just like a dragon guarding its own treasure, even the slightest bit of light hiding it so that no one can find it, so that no one will come to ***** this treasure from me." While talking, Chin Huari kissed his treasure, but unfortunately his treasure was not happy, turned his head and refused to kiss, and sent him 2 words, "contagion." Chin Huari smiled and said, "I heard that if you pass the cold on to others, it will heal quickly." New Nan rolled her eyes. This kind of nonsense that has been circulating for some time can only be found in brainless romance dramas, but Chin Huari feels that if a nonsense is not a nonsense, you have to try it before you know it. In the end, getting an injection is better than simply taking medicine. After the second injection, New Nan's throat was no longer swollen, and his cough was much stronger. When Zooming adjusted the speed of his drip, he said, "Take another injection tomorrow, and it will be better after taking medicine to strengthen it." New Nan nodded towards him with a smile, and said hoarsely, "Thank you." Zooming smiled, "Stop talking, drink more hot water and speak less, and raise your throat." Chin Huari rubbed New Nan's head, then sent Zooming downstairs, and after reaching the first floor, Zooming said, "A doctor I know who was staying in the hospital sent me a message this morning, saying that recently the number of injured people increased dramatically. Some were lucky enough to be found to be sent to the hospital and still breathe a sigh of relief. Some people disappeared on the way to the hospital. They could only be sent to the hospital for an autopsy to determine the cause of death. Most of them were in District 3, it's on the other side, but there were also a few burglaries on my side of number 2 Area B, but it may be because there are soldiers stationed in number 1 building, and daily patrols are also considered frequent, so the situation is a little better. For example, the few apartment buildings that have not collapsed are now directly called District 1 by Person B. The low-rise buildings in the villa area on his B side are District 2, and District 3 is a single-family house built later because of limited building materials. At that time, we rushed to build a house, and the original setting was to build low buildings, so the foundation was not deep, and it didn't take much effort. A row of single-family houses could be built in about half a month. The townhouses on the B side are a little bit smaller, maybe more than 100 square meters per household, but the double-story duplex structure expands the living area and is rebuilt with a mixture of wood and concrete. After the houses here are full, later those who passed the quarantine period began to be arranged in single-family houses, so the situation there is a little densely populated, and the management is a little bit poor. In addition, the speed of police dispatch in the ice and snow is not fast enough, resulting in rampant house robbery. Status quo. When Zhu Ming said this to Qin Huari, he also wanted to remind him the redemption point is closed, and the temperature outside is still dropping. I'm not too worried about anything else. My country BS gun control is still in place. Now there is another in the area under the jurisdiction of the army. The force value of my B and the others is enough for the time being, but the extreme weather is uncontrollable. I am afraid that this extreme cold is not the only one. Now this temperature has begun to commit crimes against the wind in the military's jurisdiction. The root problem behind this is still caused by the extremes of the environment. When the water and electricity pipelines can't bear the low temperature, we don't know how bad the situation will be. Although it seems to be temporarily stable under the control of the government alone can save lives. How can the government save us? Zhu Ming always felt that he had to do something in his house to hide from the winter, whether it was hoarding food or supplies to avoid the cold. It was better than doing nothing. Qin Huari understood what Zhu Ming meant, and said, "What do you think?" Zhu Ming said, "Food may be a little difficult to be convenient. Fortunately, I bought a lot before B. It is so cold now, and the food is not so perishable. I don't have to worry about it for the time being. But in terms of cold protection, I only count on the floor heating. It's not safe enough. It's an early storage that can generate electricity now. In addition, the population living here is not too large, but it can't withstand long-term consumption. There is no transportation condition for natural gas energy, so the heating will stop sooner or later. I want to stock up some fire-resistant things at home, and it's best to make a kang." But he is a complete southerner. He has never paid attention to this convenience before. He has this idea, but he has no concept at all. The firewood for burning can be picked outside, but making a kang is considered a skilled job, and he doesn't know him. Can this kind of house be built? He remembered that what he saw on TV before were bungalows. That is to say, if he wanted to make a kang, it might only be done on the first floor, but it doesn't matter. There is a small living room on the first floor. There is also a garage. When the time comes, he and Jianchu can be remodeled so that he and Jianchu will not disturb each other. But the question is, how to do this thing? Qin Huari said, "Let's stock up on some firewood first. There are some fallen trees outside my B. They were piled up on the side of the road and were not cleaned up. Now they are buried under the snow. Let's chop those trees into firewood first. As for the kang, let me figure out a way." Zhu Ming didn't want to throw the problem out and leave it alone, but after telling him BS own thoughts, everyone can brainstorm and find a solution. After all, kang really needs to be explored for him. He thought of Qin Huari. He was familiar with the people at the military headquarters, and he might be able to find someone to ask. Anyway, none of the doctors and nurses he knew understood these things. There is no need for Qin Huari to ask anyone about making a kang. Even the basic construction of a house, Yunnan has all kinds of simple to complex drawings in his space, not to mention the necessary things for winter, and he has long had the idea of making a kang. His BS house is fine. He is a single family. He can just remodel the small living room on the first floor without using the garage. It is not easy to change things like that, so if you need to use the kang for heating, then you can only live on the first floor. Yunnan saw that B was discussing how to make a kang in the group, and immediately gave Qin Huari a thumbs up. Qin Huari smiled. "What's the matter? You started praising me before I started making this?" Yunnan took his mobile phone and typed to Qin Huari, "Fortunately, you chose this place at the beginning. If I want to live in an apartment building, I can't make a kang." When he was choosing a house before, he didn't take the kang into consideration. Sure enough, it was too inconsiderate. Qin Huari said, "It's not sure if it can be done. If he B is doing it, he can only do the old-fashioned one, because bricks and cement can still be obtained, but the pipeline is probably not easy to do. If he can't get it as for the smoke pipe, only one can be built with bricks." Yunnan has 100% confidence in Qin Huari. "My brother is a superman, omnipotent. There are blueprints to know how to make a kang, but the materials are not easy to get, so they can only be bought from the military." Qin Huari contacted the soldier brother who had added a redemption point before, and asked about buying cement bricks and fine sand. How many redemption points are needed for things? These are not food. Although the reconstruction materials are also in short supply, it is not that they cannot afford to make a kang. The little brother did not directly reject Qin Huari, but asked him to wait. He is going to ask. While waiting for an answer from the other side, he began to discuss the matter of hoarding firewood. At present, some collapsed trees are next to the wall of his courtyard, but they are covered by snow. Luckily, the garage is quite big, so I dragged it to the garage and then chopped it slowly. If I cut it outside, it would be a lot of noise, and I had to wear thick clothes to keep out the cold, so it was better to haul it back first. New Nan's injections are over, his throat is swollen and the pain is gone after eating, but his cold is still not healed, and he still has a little cough. Chin Huari will definitely not let him go out to see the wind, but if he is asked to do nothing, New Nan probably won't either. Yes, after all, everyone is busy with the winter, and he can't stay in the house with peace of mind, so he simply cut wood in the garage with Songjia and Jianchu. It was covered by snow for so long, and the wood was frozen it was hard, and the door from the garage to the interior was open to let the heat from the floor heating in the house, and it took 2 or 3 days to defrost to the point where it could be chopped. In the past few days, he dragged back all the trees that he could find on foot, but it was obvious that the little firewood was not enough for burning. So Chin Huari and the others discussed and went to a farther place to look for it. When the time came, he, Zhu Ming, and Yu Zaibai when they went out together, Jian Chu, New Nan and Songjia stayed in the house to deal with the logs, and as for the wounded man, he still had to lie down. He has a lot of knives in his hand. Although he doesn't have a firewood knife, a bone chopping knife is barely enough. However, chopping firewood is also a hard work. In addition, there is no such kind of wooden stake, so it can only be chopped on the concrete floor. After a long time, the concrete floor was cracked. New Nan rubbed his sore waist, handed the knife in his hand to Jian Chu, and walked to the side to drink water. "I'm so tired, I think I should go out to find wood, and leave him and the others to chop at home. This is the real hard work." Sitting on a small bench, Jian Chu cut sawdust flying, and heard the words. Zibai said that in the past 2 days, he met many people who were also looking forward outside, and people nowadays have a strong sense of crisis. "I guess I was also worried that the floor heating would not be able to supply, so I came out to look for things that could be burned and prepared them. If I, B3, were outside, I would have to run away." He could fight, but New Nan had only learned from his brother. "I'm afraid I haven't practiced it myself. Songjia doesn't know how to fight at first glance, and he can only run if he drags too." New Nan said, "Yesterday," the soldier replied, saying that he can get some red bricks and cement, but the price is not cheap. 1 point is 50 red bricks, and I need at least 4 kangs. "I don't know. How many bricks does a kang need?" Jian Chu, "At most 100 yuan, at 4 together, that's quite a lot. Will you deliver it for me, or do you want me to drag it by myself? The snow outside is too deep. Towing, that would take a lot of work." New Nan, "I don't know, because I'm not sure how much there will be. I just told me about the price first, and I'll see how much I can count on BS side." Jian Chu split a tree stump with all his strength, then got up from the small bench, stretched his neck and stretched his muscles and bones. "I haven't gone to work for a few days, and the strength I exercised is gone at home. Tired brother." Songjia looked at him and smiled. The things in his hands were a little easier. He only needed to process some of the oversized ones he had cut, and the smaller firewood was easier to ignite. Both coarse and fine firewood were needed. Coarse firewood is resistant to burning, and fine firewood is easy to burn. You must prepare it, but touching the wet wood after melting ice, you can't help but say, "Is there a way to dry these wood a little, otherwise the wet wood it doesn't feel like it's going to light up at all." Jian Chu said, "When the time comes, just put it on the ground of the small living room on the first floor and warm it up. As long as you can start the fire, you won't be afraid of wet firewood. Isn't there a saying that more firewood is not damp? As long as it can be burned, get up and not be afraid." New Nan is not worried about this. He has a lot of fuel in his space, and there is a lot of anthracite coal, but he doesn't know where to install the stove. If it is installed outside, then the coal may have to be avoided by some people. If it is installed in the house, it will take some trouble to get out the smoke outlet. The most important thing to burn this kind of thing in the house is to prevent carbon monoxide. It is hot if it is not hot, but after a night of heat, people are gone. Just when several people were taking turns changing guards to rest and chop firewood, someone knocked on the door of Mu Nan's BS house. Jian Chu and B were cutting trees in the garage of Mu Nan's house, so they could clearly hear the doorbell. Chin Huai's B is back. He doesn't know how to knock on the door. If someone comes in from outside, he won't be unaware. Nianyu hasn't called yet, so the only person who can knock on the door is Songjia and his BS neighbor, then several girls. Jian Chu clapped her hands. "Go, I'll go with you and see what's up with her B." It was Tu Wan, a girl with short hair, and Sun Sai Sai, who talked to him the most, who came to look for him. As soon as he opened the door, the two girls waved and greeted him warmly. Mu Nan backed away a few steps and let the two girls come in to talk. The wind and snow outside hadn't stopped, and the two girls had already fallen a lot of snow in just a short distance. After entering the house, Sun Sai Sai directly explained the purpose of coming. I just want to ask, next time you go out to collect firewood, can you bring me with you? I has a trailer, and I promise not to trouble you. There were so many logs in the ruins before, but person B was running for food and supplies at that time, and no one wasted time picking up the wood all over the ground. Later, when the weather became cold and the floor heating was turned on, person B was also busy earn points to exchange for food. Everyone comes here with nothing. The most important thing is to fill their stomachs. How can there be that time to pick up firewood? The sky has changed completely now. Work is suspended, and I can only stay at home, and the sense of crisis that follows becomes stronger. In fact, Shibi had already thought about picking up some burnable things and came back, but it was very chaotic outside. It was not safe to go out with too many people, and it was not safe to stay at home with few people. I don't understand at all. I don't know him at all. Now that I know that B is sold domestically, I feel much more at ease. Seeing that B has hauled piles of wood back in the past 2 days, I came here after a lot of discussion. Sun Sai Sai was afraid that B was worried that he and others would be a burden, so he quickly assured him, I will be with B, mainly because there are many people and I feel safer, but I will be responsible for myself, and I don't need your BS help at all. Is that okay? Mu Nan and Jianchu looked at each other, and it was not easy to make a decision. After all, Jin Huari was the one who went out, so he said, wait a little later, I have to ask him B first. Sun Sai Sai said, then I, B, should add a friend first. If there is something to do, I can call on my mobile phone. Although it is next door, it is quite cold to run here. This is no problem. Jianchu and Mu Nan both added B with her. They all live in the same yard. It is more convenient to leave a contact information for each other. Chapter 94. Zhu Ming and the others have no objection to taking the girls next door to pick up wood. They live in the same yard, and they can help a little if they can. Compared with men, the biggest weakness of girls lies in their physical fitness. The place may not be worse than that of men. Since people have said that they are responsible for themselves, they just hope that people will be more courageous, so they will not refuse so unkindly. When the two of them were soaking their feet at night, Mu Nan mentioned this matter to Chin Huari, and after a little discussion in the small group, they agreed unanimously. Mu Nan stepped on Chin Huari's foot and tried to grab it with his toes. Chin Huari said, I'm quite curious. They haven't been out of the house before. What do they eat? I don't want to say that I haven't seen them prepare any supplies. I thought they would be locked up like this for the whole winter. The door is open. Chin Huari didn't have much interest in the affairs of those girls, and he didn't have the time to think about how other people survived the winter, but now that they asked for help, it doesn't matter if they can do it easily, but it's just that something goes wrong outside. Let Mu Nan warned, tell them first that all the wood that can be burned in the surrounding area has basically been found. We will go to a farther place tomorrow. If we want to go together, let them prepare themselves. After Chin Huari finished speaking, Mu Nan chatted with one of the girls in the group chat of the firewood collecting team that was established later, and sent Chin Huari's words just now, and the other side quickly replied with an okay gesture, and soon Zhu Ming told them in the group what precautions to take outside, especially now that the temperature is low and the wind and snow are still heavy. If you walk outside for a while, icicles will form on your eyelashes, even if you wear a lot, but if you don't keep moving, you may be frozen to death. This is really not an exaggeration, so don't think that going out to collect firewood is an easy task. A little carelessness can be fatal. Mu Nan looked at Zhu Ming giving them science popularization in the group, and couldn't help but said, you said that before the weather was not cold, if we rummaged through the ruins of the business district to find some more wood and stocked it, wouldn't it be possible now? Stay safe from winter. They actually hauled some wood back at that time. There was no power supply here at that time. Although they had solar energy and could use an induction cooker, he and Chin Huari asked Jianchu and the others to prepare some energy-burning stoves in case the power was cut off. Wood, but it is normal to store a little bit of wood. It would be a bit strange if they were asked to stockpile an entire garage. However, if the previous stockpile was used for heating and shelter from the cold, it might only be enough to burn for 10 days and a half months at most. But the cold lasted for more than half a year, and it's only been cold for more than a month. There's not enough in the future, so I can only continue to search outside at this moment. Chin Huari clamped the messy feet in the foot bath bucket, and said, "It's actually good to be like this now. The reserves are not lacking, at least there are some things to guarantee the bottom line, but the quantity is not enough. In order to survive, you must adapt to the current climate. Only you can adapt yourself. Only then can we not be eliminated. This is why there is a lot of fuel in their space, even more than a way to survive the winter. That is much easier than building a kang." But he still tosses with his neighbors, such as heaters, electric blankets, generators, fuel oil, no matter what. Both can help them survive the cold winter of these months, but if they are too greedy for temporary stability, they will only fall behind others. New Nan couldn't help sighing. "I feel that the 4 girls are not easy, but fortunately, the 4 of them are together, and they are not alone if they help each other." Chin Huari smiled lightly. "You say that, do you want me to take care of them outside?" New Nan hurriedly said, "No," I just sighed casually. You are not allowed to take care of them, just be like others." He was not so generous to let Chin Huari take care of others outside. Chin Huari's peach blossoms were already very prosperous up. Chin Huari pinched New Nan's chin with a smile, and kissed him lightly on the lips. A little sour?" New Nan slapped him on the back of the hand. "Sorry, you big-headed ghost, let go, I'm done soaking. You pour the foot bath water." After speaking, he picked up a towel to wipe his feet, and climbed directly onto the bed. Chin Huari smiled and cleared the scene without complaint. Burnable wood is not easy to find. The residential area has been cleaned up before. There used to be greenery here, but later even the land can be cracked by the sun. Where can those flowers and plants survive? People uprooted and threw them away, so the only places where logs can be found now are ruins that have collapsed but have not been bulldozed, and the biggest ruins in this area are the upturned business district. The low temperature and wind and snow made their journey more difficult, but fortunately, the military department should know that many people want to rummage for things that can be burned, so they directly use a forklift to shovel the road leading to the business district every day. After reading it again, they probably also hope to rely on the power of the people to find out all the valuable things there, so that it will save some effort to flatten and rebuild in the future. It used to take less than an hour to go back and forth, but now because of the wind and snow, it takes nearly 2 hours to go back and forth. Not all the girls were dispatched, only 3 of them were there, because they were dressed thickly and well covered, and apart from being significantly shorter in height, it was hard to tell whether they were men or women. Although I said before that I am responsible for myself, but now that we are together, the boys still care about the 3 girls, but even if they accommodate their physical strength and ability, they are still exhausted after the first day. Not light. The girls obviously didn't work outside, and they probably didn't do special exercise when they stayed at home, so their physical fitness was really bad. But even so, Chin Huari and the others didn't soften their hearts and said they would take a day off before going back. They took a day off, the wood that can be retrieved there is less, and the time and the decreasing temperature are not waiting for anyone. Among all the people, Chin Huari has the most complete items. Although compared with others, it may look like an extra windshield, but in fact, Chin Huari's clothes are covered with baby warmers all over the body, and even the shoes are electric shoes. The kind that can charge and generate heat. It's not that there are no such conditions at home, it's better to be able to suffer less from the wind and cold outside. But even so, New Nan still feels sorry for Chin Huari who eats snow and blows outside every day. Therefore, the winter tonic food at home is to be eaten by the sky, and you can eat whatever you are passionate about. The consequence of eating this way is that the harmonious life becomes more frequent. Jianchu saw that New Nan had stopped rubbing his waist 3 times in a while, and couldn't help but said, "Young man, it's better to be more restrained." New Nan blushed, because she couldn't refute. She turned around in embarrassment and covered it with water. Songjia, who was sweating on a pile of kang piles, said casually with a white face, "What is temperance?" Jianchu smiled and said nothing. While Songjia wiped the sweat from her head, she glanced back, and it took 3 seconds to react, and a question mark appeared on her head. "Someone is out of order? Who is with whom?" "For a period of time, I chopped firewood with them every day to make a kang, but I didn't notice it at all." New Nan coughed lightly, and glared at Jianchu. "Don't spoil the children." Jianchu was overjoyed and said, "You are a few months younger than him." "Songjia, what's going on?" Jianchu said. Chin Huari used to be New Nan's elder brother, but now he is his boyfriend. Songjia, shocked, not to be outdone, New Nan said, Yu Zaibai used to be Jianchu's senior, but now he is his boyfriend. Songjia, he knows this, he has seen it all the way before and when he was working outside, but he really doesn't know about Chin Huari. He always thinks that they are very close brothers. Looking at the two of them, Songjia was silent for a while and said, "My brother used to be my brother, and he will still be my brother in the future. He will not become a boyfriend." Jianchu laughed loudly, hugged Songjia's shoulders and said, "If your brother is not your brother in the future, then this will be exciting. The picked up wood does not thaw as fast as they chop firewood. When the wood is frozen hard and cannot be chopped, it is impossible to wait at home with nothing to do." The bricks and cement that happened to be bought were brought by the soldiers, bringing Mu Nan and Songjia to toss Kang. Anyway, Qin Huai made a copy of the simple and complicated blueprints, so they figured it out by themselves. Because Songjia's garage is the emptiest, Jianchu's garage and Mu Nan's garage are full of firewood waiting to be thawed and chopped, so the bricks can only be stacked in Songjia's garage. And now Wu Zheng is still recovering from an injury. He was severely injured by the cold, and once the power is cut off, it will be even more detrimental to his recovery, so he simply made the Kang in Songjia's house first, so that he can go to the Kang immediately after the power is turned off, and the injured will not be frozen. It is not difficult to make a Kang, especially with the accumulated experience of the predecessors. There are two ways to do it, with or without a smoke pipe. Now they don't have a smoke pipe to use, so they can only make a pipe by themselves. After finding a place that can protect against cold and wind, and can connect the stove with the shortest distance, they began to knock on the wall to make a stove. While building the stove, Jianchu sighed with emotion. Who would have thought that the craftsmanship I acquired from this part-time job has become the ability to survive today? I only hope that all these things are superfluous now, and it is enough to keep the electricity running. Mu Nan said, "It's a bit difficult to keep the power on. My brother said that the greenhouse is going to be put into use now." Songjia turned around suspiciously. "A warm shed, like the one used for cooling, heating?" Mu Nan said, "Before you rushed to build a resettlement site, you only worked in this area, but near the army base, some people are building a greenhouse. The area is not small. It is said that they plan to do indoor planting, build a sheltered brick house on the outside, and cover the inside with a plastic film that insulates the temperature. Whether it is hot or cold, the internal temperature can be adjusted, and there is no way to plant the land and eat what to eat." Jianchu said, "Is that to be used as a shelter from the cold?" Mu Nan nodded, "Probably. The site is very large, but because it is a planting area, it is impossible to change it into a compartment. It seems that it is also planned to be a boiler greenhouse, that is, there is a large boiler outside, and the heat will be heated after heating. It goes into the greenhouse, which means that if the power goes out, but if there is fuel, people can still have a shelter from the cold." Songjia said, "It should be like a cold room. Many people live together, and then it is airtight. There is no way to take a bath for a few months or even a whole winter. Maybe it will infect fleas. If one gets sick, it will be big. The area is transmitted from person to person, so there must be hundreds of people in a warm shed. In the past, there were only 30 people in a classroom. The feeling of closing the doors and windows in winter and summer is absolutely gone. This 100 people, or even more, just thinking about it makes people suffocate." Mu Nan shook his head, "It's very big. Think about the size of an acre of land. A greenhouse is the area of several acres of land. There are too few people in 100. A greenhouse can accommodate at least 1,000 people. Just thinking about it, Jianchu felt uncomfortable. We'd better build the Kang by ourselves, find the fuel by ourselves, and wrap up a few more quilts at home, so that we can go and suffer that." Songjia said, "It's so troublesome to build a heat pipe like this. Why can't we just make the stove a bed, sleep on it and burn the fire on the bottom? At worst, the fire burns from the outside, and the inside only needs the temperature. Close the doors and windows like this, and the bed will be warm, too. Don't worry about airtight carbon monoxide poisoning. Wouldn't it be more convenient? What's more, the stove was originally built outside, and it took a lot of trouble to build a heating channel to supply the Kang." Mu Nan and Jianchu looked at him together. To be honest, they had thought about this kind of thinking, but it's okay to try. Since the ancestors didn't choose this way to keep warm in cold areas, it proved that there must be some disadvantages. As for the disadvantages, they don't have the internet to search, no experienced people to ask, and they don't have enough bricks and time to use actual verification, so let's just build a Kang honestly. Although it is not difficult to build a Kang, for the 3 people who only have blueprints and have never seen the real scene, they can only figure out everything by themselves, so Songjia and his family also used a Kang before and after. It took many weeks to make it, and in this half-month, even if Qin Huari and others go out every day, the wood they can find is getting less and less, and the temperature is getting lower and lower, and it's almost -50 degrees. As for how long the recovered wood can be burned, we can only take one step at a time. When the temperature exceeded -40 degrees before, the water pipes were frozen, and the water in the house had been cut off for a long time, but the impact of the water cut off now is completely different from that in summer. Just dig a few buckets of snow outside and turn it into water. If you feel that the snow on the ground is not clean, then use the melted snow water on the roof that has not landed. Those who live in low-rise buildings like them in the villa area have a roof, so it is easy to get snow, but it is difficult for those who live in apartment buildings, so that now there is a new way of making a living, which is to sell cleaned snow. As for whether the snow was on the roof, I don't know. Some people are willing to spend this money to buy comfort, and some people are not willing to look for clean snow downstairs with a bucket every day. But it soon became difficult for those apartment buildings to go downstairs to fetch snow, because the temperature was so low that there was no way to supply power normally. On the third day after Songjia's kang was ready, the entire residential area was completely destroyed. Power off. The consumption of electricity is within the plan, so there is an advance notice of the power outage time. At the same time, there is also the opening of the greenhouse. Of course, the greenhouse is not open for free. The free opening is for the elderly who have no ability to work, and the young children who lost their parents and relatives after the earthquake. As for other people, it is natural to consume points. There are consumptions, and of course there are gains, such as sanitation cleaning, boiler guards, and even a few who have fallen. In addition, cleaning the snow outside the greenhouse every day requires a lot of people. As long as you are willing to move, the above will arrange a job that can make a living for you. For the living needs of the people after the power outage, the above has done everything possible to consider. Anyway, as long as you obey the arrangement, although it is difficult, at least you can still live, but many people are unwilling to go. Although that kind of environment can guarantee survival, the quality is worrying, and those who have a little bit of condition are reluctant, such as those who rebuilt their houses and built a kang, and some even built fireplaces in their houses. Those who live on high floors really have no choice. The living environment they are restricted, but those who live in the villa area have started to think of ways to renovate the environment early, and strive to ensure that they can still have heating conditions after water and electricity are cut off. So not many people have left the villa area, at least half of them are still there. In order not to be destroyed by others, this hard-fought rebuilt living environment is also afraid that the cold winter will be too extreme, forcing some people to act beyond human nature. As for the bottom line, there are still daily inspections, which reassures those who choose to stay. It took them more than a week to complete a kang before. It was really because everything had to be explored by themselves. They had never done it before and had no experience. The speed was much faster when they were the second one. Together, the 6 big men, after groping for experience, can build a kang in 3 or 4 days. As for the few days when there is no electricity and no kang, they can only wear thick clothes and rely on the brazier to keep warm. But only Jianchu and Zhu Ming were the only ones who were so miserable. After going back to their homes at night, Mu Nan and Qin Huari climbed directly onto the bed covered with electric blankets. There was still a stove burning in the room. It is warm when under the quilt. Mu Nan lay flat on the bed, turned on the electric blanket to the highest temperature, and shrank for a whole day. Only now could he stretch his limbs comfortably. Qin Huari was fine, not as afraid of the cold as Mu Nan, so he picked up the clothes on the floor and hung them up, tidied up the room a bit before going to bed, and watched Mu Nan look like a pancake, changing the back to the front after the heat was over. It was funny. He patted his head. Let it dry overnight today, and it will be burned tomorrow. When it gets hot, we will live on the first floor. Mu Nan poked out half of his head from under the quilt and looked at Qin Huari. Brother, I feel that the top of my head is chilly. Qin Huari stretched out his hand and touched it. You're so afraid of the cold, why don't you wear a hat to sleep? Mu Nan rubbed against Qin Huari. How much temperature do you think the room is now? Qin Huari glanced at the wall. It's more than 20 degrees below zero. Mu Nan hissed. In the past, when it was the coldest time here, it was not even -20 degrees outside, but now the temperature in the room is at this temperature. No wonder he felt chilly on the top of his head. Jianchu and they only have a brazier. It's so cold, can you stand it? Qin Huari said, yes, wear thicker clothes, and sleep next to the brazier, so it won't be too cold. Tomorrow, the 2 kangs in their house only need to be covered, and they can be burned the day after tomorrow. No problem. Mu Nan squeezed into Qin Huari's arms, and then he huddled around Qin Huari before stopping. Is the wood we picked up enough to burn? Chin Huai shook his head. It should not be enough for such a long winter. Let's see if we can buy some. Coal may be sold, but I'm afraid it will be very expensive. Their space must be enough, but the neighbors may not be enough, but in the past few months, with a little saving, it should be able to support it. New Nan thought about the neighbor next door, and said, those girls don't have Kang at home, how are they going to live? Chin Huai squeezed his face, narrowed his eyes slightly. You always care about what they do? New Nan put both hands on Chin Huai's body to warm him, and buried his face in his chest. I'm just curious. I don't like anyone who has curiosity. Chin Huai pinched his face. No, on my bed, thinking about other girls? New Nan couldn't help laughing, and kicked Chin Huai with his foot. Just don't mention it. Just don't mention it. The strike is so heavy, it hurts me. Chin Huai looked up at his face. It wasn't red at all, saw that his eyes were showing cunning, then his waist ached. The little paws that were placed on his body to keep warm, the lower paws were merciless. Chin Huai's tongue tinged with pain threat. Have you had enough rest? New Nan hastily withdrew his paws cowardly. Although there are some things, comfort is quite comfortable, but it is only comfortable during the process. Afterwards, even if the body adapts, there is still a little backache. It's going to move bricks to build a wall tomorrow, so Chin Huai can't be provoked. Seeing that he admits cowardice, Chin Huai naturally let him go for the time being. Moving bricks to make Kang and building walls has been very hard these days, so he is not willing to torment New Nan just to threaten like this. When the alarm was lifted, New Nan lay in Chin Huai's arms and sighed. When the Kang can sleep, I think I can grow on it all winter. Chin Huai reached out and touched his stomach. Then I have to say goodbye to your little abdominal muscles. I don't know when I want to see them again after the winter has passed. New Nan laughed out loud when Chin Huai touched him. He still couldn't stand Chin Huai's touch. He felt numb and itchy whenever he touched it, especially when his stomach was kissed. It would instantly soften into a puddle of water. Like an organ controlled by Chin Huai, he was afraid of being set ablaze by Chin Huai at this moment, so he naturally hid away. But fortunately, Chin Huai himself didn't have that intention, so he grabbed him back and hugged him. Okay, stop making trouble. It's been a hard day, go to sleep. New Nan glared at him. Obviously you are making trouble. Chin Huai smiled and kissed his earlobe. Yes, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have quarreled with you. Go to sleep. We will be able to close the door and live a good life when we have another hard day tomorrow. Put up the heat insulation film and put 2 braziers inside to see if you can raise the temperature inside the film. If you can, the tomatoes and peppers you have grown so hard will not have to worry about being too cold and freezing to death. If it is feasible, I will also do the same at that time. I will ask Chi Yu and Fear to see if I can get some thick film. Since they can build a greenhouse, they must have the supplies. When it's freezing and snowy, I can't go out, so I have to rely on Nan Nan to support me. New Nan giggled. Don't worry, as long as you serve well, you'll be fine. Chin Huai's eyes were deep. Since you said so, then I can only work hard and eat hard. After speaking, a hungry wolf rushed to eat, and took the meat that had been greedy for a long time into its mouth. Chapter 95. Jianchu's family needs to build 2 Kangs. The only thing that is a bit cumbersome is to build a compartment on the first floor, but it's okay, just build a wall directly, smooth it with lime and putty. If I don't have that condition, I hang a layer of curtains on the wall if I don't think it looks good. There are still a lot of curtains that were turned over from the ruins. I found a simple, elegant and light one and hung it as a wall covering. It looks pretty good. It's very unique, and the advantage of the 2 of them living together is that the 2 pits can share a stove. That is to say, the firewood of the 2 families can be put together and burned together, so that it will be more durable. Anyway, the compartments that do not disturb each other require privacy, and can also save money. Too many things. If it weren't for the layout of the house, there was really no way to combine the stoves of the 3 families. Maybe one big stove could supply 3 Kangs, which would save firewood. But it's okay now. Anyway, Chin Huai and the others don't worry about fuel. Close the door by yourself. No one knows whether to burn wood or charcoal. A general Kang needs a Kang mat. If the mattress is too thick and the bedding is too hot, the pit will burn, and some places will be too hot to sit on. But there is no such condition now, and when the outside temperature is too low, even when the temperature in the house is below 0, the hot place is the source of warmth. There is no such thing as being too hot to lie down. You must know that when the temperature is low enough to a certain level, it is even uncomfortable to sit by the fire. It's getting hot, so it's good for them to have the current method of heating. At least they don't need to squeeze into the greenhouse with others. The only bad thing is that the power is cut off, and the power cut off means the internet is cut off. Without the internet, there is nothing to do. I can't lie on the kang every day and you look at me, I look at you, no matter how many topics the chat was over. So Jian-Chu, who had nothing to do, began to look for materials, and wanted to do poker, so that he could pass the time every day anyway. When Jian-Chu was thinking about what to do to kill the boring time, Chin-Huari and Mu-Nan had never stopped at home. The plastic insulation film on the third floor had already been erected, and Chin-Huari was even trying to find a way to open a pipe and make a heater by himself. Otherwise, if you burn the brazier inside the insulation film, it will be localized heat, and there is no way to supply the entire planting area. If you can create a heating vent separately, you can directly open up the second and third floors, and connect to the stove on the first floor. Don't worry about the heat source, as long as the fire downstairs is constant, the heat above can be maintained, but this is a bit complicated, and you need to think about it. When Chin-Huari was tossing about the indoor greenhouse, Mu-Nan became an idler, because Chin-Huari hadn't made up his mind on what to do, and ran upstairs and downstairs with a pen and paper every day, drawing pictures and designing, and those who didn't know the posture thought he graduated from the Department of Civil Engineering, and Chin-Huari hadn't started construction yet, so he didn't have the opportunity to play his part. We only need to check every day the tomatoes and peppers on the third floor, to make sure that because of the insulation, although the temperature is low and the growth is a bit slow, at least they are not frozen to death. At other times, he is lying on the warm kang, watching variety shows and movies with his computer in his arms, with hot milk tea and grapefruit tea at hand, snacks piled up on the bed, fruit on the table. He can still open the side curtains from time to time, and look through the small door leading to the backyard. The weather outside. It's snowing heavily outside, and the cold wind is howling. In contrast, I really need to be grateful for the present day. Although it was warm on the kang, the temperature inside the house was not high, so even if he was nestled under the quilt, he was wearing a lot of clothes, and if he lacked it, he would still be cold, and his breath would bring out white air. Mu-Nan is holding a hand warmer, leaning on the quilt that can be used as a cushion and can completely wrap himself up, listening to the lively voices from the computer. His whole body is warm, making people drowsy, hibernating, probably because it has the magic power to make people fall asleep at any time and never wake up. When he was in a daze, he heard a knock on the door, and he woke up suddenly. He hastily unplugged the power cord of the computer, put the computer and the table full of fruit and hot tea into the space, and covered the small quilt on the bed. Covering the pile of snacks, he got up from the kang, put on his pants and clothes, and ran to the door to look out through the peephole. Chin-Huari came down from upstairs and pushed him into the house. Go and stay in the house, the soldiers are here, I'll open the door. The cat's eyes on the building can't see outside the iron gate of the yard, because the walls of the yard are thicker. The gate of the first floor is a little higher, but just now when Chin-Huari was taking measurements on the second floor, he saw someone coming from outside. It was windy and snowy outside, and standing outside was blown by the wind so hard that you couldn't open your eyes, let alone talk, so the two soldiers followed Chin-Huari directly into the house, and just like this, Chin-Huari was exposed outside during the back and forth in the yard. There are even little icicles on the eyebrows of the eyes. Mu-Nan quickly wiped the snow off Chin-Huari's body with a towel, and then gave 2 towels to the 2 soldiers, asking them to wipe it too. The 2 soldiers took it. Their voices were still trembling after being frozen, but they did not forget to thank them politely. Although the temperature in the room is very low, no matter what, there is a kang, and the stove is still burning, so it is much warmer than outside. At least after the fire on the stove continues, the temperature inside the house can maintain about -10 degrees. The temperature difference with the outside is at least 20 to 30 degrees, so the 2 soldiers couldn't help breathing out comfortably when they came in. It was too cold. This feeling is that one day in an area like Hainan, I felt the winter in the northeast. It's cold, it's like this here. I really don't know how cold it is in the north, which is already very cold. After the 2 of them slowed down for a while, at least they were able to loosen some of the masks on their faces and talk. Mu-Nan said, "Did you bring a kettle? We boiled hot water at home, let me pour some for you." The 2 of them brought their water bottles with them, but that kind of thermos can't handle the low temperature outside. When they first went out, they brought a little heat. After a while, they froze into ice cubes before taking a couple of sips. Hearing that there was hot water, the 2 quickly, "Thank you," unbuttoned their clothes and took out the water bottle wrapped inside. But even though it was inside the clothes, when Mu-Nan took the water bottle, he was still frozen by the freezing temperature. The 2 soldiers are in charge of patrolling here, but they don't get out of the car on weekdays. Once the car is turned off, don't even think about starting it, because it's so cold that it can't be started at all. But they will come to knock on the door today. It's because Chinhuari asked them about buying film 2 days ago, and said that they can exchange it with tomatoes and peppers. They said that their family had found some of this kind of agricultural film in the ruins before, so they built a plant upstairs in this area. There is already a harvest at the moment, so I want to change some more and expand the planting area a little, so that even if there is no shortage of supplies behind closed doors, at least I can grow some food for subsistence. If it's just a replacement of points, then the higher-ups may still hesitate. After all, the plantation is not rich now. Some of the existing supplies are sent from the central side along with the medical supplies. They are all lacking. How could it be possible? It is offered to the public, but if it is exchanged for vegetables and fruits, especially tomatoes, it can still be planted, and it is even more difficult for people to refuse so simply and neatly. Leaving aside earthquakes, since the extreme heat, vegetables and fruits have been scarce among the scarce items. The film is for household use, and it is not a large-scale planting. It should be almost enough to build a few meters. I agreed. As for how much they can change in the end, it depends on how much they can take out and how much they can finally squeeze out of their teeth. 2 soldiers came here today to pick up the goods first, and then to deliver them when the time comes. One of the 2 soldiers was known by Munan and the others. He was the soldier who was in charge of their migration team with Brother Zhu. His name was Qin Bing. Munan had a good impression of him. With a smile, he is very friendly when talking to anyone, and his personality should be a little shy, not the kind of talkative, probably because at that time Lu was eating Munan sauce, so this Qin Bing would often pay attention to whether when there is a need, such as some difficult roads and hurdles that need to be climbed, Qin Bing will always come to help at the first time. Sometimes he will come to help lift the trailer without waiting for Munan to help, and ran towards the team behind them with a smile, as if afraid that Munan and the others would refuse his help. The water in the kettles for the 2 of them already had ice scum, although it hadn't yet turned into lumps of ice, but Munan scalded the 2 kettles with boiling water to melt the ice scum inside, and then poured water drinking boiled water. This is boiled water, be careful when you drink it, don't feel the heat so cold, just drink it raw, it will burn you to death. The 2 thanked them and took the kettle. They were in charge of patrolling the outside. They still knew some basic antifreeze knowledge, but I still want to thank you for your kind reminder. Qin Huari said to Munan, go up and take down the tomatoes and peppers. They will bring them over first this time, and next time bring over the membrane we changed. Munan made a sound, turned around and went upstairs. Of course the tomatoes and peppers were not grown by him now. The tomatoes and peppers upstairs were planted, and they had already begun to bear fruit, but they hadn't grown up yet. They were still small. It's not time to pick at all. So they discussed it before, took the space's inventory, and specially picked green tomatoes, and the peppers are also green peppers, which are kind of big peppers, not small peppers. The amount to take out has been discussed a long time ago. Take more than 20 catties for tomatoes and 10 catties for peppers. After all, tomatoes weigh more than peppers, and peppers are relatively light. 10 catties is already a lot. Add up to more than 30 catties. Not a lot, but not too little. This family plantation can produce these, and it is still normal in this climate. If there are more, it will be abnormal. Munan got down with a cloth bag. Bamboo baskets are in his space, but they are not suitable for going outside. Some rags are fine, as long as the things are good. The 2 soldiers looked at the green and red tomatoes and the green peppers, and instinctively swallowed their saliva. They had eaten dry food for too long, and the vegetables were also dehydrated. Mung bean sprouts, soybean sprouts, and bean sprouts, like tomatoes and green peppers, have not been eaten for a long time. Munan took 2 tomatoes and handed them to them. Thank you for your hard work, this is for you. The 2 quickly waved their hands. No, we can't take it. It's a violation of military discipline to accept it. What's more, it's really hard to tell if it's accepted. If people think it's taking public property privately, the consequences will be very serious. Munan looked at Qin Huari. Qin Huari said, don't embarrass them, don't do bad things with good intentions. Munan made a sound, put the tomato in Qin Huari's hands, and then took the kettle they were holding in their hands. I'll go and pour some water for you. The 2 people who hadn't even drank their saliva looked at each other in confusion. In the end, they didn't delay too long. The car outside was still waiting. When Munan returned from pouring water for them, the 2 of them gave it to Qin Huari. The signed and registered book left, and this thing had to be sent back directly. Although the quantity was small, no matter what, it was still in this freezing season wiping green. After returning to the car with the air conditioner on, the soldiers with Qinbing took out the kettle to drink water, but after a mouthful of hot water poured into their throats, they were stunned, and Qinbing turned to look at him. "What's wrong?" The soldier said, "Drink your water." Qinbing suddenly thought of something, opened the kettle and smelled it, took a small sip. It was sweet, with a refreshing grapefruit flavor. This hot citron tea instantly warmed people's hearts up. Just tossing like this, for a while, Mu Nan felt his hands and feet were cold, and the heat that he had accumulated in the bed just now dissipated, and when he left, he hurriedly took off his coat, got on the kang, and the whole body people are buried in the quilt waiting to warm up. Qin Huari closed the door, opened the thick quilt curtain between the kang bed and the door aisle, took off his clothes and got on the kang, reached out and touched Mu Nan's feet under the quilt. It was cold. "I don't wear socks either." Mu Nan arched under the quilt, and then kicked out a pair of socks. "I was wearing them just now. It was too cold, so I took off the socks when I came up just now." Qin Huari put Mu Nan's socks under the quilt to warm them up, and put them on when they were warm. Mu Nan huddled under the quilt, looked at Qin Huari and said, "I just filled their pot with grapefruit tea." Qin Huari smiled. "I guessed it." Mu Nan rolled his eyes. He could guess what the other party was up to, so how could he not know such a deliberate move? Mu Nan said, "I just think they are working so hard." Qin Huari rubbed Mu Nan's hair. "I know. Mu Nan, so I want to give them some sweetness. Maybe the bitterness will become less bitter." Qin Huari lowered his head and kissed Mu Nan's forehead. "I know." The thermal insulation film was delivered 3 days later, and it was 25 meters in total. It should be enough for a living room on the second floor. It was close, because a door was opened in the garage, so I just walked through it. So I came over curiously to see what they bought, and was shocked when I found out that they bought membranes. "You also got this stuff?" Mu Nan said, "It's not easy to do, and there's a shortage at the top. Don't worry if you've lost your strength. My brother said he's already told them. If you can squeeze it out, I'll tell you when the time comes." Jianchu nodded when he heard the words. "That's fine, but there is no rush. Isn't the kang we made a big shop, and we also made a special countertop for putting quilts and clothes. I cleaned it out and put it before the soil pots that have been dug have been soaking seeds for the past 2 days. Anyway, the soil has woken up and the temperature should be okay, but I don't know if they can be planted." Mu Nan looked at him and couldn't help but said, "Aren't you afraid of bugs when you put it on the bed?" Jianchu smiled and said, "Are you afraid of bugs?" "I'm not afraid. That caterpillar can wriggle. I can crush it to death with my bare hands. Such a small thing won't bite you. Besides, it's placed on the table in that row. It's not a place to sleep, it's separated by a distance. What are you afraid of?" After Jianchu finished speaking, he whispered to Mu Nan again, "But Yu Zaibo is afraid of bugs. Since I put the soil basin on the table, he never slept there again." Looking at Yu Zaibai, who was helping Qin Huari with the film, Mu Nan said, "Then you are really making things difficult for him." Jianchu innocently shrugged. "It's for making a living. Just work hard to overcome small difficulties." Mu Nan said, "My brother said, when Wu Zheng is able to move around, I will invite you to dinner. I still have to fulfill the promise. I think the weather is getting colder and colder. It may be difficult to even go out. How about eat early? Ask Songjia tomorrow when the snow is clearing. If you mind eating directly at his house, we will bring the ingredients and pots, so that Wu Zheng won't have to come over, although it is only a few steps away, but the temperature outside, so unkind to people with frostbite." Jianchu sighed. "This temperature is not friendly to anyone who can breathe. Oh no, even to those who cannot breathe. You don't know, I sleep on the kang, and I have to sleep with my head covered, otherwise the smell on my head, the air conditioning is chilly, and my nose hurts from the cold while sleeping under the covers. I thought summer was tough enough, but I didn't expect that it was still an easy mode, and now it's hard mode." Mu Nan followed with a sigh. "It's hard to endure, it's freezing and snowy. We can stay at home comfortably, it's pretty good." Seeing that Qin Huari and Yu Zaibai were having a difficult time getting along, Mu Nan was about to go over to help, but Jianchu stopped him. "Let them be busy, take your time. It can be regarded as finding something to do. You don't know, these few days we stare at each other at home, and we almost get tired of seeing each other." Mu Nan looked at Jianchu, and asked in a low voice, "Did you quarrel?" Jianchu waved his hand. "No, it's just that I'm too busy. Mushrooms are growing on my head. I finally have something to do to keep busy, so let him be busy. It's all right, he can't wait to have something to do." Mu Nan couldn't help laughing. Although it wasn't the first time that he was locked in the house like this, but this time it was really exhausting, especially since the scope of activities was only the Kang, there was no electricity, and he couldn't do anything. He was fine, and he had a lot of batteries. Well, at least there is no problem with the supply of mobile phones, computers, and lights. When those batteries run out, you can use a small generator upstairs to generate electricity slowly, so the time is messy, every day, quickly. But for those who don't have these things, it's really difficult. Even sweeping snow against the cold wind every day is almost becoming a recreational project. Newnan asked Jianchu to wait, and he went downstairs to make 2 cups of milk tea, and the one holding the cup of milk tea watched the other 2 busy. Chin Huari took a look at Newnan, just smiled. Yu Zaibai was busy concentrating. It took a while to find the people watching the theater over there, and couldn't help laughing. You guys are comfortable here, drinking milk tea and watching others busy. Jianchu made a gesture to Yu Zaibai. Come on. The shelves in the room have been set up long ago. If Yu Zaibai and the others hadn't come to help, in fact, Chin Huari and Newnan could have made things easier, because they could take out the ladder and use it directly. It took a bit of effort, but it came off smoothly anyway, because the whole membrane is considered a full coverage type, so the area covered by 25 meters is almost just right for the entire living room. There is a little more, but the extra few meters are rebuilt. It wasn't enough to build a greenhouse, so I didn't cut it. I rolled it up and put it on the ground, and then I saw what was needed, and then cut off the excess. Busy in the afternoon, of course I would invite someone to eat, but at this time, eating is a big deal. Even if they came over to help each other through difficulties, the relationship is no longer the ordinary neighbor who just nodded and said hello. But Jianchu He and Yu Zaibai are not so confused. It is a matter of course. After helping, they will go home directly. Food is in short supply, so where can they eat other people's food? They don't know how long this winter will be, and they have to stay indoors for a long time. I don't know for a long time, but now they can save as much as they can when they eat at home. Anyway, if they don't move much, they don't need much food consumption, as long as they don't starve to death. But Newnan still kept them here. Call Zhu Ming over. You can't secretly eat behind his back. There's no such good thing at home, but there is still a bowl of bacon and bean shreds. I didn't make it before. There are a lot of bean shreds, just for you to taste, and some bacon that you bought back. I don't know how it tastes. It seems to be that kind of bacon. I haven't eaten it yet. And then hot sticky bean buns. It's not easy to eat, but it's still possible to eat enough. Thinking about eating bean shreds, Jianchu and the others agreed. Their family also has mung beans, and Miu Nan will teach him how to do it. When Zhu Ming came over wrapped in a thick coat, the bean shreds were already cooked, but they were still stuffy after cooking. This can absorb the soup and make the soup more sticky. The more sticky the better. Sticky bean buns, it's also steamed, and it's heated on the boiler on the stove. Anyway, the big iron pot is boiling water, and the sticky bean buns are placed on it. It's always hot when you want to eat it. Zhu Ming was stuffed when he came here, a big bowl of bacon and bean shreds. First took a sip of hot soup with the bowl in his arms, and then asked, "What did I miss again?" Jianchu said, "I missed putting up the film. We helped them set up the greenhouse film on the 2nd floor in the afternoon. I don't know if the greenhouse can be planted. Let them try first. We will follow the experience of our predecessors in the future. Do it. If you can, then your life may be settled. You can eat what you grow, and you can exchange for some staple food. That would be great." A few people didn't go to the Kang for dinner. It was a bit troublesome to take off their clothes on the Kang, so they ate around the stove. The stove was designed when it was built before. There is a place near the fire where you can put. There is a space for a small round table, and it is also warm to eat around the stove when you don't want to eat in bed. Zhu Ming said, "Then grow at home. How to get fertilizer?" Jianchu also looked at Niu Nan curiously. "What are you going to use? You don't want to fertilize yourself, do you?" His family only has a few small soil pots, which don't constitute a large scale, so it seems that they don't need fertilizer. If you want to expand the scale in the future, it should be necessary. Hearing this, Niu Nan looked at Chin Huari said, "In exchange, it doesn't take much fertilizer to set up a small vegetable plot at home. In exchange, the bags can last for a long time. Although many places have been ruined after the earthquake, it doesn't mean that it's like returning to the era of wearing animal skins and hunting by grinding stones overnight. There are still things that should be available, and in the next period of time, the biggest reconstruction project will be farmland, and the country will focus on food planting. So although there may not be a lot of fertilizers, there must still be some." Zhu Ming said, "Speaking of hunting, do you have any ideas?" Niu Nan looked at Zhu Ming. "What do you think?" It's so cold outside, no animal should come out, right? Zhu Ming said. The building behind us is the one where more than a dozen people live, sons, daughters, daughters-in-law, and in-laws. They dragged a wild boar back the day before yesterday. Jianchu and Mu Nan were instantly shocked. Chapter 96. The one Zhu Ming mentioned was the one behind their building. The surname was Qi. Speaking of which, this family was quite famous, at least all the residents in their circle knew about it. The courtyard is circled, and the gossip about a group of big men living with 4 girls is even more famous. In the past, their 2 family houses were separated by greenery, and there was no real fence. When the weather was hot, all the greenery in this area was sunburned, and it became more and more bare and unobstructed. When others were still adding things to their homes, Qin Huari and the others were the first to start building fences, 1 or 2, which was more conspicuous at the time. Later, burglaries happened too frequently, and more people built this kind of courtyard walls. As long as they had the conditions, almost all of them built walls. When the construction started, the family surname Qi became famous. Others don't care about the relationship between the 2 adjacent families, at least the walls are built one by one, and that family doesn't know whether it is afraid of being taken advantage of or for other reasons. The courtyard wall is built directly from the gate of its own house, and only surrounds the house, the half range of their home. If it's just like this, it's fine. Maybe the 2 families don't get along well, and they don't want to share the gate of the big courtyard, but the family doesn't know if they plan to grow vegetables in the yard, and when they made the courtyard wall, half of the road was enclosed. Even if other people's yards are also expanded a little, they still leave a road that can be used by traffic. Their family only left a small road that can be used by 1 person, and they still occupy the front and back. According to their family, the building was originally built against the edge of the wall, and it would not hinder anyone if it occupied the road. It's a pity that the family's luck is not good. The residents of the house behind the house may not want to cause trouble, or they have a good temper, and they didn't say anything. The house in front, that is, the house behind Jianchu and the others, seems to be Huang. Yes, I didn't make a sound at the beginning, as if it didn't matter if the land was taken up too much, until the walls of the Qi family's courtyard were finished. The male owner of the family surnamed Huang directly took a big hammer and took the occupied land. The whole wall of the public corridor in their house was knocked down. The sound of knocking on the wall naturally alarmed the members of the Qi family, so a fight was inevitable. There are quite a few people in the Qi family, 5 old people, the old couple of the Qi family, 1 son and 1 daughter, the daughter with the son-in-law, the son-in-law's grandma, the son with his daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law's parents. The daughter gave birth to a son, and the son's family the one is a daughter. There are 11 people in the family, but there are only 2 real force values, the son and the son-in-law. Except for the grandma, the old people above are really old. In fact, the parents' generation is only about 50, not to mention in the prime of life. It is also an age that can exert strength, but after a year of extreme heat, and another earthquake, not to mention the extreme environment, it is the desperate mentality of facing the end of the world, which has already killed the human body. His energy were exhausted, and his body was naturally not as good as before, and the Huang family itself is a nearby resident, which can be regarded as the kind of village in the city. They are 2 families living together, just like Jianchu and Zhu Ming. The son, 1 daughter in the family, and the 2 brothers are not very old in themselves. They are only in their early 40s, and they are still the kind who used to work hard. In terms of physical fitness alone, the Qi family can't compare. The Qi family's old, weak, women and children are all dispatched, and that's their disadvantage. In the current environment, it's not that when you go to the ground when you're old, others won't dare to touch you. Not enough, it's too cold outside. Even with that burst of anger, it can't bear such a low temperature. In the end, the yard of the Qi family was knocked down, and the bricks were smashed to pieces, leaving no room left. The front and rear families were torn apart, but the Qi family did not dare to provoke the Huang family, because the 2 brothers of the Huang family were from the local area. In addition to their family, there are a few other families who are very familiar with their family in the vicinity, and they are a little related. If they really want to make a big fuss, it will definitely be the Qi family's disadvantage, so this tone can only be tolerated. If it's just this matter, it won't make their family too famous. It's not just his family who are fighting for land. The main reason is that their family's personnel are too complicated. Let's live separately. Together, they have constant conflicts all day long. Even though the house on their side has good sound insulation, it is said that the surrounding households can still hear the quarrel inside every day. The most exaggerated one was the daughter-in-law of the Qi family. She may have suffered some kind of grievance. After all, she took her parents to join her husband's family. In the end, they made a fuss in the yard and began to take off their clothes, and said that if there was no way for people to survive, they would just freeze to death in front of your house. The commotion was too loud, and the people in the building opposite them naturally hid in the room to watch the commotion. At that time, there was no power outage, and the whole process was filmed, and the ***** video was posted on the community website. Although it was quickly cleared up, there were quite a few people who saw it. In the end, the daughter-in-law of the Chi family was dragged in when she took off her only set of underwear, and their family became famous because of this. According to the family living next door to them, the woman's husband secretly hid flour for his parents to make pancakes, and let the wife's parents eat thin rice soup that can be used as a mirror to look at their faces, not even porridge. It is said that the two old people stay at home all day long, do not consume anything, and this is the only condition at home, so let the wife take care of it. It turned out that it was a burden at the time, and the in-laws were not too much. They knew that they were relying on their son-in-law to eat as little as possible, as long as they could not starve to death. Unexpectedly, her in-laws were hiding in the house and eating pancakes, and she found out. Yes, she also stays at home and cannot go out to work. Her man is indeed earning points outside, but she does a lot of housework at home. Why do her parents only drink thin soup and water, but you hide? Eat bread in the house. This time, people were wronged very much, wronged for herself, wronged for her parents. She didn't care if she was treated harshly, but she couldn't bear her parents to follow her to suffer this wronged. So she started arguing, and even used that method to freeze to death in front of them in front of the house, to see if they still have the face to meet people in the future. Nan also knew about this at the time. After all, he had nothing to do and could only swipe his mobile phone. Coincidentally, he swiped across the video. When he swiped it, he dragged Chin Huari to watch it together. After watching it, he realized that the protagonist in it was the people who lived in the building behind them, so close to them. At that time, someone broke the news about the cause and effect of this incident. He even lamented to Chin Huari, saying that although there are no people in their house, there are few people and few people. The benefits of life, even though I have to rely on myself and no one to help me, I can avoid a lot of troubles. But they didn't know about the wild boar, so Jianchu looked at Zhu Ming curiously. How do you know? There is no electricity or internet now. Zhu Ming said, didn't we clear the snow behind the yard when we shoveled the snow yesterday? At that time, the people from the Huang family were cleaning the gate of their house. It was probably rare to see someone, so we chatted for a few words and sighed. The family surname Qi didn't know what kind of **** luck they had, but they dragged back a wild boar. I don't know where they found it, but it seemed to be frozen to death, and they didn't hunt it. The wild boar is not big, but it's not too small. Depending on the people in their family, they may not have that kind of hunting ability. Nan looked at Chin Huari. Can the frozen to death be eaten? He seemed to remember that Chin Huari said that animals that died from freezing should not be eaten. Chin Huari said, it's better not to, because you don't know whether it can't withstand the cold and freeze to death, or it can't survive the illness and freeze to death. Some diseases can't be killed after high temperature cooking. Jianchu said, so there are wild boars around here? Are you going to go hunting? To be honest, he was a little ready to move. It has been a few months since the last time he let go of eating meat, and it was still summer. Zhu Ming, that's all I'm saying. I hope that some edible animals will pass by our yard. If we shoot from upstairs, we may be able to kill them. Jianchu tutted his head and shook his head. The imagination is too good. What's the difference between this and falling meat from the sky? This matter is just mentioned by Zhu Ming. As for hunting, although they have weapons, no one has ever done it. Even the alpaca was killed by Nianyu last time. Of course, if the neighbors have this idea, he is quite willing to practice it. He also stays at home, doing nothing all day long. He is about to finish reading the books he found in the ruins of the business district before. I don't know how long this winter will last. If it would be nice to be able to hone one more survival skill. After eating and drinking enough, Jianchu helped Nan wash the dishes before going back to each house. Before leaving, he said that when his playing cards were ready, he would have something to do in the afternoon. As for the deck of playing cards, it's been a week, and the materials have not been collected yet. After they left, Nan lay back on the kang, wrapped herself in the quilt in a comfortable position, hugged a small trash can and started eating melon seeds. A bowl of bacon and bean shreds can only be said to be half full. He purposely kept delicious snacks in his stomach, and he could have a supper later. Sitting on the kang with Chin Huari and watching a movie and licking skewers, he felt comfortable thinking about it. Chin Huari filled the stove with carbon and firewood. Compared with firewood, carbon is much more resistant to burning. Now it is added. I will add some later when I want to go to bed. I don't need to worry about it all night. After feeling warm, Chin Huari opened the thick cotton curtain and saw Mu Nan stuffing something into his mouth like a little hamster, couldn't help but smile and said, I just finished eating. Mu Nan moved to the side to give Chin Huari some space. Melon seeds don't take up my stomach. Chin Huari took off his heavy coat and went to bed. Now that the electricity was off, it started to get dark outside around 4 o'clock. In order to prevent the light from leaking out, Chin Huari specially set up 2 ropes a little outside the Kang bed. 4 hanging curtains were used as a cover, and a layer of cotton wicket curtains was built on the side near the Kang bed, which was windproof and warm, thick and opaque, and with a single light, the entire range of the Kang bed was lit. After Chin Huari sat up, Mu Nan asked, do you want to go hunting? Chin Huari said, I have this idea, but we need to get the heating for the upstairs greenhouse at home first. Mu Nan was a little curious. In such a cold day, are there any animals outside, and can they be hunted in winter? Chin Huari hummed, yes, not all animals hibernate. In fact, there are very few hibernating animals. It's just that in winter, some animals do not move so frequently in order to store energy. There is also a winter hunting. Now I just don't know if the animals that are still active here used to be in the zoo, and I don't know how many animals there are in that zoo. Mu Nan, the zoo is pretty big. It's a semi-wild animal park. There are lions, tigers, leopards, wolves, and all kinds of cranes with their feathers clipped. There are hippos, crocodiles, zebras, and a lot of monkeys. The monkeys are trapped on the Monkey Mountain. They are particularly disgusting. They jump on people and grab people's hair to eat. They don't let go. Orangutans, black bears, and boa constrictors are not open except for the aquarium. Have. Chin Huari, there are no wild boars? Mu Nan shook her head, it wasn't there when I went, but I don't know if it was there later. Chin Huari said, it seems that after the earthquake, many wild animals became active. The reproduction of animals is much faster than that of humans. When the living space of humans is reduced by nature, it may be their era. Mu Nan is not worried about this at all. It's great to breed. If you breed more, you can eat more. Last year, we couldn't grow food, and we haven't been able to grow this year either. Disasters have delayed human self-help. It's finally a little bit smoother, and the next focus should be agricultural planting, otherwise the national treasury will not be able to withstand such a year-to-year consumption. Before the food is planted in a large area, it is good to have more meat to eat, but there should be no wild animal protection law now, right? If the protection continues, I think there will be more animals than people in the future, and it is impossible to introduce a wild human protection law among animals. Chin Huari smiled and said, I've already figured out a method that I can try. The pipes can't be made outside. It's too cold outside, and they will be frozen. Open an opening between the first floor and the second floor. We're not ready. Less those pipes, just take over the pipes for heat, and just make a layer of bricks to cover the outside. If it is fast, it can be done in 2 or 3 days. You can talk to Jianchu and the others and ask them to prepare more shooting tools now. When I get the house done, we'll go out for a walk. Mu Nan looked at him, take me? Chin Huari, do you want to go? It's very cold outside. Mu Nan said, think, anyway, we wear a lot of clothes, several layers of cold-proof and warm clothes. We have to sweep snow outside every day, and hunting means walking a little farther. Try it? Chin Huari didn't object, and agreed simply, then I'll take you there to try. When Chin Huari and Mu Nan started to rebuild the pipeline at home, something happened to the family that ate the wild boar. The pig they dragged back should be a young piglet, not very big. The family of 11 people, skinned and boned, there is not much meat, and now it is freezing in the cold, and the uneaten ones are hung in the yard, and they can be frozen in a short time, so they keep the wild boar by themselves. Yes, I didn't exchange points at all. The pig was discovered by their daughter and son-in-law. At that time, the daughter and son-in-law moved the snow at the gate of the yard to the road outside, and found the wild boar frozen into a popsicle in the snowdrift. The two were hesitant at first. After all, they did not know how the pig died, but it was dragged back. Even if it is handed in, it can be exchanged for some points. As a result, the family, young and old, have not seen the meat for so long, so they are reluctant to exchange points. I haven't seen any oil or water for 2 years, so I gritted my teeth and thawed the wild boar, which naturally became a Chinese meal. Because of what happened last time, the son of the chief family had a quarrel with his wife. He took off his clothes in the yard and posted it on the internet. This is a man who would be a little concerned. The quarrel was so fierce at the time. If it weren't for the two of them having a daughter, the parents of both parties are also trying to persuade them to make peace, and the outside environment is like this. This day is really hard to live on, but on the surface, it seems that the last time things have been reversed, but the thorn in my heart is still there. When the trouble broke out, the man bluntly said that it was brought back by his sister and brother-in-law. Since the family is going to be separated, the housework will not be done, and the meal will not be done, so don't come to eat this meat. And said that if it wasn't for her daughter's sake, she should have been kicked out long ago. The words have already been said for this point. That woman, that is, Wang Hui, no matter how greedy she is, she can't put her self-esteem on the ground like this for a bite. She even thought about it, and waited for the next time when the soldiers came to inspect. She will take her parents and daughter to the greenhouse, even if she squeezes the greenhouse with others. She will sweep the snow, clean up, and do the most tiring and dirtiest work, and she can support her parents and daughter. Instead of coveting, it is better to live with dignity outside if you treat yourself like a brick and mortar. In the past, there was still hope in making troubles, but if you stopped making troubles, then there was really no hope. Wang Hui's parents also noticed that this son-in-law didn't want to live a good life. Qi Kangmin's family background was average, let alone poor, and it must be worse than theirs. Even his sister's job after graduation was theirs. The Wang family helped to arrange it, but in times of peace and prosperity, this life can still go on. Qi Kangmin is doing a stable job, and his salary is neither low nor high. Anyway, the husband and wife have no mortgage or car loan, and there are 2 education funds for the children. Of course, because their family's conditions are a little better, they help more, such as extracurricular interest classes, etc. They have always been giving. Anyway, they are only one daughter, not good for their granddaughter, who can be good to. When this disaster came, at first it might have been thought that the world would return to the past sooner or later. At the beginning, the son-in-law was fine, but as the days went by, his nature was gradually exposed, especially after they settled down here. The old man didn't go out to work, so how could his daughter let them go out to work? In the end, only Qi Kangmin and his sister's husband could earn points outside. This time, the son-in-law, who was good at first, changed beyond recognition day by day. The size of the family, the affairs, clothes and meals of so many people are all taken care of by their daughters. Although Qi Kangmin's younger sister will also help out, her help is only to take care of her own naughty son. In that family, the one with the surname Qi is the master, and they are just cumbersome. Father Wang is not that kind of pedantic person. He thinks that his daughter is married, no matter what. If he persuades him to make peace and not to persuade him to leave, if he is pedantic, he would not be able to start the family business from scratch. He is just such a daughter, a granddaughter, who grew up for those who are pampered. Even if life is difficult now, you can suffer and endure, but you can't be abused by others. Looking at his daughter who had already made a decision, Father Wang sighed, then let's go. Your father and I can still move. It's no problem to support your mother, daughter and little Bao. Wang Hui couldn't stop crying, no matter what plans she had made in her heart, but the unknown and at a loss in the face of the future couldn't just be gone. She didn't know if her decision was right or not, but in this so-called her self-esteem and pride are intolerable to be treated like a servant in her home and even feel that she is being dragged down and looked down upon. Just as she was thinking, her daughter opened the door and came in. Looking at her 7-year-old daughter, Wang Hui couldn't hold back her tears. Little Bao flung herself into her mother's arms and wiped her tears. The little child, who was supposed to be the age of the culprit, had already been tempered by disasters and became sensible and well-behaved. Mom, if you don't cry, in the future I will. When I grow up, I will give my mother money to buy meat, and we will not eat their meat. Wang Hui sighed and rubbed her daughter's hair. Mom is fine, go and eat. After eating, Mom has something to tell you. Little Bao shook her head. I won't go. She understands who really loves her. The grandparents who loved her before don't love her anymore. I don't want to go. They are the family and I am the one who loves her. Outsider. Wang Hui immediately hugged her daughter tightly. This is another reason why she wanted to leave with her parents and daughter. If Qi Kangmin just treated her badly, she could bear it for the sake of her daughter. In this world, she takes a woman with her. The child will only have a more difficult life, but Qi Kangmin, as Xiao Bao's father, wishes he could hold his sister's son in the palm of his hand and pamper him, just like Xiao Bao said. They are a family, and his own family to the Qi family. He was just an outsider, a man who didn't even want his own daughter. What else could she expect? Inspections are not every day, basically once every 3 to 5 days. Wang Hui secretly hides the things he has sorted out, and waits for the soldiers to inspect them, and then waits to leave. But unexpectedly, the second day after eating meat at first, Chi's mother was not feeling well, and she had a low-grade fever with vomiting and diarrhea. If Chi's mother was only sick, they might not have thought about it, but then Chi Kangmin's younger sister's son began to vomit and have a fever. It wasn't because he was young and ate a lot of meat, the situation was worse than Chi's mother, and the child was not sober when he had the attack. There were 2 severe symptoms in the family. Although the other people didn't react so much, they still had abdominal discomfort. At this time, it was natural to think that the problem must be pork. Father Wang saw that the whole family had some symptoms, and he was worried that it was not because of the gastrointestinal problems caused by the sudden eating of meat. He was afraid that the wild boar itself had died of illness, so he didn't wait for the inspection car and directly took the clothes he could wear. I took all the things I could bring with me and headed towards building number 1. There were still soldiers stationed there. As long as I wore thicker clothes and didn't stop on the road, I could still work hard. It was better than staying at home and being trapped. It is contagious. The members of the Chi family didn't expect Wang Hui and the others to leave. Even Chi Kangmin felt that Wang Hui could only rely on him for the rest of his life. If he had the courage to leave, he wouldn't lose such a big face last time. So there was no fortification. The few clothes at home that could be used for work were also taken away by Wang Hui. After they settled the sick mother and child, Chi Kangmin remembered that there was so little movement at home and Wang Hui came out to help. With the same uncomfortable stomach, he went upstairs angrily, only to find that the room was empty. His wife, children, father-in-law and mother-in-law were all gone. Chapter 97. Wang Hui's family successfully arrived at building number 1, but after all, thinking about the relationship between husband and wife over the years, they did not do things too badly. In addition to expressing their willingness to live in a warm shed, the Chi family found wild boars and ate them. The reaction after eating wild boar was told to the soldiers. Although Wang Hui and the others didn't eat, because they had contact with the Chi family, there was no way to directly arrange them into the greenhouse for the time being, and they needed to be isolated and observed. As for the members of the Chi family, the soldiers who received the news went to their house immediately, and then the whole family was taken away. There was a bit of a commotion when they were taken away, but Mu Nan's house was still far away from Chi's house. It's a house, so only the sound of vehicles and uncooperative noises can be heard. When they were shoveling the snow the next day, they deliberately went around to the back. The members of the Huang family probably wanted to gossip. Everyone was taken away and no one was left behind. The Huang family could see clearly from inside the house. The old and the young were carried into the car. The car was a quarantine car, and the soldiers who came to take people away were still wearing protective gear. Clothes. Probably due to the feud between the 2 families, the second son of the Huang family gloated a little and said, "I don't think there is such a good thing in the world. Meat falls from the sky for you to eat. These people are really brainless. If that pig goes to after exchanging points, at least I can exchange some rice grains, which is good. Greedy mouth has greed myself in." Mu Nan and the others just listened to the Huang family's schadenfreude, mainly wanting to know what happened. Not 2 days later, when the body temperature was checked again, every household was issued leaflets. The leaflets mainly educated about diseases caused by eating meat of unknown origin. It is said that the wild boar eaten by the Chi family was sick. Everyone who ate it in my family got intestinal anthrax, which is an acute attack. If it cannot be treated in time, it will die in 3 to 5 days. This infectious disease is passed through some sick animals, through feces or food infecting the human body. There will be a certain degree of transmission between people, but the transmission is relatively small, mainly from animals to humans. The leaflet lists the consequences of eating wild game. Those wild animals have not been vaccinated, have not been quarantined, and may even carry a variety of viruses. It can be said that there have been many large-scale outbreaks of infectious diseases in human history. It is caused by the germs carried by these wild animals, so if people pick up frozen to death, or even hunted wild animals, they must not eat them at will, because there is a fatal risk. Looking at the flyer, Mu Nan said, "Then shall we go hunting? I thought wild game was pangolin, bats, and wild boar. Those with the word wild can be classified as wild game?" Chin Huari said, "The ones that have not been raised by humans are all wild game. It is indeed risky to eat wild animals, but you can still try hunting. The live animals caught by hunting are always safer than dead meat that freezes to death for unknown reasons. I am afraid that those wild animals are not safe to eat, and you can also use hunted animals to exchange 4 points. The military should have a method of inspection, and they must have a standard for whether they can eat or not. New Nan sighed, thinking that if they hunted, they would be able to eat meat openly, but their feelings were still not good. I didn't eat the alpaca before, and the soldiers helped to dismember them. Why didn't they give us the harm of popular science game at that time? Chin Huari smiled and said, because we don't have wild alpaca here. They are raised in zoos or in families, and they will basically be vaccinated. Several members of the Qi family came back later, and the two with the most serious illnesses disappeared. One was that Qi Kangmin's mother had underlying diseases, including high blood pressure and coronary heart disease, diarrhea to dehydration and even diarrhea, which caused various organs in the body to fail. It was too good, no one was rescued, and the child was relatively young. It is estimated that the adults in the family were reluctant to eat and let the child eat too much, which actually hurt him. The other people are in good health. The treatment was fairly timely, and the person was rescued, but the family, whose composition was already complicated, also completely fell apart. Qi Kangmin's wife and children, father-in-law and mother-in-law, went straight into the greenhouse, threatening to have nothing to do with him in the future, and his younger sister's family also had a feud with Qi Kangmin. Although his sister and brother-in-law dragged the wild boar back, they were also worried about the meat. What's the problem? So even if the child is greedy, he hesitated not to give more. But Qi Kangmin, I don't know what kind of mentality it is, maybe he wants to annoy his wife, so he takes revenge by loving his nephew and deliberately ignoring his daughter, and coaxed the children to eat a lot of meat, but their son disappeared. How could Qi Kangmin's younger sister and her husband accept this? If Qi's father hadn't been around and suppressed this matter, they would have fought each other long ago, but even if they didn't, Qi Kangmin would have to pay for his son's death in the eyes of his younger sister and her husband. It's a big responsibility, so don't think about dividing the family, just make up for it by being a cow and a horse. When the building in the back was busy every day, Chin Huai finished the plumbing in the house, and the heat passed through the stove on the first floor to the second and third floor smoothly. The greenhouse in the house could finally keep the temperature at 10 degrees. Around this temperature, the tomatoes and peppers are enough. After the equipment in the house was done, the few people began to discuss going out to hunt, but before that, the treat that Munan had promised them was finally fulfilled. Wu Zheng is also well trained and can walk around now, like shoveling snow and staying outside for a long time. There is no way, but it's okay to walk around, lest Chin Huari and the others have to move things around, so I just came here. Although it was said that it was Chin Huari's family treat, it is impossible to come to the door empty-handed, but if you want to talk about good things, there is nothing good to give at home. Wu Zheng and the others sent a bag of snacks. Yes, after the exchange, Songjia was not willing to eat. She bought a lot at the time, but Songjia only ate one bag now. They didn't have anything to sell when they came to the door, so they donated the snacks. They sent 2 sets of warm clothes to Jianchu, 1 set of Chin Huari size and 1 set of Munan size, both of which can be used directly now. Zooming is the easiest. Just brought a bag of flour weighing 10 katis. He has a lot of work points, and even the hospital's internal purchase quota. Not to mention the most in terms of food, at least for the time being. He has no worries about food, but he is too lazy to do it, so he accepts more, like the beans made by Chin Huari and the others before. Both silk and sticky bean buns were given to him a lot. Last time he didn't do anything for others and was called over for dinner. He remembered all these. A bag of flour was just coming and going. With the current conditions, there is no way to make any big meals. The things that can be taken out are all available in the redemption point. Chin Huai made a cured chicken soup, added some vermicelli, and made a pot of tomatoes. The tomatoes are fresh tomatoes, with ham and luncheon meat as the base, mainly for soup, warm and meaty soup, and a sip is also very satisfying. The staple food is relatively simple: scallion pancakes. Scallions naturally don't have scallions, and Munan doesn't grow scallions, but Chin Huari chopped green peppers and mixed them in, and sprinkled some chili noodles. It was spicy, and I ordered a large pot of duck blood vermicelli. The duck blood vermicelli was purchased at the point of exchange. It contained duck blood and some duck offal soup dumplings. After the exchange, Munan ate it once, and it was all good. It's not bad, so I took out 2 boxes this time, and added a lot of vermicelli, which is a big pot of staple food. There is no dessert after the meal, and it's enough to eat everything, such as sticky bean buns. Chin Huari and the others didn't take it out, but the last one gave a tomato. Holding the tomatoes, Jianchu's eyes were about to burst into tears. I originally thought about giving it a try, and I didn't force it if I couldn't grow it, but now, I decided to take good care of those pots, and I must grow tomatoes and peppers. How long has it been since I ate such a fresh thing, and I am reluctant to eat it. New Nan smiled and said, from now on, you can eat it every day after planting it. Songjia collapsed on the chair and hiccuped, life is still a little bit of hope. For this period of time, a full meal makes people want to work hard to live. Wu Jing on the side held a soup bowl and said to them, substitute soup for wine. I haven't thanked you for what happened last time. My life was picked up by you. I won't say much. I won't say much in the future. It was a deadly friendship. Zhu Ming said, the one who really wants to thank you is your brother. During this period of time, your brother's family has worked hard enough. When you encounter problems in the future, don't think about it all at once, and think about the people who really care about you. Wu Jing said, no, this time, it's enough to break it clean. Jianchu said, let's let the past go. Today is a happy day, don't mention those disappointing things. Said and looked at Mu Nan with a smile in his eyes, there is no such condition now, otherwise there will be trouble. Nao, now I can only give some simple blessings. I wish you and Qin Huari a long, safe and peaceful life. Mu Nan inexplicably had the illusion that he and Qin Huari were married. Qin Huari accepted the blessing with a smile. Zhu Ming said, after this meal, I'm already looking forward to the next meal. He said and looked at Jianchu and Yu Zaibai. If it was when he and Yu Zaibai were just together, he might have been shy for a while, but now that he has been with Yu Zaibai for so long, the initial shyness period has passed, and he said generously, then you have to wait now. We have to wait until we save up some money, or we won't be able to afford such a meal like yours. Songjia said, I hope next time I can eat meat. Speaking of meat, Yu Zaibai looked at Qin Huari, so you decided to go hunting? They have been making tools at home for the past few days, but using homemade bows and arrows doesn't seem to be very effective. Yu Zaibai said, if the tools we make are rabbits and deer, they might be okay. What if we encounter wild boars and bears? Now there is not even a tree that can be climbed outside. If you really want to encounter some ferocious beasts, it is difficult to run in such a thick snow. Qin Huari said, you can rent a car, but the points are relatively high. 20 points will bring fuel to rent for a day, but you have to mortgage something. Jianchu, mortgage things? What? Can't you mortgage points? Qin Huai shook his head, not yet, because the identity has not been updated systematically. You have mortgaged all the points. If you can get a snowmobile, it is also a profit, so you have to mortgage the corresponding items. I asked, just the solar on our roof. The mortgage is not to be removed. The solar is there. If we drive the car and never come back, they can just come and remove everything in the house. They really didn't expect that they could still rent a car now. They hadn't thought about renting a car at all before. It is estimated that Qin Huari started to make plans when he planned to go hunting, so he would ask about it when he checked his temperature. As for the matter, if we talk about the plan, Qin Huari's plan is more comprehensive. According to what Jianchu thought before, a group of people searched on foot nearby. Hearing Jianchu's exclamation, Mu Nan couldn't help but said, behind us is the river embankment. Past the river embankment is a flat land, with no end in sight and no obstacles. And the other side is the reconstruction area, where all the people live. Really, if you have to walk on foot, you can't even get out of the residential area, so what can you hunt? Zhu Ming said, is the car rented every day, or can it be rented for a few days at a time? Qin Huari, it can only be 2 or 3 days, and it won't work any longer. You can only reserve an extra portion of gasoline. If you do a casual calculation like this, including the reserved gasoline, you need at least 100 points to go out once. And this time you may not be able to gain anything, and the price is not cheap in general. The most common type of work only earns 30 or 50 a month, and this trip once it's just 2 months' salary, but it's worth it if you can gain something. Jane Chu looked at them, then shall we go? Zhu Ming said, I want to try it. Even if there is no gain, at least we can go to a farther place to see what's going on outside now. We live in the frame of this 3-acre land. Do not know anything. Qin Huari nodded, I think so too. You guys should think about it. You don't need to make a decision right now. You can't go out right away. The wind and snow are relatively heavy recently. At least we have to wait until the weather is a little calmer. There are not enough seats in the car for all to go out, so for the first time, one family must stay, because Songjia can bring the dog with her, so Jianchu decided that they will stay first this time, just in time for them to check the situation. When they go out again, they will have previous experience. If you want to go out, you need to have a complete set of equipment, at least enough to eat and drink along the way, small milk pot, fuel for the stove, homemade crossbow and mechanical crossbow, protection from the cold and heating. Anyway, basically everything you can bring with you. Now Wu Zheng can take care of himself at home, and there is no need for Songjia to watch over him all the time. It happens that Songjia can take Niu out to get used to it. Niu is a breed of dog that already has a hunting instinct, and it is a good idea to train more. Helper. Choosing a weather with less wind and snow, Qin Huari went to building number 1 with Zhu Ming first, because the car was already ready because of the greeting in advance. It was a modified pickup truck. It should be an obsolete military one after getting off. The wheels were replaced with snow wheels, and the loading space at the back was not small, but it was open air without a roof, and the snow in the compartment had to be cleaned every day. The soldiers also reminded them that they must not turn off the engine on the road. Once turned off, it will be difficult to start again. In order to ensure the safety of himself and others, Qin Huari gave the soldiers a copy of the route they would walk. If they delay outside for a long time, if you don't come back, even if you don't want to save people, you can just come and look for a car. Seeing how well prepared they were, the soldier laughed, accepted Qin Huari's road map, and said, "You should also be careful, although you are not the first to go hunting like this, but there are not many of them. Remember to look clearly outside. Don't think that something moving in the ice and snow is a beast, it may be a human." Qin Huari nodded. "Don't worry." After the handover, Qin Huari drove back to pick up Munan and Songjia. The two of them had been waiting at the door of their house early. When they heard the sound of the car, they quickly took the things out of the house and sat in the car door as soon as they opened. Zhu Ming sat in the co-pilot. He wanted to read the map and control the route for Qin Huari. Songjia and Munan sat in the back. The big luggage was placed under the rear seat of the car. The space inside the car was quite large. Put the luggage and still have a girl. It is possible to spend the night outside during this trip. Anyway, they planned 3 days and 2 nights. The specific situation will be seen at that time. If the first night is too cold, they will come back during the day. Munan gave Songjia that kind of miniature telescope. Although it is a miniature one, it can see very far, but it doesn't have as many professional functions. The professional one was given to Zhu Ming. He felt that Zhu Ming's observation ability must be better than that of they are strong, and they may play a greater role in Zhu Ming's hands. Niu is very good in the car, squatting under the car seat without making noise. Munan couldn't help but patted the dog's head and forced it to look at her. "Niu, you have to behave well, everyone has meat to eat. It's up to you, you know." Songjia stroked Niu's back hair and said with a smile. Niu said, "I have shouldered too much for this family, ha 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 ha." The two were teasing the dog in the back, while Zhu Ming in the front carefully looked at the map. The chance of encountering animals in the direction of Chiang Avenue is indeed relatively high. It is surrounded by mountains, and the zoo was built around the mountains before. "Let's not meet wolves." Munan poked his head out from behind. "Can we outrun the pack of wolves with a car?" Zhu Ming said, "It's hard to say. Wolves are legendary animals. Their spiritual intelligence is no less than that of human beings. They can persist in one thing until they die. If it is a pack of hungry wolves, they will not give up on what is in front of them. Food. So if you see wolves outside, even in the car, you have to leave as soon as possible. You can't provoke them. They are united, and they are more difficult to provoke than tigers and leopards." Munan snorted. "Then I hope we don't encounter wolves." After a while, Munan said again, "Wolf meat is game, right?" Zhu Ming said with a smile, "Of course, if you really hunt it, the wolf skin is actually more valuable than the wolf meat. For the sake of safety, it is best to send the animals hunted outside to the military department. If they can pass the quality inspection, you can change it back to eat, and now there are still conditions for quality inspection, so don't eat indiscriminately if you can. The people of the Qi family are a lesson from the past." Songjia said, "Then I also hope that we can hunt it down. Make a wish, this trip will have a good harvest." They had exchanged a lot of points through canned food before, and they also accumulated a little bit after going out to work. The points are small compared to others' family background, but for this trip, each family spent about 30 to 40 points after sharing it. Although I was mentally prepared to get nothing, it would be better if I could hunt some animals. It was easy to drive in the residential area. The soldiers patrol here every day, and a road has been carved out. When it slowly drives towards the no man's land, the road will be difficult, and the more untouched it is, the deeper the snow cover. Fortunately, besides them, there are also some people renting cars like this during this period, so they can still drive along the traces of the past. Otherwise, after the earthquake, once the snow is covered, it is easy to fall into the pit. When the traces on the snow became shallower and shallower, Qin Huari drove more carefully and at a very slow speed. The main purpose was to cover the snow and prevent stepping on the pit. Zhu Ming said to the two people behind, "Look carefully. Snow, if you look at it from a distance, if there are traces of beasts walking by not long ago, you can see some traces on the snow." Mu Nan and Songjia leaned on one car window and looked out. Fortunately, both of them have good eyesight, and they can see clearly when holding a small telescope, but there is a vast expanse of white everywhere, except for snow or snow. Nothing at all. After driving for several hours, they finally drove to Chiang Avenue. Chiang Avenue is a road leading to the zoo. The surrounding area is very deserted. The snow covered half of it, but I could still tell the direction a little bit. When I got on the avenue, Chin Huari and Zhu Ming changed each other. Walking this kind of snowy road requires a high degree of concentration, which is too energy consuming, so I have to change after a few hours. Give your hands a break. Mu Nan hurriedly brought food and drink to Chin Huari, and said to Zhu Ming, "If you're tired, I will drive instead. My driving skills are also pretty good. If you don't believe me, you can ask my brother." Chin Huari smiled, "Your eyesight is better than mine. We have to count on you whether we can gain anything." Mu Nan, who was rejected in a disguised form, snorted. When the sky became dark, everyone still found nothing, let alone animals along the way. Not even a single bird flew in the sky. That excited little heart, after this day's wear and tear, has become a little cool now. Seeing that Songjia was a little silent, thinking that it would not be easy for him and his brother to accumulate some points, it might be a bit painful for this to be a waste of time, Mu Nan couldn't help comforting him. "Just come out to let the wind go. All day long it's boring to stay at home." Chin Huai in front said, "We need to find a place to stay. The snow is falling heavily." Zhu Ming glanced out the window. The endless white snow doesn't even have a single building. Mu Nan held the binoculars and said, "Brother, I seem to see the light." Chin Huari turned around. "Where?" Mu Nan pointed in a direction, and Chin Huari looked over with the binoculars. "It seems to be a resident over there." Songjia also looked over with the binoculars, and could vaguely see a warm yellow spot. "Are we going there?" Chin Huari shook his head. "I don't recommend going there. Where there are people, it may not be safe." Zhu Ming said, "But if we don't go there, where are we going to rest today? It's impossible to sleep in the car, and it's impossible to drive all night." Songjia and Mu Nan sat in the back without saying a word. Let the two parents in front discuss matters that need to be decided. They only have to be obedient. Chapter 98. In the end, because the weather was really bad, the later it was, the stronger the wind and snow, and there was no place to settle down due to the unobstructed white snow around, so I decided to drive to a place with light. There are weapons in it, and they know a little self-defense skills. If the situation is not right, just leave immediately. At this time, they couldn't help sighing, thanking them for being a country with arms control, otherwise they might not have the courage to go to an unknown place to investigate in this kind of wilderness and snow. The speck of light that can be seen in the telescope, but the real distance has been half an hour later. The closer to it, the house covered with snow is gradually revealed. It should be a house similar to a courtyard before. Half of it may have collapsed in the earthquake and was half buried by snow, and there are two other houses that are intact. One is dark and empty, and the other is occupied by people. Come out, and there are no other houses in this area except this small courtyard. Chin Huari and Zhu Ming looked at each other. Since they came here, they could only get out of the car to check. Chin Huari held a small crossbow in his hand, and Zhu Ming held a knife in his hand, although he had a bow and arrow. But bows and arrows are not suitable for melee combat, so you have to bring some self-defense. Before getting out of the car, Chin Huari asked Mu Nan to sit in the driver's seat. The car doesn't turn off. You always pay attention to the situation and adapt to the situation, you know. Mu Nan nodded humbly. "Be careful, run away if something goes wrong." The two got out of the car and entered the yard from the side that collapsed. Mu Nan sat in the car and watched nervously. Songjia in the back seat came over and whispered, "When you look at the surrounding environment, do you have the feeling of a murder case in a deserted village?" Mu Nan was already nervous, so he quickly stopped him. "Don't talk nonsense, it's scary to death." It was already dark, the cold wind was howling outside the car, large flakes of snow hit the car windows, and the people who got out of the car walked a little farther, and were obscured by the staggered wind and snow. After talking about such a terrible thing, Mu Nan felt that goosebumps were about to pop out of his body. Songjia said, "There is nothing around, only this small courtyard. Don't you think it is very awkward? You see, there are no cars in the courtyard. What do people living here usually eat? What do they use? According to what I have watched TV series for many years' experience, it's not easy here." Songjia said that New Nan was fluffy, but she still couldn't help asking, why isn't it simple? Songjia slightly lowered her voice and said, usually at the beginning of this kind of plot, there must be an old couple or an enthusiastic old man living in it, and the residents inside will definitely welcome outsiders very warmly, and they will sigh, saying that it has been a long time I met a stranger. New Nan swallowed her saliva, and then, Songjia, then welcome us in, and say with a kind face, it's such a cold day, it's freezing, come in to warm up, drink some hot tea. New Nan was a little nervous, and then, Songjia continued, then they will start to talk about why they live in such a wild place, either waiting for the children who have left to come back, or waiting for the lover to come back. Those who enter the house listen to the stories and feel the warmth. The vigilance will gradually soften, and then drink the tea unknowingly. New Nan looked at Songjia, is there a problem with the tea? Songjia said, there must be a problem. After drinking tea, my head slowly begins to dizzy, and my vision becomes blurred. I may not be able to wake up from this dizziness, or after waking up, I find that my companion has become an adult. I have eaten a plate of Chinese food, and the strange old man inside may not be able to finish it all at once, and then he will feed you, eat your arm, gnaw your leg, and wait for the next one to be killed in the wilderness after eating you. People attracted by the firelight. New Nan couldn't help but trembled, it's a waste of talent if you don't become a storyteller. Songjia, there is another version, do you want to listen? New Nan couldn't resist curiosity, what version? Songjia said, you haven't started drinking tea yet, but you suddenly feel sick to your stomach, so you borrow someone's toilet, usually it must be a toilet, and the toilet must be outside, and then you accidentally fell, wow, this fall, it's just you were frightened to death when you found the bones buried in the snow, so go back and tell your companions that there is a problem, and then a thrilling battle royale begins. When Songjia was creating an atmosphere for New Nan, the car window was knocked suddenly. The sudden sound scared the two of them into hugging and screaming. When they turned their heads, they saw Chin Huari standing outside the car door. New Nan was almost frightened the soul came out of the body. Brother, you are frightening to death. Chin Huari asked New Nan to sit next to the co-pilot. What are you two doing in the car? You are shouting so loudly, making you pay attention to the situation outside. I knocked on the window and didn't notice. New Nan looked at Songjia who retracted to touch the dog's head, and accused, he talked to me and distracted me. Songjia, who couldn't get rid of the pot, smiled and didn't refute. Seeing Chin Huari driving the car directly into the yard, she asked, what's going on inside, and how many people are there? Chin Huari said, there is an old couple living here. New Nan couldn't help but exchange glances with the Song family. Why did he suddenly become a little scary? After the car drove into the yard, an old man wrapped in a thick padded jacket came out, and opened a place covered by a cloth curtain. It should be a woodshed, full of firewood, but the vacant space is just enough to park a car. After parking the car, the old man looked at New Nan and Songjia who got out of the car with a wrinkled smile on his face. These two young men are so young, I haven't seen outsiders here for a long time. Songjia and New Nan. The body began to become slightly stiff uncontrollably. The old man led them into the house, and said enthusiastically, it's freezing cold, it must have been froze, come into the house to warm up, there is a fire and a kang in the house, drink some hot tea. The two of them stopped in unison, and suddenly they couldn't get out. Chin Huari looked back at New Nan, what's wrong? New Nan looked at Chin Huari with a stiff smile, are we going to spend the night here? Chin Huari nodded, it can only be here, there are no other residents nearby, go in quickly, the wind is getting stronger and stronger. New Nan looked at Songjia who was also pale, and was dragged into the room by Chin Huari. Zhu Ming was already sitting next to the brazier to keep warm, and there was an old lady in the house who was pouring tea enthusiastically. When she saw the three people who came in, she also smiled and said, hurry up and get warm, you are still here in such a cold day. It's freezing outside, isn't it? Songjia and New Nan were a little afraid to speak. Chin Huari patted the snow on New Nan's body. Grandma is talking to you. New Nan hurriedly said, Grandma is good. The old lady responded with a smile, okay, you are also welcome, sit down quickly. Zhu Ming was rubbing his hands beside the fire, and he had already started chatting about family matters. So your two elders have been living here all this time, and you want to wait for the child to come back. The old grandma sighed, not all of them, it's just that I have lived to this age, where is it not to die? It is better to die in my own home, so I just stayed like this. New Nan already felt that Tian Lingai was getting cold, so he couldn't help leaning over to Songjia and whispered, honestly speaking, did you take the prophet's card? Songjia hugged Nianyu cowardly and shrank beside her, don't ask, even if I ask, I will panic. New Nan said, "How high do you think the possibility of the story becoming true?" Chin Huari handed the hot tea to Mu Nan and Songjia. "What are you whispering? Drink some hot water." Mu Nan was holding the cup and couldn't drink it. Seeing that Chin Huari was about to drink water, she quickly grabbed him and said in a low voice, "Brother, are you sure it's safe here? You don't think there are only two old people, you think it's safe. Don't you think it's weird here? There is nothing around. What do they eat and drink? Do you think they buried a lot of bones in their backyard, and then they burn charcoal fires in the snow to attract others with light?" Chin Huari looked at the extremely nervous Mu Nan with a funny face. "What do you think about in your little brain? Don't worry, we have observed it, and this water is our own water, but it is very important for you to be alert. Not bad, but don't scare yourself too much, drink some hot water to warm up." Seeing that Chin Huari didn't relax his vigilance, Mu Nan breathed a sigh of relief and took a sip of water. Although it was cold, they were still in the car with the heater on, so it wasn't too cold, but it's still a lot more comfortable to have a sip of hot water. When Mu Nan was on guard there, Zhu Ming had already chatted to the point where he had almost figured out each other's situation. The two old men were surnamed Tong, one from a village, and the other with a surname. It used to be a small village here, but the people who stayed here were all some old people. With the completion of the semi-safari park, some developers bought land here and wanted to build a resort with a zoo theme. It happened that the village was within the scope of the enclosure, and many people took the money to buy land. Let's go. After all, they have dilapidated brick houses here, where there are high-rise buildings where they can live comfortably. They didn't leave because the small courtyard house had been repaired and it was quite new. First, they were reluctant, and second, the new house bought with demolition funds had not yet been handed over. In addition, their home was at the very end of the village. The long-term project has not yet come here, so Mr. Tong discussed with others to let the old couple continue to live. He cooks for the workers and provides 3 meals for the old couple. No wages are required. When the demolition came here, they left immediately. As a result, the former village was just bulldozed. Before the migrant workers' dormitory was built, the epidemic began, and the project was forced to stop. After this stop, it has come to the present. There are still a pile of collapsed sheds in the front, but it's covered in snow, so be careful when you drive away, don't get stuck in the rubble. Zhu Ming thanked Mr. Tong for his reminder, and said again, "You live in such a remote place, and your life is too inconvenient. After we go back, tell the soldiers at the base to come and pick you up. Now that it has started to be rebuilt, it can be regarded as a new city. If you want to find grandson, you may go to the base to look for it. The hope is even greater." Mr. Tong waved his hand. "Grandson wants to come back. We are always here. If we don't come back, it will be a drag if we go looking for it. We are old, we can't make much contribution to the country, we can't do much work, and we have to eat food for nothing." We have also seen some of those rescued soldiers. They are all half-grown children. The skin on their bodies is peeling off layer by layer. Why bother them anymore? In this life, I will live like this. When I die in the future, I will die in my own home, so that I won't become a lonely ghost and can't find my way home. Zhu Ming said, "Look at what you said. It is said that an old family is like a treasure. Your life experience may be the greatest treasure in today's difficult world." The old couple of the Tong family were amused by Zhu Ming's words, and Grandma Tong narrowed her eyes with a smile. "What treasure?" "That is, the rice that has been eaten for a few years. Old man, where did I put my box of needles and threads?" Mr. Tong stood up, looked through 2 cabinets, found a box of needles and threads from the cabinet, and proudly handed it to Grandma Tong. "Isn't this here? What kind of memory is it? It's not as good as mine." Grandma Tong still smiled. Yes, you have the best memory." As she spoke, she walked up to Songjia with a needle and thread. "Son, take off your coat, it's all torn here, Grandma will sew it up for you." Songjia hurriedly said, "No need, Grandma, I'll do it myself. Can I borrow your needle and thread for use?" Grandma Tong didn't let Songjia take over. "How can a child as young as you know how to mend clothes? Grandma will sew for you, very quickly." Songjia glanced at Mu Nan, and took off her clothes helplessly. Grandma Tong took the clothes and sat on the edge of the kang, squinting her eyes and threading the thread. The old man is probably in his 70s, but his eyes seem to be good. "No problem at all." Zhu Ming said, "Grandma Tong, you have really good eyesight. When my grandma was your age, her eyes were so blurred that she couldn't see clearly." Mr. Tong laughed and said, "She only has good eyesight, and she's not good at anything else. When I first married, I couldn't tell the difference between sugar and salt." Grandma Tong stared at him while mending clothes. "Nonsense, have you cooked less for you these years?" Mr. Tong immediately refused to admit defeat. "That's what I taught you too. Grandma Tong snorted, "It's just your cooking skills that can burn through a pot of soup and stew a pot of meat." The old couple bickered back and forth. Mu Nan leaned on Chin Huari, and finally came out of the terrifying atmosphere that Songjia had described just now, listening to them pull some old things out of the past. After coming out to scold, he couldn't help but said, "I think this is also very good." Chin Huari tilted his head slightly, and said with a low chuckle, "They are like this." Mu Nan hummed, "It's enough to live 70 or 80 years old. And then in the old house where I've lived all my life, it's great to walk to the end with each other's companions." If it were him, he probably wouldn't want to go to any base. Living in his own home with a lover by his side, even waiting for death doesn't seem so scary. The two old men bickered for a while, and finally remembered that there were outsiders in the house, so they stopped. Mr. Tong took out the pot and took out a strip of bacon. "Hungry? Let me make some fumigated rice for you. In the cellar there is also some sauerkraut. I will take one out, chop it up for you, mix it in the rice and cook it together. The white rice can also have a taste." Chin Huari hurriedly stopped the old man. "No need, Grandpa Tong, we have brought food ourselves. How can we eat yours? We would be very grateful if we could stay with you for one night." Mr. Tong said disapprovingly, "There is still some rice at home. You sit, and I'll get the sauerkraut." Grandpa Tong went to the cellar to get things, and it was difficult for them to follow. Grandma Tong was afraid that they would be uncomfortable, so she said, "You can eat at ease. There is a lot of food at home. We are old, and we can't eat so much by ourselves. It's a waste if it's broken, but luckily it's winter now, and things can be stored. If it's like last year's heat, I'm afraid I won't be able to store it." Mu Nan asked curiously, "Grandma, are you and Grandpa Tong the only two people here?" Grandma Tong said, "Of course not. There are people living in the mountains behind. They are all the residents in the front. They used to be near the school. It was too hot last year, and many people couldn't bear it, so they went to live in the mountains. They didn't know them. How did they dig it? They dug out a hole that could live in the mountain wall, and they survived the high temperature. Now I don't know if they have gone to the mountain to escape the cold. During the snowy day, I didn't see many people. After the earthquake, the old man has never been to the mountains, and he doesn't know if it has collapsed." Songjia said, "Then we are the group of people you saw in winter?" Grandma Tong said, "It's the third wave. There were 2 times before. They were driving cars like yours and asked which direction to go in the previous zoo. How many animals can there be in this zoo? After the earthquake, they all ran away. How can we wait? Let people go hunting. There are some monkeys in the mountains, but monkeys can't eat this thing. It's taboo to eat it." Songjia was curious, "What's the taboo for a monkey to eat it?" Grandma Tong returned the sewn clothes to Songjia, and then carefully put away the sewing box. "That's what I heard from my grandma when I was young. In those days, life was hard and the grain output was low. Unlike now, the output of 1 mu of land can feed a person for many years. At that time, the output of 1 mu of land was only a few hundred cattis. When the harvest was not good, people had to dig wild vegetables in the mountains to make ends meet. If you rely on the mountain, you will eat the mountain." Some young people went hunting in the mountain and caught a monkey. Songjia, "What happened after eating? Are you sick?" Grandma Tong said, "After eating it, I became obsessed with the taste of monkey meat. How much meat can a monkey have? The food will hook people, and the hook will die. We discussed going to the mountains to catch monkeys together, but none of them came back. Later, people from the village went to the mountains to search, but only found a pile of clothes, and then found some people's broken limbs in the ravine, and empty, brainless heads. My grandma said, the way those people died, especially the empty heads, is just like the remains of the monkey they ate." Songjia rubbed her arms, and Mu Nan squeezed into Chin Huari's arms. In the middle of the night, there was heavy snow blowing outside. Telling such ghost stories in the room would really scare a person to death. Grandma Tong said, "So, you guys hunt, just hunt chickens and birds. You can't touch monkeys, those things are amazing." Zhu Ming said, "Don't worry, we won't hunt monkeys. Not to mention the existence of monkeys, which belong to primates, it is not so easy to accept psychologically when hunting. Human genes mean that, for humans, monkeys have some susceptibility to virus transmission, such as the terrible Ebola virus. Although the source of the virus has not yet been determined, monkeys are not only fruit bats, one of the biggest ways to infect humans. Based on this alone, let alone hunting, even if he sees monkeys, Zhu Ming will directly let them take a day tour." Soon Mr. Tong came back with frozen hard sauerkraut, defrosted it in a pot on the stove, turned around and went to wash the bacon. but after washing off the black smoke on the surface, the meat inside is very beautiful pink, with a smoky salty taste, mixed with rice and cooked, it is very fragrant, not to mention a little chopped sauerkraut inside, empty mouth just a big bowl of rice. However, they were not so unceremonious about eating other people's food. Although they couldn't refuse the enthusiastic old man Tong, Chin Huari asked Mu Nan to go to the car to get a bag of cereal for the two old people. Of course there is none in the car. The food they bring is some dry food, but the food is put in their own bags, and no one else knows what is in it, so it is not unreasonable for Chin Huari and the others to bring cereal. In such a cold climate, it is necessary to add sugar and heat is necessary. How could the two old people accept the young things? Seeing that they all came out to hunt for a living, they knew that life was not easy, but in the end they couldn't hold back their persistence, and they wouldn't eat the food they cooked if they didn't accept it. They had no choice but to accept it, but they brewed a small pot of oatmeal directly after the meal, and let them each have a drink, which made them happy. Mr. Tong's house has a kang. This kang is not small, anyway, enough people can sleep in a room. Mu Nan let Chin Huari sleep. Chin Huari has to drive during the day. Driving in snow requires a high degree of concentration. Too tired, you could sleep in the car, so he and Songjia kept watch at night. He kept watch in the first half of the night, and Songjia kept watch in the second half. Chin Huari rubbed Mu Nan's head, and stuffed him in a warm place. If you're sleepy, go to sleep. Mu Nan said, I know, you can go to sleep, sleep peacefully, there is me. Chin Huari smiled, lay on the bed and closed his eyes. Then it will be hard work for you. Mu Nan was lying on the bed. Although he had discussed it with Songjia, it was still a matter of habit. He couldn't let go of his wariness towards others. It wasn't that he was wary of Songjia, but it was outside. He was worried about the safety of himself and Chin Huari. I left it to someone else, so I simply let Songjia sleep until dawn. Just as Songjia had slept well, he could observe prey with a telescope during the day, and he would catch up on sleep in the car. Songjia woke up in a daze in the morning, remembered that he had promised him to stay in the middle of the night, sat up quickly, and then looked at Mu Nan who had already started dressing. Why didn't you call me? Did you fall asleep? Mu Nan yawned. No, I'm on guard at night. If I can't wake you up, I'll just let you sleep. Just in time, you've slept well. During the day, keep an eye on the prey's tracks. I want to catch up on sleep. Songjia was a little embarrassed at once. He didn't know he could sleep so soundly, so he quickly said, no problem, you sleep as you sleep. This is outside, and there is no condition for washing, so I can only rinse my mouth with hot water, because if I brush my teeth, the foam in my mouth will turn into ice, and I can't use it around the stove like at home. The basin is still there, so I can only rinse my mouth and wipe my face with a hot towel to wake up. Seeing Chin Huari coming to pour water, Zhu Ming said, your brother doesn't feel safe. He didn't call Songjia at all last night, and Songjia slept next to him. May not know. Chin Huari paused for a moment, and hummed. He had already discovered this. Mu Nan trusted him completely, so when there were only the two of them, Mu Nan was still the same as when he was a child, relying on him, trusting him. As long as he was there, I am not afraid of the sky falling. But to outsiders, they are not as careless as they are in front of him. Instead, they are very vigilant. Even Jianchu, Zhu Ming, and Mu Nan, who are already in a good relationship, have not completely let go of their guard. It was discovered that Mu Nan was not deliberately guarding against others, nor was it out of suspicion or mistrust, but a feeling that in his subconscious, he could only rely on his own feelings. Chapter 99. In the morning, Mr. Tong burned 2 braziers in the firewood room, and warmed the car for them in advance, otherwise the temperature outside was so low that the car would be difficult to start. The group of people I met last time was in the house when it was time to sip hot tea. It took more than an hour to start the car, and I almost couldn't drive back. Before leaving, Zhu Ming asked Mr. Tong, did the people who went hunting before go to the zoo? Mr. Tong, while folding wood, stirred the brazier in the house to make the fire even hotter, pointed, I'm all going there. I think there are a lot of things that can be hunted there. Mu Nan said, Grandpa, you live here, have you seen any animals? Mr. Tong smiled and said, of course I have. I have seen the herd of deer not long ago, but the distance is a little far away. Songjia hurriedly said, how long ago? Which direction did the deer go? Mr. Tong thought for a while. 7 or 8 days ago, I went to populous Euphratica Avenue, but you'd better not go there. I said before that I would artificially build a natural habitat there. I don't know what it was. The swamp is still an artificial lake. Before the weather was hot, the construction was completed there, but it was not open yet, because a child died, and it was covered with green grass or something. It looked like a meadow from a distance. The parents with children think the scenery is good, so they stop to take a picture, and the children are gone. Grandma Tong, who came out of the small kitchen, stuffed the hot pancakes from the kang into their hands. It's nothing in the past now. It's so cold outside, it's already frozen solid and can't fall down. I gave you kang pancakes. Inside are pickled cabbage stuffing. You can take it with you to eat on the road. The old man made it on purpose. They knew that if they didn't take it away, they might not let them go, so Chin Huari and the others had no choice but to thank them and take it. Because the car was warmed up in advance, the car started smoothly. An old man, New Nan, opened the car window and waved to them. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma, it's cold outside, go in quickly. The two old people still looked at them with smiles, until the car drove out of their small courtyard. The two old people sighed, and Mr. Tong patted the snow off his body. Come in, old lady. Grandma Tong put the door curtain in place, and threw a few sticks of firewood into the brazier. They are all a group of half-aged children, about the same age as Cheng Cheng, but they have to start struggling to make a living. These days are so hard. Mentioning their grandson, Mr. Tong stopped talking. He opened the drawer and took out a box of cigarettes, but he hadn't smoked it. He put it under his nose and smelled it. Under the cigarette box was a photo of a spirited guy in military uniform. Mr. Tong sitting on the kang. I was a little distracted. In the morning, there was a group of young men who were lively on the kang. Now it seems deserted. When people are older, they like to be lively, but when they are older, they can't leave their roots. Looking at the snow that began to fall outside again, Mr. Tong held his wife's hand. Young couples come to accompany each other. There are many sufferings in this world, but there is also a lot of happiness. It's worth it. Based on the information obtained from Mr. Tong, Chin Huari and the others planned to try their luck on Huliang Avenue. After the wind and snow stopped, Chin Huari said, look at the place where you can stay early today. I couldn't find it all the time, so I had to go around Populous Avenue and drive the night train back. Songjia looked out the window with the binoculars. Except for Baysway or Baysway, I feel that hunting in the future, unless we can have our own car, we should forget about it. How much food can be exchanged for more than 100 points? It can be regarded as seeking wealth and insurance, but it is a pity that their luck seems to be not very good. New Nan next to him hugged the blanket and started sleeping since he got in the car. Anyway, he took this trip as a tourist from the very beginning. It doesn't matter whether he has gained anything, the important thing is that he can come out and see what the outside looks like. At this time in the previous life, he had been staying in the private base, eating secretly every day, wrapping his body in clothes as much as possible to keep out the cold, and forgetting about going out. Sweeping snow at the door, people almost froze into popsicles, because the private foundation has no polar winter clothes to change at all. He wears some winter clothes stored in the space, but in the winter in the south, the thickest is a down jacket, which can withstand the low temperature of -40 to 50 degrees outside. The road was still fruitless. Chin Huari and Zooming changed hands halfway. When the car stopped, New Nan woke up, although she didn't sleep enough, but she slept all morning. She was a little hungry. Stretched, she tilted her head and looked out the window, and then saw Tuan Bai seemed to be passing by in front of her eyes. New Nan hurriedly said to Chin Huari, I seem to see something moving, but I don't know if I'm delusional. Chin Huari asked, where? New Nan pointed out of the window on his side. There, it's just that snowdrift with scattered heights. Chin Huari said, you and Songjia stay in the car, Nianyu comes down with us to have a look. When Niu heard Chin Huari calling him, she quickly got up from the back seat of the car. Songjia patted Niu's head. Go find some meat, you know. Nianyu whined, as if responding to Songjia, then ran from the back seat of the car to the front seat, and got out of the car with Chin Huari. Zooming carefully observed the surroundings, and found that there was a road with a little shallow snow accumulation, as if he had walked on something not long ago. So he walked along that trail, and Niu followed behind them obediently, until she lowered her head and sniffed the ground until she passed a snowdrift, and Niu started to plan with her claws. Chin Huari and Zooming rushed to help. When the snowdrift was planed away, a grey shadow jumped out. Niu chased after it vigorously, and bit the fat rabbit with sharp canine teeth. Biting the fat rabbit's neck tightly, and violently swinging it left and right, Chin Huari hurried forward, grabbing the rabbit's ears. Nianyu let go immediately. Niu Nan and Jianchu sat in the car and looked out. Although it was hard to see clearly due to the heavy wind and snow, they could still see Niu's pursuit clearly. Seeing that there seemed to be a harvest, the two immediately became happy. No matter what it was, at least it didn't come away empty-handed. Zooming walked up to the hole, and stretched out his hand to check it out. He was wearing thick gloves, and there would be no very fierce things in this rabbit hole, but he was not afraid of being bitten. After groping for a while, he grabbed it out again. I got a fat rabbit. The rabbit is not the pure white domestic pet rabbit, but gray and white fur. Zuming held the rabbit and looked at it, and it was easy to tell that it was wild, with fierce eyes, a small head, and a fierce look. When it was caught in his hand, he struggled hard and even made a very harsh cry. Zuming opened the bag and threw the 2 rabbits into it. Chin Huari pointed to the hole, meaning to ask Zuming if there were any in it. Zuming understood Chin Huari's meaning and nodded. There is more in it. When he was groping just now, there were more than one in it, but the hole was a bit deep and not easy to grasp. After digging in that hole for a long time, Zuming took out a total of 5 rabbits from it, including the one who tried to escape at the beginning. Now they caught 6 rabbits. Newnan ran to the driver's seat, drove the car slowly. Chin Huari opened the door, threw the rabbit in the cloth bag into the car, and took another cloth bag. You are in the car. I and Zuming will look for it again. Maybe there is more than one nest. Newnan nodded. Be careful. Afraid that the movement of the car would startle the animals hiding in the snowdrifts, Newnan didn't get too close, and only followed them when they were far away. However, the rabbit nest did not find the second one, but found a nest of snakes in a tree hole that was only half left. The 2 wore thick gloves and were not afraid of being bitten, but Zuming cut off the snake's head for the first time. After a few drops of blood, it froze immediately, which proved that the snake was just hibernating rather than dead. U-turns don't bleed at all. After confirming that there should be nothing to catch here, Chin Huari and Zuming got into the car. Zuming drove, and Chin Huari sat in the co-pilot. 6 rabbits and 2 snakes, the harvest is not bad. Newnan looked at the rabbits who were still kicking the cloth bag, and said, can we raise these wild rabbits at home? Rabbits seem to breed very fast. Zuming said, don't think about it. The family does not have the conditions to raise it. The temperature, food, and cleaning of the living environment are very laborious. Songjia is more concerned about eating. Is the hare meat edible? He has already been scared by Zuming's science popularization of those with wild words, for fear that after eating this meal, it will be his turn to be cremated in the next meal up. Zuming said, you can eat it, but the meat must be cooked thoroughly. Hare, pheasant, and wild boar are actually not that scary. It's just that the Chi family was unlucky, and they ate sick dead pigs like ours. Be alive and kicking, and be a little bit safer. Newnan made some calculations. 6 rabbits may not be enough for us to eat. It seems that this time, we can only fight teeth. Chin Huari suddenly said, it's not too early to say anything. Newnan grabbed the back of the chair and moved closer to him. Is there something wrong? Chin Huari said, look ahead. Is there a row of footprints? Their car was going downhill just now, and after driving up to the top now, they can clearly see a series of animal footprints on the snow, as if a group of animals passed by here. Looking at the snow on the footprints, the group of animals may have just left. Zuming said, maybe we were lucky and found the herd of deer that Grandpa Tong mentioned. Zuming drove the car to follow the footprints, and soon saw the figure of the deer group. It was a group of sika deer. Zuming said, I know there is a big farm near Sanjiu Road, which specializes in breeding sika deer and ostriches. Although Munan is a local, although the names of some districts beyond the 3rd Ring Road are known, it is not so clear which district they belong to. Is Sanjiu Road very close to here? Chin Huai said, it's not close, it's crossing the district. Songjia clicked his tongue twice. This herd of deer can come here from across the district, and they can survive so many. Shouldn't it be called fate? Zuming said, the weather is too cold. This place is relatively deserted. There is no car, so you can't get here on foot. Although you can find a car that can be used after the earthquake, there is almost no fuel, which is what makes them miserable. The road came back to life. Otherwise, how could such a large group of meat survive to this day when there is no food? Soon the sound of the approaching car alarmed the herd of deer, but the group of sika deer probably belonged to the breeding farm. They seemed to be used to the movement of the vehicle and did not run around in panic, but they ran away in groups at an accelerated speed. The car stopped. Let Nianiu go out and try. Although the sika deer is several times bigger than Nianiu in terms of size, since Nianiu was brought out and her hunting ability was intentionally trained, how could such a good opportunity be missed? After putting Niu out of the car, Chin Huari directly opened the car window and fired at a long distance with a mechanical crossbow. Nan also took his small crossbow and started aiming. Niu quickly rushed towards the deer. When the dog approached, the deer finally, she became flustered and started to run away. Niu, who had a hunting instinct, jumped up and bit the neck of the nearest deer. The deer fell to the ground in pain and struggled desperately. Tighter! New Nan missed several times in a row. The herd of deer was running, the wind and snow were the resistance, and even Chin Huari shot a few times, but luckily, the arrow that had already missed, because the two deer panicked. There was a collision between them, just enough to squeeze one of them under his arrow, and it went straight into the deer's neck. The harvest of this trip depends on the present. Those zooming who fell to the ground ignored them and continued to drive after the deer. Anyway, there are no other people here, so just go back and pick them up later. Nianyu killed a deer. Immediately after that, he changed his target, running wildly in the snow with a vigorous posture. His body with white hair was almost mixed with baichu. After chasing for about an hour, the herd of deer had already dispersed, mainly because they didn't have many arrows left, and I don't know how many arrows they could get back in this way. Songjia called Nianyu back. After running in the snow for so long, the dog was frozen stupid. Fortunately, it kept running, and its paws were not damaged by freezing, but they were still icy cold. Songjia hurriedly gave it rub the soles of your feet to warm them up. They caught a total of 4 deer, 3 big ones, 1 small one, even the small one weighed more than 100 kgs, and the big ones felt at least 105 to 200. Nianyu killed the big ones, Xiao, the other 2 were shot by Chin Huari, and Mu Nan's arrow pierced precisely one of the deer's buttocks. Several people lifted the dead deer into the rear compartment, and Mu Nan pulled out the arrow from his buttocks. At least it hit the target, although it only hit one buttock. Chin Huari said, "It's very good. We have no experience for the first time. We are very lucky to have such a harvest. For deer, a bag of rabbits, and the rabbits are still alive. This trip has completely paid off, and there is still a lot of surplus." Several people tied the cloth behind them, and when they want to return to the residential area, the things on the car you can't show it to others in a big way, you have to cover it up no matter what. On the way there, I was not familiar with the road conditions and had to observe the surroundings, so I walked very slowly, and there were traces of passing by when I went back. I didn't have to worry about potholes that I hadn't walked through, so the return speed was very fast, almost flying. A few people returned directly by the same route, because it was faster if they had experience. Naturally, they passed by the courtyard of the 2 old people of Tong's family. Zooming got off the car and gave 2 live rabbits to the 2 old people. There is a lot of meat earned, and there is no shortage of food. 2 old people live here alone. Although there is a lot of food in the cellar, there is not much meat. They have accepted each other's kindness. Now that they have the conditions, they naturally want to give back some. Without waiting for the old man to refuse, Zooming left the rabbit and ran out. Mr. Tong failed to catch up. Looking at the 2 bunnies in the house, his eyes were a little red, and he sighed with emotion. They are all good boys. Kept going back and forth, and it was midnight when they got back to the base. They drove directly to building. Building was always guarded by soldiers, like the handover of rented vehicles was also in building, but if there is a transfer of goods, you have to go to the logistics department. The logistics department is a greenhouse built later. Some soldiers on duty live here, and some warehouses for goods are also settled here, but ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Yes, you can only go in with soldiers. This late at night, the people in the logistics department had a rest early. They thought something was wrong when they heard the commotion outside, but they saw the car drove in, and saw the cover of the rear compartment pulled open, and suddenly, a good guy, "What kind of luck is this for you? This luck is too good." Chin Huari got out of the car and helped them drag the 4 deer out of the car. It took more than 10 hours to get back, and the deer had already been frozen hard. Zuming said, "If these are handed in, how will the points be calculated?" The logistics department said, 4 points, a catty of meat, directly weighed, including the belt and bone. As for the meat to be sold outside, of course it is not the price. Now that the new currency has started to promote, points are yuan. It's just that because of the heavy snowstorm, some machines and equipment were stuck on the road and they haven't come here. When conditions permit, they will get a new ID card, and there will be no points, so they can only pay online. Chin Huari said, "Where are the live rabbits?" 11 from the logistics department. "Is there still alive? Let me see." Mu Nan took the rabbits out of the bag and gave 2 to Grandpa Tong, and there were 4 left. 1 was bitten to death by Nianyu, and only 3 remained alive. The soldiers in charge of handover skillfully turned the rabbits over for inspection. There were 3 rabbits, 1 female and 2 males. Because they were caught in a nest, Mu Nan said, they may be mother and son, father and daughter, or brothers and sisters. The soldiers in the logistics department said indifferently, inbreeding rabbits can also breed, as long as they can be fed. The disadvantages of inbreeding are some genetic defects, slow growth and high mortality, but there are not many living animals that can be kept in captivity. Breeding is successful, and other things will be discussed later. The rabbit that died at the end asked, as long as it is cooked through, it's fine to eat. They don't belong to the jungle area here, and it's not as virus infected as some jungle meat. The deer are obviously raised in the farm, but to be on the safe side, they still have to go through a quality inspection. It's too late today, so all these things are left here. After they have checked and the meat is all right, let's see how much they want to take back and how many points they can exchange for. Chin Huari and the others decided to divide the deer, and exchange the other three live rabbits, and 2 dead snakes 4 points. They also informed the location of the 2 old people of the Tong family. He and Grandma Tong would like to come to the base, at least let the soldiers know that there are 2 old people over there. Let them go and have a look. The soldiers sent them back home. It was so late, and people couldn't walk back. It's so cold outside. I'm afraid they'd freeze to death on the way back. I've been too tired for the past 2 days. I'm tired of driving, and I'm also tired of the car, and the spirit was tense all the way, and I couldn't sleep well at night, so I went back to my respective houses and had a good rest first, before talking about other things. Chin Huari's stove was burning. When they left, they opened the door of the garage. They said that if they didn't come back in 2 or 3 days, they would ask Jianchu and the others to come over and help to light the fire, so that the fire wouldn't go out. When I got home, the fire in the stove was still very hot, obviously it had just been added. New Nan took off his clothes and sat down directly by the stove. While warming himself, he said, "It's still comfortable at home, shall we go hunting next time?" Chin Huari said, "I won't go, this time I was lucky to harvest so much, and I don't need to go out so frequently. Maybe there will be more and more people hunting in the future. If this is maintained throughout the winter, I will go out once every 2 months. It's almost the same, that is, there are more people hunting, and the number of animals being hunted is probably less and less." New Nan nodded, "That's not bad, it won't be too busy and tired for life, and it won't be completely closed at home. Brother, do you want to take a shower? Do you want to eat something after taking a shower?" Chin Huari said, "If you're hungry, you can eat a little bit. Let's take a bath first. After washing, we'll sit on the kang and eat. You wash first. I'll go upstairs to see the vegetable garden." New Nan directly took out a big wooden bucket on the spot. The water in it was also hot water that had been prepared long ago, taking a bath next to the stove on the first floor, and there is still a fire to keep warm. If you go to the bathroom to take a bath, it is called cold. Heating with charcoal fire requires a long time in advance of residual heat. Fortunately, I wear a lot of clothes in winter, and I don't sweat on my body, so I rinse it a little bit, for 10 days and a half months, and then take a good and thorough bath with the residual heat in the bathroom, and live the current life. He, a native of the south, I finally got the joy of taking a bath. The fire at home has not been cut off, the heat upstairs has been maintained, the planted on the 2nd floor has broken the ground, and the fruit on the 3rd floor is also growing well. If this continues, there will be a harvest in half a month. It's a bit late, and the supper is too greasy and it's not very good. It's probably because I haven't eaten for a long time. New Nan suddenly wants to eat instant noodles. Unlike others, he started from the government's distribution of relief food. He has always been eating delicious food, but he has never eaten instant noodles, especially Chin Huari did not let him eat instant noodles. Speaking of it, he seems to have had it. He hasn't eaten instant noodles for 2 years. Chin Huari couldn't stand his eager eyes, so he could only say, "Soak for 1 serving, half for 1 person." New Nan didn't expect to go to bed soon. Chin Huari would let him eat a portion of it alone. Although there is really not much instant noodles, a big man would be gone in 3 or 2 mouthfuls, but it is still very satisfying to eat after eating. New Nan also sighed. Sometimes it is good to simply soak it, and sometimes it is cooked separately, and it is also great to add ingredients and cheese. Chin Huari laughed and said, "I haven't finished this meal, but I'm thinking about the next meal." New Nan put the finished instant noodles in a bucket of snow, and washed them with water before putting them back in the space. Anyway, he put away most of these reusable things, in case it happens to come in handy someday. Useful. After eating a little bit, he wasn't full, but he wasn't hungry either. Then he lay down on the kang, his whole body relaxed, and New Nan felt drowsy. Just when he was about to let himself fall asleep, his whole body was suddenly moved, and was directly moved into his arms by Chin Huari. New Nan turned over. "No more, I'm so tired." Chin Huari wrapped his arms around his waist, and hugged New Nan tightly in his arms. "I just want to hug you to sleep. Where did I go?" Or is it a duplicity? Is it really what I want? New Nan kicked him under the quilt. You are duplicity. Chin Huari clamped New Nan's cold feet between his legs and kissed his earlobe. Sure enough. New Nan hummed, so what? Chin Huari, sure enough, I'm still comfortable at home. Chapter 100. When they came back, there was a lot of movement. Although there was a key and they didn't need Jianchu to open the door, they still woke up, opened the door and popped up to have a look. Although they were a little curious about whether they had been going well for the past 2 days, they just came back. He was tired all the way, so he didn't ask any more questions. He just asked after he rested. Seeing Zhu Ming get up the next day, Jianchu hurriedly asked, "How is it? Did it go well? Seeing that you didn't bring anything back, did you catch it?" Zhu Ming said with a smile, "It's very lucky, but I don't think there will be a second chance of this kind of luck. We found a herd of deer and hunted 4 deer, sicker deer. The military department asked about the route we took. Where there are deer found, it is estimated that they will go there soon to find them, and if they can find them, they may try their best to capture them alive and breed them." Jianchu was startled. The herd of deer? What kind of luck is this? Zhu Ming said, "There are also rabbits and snakes. We brought a rabbit back. It's not too small. It's as big as half a girl when you pick it up. At least it weighs 7 or 8 katis. I put it at Chin Huari's place. They say we will be together at night. Eat a rabbit meat pot." Jianchu couldn't help but let out a wow. "It's amazing. How did you spend the night outside?" Zhu Ming, "I met 2 nice old people who took us in." Zhu Ming and Jianchu were eating together, and the stove was always on fire. Although they could do their own things separately, it was troublesome and time-consuming. Anyway, Zhu Ming would put some rice noodles on the stove, which was regarded as the food fee. At the beginning of cooking, Jian would just be one more person. The big men are not too fussy, and they get along well. Early in the morning, Jianchu cooked the noodles, threw away a few slices of bacon that she bought earlier, and some sauerkraut found in the ruins. While eating, Zhu Ming explained the situation along the way, although it might not be the next time. "I can be so lucky this time, but I will definitely go out again when I go out. I guess it will be Jianchu and the others next time I go out, so it is necessary to pass on experience." When eating breakfast here, Mu Nan and the others hadn't gotten up yet, and they slept late at night, but I don't know if they ate something before going to bed, but they were more likely to be hungry in the morning. Mu Nan was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes, but he was so hungry panicked. "I was so hungry that I had acid reflux, so I couldn't help but sat up and tried to suppress the surging feeling." Chin Huari stroked his back gently. "What's wrong? Stomach upset?" Mu Nan shook her head, "Very hungry and sleepy." Chin Huari said, "Then eat something before going to bed." Mu Nan rubbed her eyes and yawned. "What do you eat? Porridge?" Chin Huari shook his head. "Don't eat porridge. White porridge will burn your heart. Eat some burritos and drink some soy milk. Don't drink milk if you don't want to eat burritos. Steamed buns are fine too." Mu Nan ate half a steamed bun and drank half a cup of soy milk. After feeling a little better in his stomach, he fell back to sleep again. Chin Huari saw that he fell asleep again after a while, so it was obvious that he was really sleepy, so he closed the quilt for him, touched his hands and feet under the quilt. They were all warm, and then got up to deal with the matter. The vegetable pots upstairs need to be watered, the ground needs to be cleaned up a bit, the dirty clothes that the 2 of them changed yesterday need to be washed, and the rabbit needs to be thawed and skinned. The rabbit was killed by Nian Yu, so only the neck has there are 2 holes, and the size of the whole rabbit is not small. Take off the fur and clean it up and save it. If you save more in the future, you can make a scarf or a vest. After Chin Huari has processed all the rabbit meat, there is almost nothing to throw away, except for some inedible internal organs. Let Songjia cook it for Nu to eat, like the rabbit head that he doesn't know how to make. You can also give Nu to eat. Now that there are too few meat sources, dogs can only eat rice and noodles, and occasionally eat animal offal, which is regarded as a tooth-fighting sacrifice. Chin Huari put the cut rabbit meat through the water first, boiled off some blood foam, and it will be much cleaner when it is put into the pot. The wild rabbit needs to be cooked for a while. It is safe to cook through, and it is delicious when cooked, so in the afternoon, the rabbit is already burning in the pot. Mu Nan woke up smelling the smell of meat, and stretched comfortably. When Chin Huari heard the movement, he lifted the curtain and looked at the person who was still rolling lazily on the bed, and stepped forward amusedly. "If you sleep again, it will be night." Mu Nan took out his mobile phone to check the time. It was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the first time he opened his mouth, He had a hoarse voice. "What's for lunch?" Chin Huari pulled him up from the bed and dressed him one by one. "I made tomato beef brisket, which should be stewed by now, and I will fry a plate of stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers later. What kind of vegetables do you want to eat? Take a handful out and stir-fry until it's green, and the rice is stuffed, and I'll wait for you to get up and eat. Now that the weather is cold, I don't even need a refrigerator, so I just put it in a place far away from the stove, and the vegetables and meat are frozen directly, such as green vegetables. Frozen ones are not good, so Munan didn't put the vegetables outside, and take them from the space when you want to eat them. But for some meat, Munan directly puts a part of them outside. Maybe cooking will make life more lively, so even if there are ready-made vegetables in the space, yes, but as long as conditions permit, Chin Huai is more willing to spend time on 3 meals a day, unless it is something that is not suitable for outside, such as barbecue. Munan slowly got up from the bed, took a small basin to the stove and squatted to wash. The beef brisket can be stewed for a long time. The more stewed, the softer it becomes, but the shredded pork with green pepper is more delicious when it is just out of the pot. Munan is squatting on the stove, brushing his teeth and washing his face, and Chin Huari is cooking on the other side of the stove. The smell of life was about to permeate, and the last stir-fried vegetable was served on the small dining table on the kang, and Munan climbed onto the bed after washing his face. When Chin Huari was holding the bowl to serve the rice, Munan said, "Leave it, I want to save my stomach for the evening meal." He is not greedy for meat, but he eats it lively when there are many people, and now he is full. If you can't eat much, the dinner party will lose its fun. Chin Huari served him a bowl of rice in a small bowl. Munan tasted the beef brisket, and it was stewed until it melted in the mouth. It must have been pressured in a pressure cooker, otherwise, it would have been impossible to cook the beef in a morning. The stew is so thorough, but the taste is very good, especially delicious, so I directly poured the soup on the rice. The taste is absolutely amazing. The green vegetables are stir-fried lettuce leaves that Munan quite likes, and it is served with a mouthful of green peppers, shredded pork, super rice. He said he wanted to save his stomach for dinner, but his eyes were still on the brisket. Chin Huari smiled. "Another bowl?" Munan shook her head. "No, I want to eat rabbit meat tonight." Munan is not greedy for meat, but his neighbors are already greedy. He wants to eat at Chin Huari's side, mainly because Chin Huari and the others have a lot of seasonings. For example, only Chin Huari and the others have those ingredients. None of the redemption points had to be sold. Chin Huari was in charge of killing, making materials and working hard. The rabbit skin naturally belonged to them, but Chin Huari was willing to make such a fuss not for a skin. It was purely because Munan liked to eat what he made. The place to eat is still next to the fire stove. The fire is burning on the stove, and it is bright and warm. Before the meal time, the meat-hungry neighbors came over early. Munan had already cleaned up the first floor. Things that should appear outside, such as accumulators, and various snacks and drinks, are all stored in the space. Jane Chulai also brought his homemade playing cards, which are made of cardboard, in various colors, thick and thin. Cut into the cards are the same size, and then I draw them with a pen, and I can bear it if I can bear it, but the thickness of the cards is different, and I couldn't even hold it in my hand. Munan sighed, then went to the cabinet to get a deck of playing cards. Jianchu was dumbfounded looking at a new box of cards. "Where did you come from?" Munan said, "I brought it at home. I kept it in my bag all the time. At that time, I thought I could play with it when I was resting and bored on the road. But when I was walking all the way, I stopped and just wanted to sleep, so I didn't take it out." Jianchu looked at him in bewilderment, and then looked at his rough work. Munan laughed loudly. "I originally wanted to say that I have, but I see that you are doing it with great enthusiasm, and I don't want to discourage your enthusiasm. Who knew that you made it like this? I can take this thick deck of cards in one hand. Can't live." Jianchu did not hesitate to discard the finished product of his hard work. The cardboard was directly donated to Munan and his family stove, and then he took Songjia and the three of them to play fighting the landlord, and Chin Huari made tea for Yu Zaibai and the others. I brought it back from the office when I went to work, originally to make milk tea for Munan, but Munan likes black tea, not this kind of pure, and he doesn't like tea, so it can be used to entertain others. The rabbit meat is still stewed in the pot, and the tomato soup is boiled in the small pot on the other side. The neighbors know that they have tomatoes, but the amount of the result is not enough now, and they have to be covered for a few days before they can be eaten. Green peppers, it grows well, and it may be more durable than tomatoes. It does not require so much soil and temperature, and it bears a lot of fruit, so after the rabbit meat is stewed, make a tiger skin green pepper. As for whether there are people who don't like green peppers, I don't think it's a problem. I haven't eaten green things for so long, and I love them even if I don't like them. Nan and the others were playing cards, and Yu Zaibai and the others were discussing the next trip. Zhu Ming said, if you want to go, it's best to go once in a few days, and wait for a weather where the wind and snow are not so heavy, and the temperature is getting lower and lower now. It feels like if it continues to drop, you won't even be able to get out of the door. Jian Chu, who was playing cards, asked, what's the temperature now? After the power outage, there was no internet, and now I even take my body temperature once a week. I don't even know what the temperature is outside, it's just cold anyway. Chin Huari said, it may have broken through -50 degrees. Jian Chu, damn it, you're so cruel. I've experienced a high temperature of 50 or 60 degrees in this life. Do I want to experience a low temperature of -50 or 60 degrees again? Songjia asked curiously, how many degrees was the Antarctic and the North Pole before? Wu Zheng said, it's about 50 degrees below zero. Songjia said, that's okay, at least it's within the range where human beings can live, and you don't have to worry about being frozen to death. Nan smiled, in places where humans live, the lowest temperature is -70 degrees. I don't know if it will be that cold. He felt that the first winter in his previous life should not have reached that level. To that extent, he would freeze to death even if he had space. After all, he hadn't prepared anything, and there was only a little food and a down jacket in the space. Yu Zaibai looked at Zhu Ming, then will you go hunting next time? If it's just him and Jian Chu, he thinks it's better not to take any risks. Before Zhu Ming could speak, Songjia raised her hand directly, I'm still going. Although he knew that the harvest might not be as good as the first time, but he tasted the sweetness, and with Nianyu's support, he still wanted to try again. Wu Zheng looked at Songjia and didn't stop him. Songjia was actually much more independent than he thought. It was just that Songjia was very dependent on him when he took care of everything. Jia was also able to take care of himself, and it was only after this incident that he realized that the child who ran away from home with a school bag on his back and came to him and asked him, are you my brother, has grown up. Chin Huari said, we won't go. There is still a pot of fuel left from last time. You don't need to buy extra fuel this time. The points can be used to rent for a day or two. Zhu Ming said, I'll go. Staying at home is also staying at home. Go out for a walk, people have things to do, and the energy will be better. Yu Zaibai said, the next time I come to take my temperature, I'll ask about renting a vehicle. During the 2 days you were away, we could hear the sound of vehicles driving out of the yard. I heard it at least 3 times. It felt like hunting. Yes, car rentals must be booked in advance. Jian Chu said to Nan, that's just right. You stay at home this time. I leave the garage door open. Remember to help us add some firewood when you are at home. Nan, don't worry. I will definitely not let your stove cool down. Chin Huari uncovered the pot of rabbit meat, and there were aniseed ingredients and dried peppers in it. Although there was nothing else as a base, it was just a pot of pure rabbit meat, but the pot was full of meat, and they were still drooling. Not even playing cards. Jian Chu sniffed the fragrance, and said softly, a rabbit has so much meat? Nan gestured to him, it's such a big one, it's not comparable to those pet rabbits. I've never seen a wild rabbit before, I thought it was a mutated animal, but my brother said that some wild rabbits are really long, they are very big, and I don't know what they are eating now. The green plants outside are all sun-dried, and it is a bit of a skill to grow so big and live to this day. Jian Chu smiled and said, I really hope that animals will be flooded in the future, so that at least there will be no worries about food. If the environment is really bad, even the animals will starve to death. I can't imagine how I will live in that day. Chin Huari took out all the rabbit meat, fried a plate of tiger skin peppers, didn't make much rice, thought he was going to eat the meat, and when the dishes were on the table, Jian Chu directly sent the 2 rabbit legs to Nan and Songjia put one in each of his bowls, in case you push it around, the younger ones will eat first. He just thought that there were only 2 rabbit legs, and it would not be good for so many people to eat them. So Chin Huari chopped the rabbit legs into small pieces, but the 2 rabbit leg bones still had a bit of meat and they were not all chopped, so Song Watjia and Nan gnawed was only a little bit of meat on the bones. Nan looked at Songjia, can Nianyu eat this bone? Songjia nodded, yes, you can up the smell from the bones. It has a bit of a spicy taste. After you it up, give it back. Nianyu on the side had already been waiting with her tongue licked. When someone mentioned it, she knew that it was going to be eaten by it. While eating, Zhu Ming calculated the points that could be exchanged this time, and said, I want to exchange some rice and coal for stockpiling this time. I asked yesterday if coal is available, and they said yes, but the amount is not much. 1.10 catis, just that kind of briquette. 1 briquette is 2 catis, and 1 point can only be exchanged for 5. Jianchu couldn't calculate in his heart for a long time. How long can 1 coal burn? Zhu Ming said, it's a big fire for cooking, and 1 coal only burns for 1 or 2 hours. If it is smoldering at night with the stove cover on, making the kang bed a little hot, it may only take 2 or 3 a night. As for us, this kind of stove is built with firewood, but our firewood can be saved by at least half compared to now, and 2 coals are stuffed in it at night, so we don't need to get up at night to add firewood. Jianchu said, it's okay to do this calculation. The supplies for the winter are too scarce now. 1 point can be exchanged for 5 coals. Now being able to keep warm is life-saving. If you have some, buy more. I'm afraid it will be more difficult in the future. A pot of rabbit meat was eaten without any leftovers. He is a big man with a big appetite. Even if he has rice as a base, he hasn't eaten meat for such a long time. It's inevitable that he will be indulged. Jianchu touched his stomach and sighed. I can't wait to go out. Mu Nan looked at Wu Zheng and the others. Then we need to accumulate some weapons. The arrows they shot along the way failed to recover many, but those arrows were made by themselves later, although they were made of wood. But the lethality is not small. The main force of the production is Wu Zheng. He can walk around and take care of himself now, but he was so cold before, and he can't be raised in such a short time. He has nothing to do and doesn't want to lie down all day. Just make arrows. So at the moment they are discussing improvements, and with experience, they will know how to save materials and increase lethality. Anyway, Mu Nan doesn't understand, and Jianchu doesn't understand what angle or range. He just needs to take the finished product they made and follow suit. Songjia hugged Nu and sat by the fire, looked at Mu Nan and said, it's strange, we feel like a big family. Jianchu smiled, if it's really a big family, maybe we don't get along so well. No matter how familiar they are now, they are just friends after all, and there should be a proper social distance between friends. If they are relatives, I am afraid it is not as harmonious as it is now. Speaking of the big family, Jianchu said, the chief family has been in a lot of trouble during the 2 days you were away. Mu Nan immediately gossiped, what's the trouble? Jianchu said, isn't Chi Kangmin's nephew gone? Just the night before yesterday, his sister suddenly took a knife to kill her brother. Mu Nan and Songjia were shocked immediately. Really? Jianchu nodded, it was really cut, but it was a woman after all, and I probably panicked when I did it. Anyway, I didn't die, but I got a deep wound on my arm. They knew that there was a doctor in our yard, and they came to knock on me in the middle of the night. I asked for help, but Zhu Ming wasn't there, so there was nothing I could do in the end. That Chi Kangmin's father, so late, rode his bike to the number 1 building to ask for help, fell halfway and broke his arm. Songjia was full of curiosity. It's just why, if you really hate it so much, isn't it when your son just died, the hatred was the strongest? It must have been about 10 days and a half months ago. Jianchu said, his younger sister's husband seems to be called Yu. That man is just a grandma. His grandma is getting old and her teeth are not good, so there are few teeth left. She usually eats less. That day his grandma didn't eat a single bite of the meat, because she couldn't chew it, so she was fine. But in the end, the great-grandson disappeared, which was a big blow to the old man. Songjia said, the old man is gone? Jianchu waved his hand, it's still there, but Chi Kangmin's sister gave birth to a son not long ago, and she seemed to be ill, which was quite serious. In the end, she took the womb to save her life, and the son she raised so big was gone. I can't give birth anymore, that Yu doesn't seem to want her anymore, and he said that the incense in their Yu family can't be broken. Anyway, he took his grandma away, a big man, it's not impossible to support an old man. Anyway, he left. Mu Nan and Songjia couldn't help but look at each other. Is there a throne to be inherited? Natural disasters and man-made disasters, people will die. I don't know if there will be tomorrow, and the incense can't be broken? If you dislike it or don't love it, just say it. What kind of incense is it? Mu Nan, then what's the situation with their family now? Jianchu shrugged, I don't know, I didn't hear anything today. Now the Chi family has a father who broke his hand, a son whose hand was cut, and a younger sister who can't think about it at any time. In a family of 11, there are only 3 left. I am afraid they will move out soon, otherwise they will not be able to pay the rent. Mu Nan sighed, life is so difficult, so many things have to happen, and I have gone through such terrible disasters, and I haven't even learned to cherish the people in front of me. Jianchu also sighed, isn't it? After such a terrible earthquake, it is not easy to have such a complete family, but I don't know how to cherish it. After gossiping, eating and drinking enough, everyone went back to their respective houses. On the third day, the person who came to take their temperature came and brought the news that they exchange points for deer. 3 adult deer, plus rabbits and 2 snakes, averaged the whole family can exchange for 900 points. The deer weighs only 110 catties, and the edible internal organs are also divided. If you can't eat it, the dog can eat it, so I leave it to new. The family divided more than 30 catties. Even the meat and bones, although Jianchu and the others didn't go, they still gave them a deer bone and 5 catties of meat, and it happened that the remaining 3 families could distribute them equally, and there was no such thing as which family had more and which had less. Nan looked at a big pot full of meat, and couldn't help saying, "Hey, I feel so rich in an instant." Jinhuari cleaned the deer bones a bit, and put some big bones that were not easy to chew directly into the big pot on the stove. Fortunately, the pot was big enough, and those bones that were only slightly handled by the soldiers could also be put in. Nan helped Jinhuari pour water into the pot. "How long are we going to drink such a big pot of soup?" Jinhuari said, "It's not much cooked, drink a little. In the morning, you can cook noodles with soup for breakfast. You can finish it soon. If you want to eat hot pot, you can also use deer bone soup as the bottom of the pot. If you want spicy food, I will put some for you. Spicy, the bottom of this pot is not as strong as the butter pot, but it is still delicious." Nan clicked his tongue and said, "I've grown so big, I haven't eaten venison or drank deer bone soup before." Jinhuari smiled. He had eaten it before, and the taste was no different from ordinary meat. The venison tastes pretty good, quite nourishing. After pouring the water, Nan put the lid on the pot. "What are you nourishing? Kidney?" Jinhuari smiled meaningfully, replenishing the spleen and qi, warming the kidneys and strengthening the yang. Nan snorted, and looked at Jinhuari, who purposely elongated his tone. "Oh." Jinhuari picked up Nan and threw it on the kang. Nan couldn't help laughing because of the trouble. When the curtain was put down and the quilt was lifted, the deer bone soup in the pot was bubbling, and the young couple on the kang were frolicking. Noisy. Chapter 101. Jianchu and the others prepared for more than a week, and they finally made an appointment for a car, but it was him and Zhu Ming who drove. Jianchu knew how to drive. The surrogate driver sometimes works very late, usually at 1 or 2 in the morning. It is inconvenient to go back to the dormitory, and it will disturb the sleep of the classmates. It is too late and the door is locked and they cannot go back, so they rent a house outside. Compared to him, Yu Zaibai doesn't have many opportunities to drive. It should be said that after getting his driver's license, he hasn't driven much. Although the courtyard is very quiet on weekdays, after the people next door left, probably because they knew that there was no one in the house, the whole courtyard felt quieter. Nan, who had nothing else to do except sweeping the snow every day, there is an illusion that the whole time seems to slow down. Holding the mirror in his hand, Nan watched Jinhuari cut off his hair bit by bit. Although he needed a bit of hair to keep warm in winter, he hadn't cut it for a few months. His hair was almost reaching his neck. It was too long and it would get oily, so he had to do it often wash, so it's better to cut it shorter. At worst, just wear a few more hats, cut me more handsome. Jinhuari smiled. "Who do you want to be so handsome?" Nan hummed and said, "I'll look in the mirror myself." "Hey, don't cut it too short here, leave it a little longer, the sideburns look good if they are a little bit. Jinhuari, if you want to cut it shorter. Don't you think it's troublesome to wash your hair? It's so cold now. If your hair grows, it dries slowly, and it's easy to catch cold." Nan snorted. "Obviously you think I always say that you are pressing my hair. My hair is so short, you can still press my hair." Jinhuari cut it on Nan's head. "Whoever told you to sleep with your head covered and like to roll over? Now that you cut it short, you won't be able to press it down." Nan likes to flip when he sleeps, and Jinhuari likes to hug him tightly. Sometimes when Jinhuari hugs him a little tighter, he tends to press his face sideways on his hair. As soon as he tried to flip, he was pulled awake, so his hair, although it is not as long as girls', it is still occasionally crushed. After a while, the broken hair had fallen all over the floor, and Nan looked at his own short hair, and looked at Jinhuari with dissatisfaction. "You are not good at this craft. This cut has no shape at all. Cut it for me so many times. There is no progress at all." Jinhuari reached out and stroked his hair. "It's as long as it's comfortable. Go take a shower." Nan was not in a hurry to take a shower, and took the scissors directly. "It's time to show off your skills. I'll give you a super handsome cut." Jinhuari refused ruthlessly. "No need, please cut it short for me, thank you." New Nan felt that his body skills had no room for display, so he even cut Chin Huari's hair. On the second day after the haircut, the person who came to take his temperature informed them that the equipment was in place and he was going to renew his ID card. Only after changing the ID card can we be eligible for vaccination. New Nan exploded in an instant. I told you to cut me handsome. After it's so ugly, take an ID card. Originally, the ID photo was ugly enough. Chin Huari laughed and said, let's see, he's very handsome. He looks good when he cuts his hair short, but it doesn't look good when his hair grows. Don't worry, he has good facial features, and he's just as handsome in ID photos. ID cards are replaced in batches, and the time has been notified, so you have to go within the notified time, otherwise there will be too many people, and it's too unsafe to crowd in a crowd. The prevention and control on the ground is so good, but there can't be any troubles because of the crowds, so it's done batch by batch based on the registered information. The place to replace the ID card is the greenhouse, but the greenhouse was originally a planting area, and it was arranged at the army base before. It is a bit far from the residential area, and it is unrealistic to walk there on foot, so the time will be notified from above, according to batches, driving a military car to take people there in batches and then bring them back. The replacement point will be set on the side of the greenhouse. First, because there is a separate greenhouse there, the temperature is too low, and some electronic equipment cannot be used. Another reason is that there are more people on the side of the greenhouse, and most of them gather there. On the other side, it will be more convenient for more people to be placed there. The conditions of the people in the residential area are slightly better, and they have thick clothes. The people on the other side of the greenhouse may not even have any clothes to protect themselves from the cold. This is Mu Nan's first time going out to a place with many people. The last time he hunted, he went directly to a place with few people, and most people would not go out if they had nothing to do, so he felt like he hadn't seen him for a long time. People, now their group is basically from the villa area, and they gather directly in building number 1. As for Jianchu and the others who are not at home, they may be assigned to the next group. At the same time, it seems that the time for card renewal has also been moved back, so only Chin Huari and Mu Nan went out this time. The weather on the day of changing the ID card was good, the wind and snow stopped and there was still some sunshine. Although the sun could not feel the slightest warmth, it was better than the wind and snow. The way they went to building number 1 was on the main road. Because there are always patrol vehicles on the main road, the snow is often cleared, and straw mats are laid to prevent slipping. When they passed along the way, they encountered many people who were also walking towards building number 1. People, young and old, adults and children. Some children are probably rarely let out, seeing that the snow on both sides of the road is almost higher than themselves, so excited, throwing snowballs before and after running. Mu Nan was led by Chin Huari and walked slowly. Although there were straw mats, it was still a bit slippery. During their walk, at least 3 fell to the ground. Mu Nan looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but said, if you look at it this way, it doesn't look like a disaster year at all. The people in thick clothes and the children playing around, although they are bald, are covered and piled up by snow. On the contrary, the environment has a different flavor, at least it is much better than what he saw in the private base in his previous life. At that time, it may be that the control was not strict, or no one was in charge at all. The builders of the private base were always thinking of collecting oil and water from the masses. There were many cases of robbery and murder, especially some women were more dangerous. Of course, nowadays in this day and age, men are not safe, especially good-looking ones. Anyway, in his last life, even though there was water throughout the winter, his face had never been cleaned. So such a comparison further reflects the benefits of following the national government in times of crisis. Chin Huari said, I just hope it can get better every year. After arriving at building number 1, I waited for a while before waiting for the military card. The military card is used to transport supplies. Naturally, there is no place to sit in the back compartment, but if you stand, you may not be able to sit as the vehicle moves. Stand firm unless you're packed like a can of sardines. In the end, there were 50 people in a car, and they all sat down on the spot. It only took about 10 minutes for the car to drive there. Although the air was stuffy and there were a lot of people, I was afraid of catching a cold. I'm afraid I haven't bathed all winter, and my body smelled a little, but it's okay to endure. Anyway, Mu Nan and Chin Huari wore masks with scented tablets under the scarves that wrapped their faces. After driving to the planting base, Mu Nan saw a lot of bungalows with a large area. Chin Huari said before that this kind of bungalows are built with planting greenhouses, which block the sun in summer and block the snow in winter. If they want to grow food, the climate has always been so extreme, so it can only be grown indoors. But there should be people living in it now, but I don't know how many people can live in such a big one-story house. Just as New Nan was curious, the soldier in charge of leading the team to register and take pictures satisfied his curiosity. The place to take pictures was in one of the bungalows with warm sheds. The soldiers walked in with people, and the originally quiet environment suddenly changed. It became noisy, and a greenhouse was built in the one-story house. People who sheltered from the cold here lived in the greenhouse, just like the previous planting greenhouse, but the whole greenhouse was bigger, and the insulation film was also hung on the roof. There is no need to consume the support of the internal space, and there are densely packed people inside, because there is a temperature difference between the inside and outside of the temperature insulation film of the greenhouse, and the water vapor caused by the temperature difference cannot be seen clearly inside, but you can still vaguely see that many people are directly sleeping on the ground. There may be a quilt spread, because there is not enough space. The sleeping is relatively close, almost people are sleeping next to each other. In fact, the conditions inside the greenhouse were not bad at first. At least there was an aisle between people to walk, so that they would not be so crowded that they were almost stuck together. But as more and more people live in, people who have been rescued from the outside and those who have passed the quarantine observation are gradually resettled in the greenhouse. There is no electricity, no gas, and no way to heat them. Those who have the ability to live in the house, after all, there are a small number of them. Most of them have almost nothing after the earthquake. If they don't live in a greenhouse, they will only freeze to death. Therefore, after the living environment gets worse and worse, no one leaves. It's better to squeeze than to be outside. Good to freeze to death. New Nan subconsciously moved closer to Chin Huari. If it was said that the way he came here, he didn't think it was a disaster year. Now that he was in the greenhouse, everything he saw reflected the hardships of the disaster year. There is a separate office in the bungalow. The office was used to live in the soldiers on duty. So many people live together, there must be some conflicts, and the crowd is too dense, which is not good for disease prevention and control. Therefore, a bungalow, at least 2 offices were built inside, one for the soldiers on duty and one for the medical staff to rest on duty. At this moment, one of them was cleared out as a place for taking photos and registering. One by one, it is estimated that fingerprints must be checked to fill in the information. It was quite slow, and before it was my turn, I could only stand in line at the door and wait. A child curiously went to pull those insulation films, probably never seen them before, and even wanted to open them to see inside, but was pulled back by the parents. I told you not to touch the things outside. Do you know there are a lot of germs and viruses? Saying this, he pulled the child away, and moved away from the insulation film with a look of disgust, as if it was some kind of dirty thing, and there was some germs living in it. Others didn't think there was anything wrong with the mother's reaction. The people who came here together this time were all from the villa area, and now they can still live there, and the conditions are not that bad. It is also normal to live in a crowded environment. It's just that New Nan saw that there was also a small child inside the insulation film, small and thin, with dirty and torn clothes, sitting on his own bed, looking towards them. His exposed hands and feet were covered with bruises. Dirty, messy hair, cut as if a dog had chewed it. There seemed to be no adults around, just sitting alone, looking at them eagerly. And the boy who was pulled away by his mother was wearing a cold-proof suit that was a bit big, but it still fit. He had everything he wanted, including scarves, gloves and hats. He even fed him a candy to appease the restless child. Without waiting for him to look again, Chin Huari pulled him over. No matter when, rich and poor and class will never disappear. New Nan murmured, "I'm just looking." He just sighed a little. Even in the era of peace and prosperity, this kind of gap has never been less, but in his previous life, this kind of gap can only be seen through the internet. But now it happens directly beside him. It is inevitable that he has some feelings, that's all. They were the first batch of today, so they didn't wait long, and they were queued up to Chin Huari and the others. New Nan went in first, and as soon as he entered, he was asked to take off his clothes, hat and scarf, and had to show his face to take a photo, and then went to the side to fill in the information, name and age, ID number, educational background, etc. Fortunately, New Nan remembered her ID number and filled it out quickly. Then she was asked to have her fingerprints taken and an iris recorded. With the virtualization of currency, the requirements for identity authentication are higher, so the procedure is a bit more cumbersome. After registering, New Nan took the receipt to pick up his ID card and went to the door to wait for Chin Huari to come out. He just stood there for a while when he heard someone shout, "Young brother of the Chin family?" The voice was very close, but Mu Nan didn't realize that he was calling himself. After all, no one would call him the Chin family's younger brother. He would notice this call because he was more sensitive to his brother's surname. Shouted, "Young brother of the Chin family." Mu Nan turned around and was a little surprised to see the person calling him The person who called Mu Nan twice was their neighbor's Daniel for a while, but see you again in a few months. The formerly strong and burly Daniel seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Even though he wore more clothes, it can be seen that his figure is thin. He should live in this greenhouse, and he is holding a lunchbox in his hand. It is a disposable transparent lunchbox, but it should be used repeatedly, and it looks a little dirty. It was a bit worn out, and there were only 2 steamed buns in the lunchbox, but it was definitely not enough for 2 steamed buns to fill up the big cow. Seeing Mu Nan standing at the door of the office here, the New said, "Do you need an ID card?" Mu Nan nodded, "Yes, what a coincidence. Do you live here?" The New pointed in one direction of the greenhouse. "Yes, where do you live? Where do you live now? Are you still together?" Mu Nan hummed, "I live in the second area. We are all together. We are still neighbors." Daniel smiled when he heard the words. "Very good. The noise you left was a bit loud, so some people who lived in the upstairs corridor knew about it, and as soon as you left, they all came down the next day. There are too many, and I am no match for 4 hands. The iron door of your house was pried open, and the 2 next door to me were the same. They even fought for your empty houses, and there was blood everywhere. Gone. If it weren't for the fact that the situation was out of control at the time, he actually wanted to stop it. After all, he still lives there, and he hopes that the living environment can be a little better. It's a pity that he really can't stop him. In order to have a safe place to live, those people are grabbing land like crazy." Hearing that the door of his house was broken into, Mu Nan still felt a little uncomfortable. In his heart, the house he had lived in for more than 20 years was the home in his heart, but he had expected all these things before he left, so it was just sighing. He asked instead, "Did you come with the car later?" The New said, "It's like following the car, but I came here late, so the house is gone. I used to live in the shed and rented a small single room with 3 points a month, but there is no way to heat it. It's too cold. Live here." As soon as Daniel finished speaking, Chin Huari came out from the inside. He was also a little surprised to see Daniel, but even though he was acquainted, he still walked to Mu Nan's side immediately, slightly blocking Mu Nan's front. "What a coincidence." Daniel said with a hearty smile, "I know that your younger brother must be waiting for you here. It seems that the first batch of you who came here really paid more and gained more. Now it is not easy to rent a house here, but it's not completely useless to live here now. At least you won't freeze to death, and you can still have food." Mu Nan asked, "Is the food here cheap?" Daniel shook his head. "It's not cheap. There is a meal card. A month's meal card is 10 points. 1 meal a day. 1 meal is a staple food and a big pot dish, or 2 staple foods, or 2 dishes. I can't get enough to eat, but at least I won't starve to death. The price is not expensive, but the premise is that you can find a job. Although now, as long as you are willing to do it, the higher-ups will arrange some things for you, but because there are too many people, some jobs they come in rotation, 1 day to settle 1 day, and the points earned in a day can last for a period of time, then turn around and arrange for other people. No one can do one thing repeatedly, otherwise there will always be people who have no work to do, and there is no way to earn money. Integral. Mu Nan looked at the 2 steamed buns in his box. "Are these 2 staple foods?" Daniel nodded. "Yes, anyway, 2 a day, half in the morning, half at noon, and 1 in the evening, or else you will be so hungry that you won't be able to sleep at night." The steamed buns were not too small, but they were not too big either. They were about the size of an adult's fist. It was true that they couldn't get enough to eat, but they couldn't die of hunger. Seeing that Daniel was only holding a portion of food, and thinking about his love for his wife, Mu Nan's heart tightened slightly. Seeing Mu Nan's expression, Daniel knew what he wanted to ask. His smile narrowed, but he didn't show any sadness. He still smiled and said, "My daughter-in-law went to heaven to enjoy the blessings. It's very good, so I don't want to be in the world suffering. In fact, she should have left a long time ago, but I was reluctant to force her to stay, but I didn't let her live a better life for a few more days." His wife got cancer a few years ago. At that time, they had just been married for 2 years, but it was not too late to find out. Timely treatment still had hope for a cure. At that time, his condition was not bad, but he has 3 houses in his hand, all of which were left by his parents. 2 of them are relatively new, and the location and environment are good. Fortunately, the money for a house is enough. After almost half a year of treatment, the result is good. I thought it was the end of all hardships, but I didn't expect that it relapsed 2 years ago. Although the doctor said before that it is high risk and easy to relapse within 5 years, they have always paid attention to it, and they didn't even plan to have children. It made a mistake, and I had to go for a physical examination almost every quarter to feel at ease, but the most feared thing still came. Once the disease relapses, it becomes very serious. The speed of treatment cannot catch up with the speed of cancer cell metastasis. Soon the liver area and lymph nodes are captured by cancer cells. When I see my wife can't eat or drink, the pain is terribly painful. He also tried to commit suicide, but he was begging and guarding, hoping to persevere a little longer. Maybe if he persisted, there would still be a miracle. It's a pity that he sold another house, but this time, he couldn't fill the bottomless pit. Just when he was about to sell the last house, his wife begged him, saying that he couldn't have both money and money, so he could do whatever he wanted. She wanted to leave a way out for herself, and said that if he sold the last house, then she would just give up and commit suicide. That's how the house in the dilapidated community remained. In the end, when the doctor said that it was time to eat and drink, the death sentence was almost pronounced. At that time, the weather was already hot. He stayed in the hospital with his wife during the whole smog. Fortunately, they were in the hospital at that time, otherwise if there is any problem, I'm afraid I won't even be able to go to the hospital. However, after surviving the smog and even the earthquake, the miracle he was waiting for still did not come. In fact, he should have given up a long time ago. If he gave up earlier, his wife wouldn't have to suffer for so long. If she couldn't eat or drink well, she would be tortured if she took painkillers. It was the girl in a white skirt who he wanted to take home as his wife when he first saw it when he was a student. He hasn't made her happy for a lifetime, so how could he be willing to part with it? Everyone's sorrows and joys are different. Although Daniel just mentioned it in a simple sentence, New Nan is not interested in digging deep into other people's wounds. Before leaving, New Nan left Daniel with a contact information and address. Although it is difficult to travel now and there is no battery, but there will always be some in the future. Add a lot of people you know to the phone, and it will not hurt to contact you when you have the opportunity in the future. They left the door early in the morning, and it was already afternoon after tossing about their ID cards. The car took them to building number 1 and picked up the next group of people who were already waiting. New Nan and Chin Huari were about to walk back. Fortunately, no matter how far that is the distance of a residential area, but the snowy road is not easy to walk. But I don't know if I took off my clothes outside today, or if I was blown by a little cold wind on the way back and forth. After being strictly controlled by Chin Huari for 3 meals, my stomach, which has not been pretentious for a long time, began to feel a sense of presence. It was only a little bit uncomfortable before. Swelling or acid regurgitation can be relieved by drinking a little hot water, but today it started with tingling pain. This pain is too familiar to New Nan. Stomach troubles in the past were always such a prelude, and they were carried in the pocket of his clothes. Lee's hands couldn't help covering his stomach. New Nan was a little flustered. He didn't want Chin Huari to see his stomach ache. Chapter 102. To say that this stomach problem is really not caused by New Nan not cherishing himself. Emotions are not so easy to control. When Chin Huari just left, New Nan was at a loss. Facing the future, he even felt fear in his heart. Even when his parents passed away, he didn't react that much, because he knew that at that time he still had someone to rely on. As soon as Chin Huari left, the last wall supporting him in his heart collapsed. During that time, he really had the feeling that he had nothing to do with the world anymore. He was the only one with no friends or family. Maybe he would die in the house one day and be discovered only when he stinks. He didn't want to talk, he didn't want to eat, and he felt that everything had become boring. He didn't go to find something to eat until his eyes turned black from hunger. This self-enclosed mood lasted for a long time. Although he gradually came out of this mood and began to adapt to a person's life, let alone a big change in personality, at least it is impossible to return it as heartless as before. After that, his stomach was not very good, occasionally dull pain, occasional acid reflux, but it was not serious. Because it was not serious, so he didn't take it seriously, and when it became serious later, it didn't just take some medicine to get better up. He didn't want Chin Huari to know that his stomach hurts, he didn't want Chin Huari to worry, and he didn't want Chin Huari to see his fragility. When his stomach hurts, he used to grit his teeth and bear it alone. No matter how severe the pain was, he could only bear it by himself. Over time, there is a feeling that the pain is linked to the loneliness of no one to rely on. Compared with resisting alone, now he doesn't know how to accept the care and worry of others, even if that person is Chinhuari. Although it is not that he has suffered from stomach problems in front of Chinhuari, his body knows that the pain used to be just a little bit, and it will be over after taking some medicine, but this time he knows it is not. The pain is a bit serious, it is real. He fell ill, that's why he was a little panicked. It can be said that Chinhuari had the worst attack since he came back. New Nan endured all the way, but how could he hide his strangeness from Chinhuari? Chinhuari noticed it when New Nan was walking more and more slowly, but he didn't say anything, just asked New Nan to go as soon as possible. Walking home, if you want to walk with New Nan on your back, it is too dangerous in the snow, and a slight fall will result in a broken bone. Fortunately, the distance is not too far, and New Nan made it all the way home, but once he got home, the whole body was already in excruciating pain. If it wasn't for Chinhuari's support, he would have fallen directly to the ground. Chinhuari quickly took off his icy and snowy coat, and then wiped the icicles formed by the cold sweat on his face with a hot towel, and then stuffed New Nan, whose face was whiter than snow, into the bed on the kang. Under the quilt, he stuffed the hand warmer that was still warm in the quilt into New Nan's clothes. He didn't touch New Nan's stomach. His own hands were still cold. He took out the spare medicine box that was kept outside. Nan, take the medicine first. New Nan opened his eyes and looked at the medicine box, and said in a weak voice of pain reliever. The stomach medicine can't take it anymore, so I have to take the pain reliever first. Chinhuari wrapped him in the quilt and sat him up from the bed, opened the box of pain relievers and poured out 2 pills. After feeding New Nan to drink it, he raised his back a little bit. Lie down and throw up later. After feeding the medicine, Chinhuari went to add coal to the stove again, but before he could reburn the fire in the stove, New Nan lay on the edge of the kang and began to vomit, vomiting out the medicine he had just taken. New Nan vomited for a long time, curled up on the edge of the kang in pain. Chinhuari patted him on the back, hoping that he would feel better. Nan, let me rub it for you, don't push it so hard. New Nan supported the edge of the bed and sat up, then readjusted his posture and lay down. I'll lie down for a while. Chinhuari wanted to help him up, but New Nan resisted a little while grabbing the quilt. Don't touch me. Chinhuari covered him with a goose down quilt. All right, I won't move you. You lie down for a while, and when you can take your medicine, call me and I'll pour you water. New Nan lay down for a while, got up and sat for a while. His stomach hurt, the pain was severe, his whole back and heart hurt, and he couldn't lie down at all. Chinhuari cleaned up the ground where New Nan had just vomited, and prepared a small trash can with a trash bag on the side. Seeing him tossing and turning in pain on the kang, he wished he could replace him with his own body. The pain was breaking out in a cold sweat. He was sweating anxiously. Seeing that New Nan slowed down a bit and didn't vomit again, Chinhuari took out 2 painkillers again, but this time he crushed the pills and mixed them in the water. The painkiller pills were a bit big, and he was afraid that New Nan would drink them again. Spit it out and mix it into a water solution, which is easier to swallow. Nanan, drink the medicine, it's a bit bitter, drink it in 1 gulp and add a piece of sugar. New Nan didn't want to drink it, but he also knew that he was the one who suffered for doing this, so he gritted his teeth and poured in the small cup of medicine that was so painful that people couldn't help but vomit. Chinhuari quickly handed him warm water to rinse his mouth. He stuffed another candy into his mouth. New Nan couldn't lie down, clutching his stomach that wished to dance in his body, closed his eyes and leaned against the quilt behind him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chinhuari wiped his sweat non-stop, and covered his stomach with the charged hand warmer. Can I rub it for you? New Nan shook his head, grabbed the quilt and fell back on the bed, with one hand firmly resting on his stomach, as if he had just been fished out of the water. You can see what kind of pain it is. Chinhuari tried to break him apart, but he didn't dare to use too much force. Nan, did you have a cramp? I'll just rub it for you, don't use such force. New Nan's mind was buzzing, and he couldn't hear what Chinhuari was saying at all, but subconsciously resisted his touch. He just wanted to be alone now, and no one should bother him. Chinhuari pursed his lips. He couldn't let New Nan rely on brute force to stop the pain, so he hugged him directly, and he didn't soften his heart when he heard New Nan groan in pain because of the sudden movement. Lie flat, you can't press it like this, and I'll rub it for you. The most effective acupoint for relieving stomach pain is the Zhongwan acupoint, where you palm upwards from the navel. No matter whether it is really useful or not, it is better than his random pressing. New Nan was in so much pain that he lost his strength. He wanted to shrink himself into his shell to digest the pain, but Chinhuari didn't allow it at all and intervened forcefully. I don't know if the rubbing and pressing worked, or the painkillers started to take effect. After a while, New Nan felt that he was alive again, but the sugar in his mouth had already melted away, but it didn't wash away the pain just now. The bitter taste of the medicine made my stomach twitch so badly a few times that I almost couldn't hold it back and spit it out, and it rolled up into my throat, but he suppressed it with all my strength. Right now, the bitterness in my mouth was so bad that I just wanted to drink some water. A straw was handed to his mouth. Nan Nan, drink some water. I mixed a little grapefruit honey to wash away the taste in my mouth. He didn't put too much grapefruit honey. However, New Nan never liked plain boiled water. He always said that he would feel nauseous if he drank too much, so Chin Huari added a little bit to make the water not taste like white. The bitterness in his mouth was no longer so bitter, and his stomach calmed down a little. New Nan fell asleep weak and tired all over. Chin Huari on the side wiped his sweat carefully and didn't dare to touch him. This was the first time he saw Mu Nan in such pain, and it was also the first time he felt how Mu Nan behaved when he was supposed to need her the most. Out of resistance. Chin Huari didn't know what it was like in his heart. It was as if his heart had been torn with countless holes, and it was hurting everywhere. The pain was suffocating. Not long after sleeping, Mu Nan woke up. The cramping pain in his stomach had turned into a continuous tingling pain. The pain was not severe, but it was not pleasant either. He was too familiar with this procedure. It was like this before. There is a sudden attack of time, and once the attack occurs, take the medicine honestly. Sometimes it takes 3 to 5 days to get better soon. Sometimes I have tried both Chinese and Western medicines, but it doesn't work. I have been hungry and heartburned for several months. Pain after eating full, uncomfortable sleep all night, heart discomfort even when lying down. He even wondered if he had heart disease, but the doctor said it was a stomach problem, and he could only support it. Now he eats meals made by Chin Huari every day. Since Chin Huari came back to the present, he occasionally felt uncomfortable, but it passed away immediately. He thought his stomach was getting better, but it happened again without warning. Seeing that Mu Nan woke up but lay still, Chin Huari stepped forward and gently rubbed his hair. It still hurts. Mu Nan carefully looked at Chin Huari's face, although he didn't know why he was uncomfortable and had to look at Chin Huari's face, but he just observed it instinctively, and seeing that Chin Huari was still calm, he said, "It's much better." Chin Huari said, "Aren't you hungry? I'll cook some noodles for you. If you want to eat porridge, you can only eat millet porridge now. I have already soaked the millet, but it will take a while to cook. If you want to eat porridge, take out some yam and eat some. The yam and millet porridge will make my stomach feel better." New Nan felt that it was too troublesome. "Let's eat noodles." "Okay, let's eat some noodles first, and I'll cook the millet later. I'll bear with it for a few days. Eat and count, okay? I'll make you whatever you want after you've recovered your body." New Nan didn't dare to say no, so she nodded obediently. Chin Huari smiled, closed the quilt for him, stretched his hand into the quilt to feel the temperature, found that New Nan's hand was still on his stomach, saw his hand stretched into the quilt, quickly let go. Chin Huari suddenly, after a pause, without saying anything, he picked up the hand warmer that was alternately charging and put it on his stomach. "Warm it up, don't catch a cold, I'll cook noodles for you." Chin Huari said that he ate light food for a few days, and it really was completely light. The noodles and porridge came in turn, but the noodles were either tomato noodles or deer bone soup noodles, and the porridge was yam and millet, or sweet potato porridge with a little bit of sweet potato. Good people can't eat too much, but adding a little bit to the porridge can reconcile the stomach acid and nourish the stomach, which is basically good for digestion and nourish the stomach. But the problem of gastric ulcer is that it hurts when you are hungry, and it hurts when you eat it. It finally subsides. It is also a continuous and dense discomfort. Once this stomach problem occurs, I don't have much meat, and I lost a lot of weight. New Nan put a pile of pillows in the corner of the kang, and not long after lunch, his stomach started to hurt again, so leaning on the pile of pillows and leaning on his side can relieve some pain. Anyway, lying down when the pain starts I can't help it. I can only find comfortable stuck points in various postures and angles. Seeing New Nan sitting up, Chin Huari sat next to him. "Would you like to lean on me for a while?" New Nan shook his head, holding a pillow in his arms, and another under his waist, leaning against a pile of pillows piled up in the corner, and the notebook on the small table in front of him diverted his attention. This posture is what he can currently adjust most comfortable. Chin Huari rubbed his hair, so that he didn't speak. New Nan felt uncomfortable when Chin Huari looked at him like this, and raised his head slightly to look at Chin Huari. "Brother, Chinhuari was silent for a while, then shook his head and smiled. It's okay, I'll go get you some hot water. When Chinhuari poured a cup of hot water over, Nan couldn't help but ask, are you angry? Chinhuari looked at him. Nan, why are you so afraid of me? Nan was taken aback, then shook his head subconsciously. No. He was afraid that no one would be afraid of Chinhuari. Chinhuari lowered his head and kissed his lips. Nan, I love you. Nan looked at Chinhuari in a daze. Chinhuari had never said these 3 words to him so solemnly before. He didn't know how to react for a while. Should he also reply that I love you too? Before he could speak, Chinhuari said, so no matter what you can say or what you can't say, I will accept it completely. Don't be afraid of me, don't feel that your illness will drag me down, don't be afraid that I will be sad, and don't be afraid that I will worry, don't be afraid, I will leave you alone again. You know, if I can choose, I will never leave. I'm still your brother, always have been, always will be, never changed. Nan couldn't help muttering in a low voice, isn't that becoming a boyfriend? Chinhuari smiled when he heard the words, reached out and hugged Nan into his arms, and gently rubbed his stomach with one hand. Do you still remember the year I left, when you almost fell into the reservoir and drowned? Nan hummed, and didn't know why Chinhuari brought up this matter. It had been many years, and it was only a surprise, and he was picked up soon. At that time, he was in junior high school. A child of 15 or 16 was no longer considered a child, but a teenager. Naturally, he was not as strict as the guard he was in when he was a child. Chinhuari was in high school at that time, and he was in the 2nd year of high school. How long ago? The summer vacation of junior high school is much easier than that of high school, so a group of restless teenagers invite them to play games or play in the water all day long. There is a river on their side, and many people swim in summer, but the river is full of sand and not very clean. A classmate said, you can go to the reservoir to play, it is clean there. As a result, they went to the reservoir, and before they were ready to go into the water, he fell suddenly. At that time, his classmates were stunned, because the place where they fell was a high slope, not the lower level ground, and they had the courage to jump down to save him if they wanted to. It turned out that an uncle who was fishing by the reservoir rescued him. He said he was an uncle, but he was actually not very old. He was in his 30s, but he was young at the time, so he naturally called him uncle. I don't know if it's just a simple camouflage uniform or a soldier. After picking him up, he saw that he had nothing to do and left. He didn't even know the name of the other party. At that time, he was quite squeamish and heartless. He was used to sharing the big and small things in life with Chinhuari. What a big deal it was that he almost drowned. When Chinhuari came back, he couldn't help but talk about it, scaring Chinhuari enough. Chinhuari said, that person did it. Nan sat up suddenly and looked at Chinhuari in a daze. Chinhuari pulled him back into his arms. At that time, he had already come to look for me, and I always refused. Before I went home that day, I met him once, and he said that this was his first warning. At that time, he didn't understand what the man meant, but as soon as he got home, he heard Nan say that he almost drowned, and instantly understood what the man meant. And the second time, when Nan came out of the internet cafe with his classmates, the man pressed him into the car. He saw a motorcycle parked at the corner with his own eyes. When he saw Nan coming out of the internet cafe, he suddenly accelerated. In the past, Nan reacted quickly at that time, backed away in an instant, otherwise he would have hit him at that moment, and his blood father looked at him who was going crazy and completely out of control at that time, and said coldly, this is the second time. Chinhuari knew that the next time it would be true. He panicked and was afraid. He knew that man would not give up until he achieved his goal. It was also the first time he knew that the world of adults was so arrogant and lawless. He compromised. He couldn't afford to gamble, and the man's calm eyes in the face of this kind of thing told him that this was definitely not the first time he had done this. Chinhuari hugged Nan and said, when I first left the country, I missed you every day, wanted to call you, and asked if you were okay, but I couldn't. I thought before that his purpose might be to want with time, let me forget everything in the country, and maybe feel that when I am corrupted by capital, I can become what he wants. After all, I am his son, and he thinks my nature should be the same as his, so I'm not allowed to contact you, because if I don't contact you, time will dilute everything. He's monitoring me all the time, threatening me, if something happens to you while you're in the country, I don't dare to think about the outcome. Speaking of this, Chinhuari sighed, but I found out later that maybe it wasn't because of this, maybe he saw that my feelings for you were different from the beginning, and he wanted to use such a strong way to cut off my feelings for you. All of this, trying to push me back to the right way, he thought, until he found out that I might never become what he wanted, and what's more, my rapid growth not only did not make him happy, but made him feel uncomfortable, controlled. When he has another child, he will abandon me without hesitation. New Nan looked at Chinhuari, and Chinhuari kissed him on the forehead. In the first few years, I couldn't contact you. I don't want you to know about my situation abroad, being controlled and monitored. Letting you know is just to make you worry, so I can only get your news through Jiangxuan in China. Later, when he completely gave up controlling me at that time, after I knew my feelings for you, I thought at that time, wait until I return to China, and I will go to you after I have settled everything. New Nan didn't say a word. He didn't know about these things, although he knew in his heart that if it wasn't forced, Chinhuari would definitely not leave with a father he had never met, but he didn't know that he had to threaten him with his life. He also didn't know that when he was still sad and depressed about Chinhuari's departure, Chinhuari was actually living a life of being threatened and monitored abroad. Chinhuari poked New Nan's cheek. I thought it would be good for you not to mention some things, but I just realize now that it might be better to talk about some things, at least let you know that I am your Chinhuari, and I have always been, and nothing has changed because of leaving. If it weren't for this illness, New Nan subconsciously resisted him when he was in so much pain, and just wanted to circle his reaction of silently resisting. Chinhuari might not have realized the problem between them, or in fact realized it, but always felt that time can solve everything. When he was sick when he was a child, his physical discomfort could cause him to be unable to sleep all night. Now the pain is so severe, but he just wants to fight on his own. His departure is the result of New Nan's independent life all these years. The influence may have gone deep into a kind of instinct, and what's more, New Nan was subconsciously afraid of the changes brought about by his leaving these years. Even though they get along well now, it still made New Nan feel insecure. There is no doubt about New Nan's trust and reliance on him, but maybe even New Nan didn't realize that in the corner of this trust and reliance, there is another layer of his own self-protection shell. This shell is all these years. In my life, the uneasiness accumulated. Some things are said, and there may not be any changes immediately, but at least, it can break the last circle that New Nan has closed up, and open an opening that will allow him to slowly disintegrate. New Nan reached out and hugged Chinhuari, and buried her whole body in his chest. You should tell me. Chinhuari caressed his hair. Fool, how can I give up? He himself is not an adult, New Nan is still young, and two people who have not even left the campus. How can they have the conditions and strength to resist a capitalist? He is still a capitalist gnawing on human blood, so he can only use some immature methods to protect the people he cares about the most. New Nan said, I don't know if I will have a chance to see him in this life. Chinhuari smiled. If so, New Nan gritted his teeth and said, then I hope to see him live a miserable life, without food or clothing, when we can eat big meals and meat. He can't even gnaw on the bark, as miserable as he can be, then I'm so happy. Chinhuari, perhaps people died in the earthquake. Thinking about this possibility, New Nan shook his head a little dissatisfied. That's too cheap for him. A person who has done so many bad things, dying so fast is really too cheap for him. Chinhuari rubbed New Nan for a while, and asked, is it better, does it still hurt? When Chinhuari asked, New Nan realized that his stomach felt much better. Listening to Chinhuari's words just now, his attention was completely diverted. It doesn't hurt anymore, don't rub it anymore. Today is the first day since they left. Haven't you answered yet? Did something happen? Chinhuari said, it's the 5th day. If you don't come back again, something may have happened. New Nan frowned slightly, feeling a little worried, but after a while, he heard movement from the door. Chapter 103. Counting that Jianchu and the others had already gone out for 5 days and 4 nights, Chinhuari originally thought that if he didn't come back, maybe something happened on the way. But fortunately, the higher-ups also knew that uncontrollable situations would happen outside at any time, although the car rental was limited, but didn't set the time too rigidly. Just return a day or two later to make up the points, but if you don't come back after 7 days, then I'm afraid the problem will be serious. Fortunately, although they delayed for an extra day, at least they came back. Chinhuari covered New Nan with the quilt. I'll go and have a look, don't get off the kang. Jianchu and the others drove the car directly to the door. Sure enough, this time there was no luck this time, because there were not many hunted things. The wild rabbits caught 2, both of which were alive, and one was a snow cave. The one caught inside was Zooming, who shot through the ear of a rabbit with an arrow. In addition to 2 live rabbits, there was also a pheasant and some rabbit skins. Seeing Chin Huari, Jianchu waved to him, "Is everything okay at home?" Chin Huari nodded, "It's okay." After speaking, he looked at the things they were carrying in their hands. "That's all the harvest?" Jianchu sighed, "Yeah, it's too difficult. There is nothing in the vast snowy sea, not to mention the deer, and the rabbits have never seen it. We finally caught these. We plan to get the chicken and eat it together. One of the rabbits is us and Su Ming, and the other is for Songjia. It is all up to New to find this rabbit. The main reason is that the harvest is too little, there are only 2. There is really no such condition as when they harvested so much for the first time. Anyway, Su Ming eats with them, so the 2 families simply have 1, not 2. Let's divide the rabbit into 3 parts, that's too fussy. Chin Huari said, "This rabbit skin?" Jianchu explained with a smile, "This time we are heading towards Monkey Mountain. Many people dig holes in the mountain to avoid the cold. There are many rabbits on the mountain, but we are short of time, so we can't set up an ambush. They live in the mountains, are close to the water, so they are not greedy for meat, but the seasonings are very lacking. It is covered with heavy snow, and there is no way to come and change them, so we took the seasonings and some flour sauerkraut and the like, and exchanged some rabbit skins with them. Accumulate more, maybe you can make a rabbit fur coat." When Jianchu was talking, Songjia also led New down. Seeing Jianchu talking at the door of Chin Huari's house, she walked over. "Is everything okay at home?" The question was exactly the same as that of Jianchu, and Chin Huari replied with a smile, "It's okay, it's just that the second day after you left, you were notified to change your ID card, and you changed it at the greenhouse. Now that you are back, there it should also reschedule the time when you go to register and change your ID card, gather at building 1, and drive back." Hearing what Chin Huari said, Songjia saw that Su Ming and the others hadn't driven the car away, so she quickly handed the tow rope to Jianchu, and then ran over to tell them that they could ask when they returned the car in building 1. "Let's talk about ID card registration." Seeing that the time was still early, Jane said, "I'll go and get rid of the chicken. It's still early, so I can come over for dinner at night if I go faster." Chin Huari shook his head, "No, you can eat by yourself. Nan has been suffering from stomach problems for the past few days, so she can only eat light food. You can come and get any seasonings you need later." Jianchu groaned, and asked with concern, "Is it serious? Is there any medicine?" Chin Huari nodded, "There is medicine. You have been tossing around for a few days, go back and rest, and we will get together when Nan gets better." Jianchu couldn't help but said, "Stomach disease is really troublesome, and the current conditions are not easy to raise." Thinking of their previous plan, Jianchu felt a little regretful. "We plan to go again in a few days. This time we have agreed with the people on the other side of the mountain, let them catch a few live rabbits, and we will go directly to them with oil, salt and rice noodles. Change, will you go then?" Chin Huai shook his head, "No, Nan's stomach problem won't heal so quickly. It will take a while, and the meat he hunted last time can be eaten for a while, so he won't go out for a while." Jianchu also felt that Chin Huari might not go there. Usually Chin Huari, who is good at Nan, would not worry about him being alone. Now that he is sick, it is even more impossible to let him alone. Jianchu thought that Chin Huari and his family would also get some seasoning rice noodles. They just take them with them to change, so there is no need for Chin Huari to go along with them, as they can just stay at home to look after the house. When Yu Zaibai and Su Ming drove away and Songjia came to pick up Nianyu, Jianchu also felt that he had to go back to the house to warm up first, and shivered from the cold, so he said to Chin Huari, "Then let's go back first, I'll wait go and see Nan." Songjia wondered, "What's wrong with Nan?" Jianchu said, "I have a stomach problem, you should go back first. I just saw your brother open the door and take a look outside. Now it's 2 o'clock, 7 o'clock, come over for dinner." The 2 went back to their respective homes. Although it was not known if Jianchu said it casually, after Chin Huari returned to the house, he still asked Nan to put the things that should not be outside into the space. But Jianchu really didn't just say it casually, knocking on the door around 4 o'clock. Chin Huai is cleaning up the charcoal ashes on the stove, and there is no need to clean out the burned charcoal ashes every time, as long as some empty spaces are cleared regularly, and at least half of them should be left in the stove. Some rural people do not have heating conditions in their homes, so they use a small porcelain jar that can be held in the hand, filled with hot charcoal ash, and the heat can last at least a day. The space inside the stove is not too small, except that there is a fire under the boiler, and there are piles of ashes in some corners beside it. Chin Huari buried 2 sweet potatoes in the ashes in the corners. There is no need for a big fire, just use the stove. The temperature inside and the remaining temperature of the ashes should be cooked, so that the sweet potatoes that are slowly baked will produce honey, and they will taste with a unique charcoal fragrance. It is probably because of the bland food these past few days that his mouth has no taste. It is rare for Mu Nan to want to eat some roasted sweet potatoes, so Chin Huari will bake them for him naturally. It will be uncomfortable again. When Jianchu knocked on the door, Chin Huari had just buried the sweet potatoes. When he got up to open the door, he lifted the curtain outside the kang to have a look. He saw that Mu Nan was sleeping soundly. After a while, most of her hot, red face was buried under the quilt. Chin Huari smiled, put down the curtain, and then went to open the door for Jianchu. Jane came here from the garage at first, so she didn't wear too much. She just wore a down jacket. Now the down jacket has become the most basic home clothes. If you wear a down jacket in the house, you don't even need to cover it with a quilt. It's cold, the down jacket that can resist wind and snow in the past. If you wear it outside now, it can freeze your heart in 3 minutes. As soon as he saw Chin Huari, Jianchu handed the bowl containing a piece of chicken breast to Chin Huari. If you can't eat something too greasy, then you can make some shredded chicken porridge for Mu Nan. It just so happens that the chicken breast is not tasty even when roasted, so it's better to make it, turn it into minced meat and put it into porridge. Chin Huari didn't refuse either. When you don't need to be polite, it will be hypocritical. After thanking you and taking it, you let Jianchu enter the room. Nan is asleep. Jianchu hastily relaxed his movements, but as soon as the curtain covering the front of the kang was lifted, Mu Nan was rubbing his eyes and sat up. When Jianchu saw Mu Nan, he couldn't help but said, "Be good, I'm going out now. In a few days, my little face is going to lose weight." What happened? Could it be because I was so hungry that I got a stomach problem in order to save food? This is of course a joke, because they have already grown tomatoes and peppers, which is considered a rich family property, and Chin Huari is so thirsty that he will not starve Mu Nan, so how can he let him buy some food for him? Grain made himself sick. Mu Nan moved the quilt back and asked Jianchu to sit on the kang. It was too cold below. No way, it should be because of the cold wind when I went to register the ID card. It's okay, it's much better these 2 days. You guys, did you go out smoothly for the first time? Did you gain a lot? Jianchu said, "Your brother didn't tell you. We are miserable. We haven't hunted shit. The endless sea of snow, looking with a telescope all the way, is about to suffer from snow blindness. And finally, in countless snow caves, a rabbit nest was dug out. One was caught stupidly, and the other ran away through the hole. Fortunately, Zhu Ming reacted quickly and shot an arrow right away, which hit the rabbit's ear and gained 2 harvests." Only? Mu Nan said, "Only 2? Jianchu sighed. "No, but it would be nice to have something to gain, and we also have a relationship with the people on the Monkey Mountain side. They live in the mountain and can set traps. They have a better geographical advantage than us. Our side, the supplies are more abundant than theirs, such as oil and salt. They are in short supply, and they can be traded. We agreed that we will trade once in 10 days. Anyway, try to live as much as possible. If the rabbit dies, then use it to exchange 4 points. Isn't there equipment on it? Let them check first to see if there is any problem and whether they can eat. This will save us a lot of trouble. If we go there quickly, we can go back and forth on the same day. We didn't bring much this time. I just exchanged a pheasant and a few rabbit skins, and I hope to exchange more things next time." Mu Nan frowned slightly when he heard the words, and felt a little unsafe. Is it reliable? If you are blackmailed, it doesn't matter if you rob your things, but if you rob your car or clothes, you will die. There are only a few of us. There are many people on the other side, so it's not appropriate to rob them. And you also said that they have a geographical advantage, and the Monkey Mountain is equivalent to their lair. I heard that some residents who lived there were originally some residents nearby. At least it's related to relatives. Are you sure they can trade honestly? Jianchu is not a fool who believes in the truth, goodness and beauty in the world. When Mu Nan said this, his heart beat a little. No way, it's not like acting in a TV series. Would it be so vicious? Mu Nan said, "What if I didn't rob you this time? Maybe it's because you don't have enough things. If you really have this idea, you can go for a long time to catch big fish. Next time you go, you should bring rice, flour, grain and oil. In this world, do you think human nature is tested?" After Mu Nan finished speaking, seeing Chin Huari pouring tea for Jianchu, he hurriedly said, "Brother, what do you think? Is it possible for what I said to happen?" Chin Huari handed the tea to Jianchu, then sat next to Mu Nan, looked at Jianchu and said, "I haven't met anyone you've come into contact with, so whether the other party is a sincere transaction or a bad judgment, but it doesn't matter if you are careful. Wrong, multiple minds are not a bad thing. Jianchu pursed her lips slightly, frowned slightly, took a sip with her teacup in her hands, and said after a while, "Then do you think we should go for a deal?" New Nan thinks it's better not to. Anyway, he is timid and afraid of death, this kind of behavior that he knows is dangerous. If he can do it, he doesn't want it. Chin Huari thought it was worth a try. If you can talk to the military department, or you can rent hot weapons for self-defense, I think it's okay, but if it's just a few of you next time, and even bring a dog, it's better don't take any chances. Jianchu said, lease hot weapons? It's impossible, not to mention that our country has strict controls. Even if the controls are not strict, it is impossible to rent these things to civilians at will. As for mobilizing the military, how can we mobilize them? New Nan said, if you can't rent a thermal weapon, then you can rent someone who can carry a thermal weapon. Didn't you change the rabbit fur? Now the resources for clothes are relatively scarce, and animal fur is very good for keeping warm. I think the people in the military department should also need it. Although there are few people there, it may not be able to provide too much, but it is better than nothing. Another thing, I don't know if the situation of Monkey Mountain is clear from above. If it is clear, you can ask them about it. If you are not sure, use the possibility of occupying the mountain as king to persuade them to send 1 or 2 soldiers to go with you to check the situation, charter a car and pay points, so as not to let others suffer. I feel that it may be possible. Makes sense. Jianchu felt that this matter could be tried. Although they had no intention of harming others, it was still possible to take precautions. New Nan said, when we went to register the ID card that day, we saw Daniel. Jianchu was a little surprised. It is really lucky to meet some acquaintances in this world where separation means goodbye forever. How are they? Where do they live now? New Nan sighed. Daniel's wife is gone. It seems that he had already suffered from a serious illness before, but he still couldn't get over it. Daniel lives alone in a warm shed. Maybe his wife's health is not good. It was really unbearable. So when the military department drove back to pick up the man, Daniel and the others did not come. When he came, there was no place to live here, so he directly lived in the big greenhouse. Jianchu was a little bit embarrassed when he heard the words, I thought his wife was just not in good health, so she was sick. Did the big cow say how the situation in our house is now? New Nan said, it's very chaotic. When the government left, it left those who were already sick. Now the entire urban area is a major epidemic area. Layers of siege and blockades are being made to prevent people inside from coming out. If the body temperature is normal, they will be taken to quarantine for observation, and if there is no problem, they will be brought here, and then they will go through another quarantine and observation, and they will be put into the residential area if they pass. If they are already sick, there is really no way. Hearing this, Jianchu felt a shudder, but if they left a little later at the beginning, she couldn't imagine what would happen now. Then no one in the urban area can come out now. Just stay inside and wait to die. New Nan said, there is no other way but this, but the government has not ignored it. I heard from Daniel that when he was observing in the quarantine area, he could see vehicles coming in and out every day. Shipping to the urban area, no matter, it is definitely impossible. We can only manage it within our ability, and now the conditions are very difficult for the country. Jianchu rubbed his arms. This is similar to a foreign infectious disease movie I watched before. The sick are controlled together, and those who are not sick are left outside, and the people inside are allowed to survive on their own. The result is a year. Over the years, those diseases have undergone various mutations and evolutions in humans, and they have coexisted with humans, but the healthy people outside are not as resistant as they are, so humans have become 2 camps, those who are abandoned hate the government and hate health man, thus becoming the opposite. New Nan asked curiously, then who won in the end? Chin Huari on the side couldn't help but smile. You've seen a lot of this kind of movie, and you know that in the end it must be a great reconciliation of human beings. It must be a conspiracy conspired by some scientists, using human beings as experiments, and finally the epidemic. The people in the district got the final antibody drug and sold those conspirators. Jianchu gave Chin Huari a thumbs up. It's just such a routine, but I didn't expect that those things that were thought to be just sci-fi movies actually happened now. New Nan shook his head. This kind of thing won't happen in our country. It's so dangerous inside now, but there are still many medical staff going in. There will be a vaccine soon, and the plague will always pass one day. Jianchu sighed silently. Who doesn't want the disaster to pass quickly? Although they live in a government-controlled area and seem to be fine, that's because they had enough supplies before. How many people can have such supplies now? Yes, I'm afraid that many people are starving and freezing, so they can't feel that their current life is going well, as if the situation outside is what they see in front of them. Maybe it's just a place separated from them by a wall, which is the purgatory on earth. Jianchu sat for a while and then left. He had to go back and tidy up the leftover chicken. One chicken is definitely not enough for too many people. Even if Qin Huai and Mu Nan didn't come to eat, it would not be enough. Just half of the chicken breast the meat was given to Qin Huai, and the remaining half was chopped into minced meat, seasoned, added some chili powder, and then wrapped in bread, so that there was meat and a staple food. Qin Huai gave Jianchu 2 tomatoes, made a tomato soup, ate roast chicken nuggets, and ate chicken cakes, which was very rich. Qin Huai was afraid that Mu Nan would also want to eat, so he comforted Jianchu after he left. When you are well, I will make you whatever you want to eat. Mu Nan hugged the pillow and leaned against it. Brother, do you want to go to exchange things? Qin Huai said, if you are well, maybe I will go, but it's okay. If this kind of transaction is not a scam, there will always be a next time. Because they agreed on the time of the next transaction, Yu Zaibai and the others didn't want to break their promise, so they inquired with the military department early to see if they could have soldiers with weapons in addition to the vehicles. Even the higher-ups had never thought that such an operation could be possible, but after being proposed, they considered it and refused. This opening must not be opened. His soldiers are not mercenaries. This kind of thing has 2 things, although now these people want to borrow people directly through their officials, but once the precedent is set, many things will be unstoppable, especially in this kind of disaster year. To have extra income to earn materials is more touching than money. But even though he refused, the higher-ups really wanted to know about the situation on Monkey Mountain. The rescue team had been to Monkey Mountain before, but at that time the people who dug holes and lived in Monkey Mountain had almost to believed. I lived in a place in the summer, and this winter is not without cold-proof things. Many people are reluctant to live in residential areas. It may be the psychological shadow caused by people who have been ill before. I feel that too many people live together. Not safe. So at that time, the rescue team did not forcefully ask everyone to leave. Later, too many people came back from the rescue. I was too busy to take care of the small group of people at Monkey Mountain. But now they are interested in starting animal husbandry. It would be better if more live animals could be traded over, so they decided on the travel time of Jianchu and the others, and they planned to arrange a car with some supplies, pretending to be people and going with them. Except for those living things, I don't know if I can get some mountain goods, but judging from the hot temperature before, it's lucky that there is no mountain fire in Monkey Mountain. It's good to have expectations. After confirming that there were soldiers accompanying them, Jianchu and the others suddenly felt at ease, and the last bit of worry was dispelled, and it happened to be able to carefully observe whether the people on the Monkey Mountain were good people or bad people. What Jianchu and the others didn't expect was that this time the accompanying team was led by someone they knew, the squad leader who was in charge of rescue at the cold supply point, surnamed Yuan. That's how it's called, and now the few pieces of solar energy on the roof of their house were given by Team Yuan. It's been almost a year since this happened, and they didn't expect to act together again. Yuan Gang still had an impression of those young people back then. After all, he was the only one who asked him for solar panels. It was just that there were 2 more familiar faces and 2 less familiar ones. Just ask one more question. Jianchu said, you are asking about Qin Huai. We are all together, and this time he also has a share of the supplies brought this time, but there is no one at home. Someone has to stay and look after the house. So he didn't go this time. It's better not to talk about someone's illness, even if it's just a stomach disease that has nothing to do with infectious diseases. One more thing is worse than one less thing. Hearing that several of them were still together, Yuan Gang sighed a little. This is also fate. This kind of calamity year, adversity is the most rare. After counting the supplies that Jianchu and the others brought, Yuan Gang said, have you discussed the details of the previous transaction? Jianchu shook his head, not yet. We should discuss it carefully this time. If we want to maintain the follow-up transactions, there must be a standard. We can't go in a storm and let them sit on the ground and raise the price. Yuan Gang nodded, okay, we will follow behind you this time. When the time comes, you will come to the interview first, and we will discuss if there are any problems. Yuan Gang brought 2 people, 3 of them in one car. Jianchu and the others were still 4. But this time Songjia did not bring New. The purpose of this trip was to exchange supplies, so it would not be appropriate to bring New. Even if Monkey Mountain it is convenient for people to live in the mountains and hunt, but wild meat is not everywhere in the mountains. If someone sees a dog, it will be troublesome. The group went on the road smoothly. New Nan looked at the wind and snow that seemed to be about to change, and couldn't help sighing, "I hope everything goes well." Chin Huari stretched out his arms to hug him, and lowered the raised curtains. "Yes, with soldiers following, it will definitely go smoothly." Chapter 104. Mu Nan didn't know if their trip was going well, but the weather was obviously not going well. Jianchu and the others left in the morning. The sky has changed, the wind is howling, the blizzard is raging, and the sky is darkening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mu Nan lies on the kang, lifts the curtain and looks at the sky through the small door on the side, feeling that the sky is about to collapse. Same. Nothing will happen to them on the road, will it? It's like changing the weather. Chin Huai said, "Probably not." According to the distance, they set off in the morning and arrive at Monkey Mountain at noon. Maybe they will arrive before the weather changes. Even if they don't arrive, it should not be far away. It's big, but they are in the car, so if you drive carefully, nothing will happen. All right, move the kang, move the small table up, and prepare to eat. During this period of time, Chin Huari watched him take medicine, and although he had 3 light meals a day, he did not repeat them to nourish his stomach. He finally healed his broken stomach, which was uncomfortable after eating a little food. At least now he can eat normally. Yes, the pain after the meal is much better, but some spicy and irritating things are still forbidden to eat, but noodles and porridge cannot be served on the table for a long time. Chin Huari steamed a sea base for Mu Nan. Mu Nan liked to eat the potato brisket he made last time, so he cooked it again. The brisket was so rotten that it melted in the mouth, but at least it wasn't hard to digest. Vegetables are a plate of stir-fried cabbage. Mu Nan likes cabbage better than cabbage. Plates of dishes were brought from the stove to the small dining table on the kang. Mu Nan couldn't help but said, "I feel like my waist has gained a lot of fat. Lying on the kang every day, eating and sleeping, except for going to the bathroom and taking a shower every now and then, I almost never got off the kang, and my bones were lazy." Chin Huari picked up the fish cheek meat, dipped it in a little soup and put it in Mu Nan's bowl. "Then start to resume exercise in these 2 days. I haven't run for a while, take your time." They hadn't finished their meal yet, and the wind raged harder outside. Some people built some sheds on the top floor, mainly to prevent snow accumulation. Even if they were fixed firmly, they could not withstand such a strong wind. It was blown over directly, and then hit the wall next to it with a loud noise. The house whose roof was blown off should be not far from Chin Huari's house. Mu Nan was picking up meat, and before a piece of beef brisket reached his bowl, he was scared by the sudden loud noise and dropped it on the table. Quickly, Chin Huari picked up the one on the table and put it in his own bowl, and put a new piece on the plate for him. Mu Nan wiped the table with a paper towel, and said worriedly, "Would the solar panels upstairs not hold up?" Chin Huari said, "No, the snow on the roof has not been cleared for the past 2 days, and the solar panels are pressed down, so they won't be blown over, unless..." Mu Nan quickly asked, "Unless what?" "Unless the strong wind can blow away the snow?" Chin Huari said, "Unless there is an unprecedented severe typhoon." Mu Nan recalled his previous life, but he only remembered that it was very cold, and almost every day was windy and snowy. At that time, he lived alone in a small single room, and even the windows were small ventilation windows, so he was afraid of the cold wind. Mu Nan even used a small quilt to block the window. It was so cold that he couldn't go out every day. He didn't know what was going on outside. He didn't know if there had been a typhoon, but the wind was indeed very strong for a period of time. During that time, there were fewer inspections of the private base, and nothing happened except the strong wind. Before it reheated, it experienced a very terrible low temperature. The low temperature wrapped in a quilt and watching the stove, he felt cold all over his body and heart. He almost thought that he would not be able to survive, but he didn't expect the temperature to start to warm up. So hearing Chin Huari's guess, combined with his experience in the previous life, Mu Nan shook his head. "Probably not. The typhoon is a hot and humid air flow. Even if there is, it should be in summer." Chin Huari said, "Who said there will be no typhoons in winter? The factors that form typhoons change a lot. What's more, the current climate can't be viewed with the common sense of the past. If there is a typhoon coming, just blow it off. It's not worth the effort." Mu Nan nodded again and again. "That's right. I watched a video on the internet before. When a typhoon came, a man's car was blown away. He was in a hurry to pull the car, but the car didn't move, and he was blown by the wind. He couldn't stop, ran and couldn't run away, and was finally blown into the wall, and then he was smashed to death by his own car." After Mu Nan finished speaking, he was about to pick up another piece of meat, but Chin Huari stopped him. "It's enough to eat this much. You can't be too full. 7% full is enough. You sit for a while, then put on your clothes and go upstairs to drink water." Water, move it a little bit, and if it doesn't move at all, it's easy to accumulate food. Putting down the chopsticks, Mu Nan touched his stomach, and the little abdominal muscles he had practiced before had returned to zero. After Chin Huari finished collecting the dishes and chopsticks, he took the dirty clothes that the two of them had changed in the past few days to wash. The stove was always on fire, and the pot above it was also full of hot water, so it wouldn't be too cold to wash the clothes. Mu Nan, after sitting for a while, I wrapped my clothes and went upstairs to water. The tomatoes and peppers on the third floor grew very well. It can be described as fruitful at first glance. The seedlings on the second floor have grown up, but it will take a little time before the results. This second time he did it, he didn't need to water as much as the first time, and he wished he couldn't measure it in grams according to the requirements in the book. Now it all depends on experience and feel. After finishing the vegetable garden, Mu Nan just came down from upstairs when he heard a loud bang. The sound was very loud and very close to them. Mu Nan almost thought that his house had collapsed, so he hurried back to the second floor and opened the curtains to look out. But the wind and snow outside were too strong, large flakes of snow almost blocked his sight, and the sky was very gloomy. At most, he could see the gate of his own yard a little farther away. Some of them couldn't be seen clearly, but after a careful inspection of my house, the windows were all intact and there were no cracks, so I was relieved. When I went downstairs, I saw Chin Huari had just entered the door wearing out clothes. A thin layer of ice had already formed on his body. He didn't know how long he had been out. As soon as he took off the mask, his face and nose turned red from the cold. Didn't you just now? Are you doing laundry? Why are you out? Why are you going out with such a strong wind outside? Chin Huari didn't let Mu Nan get close. Mu Nan stayed at home and put on a down jacket. He didn't want the cold air brought in from outside to chill Mu Nan again. Stay away from me. Wait for me to go after warming up by the fire. I went out to have a look. The sound was so loud just now, I was afraid the yard had collapsed, but fortunately, it wasn't our side. The yard and houses are all fine. Mu Nan hurriedly wiped Chin Huari's hands and face with hot water, and then wiped him with frostbite frost. Even though it took only a short while, it was easy to get frostbite. While Chin Huari was warming up by the fire, it started to thunder outside, and one after another the thunderstorms almost broke the sky. Mu Nan didn't get on the kang, but squatted next to Chin Huari in front of the stove with him. Chin Huari smiled and said, "Afraid?" Mu Nan threw firewood into the stove. "Don't be afraid, it's just thunder. There's nothing to be afraid of." Before the words were finished, several thunderstorms rang through the sky one after another, and Mu Nan leaned towards Chin Huari. The thunder was so loud that those who beat him suspected that the house was about to be split. Chin Huari asked, "Do you want to eat roasted sweet potatoes?" Mu Nan looked at the fire in the stove. "Can we cook roast chicken?" Chin Huari thought for a while and said, "You can make all-ins flavor, or honey sauce chicken. Which one do you want?" Mu Nan just said it casually, seeing that Chin Huari had really thought about it seriously, and said, "Is it true? Isn't it troublesome?" Chin Huari said, "It's not troublesome. The fire is ready-made, and the chicken that has been processed is also ready-made. That is, the seasoning needs to be mixed, and then put into roast. But you can't eat too much after cooking. At most, you can eat a chicken leg for afternoon tea. Put what you can't finish into the space, and eat it next time you want to eat." I thought that there was nothing to do right now, and I just went to take a nap if I didn't bother to eat, but now Donglei hit one after another, and the wind and snow outside were so strong that I didn't know how many things were blown over the roof of the house. From time to time, there is a sound of smashing here, and there is a clanging sound of smashing there. I can't sleep, so I said, "Okay, what seasonings do you want? I'll choose a small tender chicken that is not too big or small." Chin Huari said the same thing as Mu Nan took from the space. Honey sauce chicken is easier to cook. Some seasonings are mixed with honey, and then rubbed on the chicken, then wrapped in tin foil, wrapped in a few more layers and placed in a baking tray, buried in the ashes near the fire. Watching Chin Huari pour honey into the seasoning, Mu Nan said, "Will it smell like honey when it's baked?" "I don't like the smell of honey. I always feel that the smell of honey smells like alcohol." Chin Huari nodded the prepared ingredients with his finger and said to Mu Nan, "Try it." Mu Nan really stuck out his tongue and was about to lick it, but before he could touch Chin Huari's fingertips, Chin Huari tapped his nose with his seasoned hand. "If I let you taste it, you will really taste it." "Ah, silly or not." Mu Nan touched the oil on his nose, then reached out and wiped it off Chin Huari's face. Chin Huari said, "Don't make trouble. If you mess up the chicken, you won't have anything to eat." Mu Nan insisted on rubbing his face before giving up. This person is really, his bad personality really hasn't changed at all. When they were making roast chicken in the house, Jianchu and their side did not go as smoothly as expected. Before they reached Monkey Mountain, the sky began to change halfway, and the moment of the storm made it difficult to walk. The road became more difficult to walk. The most troublesome thing was that the sky was gloomy. Even with the headlights on, the road conditions 5 meters away could not be seen clearly, but the car could not stop. Keep going. Originally, Jianchu and the others drove the way. After all, they had been there once, so they knew the route, but now the sky is snowing heavily, and the sky is gloomy. The range of vision is too short, and the road is not the kind of familiar road that can be walked with eyes closed. Just as they were about to discuss with Team Yuan behind them, or they should turn back, the weather suddenly changed, and they don't know how long this bad weather will last. Materials are important, but safety comes first. Unexpectedly, Team Yuan, who was walking behind, made the driving soldiers speed up, and instead drove in front of them to lead them the way. Looking at the vehicle in front of him, Songjia said, "Brother Jun is the most reliable. No wonder my former female classmates voted the #1 future husband is Brother Bing." Jianchu in front smiled and said, "You know this, it seems that you have infiltrated the girls?" Songjia sighed, "It's just a girlfriend if you get involved, and no one thinks about a boyfriend." Zuming looked at the weather outside the car window, and sighed, "Is our luck a bit too bad? If the weather changes, it will change." Since the soldiers in front opened the way, they obviously didn't intend to turn back. In fact, they didn't really want to turn back. This road has been driving for at least 2 hours. Compared with taking another 2 hours to go back, maybe another half an hour will be able arriving at Monkey Mountain. Yu Zaibo said, "I just hope everything will go well in the future. I would rather have less things to trade, and it's better not to have any troubles. Because the line of sight is blocked, it has been more than an hour since we drove to Monkey Mountain. There are houses under Monkey Mountain. Monkey Mountain is also a tourist attraction. It is not a very steep hillside. One side of Monkey Mountain is the stairs were built, there used to be a sightseeing cable car, and a winding driveway was built on the side, but the snow is so deep that it is very dangerous whether going up or down the mountain, even if their car has modified snow tires, if it is the car skidded, but it was fatal. If it was summer, they could still drive directly up the mountain, but now they dare not, so they drove to the place agreed last time. It used to be a service station, a small flat floor. No one lives there, but it's okay to park your car for a while. In order to prevent the vehicle from being too cold to turn off the ignition, they specially brought some firewood braziers this time. There are windows on one side of the hall, but they were shattered by the earthquake. It has been frozen hard, but at least it can slightly block the wind and snow blowing in from the gate. Team Yuan said, "How do you contact them? Do you want to find them?" Zuming said, "No, just honk the horn. They don't live high, that is, a little far behind here. It's just that the wind and snow are so heavy today. I don't know if the sound of the horn can be transmitted." Jianchu had already honked the horn several times, and then took out the brazier and firewood from the car. "Sir, fire the fire to keep warm, and then press it again when no one comes down later, and then you have to go back if no one comes down. It's impossible to go up, who knows what's going on up there, it's their territory, how can they go up there so stupidly?" But before they were asked to wait long, a group of people came down, but this time the faces of the people who came were very unfamiliar, and they had never seen Jianchu before, so naturally they became a little wary. There were 3 people who came, and they didn't bring anything with them. When they saw the people in the room, a middle-aged man who walked in the front said with a smile, "I thought you wouldn't come in this weather, but I didn't expect you to be so Saoxin. Hello, I'm Zinzi's second uncle. Zinzi is the black boy who changed things with you last time. I don't know how many things you have brought. How do you plan to change this time?" Yu Zaibo and the others didn't speak. Yuan Gang said directly, "It depends on how many live animals you can produce this time. Of course, we will also accept the dead ones, but the price of the dead ones is definitely different from that of the live ones. Let's talk slowly." Obviously the man who came down was indeed prepared to come. 30 live rabbits, each rabbit weighs at least 6 catis, which is not as detailed as your calculation. 20 catis of rice, 1 rabbit, 5 pheasants, 3 live ones, 2 dead ones, 10 catis of live rice, 1 cati of rice, and 8 catis of dead ones. Oil and salt can be converted separately. How much can you exchange? Yuan Gang said, "Are there other things besides these? Leather, or some mounting goods?" The middle-aged man smiled when he heard the words. "The whole mountain is bald in summer, and now there are no 2 logs that can be used for heating. Where are the mountain products? Not many people in the mountains can go out, So these things have time to multiply, let alone rabbits. I'm afraid there are no rabbit fur, that's all. Do you want it? Yuan Gang pondered for a moment. The price is high. If you are sincere, this will not be the last transaction. If not, we will not lose much if we don't trade. The middle-aged man was not in a hurry. He still smiled and said, the price, let's talk slowly. Now it's not as good as before. Coins are unified and easy to trade. There is no fixed number for rice, flour, grain and oil. It has to be negotiated when both parties feel that it is worthwhile and not at a loss. Right? Yuan Gang said, of course. Jianchu thought that the soldiers were very straightforward, and even thought that he might have to come to bargain. Zhu Ming is a veterinarian, so he can't be counted on. It's really not good. Songjia, he looks a bit stupid, and he can't be counted on. He is the only one who has been struggling in the society for so many years. I didn't expect that Team Yuan would bargain more than him. Both sides, those who came and went, although they were all smiling, seemed to be like swords and swords. In the end, they exchanged 200 katis of rice, 50 katis of flour, 10 katis of sauerkraut, 20 katis of oil, and 20 katis of salt for 30 katis. 1 rabbit, 5 chickens, and 10 rabbit skins. After the price was negotiated, the middle-aged man glanced at a young man behind him. Go and let them bring the things over. The man glanced at Yuan Gang and the others, then put on his mask, turned around and walked up the mountain. The rest of the transaction went smoothly, and 2 more people came down from their side. After all, hundreds of katis of rice had to be resisted. The middle-aged man smiled at them and said, I don't know if we can do it next time. When do you trade? Yuan Gang said, a month later. I hope you can catch more living things by then, and we will bring more things over then. Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled and said, okay, happy cooperation. Yuan Gang smiled and frowned as he watched a group of them leave. They were quite happy at the beginning of Jian. They thought there would be some twists and turns, but they didn't expect it to go so smoothly. At least half of these rabbits belonged to them. When the time came, they would save some for themselves, and exchange the rest for points. This trip would not be a loss. Now you can go back, before it gets dark. Oh no, it's completely dark now. You should be able to get home before night, and you don't have to spend the night outside. Zhu Ming, on the other hand, noticed Yuan Gang's expression was not quite right, and said, is there any problem? Yuan Gang said, the snow on the trousers is different. The 2 people who came later should have just come down from the mountain with the rabbit, so the snow on the shoes on their bodies will not be more than that of the people who called them to trade. Songjia whispered, maybe he came from another place, maybe the family lives higher? A soldier following Yuan Gang said, when that man was negotiating the price just now, he seemed a little too indifferent. Although he was holding on tightly, he felt like he didn't care how low we would lower the price. When they said this, both Jianchu and Songjia were a little nervous, and even felt like they would be ambushed as soon as they went out. Yuan Gang glanced at the 2 soldiers, and the 2 immediately went out to check the situation outside. After a while, they came back and said, there seems to be no problem. Yuan Gang said, get in the car and go back. He looked at Yu Zaibai and the others, you follow behind. On the way back, the wind and snow were a little lighter, but because the sky was almost dark at night, I drove more slowly. When I was about to drive out of Monkey Mountain, the car in front stopped suddenly, and Yuan Gang got out of the car after a while. Jianchu, who was behind, naturally stopped, and Zhu Ming, who was sitting in the co-pilot, said, I'll go and see, you don't move. Zhu Ming also got out of the car and saw Yuan Gang rummaging for something in the snow. In the end, he kicked out rows of steel nails in the snow 3 or 4 meters away from where they parked. The sharpened ones are buried in the snow, and even snow tires can be directly stuck in if the vehicle runs over them. If the icy tire blows out, there will be a replacement after 1 blows out. If 2 blow outs, as a result, I am afraid that there is only death. When they came back, Chinhuari was cleaning the bird's nest that had been soaked for a little bit of swallow hair. Generally, the top quality bird's nest is very clean, and it can be used after soaking. He also bought some of these when he and Mu Nan were shopping at the mall. In addition to the top-level ones, the ones that are slightly inferior, and even some broken cups, I bought some broken cups. At the moment, I soaked some broken cups, so I need to clean up the remaining hair. After cleaning it, change the water and soak it again. You can do it later. Make some dessert for Mu Nan. Mu Nan was leaning on the cushion and watching the movie, while Chinhuari was sitting on the other side cleaning the swallow's fur. Mu Nan couldn't help but said, these things seem to be IQ tax, and the nutritional value is not as magical as in the legend. And these are eaten by girls. Chin Huari said, occasionally eat once or twice, of course it has no nutritional value. You can see the difference between long-term eating and occasional eating. Besides, according to what you said, girls eat more dessert milk tea, and boys eat more. Can't eat? New Nan snorted, I can't tell you. Chin Huari smiled when he heard the words, then do you want to eat it or not? I will make a milk custard with bird's nest later, and then make some fried fresh milk. New Nan hurriedly said, eat. Why not eat something delicious, and the price of this food is not cheap, no matter whether it has nutritional value, as long as it is delicious. While the two were talking, the sound of a car came from the door. New Nan picked up the phone and looked at it. It was only 6 o'clock, and he was a little happy and said, they went back and forth that day, and it seems that things are going well. Chin Huari put the bird's nest soaked in water into the cabinet beside the bed, and then got up, I'll go and have a look. There were 2 cars at the door, and when Yu Zaibai and the others got out of the car, a soldier got out of the other car, and they drove away together, lest they have to go to building number 1 to return the car and then walk back. Songjia went back to him directly, Zhu Ming and the others walked towards the gate, and before Chin Huari could ask, Jian Chu sighed, it was almost cold outside.